Welcome back to Heidelberg Castle for the quarterfinals of the Age of Empires 4 event here as part of Red Bull Wololo Legacy. Just 8 players remain in the tournament, and today those 8 players will do battle to secure their slot in the semi-finals and a chance to prove their might this weekend in front of a live studio audience. $300,000 are on the line. The competition will be fierce and the games will be incredible. Let's get underway.
In the middle, Leary's castle goes down. It's his turn to raid Leary's economy. And Viper holds on to that castle. And he's killing the villagers on the gold. They're desperately running for the TC.
Look, the Cavalier, they can do what they're doing here to the trebuchets, and then Leary will have nothing.
Welcome, my friends. We are live from the interior of Heidelberg Castle for the first time today. What a pleasure it is to have your company. The quarterfinals just moments away. My name's Riley. I'll be your host across the remaining days of this tournament. Of course, we are well into the thick of things. But joining us for the first time in the castle, it's Ellie 4K. Ellie, welcome.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
Now, Ellie, of course, you were taking care of some of the AoE 2 stream, the B stream. You were across a lot of that, so I know you've been watching the tournament very closely indeed. But it's great to have you made the journey over from Switzerland.
Exactly. It was just a 6-hour train ride, so I'm not jet lagged, but I'm really happy to be here. And the castle is phenomenal. The production, phenomenal, and the people and the players, of course, phenomenal as well.
Yeah.
Very happy to be here.
It's just an incredible, I mean, you know, I've done a fair few of these shows over the years. Never got the chance to work inside a castle before last year. It is the experience of a lifetime. And I tell you what, you around the world, you can have the experience of a lifetime as well, watching some of the best players in Age of Empires 4 do what they can to secure the limited spots, just 4 slots in the semi-final. And Ellie, these semi-finalists will play in front of a live audience this weekend. It's going to be, I mean, I can't wait. I don't know how you feel about being in front of a crowd of people. I can't wait.
I think it's going to be phenomenal. I think the players aren't used to this. Many players are new to the scene, new to esports, and I'm really excited to see what they have in store for us.
Yeah, it's going to be huge. Let's have a look at what we've got on the docket for today. However, we finalised our bracket yesterday, and you can see here we've got some pretty big matches. We've got the Mr. versus Recon, Iron Magic and Lucifer on the top half of the bracket, Beastie Cutie and Leenock, and Puppy Paw and Marine Lord in the bottom half. But that is not the order in which we'll be watching these matches. Our schedule coming your way very shortly. But just a reminder, of course, this is single elimination, best of 5. We've had best of 3 so far. Best of 5 is going to mean that we have slightly longer matches, which does result in a slight wrinkle in our programming plan for today. Let's bring up the schedule and have a chat about what we're going to see here. Now, we're kicking things off Iron Magic versus Lucifer. Iron Magic, I mean, I don't want to knock the bloke, but a bit of a surprise seeing the 16th seed in our quarterfinals, right?
Exactly, and he was here at Wololo during the last chance qualifier, so he really just snuck in there, and I'm so I'm so excited to see him play. He's playing really, really strong, and I wonder if we'll see some sort of hidden strats or some secret tips that he's been hiding up his sleeve.
Yeah, because he's obviously got the fight of his life against Lucifer here across this best of 5. Only one of them can progress. That's our first match. Moving on to our second one, Beastie Cutie versus Leenock. Now, everyone knows Beastie Cutie. His YouTube videos, his analysis, his tutorials, all this sort of stuff, fantastic. The second seed, but I mean, we'll see how he goes up against Lean Octopus. Who are you going for in this matchup?
I have spent a little bit more time at the castle with Beastie.
So just from a personal standpoint?
So from a personal standpoint, Leenock is super great as well, and it's just a joy to see them interact in their daily life in the castle, and I will not be disappointed either way. So whoever wins, whoever loses, I will be heartbroken for them both and also excited for them both.
Exactly right. It's going to be a hell of a match, but we move on now to our third match, and this is the one that I sort of want to let you know what's happening here. based on what we're expecting in terms of how long these games potentially can go, best of fives, they can be very drawn out. We may potentially have to move the Mr. versus Recon to our backup stream. Now, this obviously isn't something that we're, thrilled to have to do, but just the logistics and the time frame that we've got here in terms of, the 50 or so people that you don't see on camera here, we do have to manage our time frame as carefully as we can. So if we do have long drawn out best of fives in rounds 1 and 2, we may have to kick that one to the back stream. We'll make that decision during the second match, and we will keep you updated. I just want to make that clear from the beginning. It's not something we're hoping to do. It is something that we may just have to do out of necessity. But if you're a fan of Recon, if you're a fan of the Mr., whether it's on this stream or that stream, you'll be able to watch it. And Recon, again, sort of in the same vein as Magic, 15th seed, last chance qualifier, amazing.
I think we might see some upsets again. We've seen them during the first day player games, and I am really, really excited to see what they will be up to for sure, and whether or not we see more upsets.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking of upsets, right, our headline match here today has got to be Puppy Paw versus Marine Lord. Puppy Paw come out of nowhere. His lifetime earnings have gone up by a factor of several 100%, 1,000% even over the last couple of months. This bloke seems unstoppable. And on the other hand, Marine Lord losing to Iron Magic, the bottom seed in the opening round, I think the first match we watched here. So, I mean, you'd think Marine Lord would be the favourite, but anything can happen.
I think we are dealing with the cream of the crop players, and they are definitely giving it all they've got. They've trained so hard to be here, and I think they're going to give the fans a great show. Oh,
I mean, that's for certain, right? Win, lose or draw, we're going to have some great Age of Empires. But, my friends, that is enough jibber-jabbering from us here in the analysis chamber. We're going to chuck it over to the casters who are standing by. We've got Killer Pigeon and Aussie Drongo ready to kick the action off for today. The quarterfinals of this $300,000 Age of Empires tournament across a weekend that is celebrating the franchise with a total of $500,000 in prize money, with Age of Empires 1, 2 and 4 on display. We can't wait to get stuck in properly, so let's head over to our main chamber and get stuck in with the quarterfinals.
Well, I look forward to our turn to do a bit of jibber-jabbering here. Of course, quarterfinals upon us, and what a flabbergasting experience this has been so far. That's another big word, Drongo, because we've got a lot of surprising results that have come in just the first 2 days of AOE4.
Seed 16, check. Seed 15, check. That's the quarterfinals done. That's incredible stuff, isn't it? No one expected either of these two guys to be getting into the quarterfinals, yet here we are, both of them making it, so I'm excited for it. I'm looking forward to this matchup as well. Up against Lucifer on 7. Yeah. Someone considered not necessarily a favorite, but at the same time, definitely not a dark horse. Probably a bit more middle of the pack, but at the same time, top side. I mean, I wouldn't want to go up against him in the ladder, that's for sure.
No, and the interesting thing is how some of these players have evolved. So I think a big part of what allowed Magic to kind of proceed here, traditionally he was seen as more of kind of a methodical player, play for that later game. Whenever you're an Abbasid player, you're going to be exactly that. But what I love is the way he's evolved into an aggressor, and that aggression is going to be key, because one thing to note about Lucifer's playstyle that hasn't really changed, he's big on raiding. He's not a full committal. Although there's a lot of similarities between him and Vortex, his regular scrim buddy. Vortex is more of an all-in type player, whereas Lucifron likes to chip away at you. And what we did see from Magic, especially on the first day, was a willingness to go balls to the wall, non-stop.
And we could see there in their head-to-head games, 77.8% win rate for Lucifron. So it's going to be an uphill battle here for Magic. And take a look at the stat difference between these guys. Speed, experience. The only thing that they're even on is strategy. Lucifron's got him every other stat.
Yeah, and I think like people will kind of sleep on Magic coming into this. We already mentioned that. Recon is another one we're seeing here. I remember at the start of the Road to Wall, I don't want to be the told you so guy. I was like, Recon's going to be there. Magic, possibly, like I wasn't sure. I was very impressed in the progress he had between LCQs and now. He definitely looked good at LCQs, but the funny part about this guy, he quit his job.
Yeah.
For 2 weeks. 2 weeks of full time, and then he got offered a new job, and it was too good to refuse. But he said to me, like, those 2 weeks actually helped so much. He feels like it really was the game changer, and it's clearly made the difference.
Yeah, a lot of people will look at these pro players and think, there's so much talent, and there is indeed talent, but at the same time, there's so much hard work that goes into it. And the difference between part-time and full-time is a world of difference, because you just go all of a sudden from 5 games a day to 20 games a day.
And maybe Lucifron has a better chance of winning here. I mean, he looks like he's playing against a chair now.
Yeah, the chair looks formidable. We've seen it many a time before take on ludicrous amounts of opponents, but we are now entering into best of 5, so the draft is going to look a little bit different for you guys. We can confirm the first map is going to be Prairie. home maps for Magic, it's going to be Basin and Gorge, and then over on the other side, we've got 2 water maps coming out from Lucifron.
This is interesting. I talked a little bit with Magic beforehand. He was kind of, he was trying to fish for some info. For some reason, he likes listening to me. I think it's just maybe my voice puts people to sleep. I don't think I say anything smart. But one thing I did highlight is I actually think Lucifron, to me, has been the best micro on water so far. Apparently, he agrees with it because I talked to him the previous day and said, your micro is phenomenal in the Puppy Paw series on Mediterranean. And we're seeing an agreement on both sides here. You've got only land maps coming out for Magic, and Lucifron full focus on getting his feet wet.
Yeah, that's a really good point, and definitely something that you're 100% on the money with that. His micro has just been on another level when it comes to water. He really pays attention out there. A lot of people kind of just let it go the way that it's going to go, but he is taking an active and a proactive approach. But it looks like we might have the first matchup already for the first map. It's going to be China versus France, a beautiful matchup here. Now, one thing to note is that when it comes to civilizations, we did actually see quite a bit of mirroring there. Both players picking up Chinese, both players picking up the Holy Roman Empire, both players picking up the Abbasid dynasty. Lucifron with 2 French picks, though.
And we saw, was it double Mongol ban and double Delhi ban?
Correct, yes.
Yeah, it fits. These guys knew exactly what the strong point was going to be. Like, Abbasids are underperforming. That used to be Magic's signature.
Yeah.
But why would you waste a ban on that? Delhi makes sense because Magic is very content. On the other side, I was talking to Magic, he was asking, like, what's the strong for Lucifron? Well, Lucifron is 2 things. It's French and it's Mongols. So which one are you more threatened by? Has to be the Mongols. We've seen them perform
Especially
really well.
with Prairie.
Exactly. And that's the thing. We're opening up on Prairie, right?
Yeah.
I think this might be the first time we've seen Chinese pick to this tournament on Prairie, at least definitely on the A stream, which is interesting to think about considering that usually the play is to be ultra aggressive on this map.
Right.
Something the French will do well.
Yeah, well, let's see how he looks to play it, because China, typically they look to go for that 2 town center Song Dynasty play, but we have seen a resurgence of the 1 town center China builds. Obviously, with the changes to town centers in the most recent patch, increase in stone cost, increase in time that it takes to build, we start to see the strength of China really building, and that 1 TC, it plays into it. So I guess my question is, do we dare see Chokunu in this matchup? Because it's one of those things where you don't want to have to do it.
You'd want to be able to, but you're against a Civ that have heavy knights, right?
Exactly.
You don't really kill these knights when you've got all that damage reduced. If anything, you just turn them into hedgehogs, right? It's not an effective matchup for you. One thing it is good for is the rest of what you do as the French, like it's going to be archers, spearmen.
Yeah.
But the problem is on this type of map, like wood is a limiting factor. So I don't feel like the French player wants to build as many archers anyway, simply because he doesn't have wood access. If anything, what you want is the Chinese. I feel like you want a comp that gets map control, because if there's anything we've noted at Prairie, whoever moves out and dictates that flow, they get access to the boar, they get access to the deer, they never have to think about farm transitions. Could you imagine farm transitions on Prairie?
It's going to look really difficult, because China, we've talked about this before, they love to make farms, and increasingly more and more farms. We start seeing them go for 70, 80 farms in the late game. That's a lot of wood. Where are you going to get it all from? Do you just start thinking about trading and then buying your wood? Is that it?
And how do you, you have to trade in the marketplace, which is going to be unbeneficial. You can't think about doing actual trading on the map, because on such an open map, when you're up against a civ like the French, the only way the Chinese could think about that is maybe, I don't know, 40 minutes, 50 minutes in the game. Even then, that's going to require wood to set up. It all comes down to wood. It's why I said the worst performing civ on this map, in my opinion, is Rus. It's the one you never want to pick.
Right. Yeah. All right. Well, we'll have to wait and see exactly how it plays out. Are you expecting early walls out of this game for the Chinese player? Because for me, the way I think about it is I want to try and stop the French player from getting into my base. I've got the Barbican, I've got the town center, but I'm still so open.
Yeah, that's why I'm wondering if he's going to just go for some sort of Barbican play. I think Prairie's a little bit deceptive, because we keep saying how big it is, but we have seen people with like Mongol outpost rushes with just spearmen get in position at decent timing. So maybe you see that type of optimization. He could just go for an incredibly crazy all-in where he pulls his villagers, he gets wheelbarrow as quickly as possible to get into the Barbican and waste no time, but we will waste no time anymore. We are finally ready. Quarterfinals day is upon us. Let's get in the first best of 5.
I'm incredibly excited for this matchup. One of my favorite matchups, the Chinese versus the French. For anyone who doesn't know, I'm a China main, and so that means that I love watching them, and we can see already the opening coming out for Magic. It looks like he's dropped a mill down to the south, and the Imperial Official is beginning to work its magic. For anybody who doesn't know, the Imperial Official buffs up the resources that are dropped off at that mill by 20%. So it means that when your village is dropping off 10 food, it's actually 12.
Yeah, it's kind of fitting that the guy with the name Magic is doing some magical fabrication to get more. And then, of course, on the other side, we have got Lucifron in the yellow as the French. And with the French, the openings are a little bit more standardized, right? It's almost just copy and paste. You want that optimal School of Cavalry timing.
Yep.
Usually looking at the mill, most players now agree wheelbarrow should complete upon tech up. And then from there, you get a little bit of flexibility. Do I go knights? Do I go archery range? Have you whatnot?
Yeah, and I guess the thing that I would point out interestingly is that you mentioned, you know, it's just basically copy-paste with those build orders. It's very simple. You've got the fastest guy in the game playing the French, which requires, I reckon you could probably get away with about 6 actions per minute in the first minute of the game for the French.
Just
compare
like,
that to the Chinese, though. That's probably about 6,000, isn't it?
Just do like your mouse movements with one hand, open a Red Bull cam with one hand, right? You got enough time at the beginning.
You really do, and sometimes we do see players look to do that kind of thing in the early game. Marine Lord in particular was notorious for it, but we move forward now. One of the things to note about Prairie is there is a lot of food. There's plenty of berries out here, plenty of deer across this map, and plenty of sheep. So it's going to be, by the looks of it, a 2-scout opening here for Magic. So not something that we typically see out of China for your scout. It does take a little bit longer to build than it used to. So it used to take 20 seconds, now it's 25.
But this is a valuable map to do on. It's a lot bigger, there's a lot more sheep, and you have that Tang Dynasty with the additional vision. So you can spot sheeps much easier than Lucifron. Another cool thing about what Magic does here, if he gathers the majority of sheep, he can go for a cheap, heavy comp of horsemen, right? You've got limited wood, but enough to get you there. And the idea then is you counter a lot of what Lucifron wants to do. If you have enough horsemen, knights lose. If he goes archers, archers lose. So I'm starting to think that might be Magic's play, and that's the theory behind this Chinese build, is there's just so much sheep, and as we know, you want to be having sheep and berries en masse. This is not a civ that wants to go on deer or boar.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And obviously, one of the great things about collecting all those sheep as well is you can bring them back to your mill, which you're supervising. So there's less risk associated with that because you don't want to be moving out of your base, as you mentioned.
And that's the point, right? Because the difference between that when you go on deer is you're generating less tax because you're returning less frequently.
Correct. And it's further away as well. So the likelihood that you're actually going to even return it, but that is...
That's just one scout. What's the other one packing?
Yeah, he's packing quite a bit as well. It is looking good right now for Magic. This is exactly what he needs in this matchup. Keep in mind the French player is going to be putting the pedal to the metal in the early game. Expect to see knights in the base of the Chinese player early on. And the fact that he's got these sheep nice and safe next to the mill, he's not out on the deers, he's going to be loving it.
I love the spread of straggler trees around Lucifron if he was ever to get like denied as well. So he has pullback locations with loads of horsemen come in that he can still gather from. When we look on the other side, I think Magic, he has a similar amount. I love this addition. I think this was a really big issue. To me, whenever you had this kind of wood block on the main line, you tend to lose games because I think wood is the most valuable resource in the game.
Yeah, all right. Well, we see an interesting stat coming out right there. China versus French happened 5 times previously, and China won 4 out of 5 times. Well,
I'd love to know how often it was on Prairie, right? Because I think Prairie's a different beast. I still want to see what Magic has in mind. He clearly has a plan. And one nice thing, actually, I think, is the Imperial Academy placement is always optimal because your resources at the start seem to be really compacted together in most spawns.
Yeah, all right. Well, the age-ups now come through for Lucifron. Wheelbarrow in queue as well for him. We'll head on over and check on the base and see exactly what he's got going on. There is a knight in queue as well.
So interesting choice here by Lucifron. He opted to go for the faster School of Cavalry timing and then delayed the wheelbarrow. This is beneficial to get the first knight or 2 out. This was most commonly done in French mirror matchups because one knight can make a difference there. It's surprising to see him do it against the Chinese, but I think his logic is Chinese players play greed. They don't instantly drop a Rax.
Yeah, and interestingly, we also see him going for double broad axe. So looking to try and get out those upgrades early. Keep in mind the upgrades in the most recent patch have had their cost reduced, so it becomes more advantageous to get them earlier because, well, they're cheaper, and not only that, you're also playing the French. So you're paying next to nothing for those bad boys.
It's pretty nuts, right? Because they went from 250 resources to 150. I think they went down, was it 75 seconds to 45 as well?
It's very, very quick now.
It's phenomenal. And the interesting part is like civs like the French get less value now out of the discount compared to before, but it's still so impactful. And speaking of impact, instantly yoinks one of the villagers, able to shift away.
Yeah, it looked like Magic wasn't really paying attention there. We did see a point-blank charge coming through as well, so Lucifron utilizing that mechanic quite well. It's a bit difficult to pull it off, but if you can, it works out with an extra hit, or one less hit that you'll need to kill the villagers, but that Spearman just being very annoying. He's got to be careful not to overextend, though.
You need to be very careful here if you're Magic, because one premium trick you can do when there's only one spear versus a knight and a scout is you force the brace on the scout, and then the knight comes in afterwards, so you don't stun him, you don't root him. And if you remember, the way the bracing mechanic works is that initially both of them are stunned, and then the knight gets rooted afterwards.
Oh, another beautiful kill right there. Lucifron off to an early lead, definitely. Losing 2 villagers like that before 6 minutes into the game. You've achieved everything that you want to as the French at this stage. You've also forced spearmen from your enemy as well, so you're delaying that second town center, because every Chinese player wants to get that second town center up, and by being annoying like this, you're delaying it even further.
But it's like, where would you put that TC? Like, where's the high value? I feel like you have to come out to mid-map to really justify a lot of these TCs. The only other way I've seen them look kind of okay is when you go to the back corners because they're defendable. But even in the one game I saw that happen, which was, I believe, sort of versus Magic, it ended up in a loss because you forfeit so much map.
Yeah, I think probably the best spot for him is going to be right next to the other town center. We see a lot of Chinese players going for that.
Yeah.
Try and keep them nice close together because they are so important. Keep in mind, it's not just one town center, it's 1.5 town centers for each one. And now we see town centers on the other side of the map potentially coming down. Lucifron with a lot of villagers heading over to Stone here.
Magic got the read perfectly, instantly sees the mining camp going up, also spots out the archers coming in, but unfortunately he did lose a scout. The good news, at least, he did open with a secondary scout, so he'll still have vision out on the map.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And it could be something, I guess, obviously he doesn't want to lose that scout, but now he's kind of telegraphed, hey, Lucifron, I know what you're up to. You're not hiding any secrets from me. All right, well, plenty of sheep. Look at the sheep underneath that mill as well. So many damn sheep. 21 still to go. And he's got carcasses under there as well.
What I love is he didn't club them all. I've lost count of the amount of times I've watched a player club all the sheep.
Yep.
And like, you know, you wouldn't expect an outpost rush, but that type of thing happens.
Yes.
And you're like, oh, great. Now I have not only not got berries, I haven't got sheep.
Yeah, that is China's worst mistake. And I'll admit it happens to me as well. Yeah, 10 sheep all underneath your mill and there's an outpost. There's nothing you can do about it.
Because it's optimal, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But optimization, you know, in a game that's about reactions, you know, trying to go for the perfect game doesn't work. You know, the classic saying is a good plan often doesn't survive first contact.
I've not heard that before. But I guess there'll be plenty more times for more plans. At the moment, Magic's done a pretty decent job of repelling this attack. Keep in mind that French do make their villages faster. But once Magic hits the Song Dynasty, then he's going to start taking the lead when it comes to the village account. So Lucifron is continuing to pull ahead on that village account. He's up by about 3 at the moment, but the defense has been pretty solid from Magic with the exception of that early lapse in attention.
And the fact that Magic has his wheelbarrow already means that it's much harder for these knights to get in and pinch.
Yeah.
Another thing to notice about his base is where this village was placed. It wasn't because, oh, I've got people here and I don't want to idle them. This is a garrison point. This is the beautiful thing about the Chinese that makes them so hard to dive. It's not just the hand cannon slits. It's the fact they've got all these safe havens for their vulnerable villages.
Yeah, that's a really good point. We do see the Barbican now coming up a little bit late on this Barbican. We do typically see players look to go for the Song Dynasty a bit earlier than the 8-minute mark, but
Oh, that's beautiful.
it's better late than never. Yeah, this is a great spot, isn't it?
Yeah, because it's so far out to the side. Like, he's pulled it further away from where he knows Magic's likely to look. So in Lucifron's mind, he could either went to the northern corner or the western corner. The difference is the northern corner doesn't have any bore, and he wants that gathering rate. And the cool thing is Magic so far has started building mass spearmen. It's less likely that he goes on the wide flanks.
All right, well, it looks like we've got the transition now coming in for Magic as the Song Dynasty begins. So does Magic starting to take down some stone. So he's going to be looking for that town center. And Lucifron, got to be careful right here.
He's not paying attention.
This is not good right here. You need as much tempo as you can against the Chinese, and it's so important you don't lose those knights. And look at this, he's lost 2 already. Third one might go down here as well.
That was brilliant by Magic. He split up 2 different groups of spears. He caught Lucifron trying to dive in, and then he baited the attention there. Lucifron had the micro to get the knights out efficiently, and he wasn't paying attention to the second attempt, right? So just great read by Magic, and then off the back of that, look at what he's doing here. We don't see it often this way, but I talked a little bit with Magic and a few other players. One of the big issues is the way you wall on this map. You want to take everything at once, but using these small wood lines as a kind of a scaffolding is incredibly efficient.
All right, well, the walls are coming up. It's great to see. And, you know, as we mentioned earlier, it can be so difficult going up against the French because they're hitting you with these knights. They're a lot less forgiving than horsemen. If a horseman gets into your wood line, then it's going to take, I think it works out to be about 6 hits before you actually start taking losses.
Yeah.
Whereas a knight, it's just 2. So nice little adaptation there from Magic to be going for these walls.
It would be 2 if he gets the melee tech upgrade. Lucifron hasn't got it yet, so he's not going to smash a villager in 2 hits. He needs that 3rd. So I'd love to see him go back for the blacksmiths now. He's already prepping the chivalry, though. I think he's aware that getting these villages is a little bit more difficult. He's probably going to have to clash with the horsemen first.
All right, well, spearman numbers are starting to rise. He's actually stopped production for the moment. Expect that second town center to come down shortly. The question's going to be, where does it go down for Magic from here? He could just look to be putting it on that main town center. He's got plenty of resources, but we don't really see... Yeah, we don't see any villagers moving out just yet. So it is just going to be next to the starting town center.
Makes sense. He wants on the southern side because he hasn't protected that with his walls.
Yeah.
And also, if you just look south of here, he's got double berry patch in this area. So it's a nice area to play around. Whenever you've got a TC, if you can look for an optimal spot where there's a resource branch out, it's better. And just naturally, the only thing you get by going north is gold and stone. All
right. Well, have a look at Lucifron in the queue right now. He's got horticulture. This is a completely different Lucifron that we're seeing. I remember watching games with Lucifron that went for 30 minutes, no wheelbarrow, no horticulture, no upgrades at all when it comes to economy. And yet here, before 12 minutes, we're getting all 4.
And that's where it's something to do with the meta switching, right? They nerfed these, buffed rather the cost of these. It went from 250 to 150 each. It's just so much more beneficial. I was kind of surprised. Did he do survival techniques already? Because I feel like survival techniques usually takes prior when you're harvesting on board like he is.
I would suspect he has. I don't know. I don't think we're actually going to be able to
check a mill.
No, I don't think we'll be able to. Oh yeah, there we go.
Yeah. So yeah, that makes sense. So survival techniques first. I believe it's still cheaper even after the buffs to the other eco anyway.
All right. Well, Villager's got to be careful. They're on the wrong side of this wall right now. He might be able to get a quick wall off here, but it's going to be so... Oh, yeah, rest in peace, little guys. But keep in mind, Magic is on a higher amount of effective town centers right now. He's producing villagers out the wazoo. That second town center is the equivalent of 1.5 TC. So he's really on 3 town centers compared to Lucifron, who's on about 2.2 town centers.
Yeah, and now, so far, Magic's been negotiating to get more walls up. It gets more difficult with this. The archers have arrived en masse. These spearmen are heavily relegated at this phase. Magic's going to have to give ground.
Yeah, and there's definitely not enough horsemen here at this point. The knights are going to be able to run effective screens, and when you consider that the horsemen have got a really good bonus against those archers, they want to be attacking them, and once you've got the knights in front screening for them, it's not always going to be successful.
Once you get to about 10 to 12 horsemen, I think you can take this fight, even if Lucifron keeps producing archers at his current rate. The difference is that once you get to that count, you don't insta-die with half them on the way there, and you're able to get behind them to body block a retreat.
But we did just get a glimpse inside Lucifron's base. Double barracks coming down, so he's going to be adding in spearmen, and this is where it starts to get hard for China, falling back towards that town center. Another spearman going to be going down. Town center firing off towards those archers, looking to try and take them out, but they're jostling for position, and it seems like until a battering ram or 2 comes in, there's really not going to be much aggression that can be guaranteed success here.
Yeah, I always feel like I have an indecision in life, but these knights kind of outdo me. Charge! No, don't charge. Charge! Don't. But the whole idea is Magic has to keep turning around the spears, and it baits them in range of the archers. It's just great micro out of Lucifron. Yeah,
honestly, if I'm Magic in this position, what I'd love to see is just a really wide flank from him. Come out over towards this stone mine and see if you can kind of bait your enemy in towards those town centers and then look to get in from behind. But with the spearmen coming in, this is where it's going to get really difficult for Magic, because he hasn't scouted the barracks, and siege engineering is also coming in, which means the issue is going to be forced here. He's going to have to commit, or he will lose a town center.
And the tough part right now is, like Lucy, why he doesn't go around to the right side is he doesn't want to peel attention there, but then have a few stragglers go left. Because if Magic sends just a few scouts or horsemen out, he might see this TC, he might just rush to torture. It's very difficult for Lucifron to insta-dive a Chinese base at this point, but give it another 5 minutes, he's going to be so deep in, he might as well be the Chinese.
All right, well, he's looking for villagers at the moment. Magic is. The villager count is now even, despite him losing 3 villagers earlier this game. Keep in mind that army down towards the south side is still building up. We'll be back with it shortly, but for the moment, we'll watch and wait on these horsemen.
This isn't a good feeling, Drongo, like the army value difference. This is why you need to strike like this. Magic, great maneuvering, gets around the backside, and the timing couldn't be better. Lucifron, he just prepped the rams, but he's not in yet, and this wall will delay his assault.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see this defense for Magic. It's going to be so difficult for him. Whether he starts thinking about additional outposts here to help out, the town center is going to be focusing down units. So it's going to mean the melee units for Magic are going to be able to kind of be nested in underneath. Yeah. But by the same token, Lucifron is going to make sure that he keeps his units close by so that these rams don't die.
Yeah, and he even idled the wood line a little bit back in Lucifron's base. Magic should bring the horsemen back for a backstab. And remember we talked about you need extra troops to go past the front line? Now it's not the case. You're wrapping around from the backside.
Yeah, well, the focus now becomes on that additional town center. Horsemen moving in on the south side. Spearmen coming up the rear as well. And it looks like he's just going to be committing at this point. And a beautiful block. Oh, my lord, it's absolutely perfect. You ain't getting through that gap, my friend. And the horsemen surround is looking very solid. Spearmen numbers are looking good as well. But keep in mind, there's plenty of spearmen here for Lucifron as well.
The TC's going to be gone, but the army's going to be gone alongside of the French army, that is. Great pinch coming out from Magic. He goes full Gandalf and says, "You shall not pass." Knights just about get out, but the archers are in shambles. They get wiped out. Rams will be cleaned up. Yes, Magic does lose the TC, but he still has the eco lead and can easily go into another one.
This is exactly what you want as China. The biggest thing that Chinese players die to are these 15-minute timing pushes. It came, it went. Unfortunately, it did not conquer. So beautiful defense there from Magic. He lost the TC, but in reality, at this point, when you're at 72 villages, adding in that second TC, it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, you can easily pivot over. You can see he's already got 9 people working on stone, so we'll probably see that coming in after he gets his tech up, because the punishment isn't going to end there. Magic, although he's not able to get the knights, he gets the tech up. Astronomical clock tower about to complete in the blink of the eyes, because that's how quick the Chinese are.
I wasn't even paying attention. You said astronomical clock tower. He was already aged up. That's incredible how quick that is. So
It's
now
a long word.
he's going to push it now, but I can't help but feel like this might be a bit of an overextension. He needs to come back, look for those veterancy upgrades, look for that Nesta B. We now see it in queue. The Nesta B is about to be on the field.
Yeah, it's that classic, get the hell away from my base. I'm doing something I don't want you to interrupt. So it kind of looks throwy, but the whole idea is you need that space. Otherwise, the knights come in. Maybe they catch you building it up. Even with the Chinese build speed, these knights kill you so fast that you might be blocked out of your own tech up.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Well, he's got enough resources now for that second town center. Expect him to add it in shortly.
The Nesta Bees, this is going to change everything. Like Lucifron, in these choke points, he can't get on top of them easily.
He's got to be so careful, though. The Nesta Beast is about to pop out, and there's no units there. The Knights could look to strike, but fortunately, they do make it away. Now, what kind of reaction do we see here from Lucifron? Does he look to just continue playing it out in the second age? Does he think about going castle himself?
I feel like you have to kind of reach up at this stage. He's either going to say, this is an all-in in the next 3 minutes, or I'm going to go for a tech up. Considering he's switching over to farms as well, this would cripple his all-in timing. I'd love to see him just try to play in a castle. It doesn't feel great. When you're when you play French, you always want to be feudal, right? But that time has passed. You have to adjust to the state of the game now.
Watch out, watch out, watch out. That Nesta Bees getting some pretty decent shots off there. And keep in mind, there's no healers back at home for these units. Sure, the Knights can heal up, but unfortunately, they won't hit.
He's coming around the backside here with the Knights. I don't know if this has been scouted out yet. Yeah,
oh, yeah,
he's quickly there.
He's got to be so careful. He could quick wall in if he's not paying attention.
Damn, he loses 2 Knights straight away.
Yeah, this is really, really harsh.
He needs to show some respect here. Like, these aren't even veteran spearmen yet.
Yeah, we do see a bit of market trading there, so he might be thinking about it, but no, he's going to be adding in a couple of lances himself.
Oh, magic.
He's looking for it, isn't he?
I think he got a glimpse of the farms already, so he knows. And if he comes around the right side, there it is. He finds the berry workers. Great reaction coming out from Lucifron. Get out before it becomes a problem.
Yeah, fortunately, they're only horsemen. So worst case scenario, they just cause a little bit of idle time. But look at that. Also just missing the villagers by the blink of an eye. Jeez, that was so damn close. But now, once again, coming in, he's looking for more. And this is so smart by him to be doing this because he's drawing the attention back over to Lucifron. But the age up now coming through as well. It's going to be the Royal Institute. Definitely the right choice here with an economy this big.
Yeah, and the location's a little bit dangerous on the front side, but it works out because Magic actually wrapped around the back. I think he was looking for exactly that, delay the tech up, isn't able to find it because of the unorthodox placement by Lucifron in a more aggressive position. Now back in the base, Flash trying to come in with these Nesta Bees. These Nesta Bees should be the priority. Archer Mass is in trouble. Spears will try to hold the front line. It's still no tech up though. Look, Magic, he hasn't got veteran Spears.
Yeah, a little bit of a mistake from him here, but the Nesta Bees still yet to fire off. There we go, gets another nice shot. Splits also coming out. The Royal Knights looking fierce in this position. If that veteran Spearman was in, this might be a different story, but at the moment, he's losing significant amounts of unit. The Nesta Bees managing to hold on for dear life out here. A number of Palace Guards making their way out onto the field, but the Knight numbers are what's scary right now, KP.
It's the Palace Guard. The Palace Guard was deceiving there. They were tanking for all the damage. They don't die quick enough, but they don't do enough damage to the Knights either. Magic, with this whoopsie-daisy moment, may have actually lost a bit of momentum here. He's not going to lose the game off the back of it, but it gives Lucifron the breathing room to now recover, catch up into Castle Age, and step back from the fight with a decent amount of Knights, and now the ability to juice them up further.
Yeah, it's definitely not over. Keep in mind that Lucifron did a lot of damage with that first push. He took out the town center, delayed the Chinese, probably cost him close to about 10 to 12 villages just in that town center being down. Can we double check and see, has Magic dropped in his own second town center again? It looks like he has, yeah. So we do see the second TC has come in. A nice little raid as well back on that other side. But once again, horsemen, they're not too scary here, are they?
No, they're just idlers. That's the whole idea. You're kind of doing what Knights do, right? Like we talk about how Knights kill villages all the time, but their real goal is to idle villages.
All right, well, I suspect from here the composition that we're going to be seeing, it's Spearmen, Palace Guards, and Nest of Bees. But it's important to note that there are now Lancers out on the field as well for Magic, so he's looking to involve some cavalry in his composition here continually.
Yeah, I'd love to just see Magic now take a few villages, considering he's at about 100, and go to the north side and wall across between these tree lines like he done in the south. If you look north of his base, you can see you've got wide wood lines, 2 of them in fact. So it's kind of like this dotted approach. It'd be very efficient, and it would then funnel Lucifron into a choke point, which he doesn't want to do because he's still relying on Knights.
Yeah, that's a good point. All right, well, we've got farms now coming in as well. Look at this beautiful transition from Magic. Stone at the front, still yet to be really taken advantage of. So no sign of a keep coming in just yet. But I will warn all of our Chinese fans out there that there is still a window for a French victory here with that damage that was done. So I'd be very hesitant in the next 5 to 7 minutes of going to the Imperial Age for Magic, because if he does that, that's exactly when Lucifron's going to push. And keep in mind, he's got the Royal Institute here, which means he's going to have access to things like the unique technologies of the French Royal Bloodlines.
Canted saddles.
Big upgrades that are really going to change the way that this game fights out. But we don't see them in queue just yet.
No, the biggest one's going to be Crossbow Stirrups, because he's switching into Arbitraire. This is a great read by Lucifron. We talked about the limitation of this map. Not much wood. Usually the typical comps for Chinese is a lot of wood. We talked about it for their farms, but they usually go Spearmen, they go Nest of Bees, they want to go Horsemen. Instead, he's having to go into Lancers and Palace Guard because there's plenty of food and gold, and that means the Arbitraire that cost food and gold are the perfect counter to this comp.
Yeah, it's really smart. It's interesting how that dynamic changes on this map where gold is so common. You know, maybe the Ottomans become a strong civ here because of the Janissary. It's so gold heavy. But we'll have to wait and see how that one plays out as the tournament continues on. But beautiful raid back here once again. Still Royal Bloodlines, not yet in queue. And he's just shift-clicked onto a couple villages here. Able to try and take them out. But still, not a whole lot of villages have gone down. He's only taken 8 this game.
And it's against the Chinese. Like, these raids just don't do anything anymore. This is one of the issues. Like, French are all about raiding. Lucifron, we talked about this at the start of the series. He's also all about raiding. Chinese is maybe one of those kind of weak points for him, because if you can't shut them down very quickly, they reach a point where they shrug at all this chip damage you're doing.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And I think, especially with that wall on the south side, it makes it a lot more difficult for the units to continue being fluid around there. But now we see that wall on the north side of the Chinese base. This is where it starts to get hard for Lucifron, because the narrative is now controlled by Magic.
Yeah, and if Magic wanted, he could even drop a second keep near the fat stone outcropping. So this funnel point, a wide funnel point, is covered on both sides by the keeps.
All right, well, Lucifron's window is slowly closing, but fortunately we do see Royal Bloodlines coming in. He's also creating knights, but he's got 7 crossbows in queue. You mentioned this before, that he's or rather, Arbitraire, he's got quite a bit of them coming out, and crossbow stirrups here could be quite big. But the win condition, you've got to remember, when it comes to this win condition for the French, it's always just about having more knights than what the Chinese player can deal with. Because once you've got those knights in the enemy base and there's no units there to kill them, they're looking for villages, they're camping on top of production, and the game is called.
And I love this pivot now by Magic. He's now going into crossbows. Usually this is a kind of game-losing situation against Arbitraire because they have the Pavises. You can't use the Pavises, though. It's the Nest of Bees. If you just sit in the spot, you're going to get wiped out.
Yeah, that's a smart move, actually. And yeah, an interesting dynamic here. But the forces are starting to look good for Lucifron. Keep in mind, Magic has dropped down a keep. It's going to be very difficult for Lucifron to push this angle. And now spotting that keep, he's going to immediately fall back. I take it back. Hold on a minute. He's a brave man, isn't he?
He's going his way in. He's probing to see what the numbers are. He wants to say, okay, Magic, I've shown you my hand. Now show me yours. And if he knew fully what's happening here, he has double the military pop cap with premium units. He'd look to go in. Now he's going to wrap around because that second keep never came down. Instead, Magic is going for a dynasty up here, moving into the Yuan, but the Imperial Palace is going to set him back in production. It might even get scouted by Lucy.
Yeah, this is an interesting position as well, because ideally, you'd just love to see more units. This is the main time where you're going to be dying as Chinese.
He doesn't see it yet. If he sees it, he goes in because he's like, okay, you just invested 1,800 resources into not fighting me.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Now, one thing to note, I still don't think we've got Spearmen, or veteran Spearmen has come through just yet.
No. Oh, yeah, no, Magic has got it. But
oh, no, we do,
yeah.
Yeah,
He hasn't got many. He moved away. Nest of Bees flurry comes out, though. Knights, they want to wrap around the backside. If the NOBs do not get shut down, Lucifron is going to get wiped out this fight.
Yeah, but there's so many bees. Look at these guys, and now we see the Imperial Palace coming through. Big movement speed buff to all the units, and look at the bees just dominating those. Arbitraire on the top side, still pushing forward with the Knights, though. He's looking solid. That Royal Bloodline's really doing well, but it looks like it's going to be a Chinese hold.
Yeah, he has to run away, and he loses more Knights on the exit. This is the crippling detail. In for a penny, in for a pound. If you ever turn and burn against Nest of Bees, you feel their sting.
You really do, and now the numbers continue increasing up to 4 Nest of Bees. And look at the stables coming down. Fire Lancers.
Wave those flames high. A torch is being bared. I felt like day one, someone was there in their world for Magic cheering with their torch waving left to right. Now we're going to see it in actual game here. Nest of Bees even getting a second strike off. Lucifron is losing practically the whole backbone of his army here. That
is so painful to be losing that as well, because those units just never should have been there. He should have just been back to base. And just loses them so easily. But a little bit of a raid up towards the north. If Lucy wants to get back into this game, that's how he's going to do it. But it's such a tough spot for him.
I think he saw stables, but I still don't like, did he see the Imperial Palace? Did he catch it on the side?
I'm sure he has, and
Yeah,
I'm sure he knows that it's a potential.
Oh, and the keep gets denied. He blocks him off. Magic is gaining momentum here. With the Nesta Bees here as well, it's difficult for Lucifron to just dive in because he just created a choke point between this tree line and his own keep.
Yeah. Well, still havoc being caused out here over on the east side. Yeah, there's 2 of them out here. Villagers have been falling. We've seen 19 villager kills so far for Lucifron, so not bad.
And remember, this is Chinese now, not on Song Dynasty. So if you do enough damage, he's going to feel the sting.
Very good point. So the Song Dynasty is what gives you that extra speed for the villagers. But nice little find right here. Getting onto the Nesta Beast. They do survive with just a slither of health. One of them does go down, but it does expose the Springalds as well. So he knows what he can be going for here. And we can see right now, Keep looks like it's going to get up here, KP.
Yeah, Magic was trying to intercept. That was a great read by him, a great reaction by Lucifron. Now Springal's in the field. There needs to be a pivot here coming out of Magic. He can either go into his own anti-siege. You know what's better than anti-siege? Burn it all, baby. Fire Lancers are starting to come out.
There they are, yeah. He's got 11 now out on the field. He's got another 4 in queue, so watch out. This guy means business when it comes to burning things down. Spots out this little raid on the south side as well. Looks like it might get cleaned up. He's trying to just back out. He says, I'm sorry, it was just a prank, bro, but unfortunately he gets trapped. Speaking of bro, well, let's not go there, but Spearman looking solid at the moment. Trebuchet makes its way out onto the field as well, KP, so we now enter that stage of the game where we've got plenty of siege out here.
But there's a big problem coming, is if Lucifron doesn't see the Fire Lancers being pumped, and they master 30-40, on such a big map, Magic's just going to run down straight down the center to your base, burn your landmarks, and you're out. And I think he's trying to hide it. Unfortunately for him, the Keep and the Trebuchet now see all of this, but he keeps peeling the Fire Lancers away. He's trying to play wide, and maybe first of all, he can even start by taking out this eco expansion Lucifron has unguarded on the left side.
Well, speaking of taking things out, it looks like this Keep going to have to get cancelled at the moment. Magic, unfortunately, heading back to the pavilion with those villagers. But there are plenty of units out here looking to support them.
On the other side.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit trapped down here, but...
Yeah, but there's also Lucy's villagers out here, right? So these ones are actually getting back to safety. These ones, not so much.
Well, it looks like Nesta Bees do actually go down. He gets a great little flank here onto them. So the numbers for Nesta Bees only down to 1 left at the moment. But
where is Magic? Like, what happened to the Fire Lancers? We were close to 20, and now we're down to 5.
Yeah, just evaporated in the blink of an eye. He's got plenty more in queue, though, but he is indeed throwing them away at the moment. Sacred Victory continues to approach. How viable do you think it is, or what do you reckon the chances of an actual Sacred Victory happening are here?
I think it's very difficult unless you get Stonewalls on the north side to maintain that, especially with Fire Lancers in the field. I think Lucifron just wants to force Magic to come out before he has that critical mass of troops, and I don't think he's ever getting there right now. That the Fire Lancer plan has fallen apart. One of the big issues with this is how expensive it is compared to the old build where you were able to discount them in Imperial. You no longer have that option.
Yeah, well, Nesta B's getting a pretty decent shot off there, and now the Fire Lancers hitting the back line, looking pretty decent on that one. Also going to be making their way up towards the Springalds, and that's going to clean open the position here for the Nesta Bees to make their way through.
Great body block there by Lucy. He pushed all his crossbows to get against the tree to keep one Springald alive. It means the Nesta Bees can't come anywhere near the fight.
Yeah, that was really good. And we see another Springald now making his way out. And Lucifron looking pretty solid in this push. At the moment, the population between these guys is neck and neck. But Lucifron definitely looking like he might have a bit of an advantage here. Keep in mind, there's a lot of villagers on Magic side. He's only got 29 military pop at the moment.
And keep in mind, he's got 15 Royal Knights that have been juiced up with the Royal Bloodlines, with everything that they could ever hope for. Also, we're getting to this point. We're getting the Gambesons, we're getting more upgrades for the Arbaletier, so they'll be able to juke it out for longer in these fights. But we'll need to be careful of this. Fire Lancers keep coming out these stables, so every time Lucifron dives in, he's exposing his backside.
Yeah, and once again, it gets cleaned up. Unfortunately for him, going to be losing both of those Springalds, and they try and hit the Nesta Bee. He gets one shot off, but now the Nesta Bees begins to rain down its terror. And another beautiful hold here by our Chinese player. Magic looking very strong.
One issue for Magic long term is he could potentially run out of resources if he doesn't gain more ground. That's why you're seeing him sneak onto the south side of the map, because so far Lucy's had 50% available to him. He can go as wide as he wants because he's right now the aggressor.
Yeah, and he just continues pushing at this point. I reckon if he moved down to the south, it could start to look really poor for Magic, but he's holding on a pretty decent spot here. Is there a window to go Imperial, do you think, or are these guys just spamming out units non-stop just to stay alive?
I think you're hard stuck doing this for a long time before you even think about Imperial. They both have to back off, and I don't see that happening. For Lucifron, he now wants to try and dictate the pace because you mentioned that Sacred Site. Now in conjunction with the fact he's got so much map access, he feels very comfortable for the next 10 minutes. Magic, on the other hand, desperately needs to break out because he won't be able to stay like this long term.
The Imperial official is on the Sacred Site, but it wasn't reducing. Imperial official, there you go. The Imperial official is not real, I guess. He doesn't have a soul? What does that mean?
I mean, you know, tax men don't have souls, right?
I guess that's probably it, right?
It's weird as well because if anything, like churches make loads off tax, right? Like they don't have to pay tax at all.
Yeah, really good point. All right, well now a little bit of a push coming through. Plenty of spearmen out here as well. Could be able to push back those knights and not a lot of Arbaletrie. All of a sudden, Magic starting to look good. He's maxed out at 200 population. Lucifer, on the other hand, down to 160. So that Chinese economy in the late game really starting to come through. Trebuchet continue to firing off and the keep does go down. It's starting to look really good for Magic here, but the Sacred Victory does continue approaching.
Oh, his Fire Lancers are running around the Arbaletrie, not attacking half the time here, so he didn't get as good an exchange as maybe he's hoping for. It looks like, if anything, Magic's trying to optimize for cycle charges with the Fire Lancers, because when they do that initial hit, it's a spread damage.
Yeah, all right. Well, Fire Lancers continue coming through. And keep in mind, these guys, a lot of people think of Fire Lancers as kind of pseudo-horsemen, and that's true to an extent, but they don't get a ranged attack, or they don't get ranged damage. So extra damage against ranged units. It's just a flat amount of damage that they get. They get extra against Siege, but unfortunately, Arbaletrie aren't Siege.
And there's barely any Siege left. Lucy's only bringing out Trebuchets, and that's it right now. So it almost feels like going more and more Fire Lance like this is starting to bait you, especially when you consider a clutch play by Lucy was his choice to go into the Gambesons, because now you don't have a chance at all of taking out these mass Arbaletrie formations with Fire Lancers.
Well, the Sacred Site was neutralized in the center of the map. We can see that that one did go down. It looks like a villager also going to be losing his life. Poor guy. It happens to the best of us, doesn't it? But
it's just peasants.
It's just peasants. Yeah.
Filthy serfs.
Hey, we're the ones wearing peasant uniforms, so you got to watch out there, my friend.
I'm keeping an eye out for any like keeps that are aiming at me. I think we're safe there for now.
All right. Well, the push is still coming through, and Magic looking in a really good spot here. He's pretty close to maxed out, which means that he's going to start thinking about an Imperial Age soon. And once he's up in the Imperial Age, he's going to be looking for those elite upgrades, and that's when push really starts to come to shove for China.
Yeah, and the cool thing is if he gets there, then these Fire Lancers come back in because they've become a tankier unit with the Spirit Way. You'll be able to heal as well as get additional attack speed, and they become somewhat competitive. But for now, it's just all about the crossbows. I love this switch up by Magic. He saw there's just not enough Arbaletrie, and there's always this hesitation to bunch for Lucifron, because if one nest of bees comes out of nowhere, Arbaletrie go bye-bye.
Yeah. Well, the units continue making their way onto the field, and at the same time, those resources start getting banked up. We'll take a look at Magic's income at the moment, but I suspect he's probably sitting at about 3K. Yeah, 2.7K food a minute. Plenty, but by the same token, Lucifron also on 2.6K. So both of these guys pretty neck and neck when it comes to resources.
Yeah, the long-term thing that can matter is wood. It's why you want to try budget your requirement to go into wood-based units. But they can even sting you in a different way. Between building farms and building more military production buildings, as well as the trebuchets, you could find yourself burning the last of your forests very quickly here.
Yeah, the grind just continues here. It's just been non-stop this game. I think probably for the last 10 minutes or so, we've seen them just fighting within this rough screen here. But the night numbers all of a sudden looking good. College of Artillery going down for Lucifron. Now, he's sitting at 172 pop, so he's not maxed out. So it kind of leaves a bit of a window here for Magic to just push with 200 pop while those resources are being spent elsewhere.
It's why he's repairing the keep. If this keep goes down before the tech up, there's going to be a flood out from Magic. So the key detail for Lucifron to hold on here, the castle has to stand. It's a distraction to cover the weakness of your tech up.
Yeah, really good pick up there. Well, it looks like Royal Knight's going to be trying to draw attention in other places as well. Another great way for him to prolong the game and get a bit of an advantage for an Imperial Age. But over on the other side, Magic, he's spent a lot of his resources now, and there's no Imperial in queue at all. So this is just he's just spending his resources on units at this point.
He's also spotting out the proxy base. Lucifron set up on the flank with a keep and then the military production as well. It just seems like Magic is trying to secure areas with these keep drops and might even actually drop one location to block out some food sources. But his own food sources are in peril right now. These knights weren't instantly answered. Magic just can't match the pace with the crossbows and spears chasing.
Well, the age ups now come through for Lucifron, and we see some upgrades clicked immediately. Tithe Barns going to be clicked up.
He just cancelled. Like, Magic just cancelled all his production to get the resources. He traded for the remaining as well. He's following suit instantly into the Spirit Way.
Yeah, very smart for him to do that. At the same time, we also see veteran horsemen coming through for Lucifron. So not moving into elite knights, which are probably a bit more expensive, and going for the horsemen, which is kind of strange to think on this map. So maybe a little bit of bias right there, just to the normal kind of maps.
It's the composition that Magic's running. It's mass crossbowmen right now, so you just want mass horsemen, and then you force him to go away from that, and then you can come back in with knights if you choose. Right. Also, they've got royal bloodlines, right? So they're incredibly tanky horsemen.
Yeah, they're already very good, but we do now see more keeps being dropped down, and these villagers are pretty far away from home right now, KP. I'm not sure exactly what his plan is, but it looks like to disrupt the economy of Lucifron. So probably a keep drop going to be happening behind enemy lines.
He's definitely got the stone for it. almost enough for 2 keeps, actually, at that rate. I like this idea, though. It's one of the big advantages of the Chinese, especially if your opponent's not watching. Best player we've seen do this at the tournament and in the Road to Wololo was the Muslim. He loves his keep drops to the Chinese. Blocks out so much of the map very quickly at the beginning of Castle, but we're far past that. We're deep into Imperial now. Yeah,
this is it. So both players now reaching the Imperial Age. Yet to see any elite upgrades coming out from Magic, but we do see triple elite upgrades coming through for Lucifron. Elite Spearman, elite Arbilatria and Elite Horseman all coming through. He's also picking up cross-precision breeding, I think it is. Or I'm not 100% sure, but I can tell you it is the final technology. There you go. Precision crossbreeding.
How do you crossbreed with a scythe? I feel like...
With precision.
I hope so, because you might kill it when you're trying to breed it.
There's a lot of precision involved, I assure you. But now those horsemen looking to try and get behind enemy lines. We also see incendiary arrows coming through now for Lucifron. Over on the other side, Magic going to be going into his tier 3 economic techs as well. So both of these players observing a pretty good upgrade routine here. You know, we often see players hit Imperial Age and just not even bother getting upgrades. And it seems like, well, what's the point if you're not going to do it? But an interesting upgrade for Magic right now, Pyrotechnics, which is going to increase the range of your hand cannons.
Yep, I love this as well. Going to hand cannoneers, even against Arbilatria, they perform very well. It's kind of a bait that these Pavisas help you because the raw damage is so high. You're mitigating very small quantities of damage. And I know Magic is a big believer that the way to go in the late game, hand cannoneers, spears, maybe some horsemen, supporting artillery, that's the best comp you can get.
All right, well, the Culverin is out for Lucifron. Keep in mind, it's not available to the French unless they go for the Royal, the College of Artillery, but it is a very strong unit, and you can see at the same time Magic is moving back. His own siege is going to be so careful. That Culverin just looming and looking for anything it can try and get its hands on.
Yeah, and you can see the value of still pushing Fire Lancers there, just giving that buff over to everyone nearby. That's where their hand cannoneer is going to last a lot longer because they're just not easily accessible and they're a lot more lethal to whoever's assaulting them.
All right, well, the Horsemen continue pushing up and we do finally see the hand cannoneers coming out onto the field. Now, keep in mind, he also went for the Spirit Way, so do expect to start seeing some Shukunu beginning to make their way onto the field. With the Spirit Way, the way it was changed, those things are going to be really strong, and we can see the Fire Lancers looking to represent that change as well. In the front line, plenty of damage coming out there, and the healing, the extra attack speed, it's very, very strong.
And this is what I was talking about. They last a little bit longer. They're healing the Spearmen around them. They're helping everyone out. The whole idea is you're just creating a front line that doesn't die as fast, and you won't really ever buff your backline of hand cannoneers, but it doesn't matter. They're a high damage unit. You just need something front side that doesn't die quickly.
Yeah, so I think adding in the Shukunuhi is going to be really, really pivotal. Even if you just delete them, it is quite common to see people just delete them because of that buff, the buff that it can give you.
I think I like the Fire Lancers more just because you can get them in position quicker, right?
Yeah.
So wherever they're needed, they can intercept, whereas Shukinu or pseudo frontline are very static.
Yeah, all right. Well, beautiful little positioning here, but the Culverin still does stand at the moment. And once again, those Fire Lancers hitting the backline, taking out the Springald, but that Culverin just still standing strong right now. A real bastion here for Lucifron.
He's forfeiting ground, though. You can see Lucifron starting to bulk against this. He's bowing down to the superiority of the ranged copper magic, and the Culverin might even go down with it. More Fire Lancers coming in. Maganel also almost getting sniped. Great body blocks by Lucifron to keep that Maganel alive and be able to turn and burn onto the backline. Magic with the quick reactions.
Yeah, that was very, very fortunate, but the Maganel unpacking once again. It's looking to try and get its rocks off. Let's see if he's going to find success. A little bit of a split, but they all grouped up once again.
You got it.
Oh, it's a big hit as well. See, this is why you need those Shukunu on the backside, because when they die, then they start healing everybody up. It's that extra passive healing.
Yeah, but for him, he's just relying on micro, and he's relying on the Fire Lancers. If he doesn't just keep producing Fire Lancers instead, he never gets rid of the siege. So his logic here is attack is the best form of defense.
Yeah. Very smart moves. More Fire Lancers just keep coming in, and I feel like the tempo is now starting to move in favor of Magic. The population difference is starting to really show. 30 population difference, and another keep going to be coming down on the front line.
Oh, hey, honey.
Good luck getting through that one. Look how many villages you brought to that party. That's 42 villages. I feel like it's probably enough.
Are you building a building or a place of worship right now? He almost surrounds the entire thing at this stage. No way you can stop that from going up.
Yeah, there's not a chance in hell that that is happening. But that keep is in a really good position here as well. It's going to force the next line, force the fight over towards that west side a little bit more, and it gets him closer to the Lucifron base.
And the idea is that it can pull attention full north side. One issue maybe for Magic down the line, that if you look, you can see it on his gold now, he's running out everywhere. He was burning a lot of gold because he had about double the income of Lucifron for several minutes. Lucy, on the other hand, has plenty of gold remaining around the center and the flanks that he can extract for a resurgence into Knights or Arbilatria.
Keep in mind that the Chinese still do have passive gold income throughout the game, so he's going to have access to the Imperial officials collecting gold, but
it's small though, right?
It's small. It works out to be about 1,400 to 1,500 gold a minute if you can get it really optimized, but it requires SimCity levels of precision. Let's just say that much.
It does. I know these guys can be micro gods, but like there's something else to that, especially when these big fights are going on to try and optimize for the attacks.
Now, I guess my next question is, we're starting to reach that phase in the game where 40 minutes through, do we dare see trade?
I wondered about this. Like, Prairie in theory could allow this to happen, and if you think about where all the tension is right now, I could see a world in which Magic tries to dip for it. I think it's harder for Lucifron because these Fire Lancers are getting in deep now, while Lucy is kind of becoming parked. That could change, though, because if you see this, he's going Mass Horseman. It looks like he's just trying to dive past the front line again.
Oh, well, we'll have to wait and see whether trade becomes a reality for either of these players. But another thing to note is that we've got no stone walls coming out, which is quite rare on this map. You know, typically we see that sort of onion defense play style where players go for a palisade wall and then a second palisade wall and then a stone wall in front. But no stone walls here.
It's so difficult with everything going on. It feels like you need all the stone for additional keeps, and it feels like it's a very wide map to try and stonewall on. Just think back to how Magic set up his palisades initially. He took it small piece by small piece. Usually when people stonewall, they're looking to get a third done in one go.
Yeah, all right. Well, I guess realistically, everyone's just been spending so much money in the middle, haven't they? You know, it's been so cutthroat in there, and now all of a sudden it looks like the push is really starting to come through for Magic.
The delayed bombards.
Yeah, and with the bombards coming out now, keep in mind the Chinese bombards have got unique upgrades here that allow them to fire faster than any other bombard out there. The Rus get an upgrade, but I don't think it's as strong. I think it might be 5% different.
And that's why clearly we put 4 bombards on the top instead of the 2 that I believe there is because they're that good, right? We have to represent it. In fact, we can just do a Control-Shift-A. We can confirm whether it's 2 or 4 bombards. I think it is 2.
See, I did a Control-Shift-A in the pub once, and my game crashed, and then I just never did Control-Shift-A ever again.
Don't press those buttons.
I've been very cautious. I've never pressed it once ever again. So for anybody wondering, that's the command that selects all units on the map. Yeah, perhaps I just did it at the wrong time. Maybe there were too many units on the map. But those bombards are looking really solid here. Now, keep in mind, over on the Lucifron side, we do see Royal Cannons coming out as well. So he's looking to try and respond. Double Royal Cannon here as well. So maybe looking to deal with the keeps of his enemy. But
I feel like you lose that exchange, right? Between the Pyrotechnics and the additional health, the bombards should win out in one-on-ones.
Yeah, well, keep in mind the Pyrotechnics no longer affects the bombards.
Oh, you're right. I'm being a Muppet.
Yeah. But I still remember those days very fondly. I miss that.
The extra health makes it a draw, though, right?
It does, definitely. Yeah. The extra health really puts them ahead. But
okay, it's definitely not a draw if this happens. The Fire Lancers are in again.
Yeah, Fire Lancers have this natural advantage against Siege. But the Villagers are doing a pretty decent job managing to keep it alive. You can see Lucifron really scrambling. And the villager count for both of these players starting to drop now.
What I love is there's this small village in your way, you're on horseback with a long spear, and instead of stabbing over the villager, you run around them.
All right, well, he's managing to pull this one out. The Mangonel still sits on the backside as well, looking pretty decent. But I guess the question is, where do we see the game going from here? Because we're 43 minutes in. It's been an absolute nail-biter from here. It looked like the French player Lucifron was going to win multiple times, but still Magic held on. Who do you favor currently?
I actually give an edge over to Magic. I think like when both of these civs run out of gold, I think the French get hurt a lot more than the Chinese. Another thing to keep in mind is I'm looking at wood. There's a very big difference here in what's happening in the map, and I don't really think there's that much wood left on both sides. And we've seen how often this happens. When you go into the full stalemate, whoever gets the trees on their side, whoever gets more of them tends to come out ahead.
Yeah, that's a good point. A little bit more versatility in your compositions that you can provide, but still these non-stop raids coming through. Just the consequence of never finishing up that wall from Magic. You always left a bit of a hole in the middle.
Magic is losing so many villages right now. Look at what's happening here. It's 71 to 114. Something's slipping. Magic is falling drastically behind. Sure, he's got all this wood in the bank, but maybe I have to take it back because now I feel like he's struggling to keep up on both food and gold.
And take a look at the population difference. It almost just over.
That's what I mean. This is ridiculous.
95 population versus 194. This could be it right now, KP.
I think it is. He's going to lose the siege as well. This is not going to stop. The only thing missing for Lucifron are the cannons. He did lose the Royal Bombards, but he can easily replace them. Once that happens, all this fallen infrastructure, all these keeps are going to be gone, and all that wood you've gathered is simply going to be used to replace all that was lost.
What went wrong this game for him? Because everything looked good. I mean, you've got China in the late game. You know, typically China shouldn't be losing this up against the French. One of the best late games against one of the worst. What went wrong?
It's the mid-game map control. Lucifron took more of the map safely, so his villages spread out and took everything. Magic had to gamble in areas. He had to come to dangerous areas. You know, you're meant to have your villages humbly gathering at home. There's a war zone going on, and they're there going, that straggler tree looks good, let's get that. You even saw it where he had his fort keep. He was on the wood
wood line there. That's where he lost so many villagers. Just great plays by Lucifron, and now he's looking to dive deep.
Yeah, he's starting to get in onto the farmline, and once you start getting there, that's where it gets really hard, because now your food production is going to be hampered. You're not going to be able to get units out. You're not going to be able to defend yourself, but he's holding on for dear life. Military difference right now, it's 3-1 in Lucifron's favor.
Hey, it's getting ridiculous on the eco count as well. It's almost a double up for the French, and the other guy's the Chinese. You don't say that often.
Yeah, you definitely do not. I think the biggest thing to pull, for me, drawing away from this game is that Magic just didn't finish those walls off. Had he just walled off the front, it gives him so much more flexibility in his defensive options. But unfortunately, it never happened, and those run-bys just kept on happening, and Lucifron was finally weaseling his way through, and that was the exact way he needed to find a pocket back into this game.
I think this is a perfect example of how Fire Lancers can be a little bit bait. GG is going to get called, so Magic will give it over. Lucifron takes the first game and makes it a second time that the Chinese have lost to the French. Now it is still 4 in favor of the Chinese, but 2 wins for the French.
Yeah, so definitely a bit of an upset right there. Obviously, Lucifron comes in to this series being a favorite over Magic, though Magic technically did beat Marine Lord, so I guess anything's possible.
He's the new #1 seed, right?
Well, exactly.
That's how it works.
I guess even when it comes to civilizations, a bit of an upset, though, because it's the Chinese against the French. Once it gets to the late game, I mean, I can't believe that. That's just impressive play right there from Lucifron.
Yeah, I think Lucifron held firm, and he understood what was happening with the compositions. Magic went very heavy into Fire Lancers, and Fire Lancers are great. They have their place, they have their use. I am always of the opinion that Fire Lancers are a bit of a bait, though. When you just keep pushing them non-stop, your economy breaks. And I think that's what we saw here. When I loved them was when we saw Siege. When Siege was coming out, I understand Magic's justification because they blitz through them. But they failed to blitz for anything else. Everything else is a hot knife through the butter that is the Lancer.
I've made this mistake before, and I realized only after maybe doing it 3 or 4 times, Fire Lancers are not a replacement for Horsemen.
No.
They are not at all. And in that situation where we see so many Arballetria all packed together, you look at that and you think, oh, Fire Lancers would be great here. And yeah, sure, they would. But do not discount the fact you need Horsemen there.
And, you know, it's only 20 gold each, right? But when you think about how many he's pushing, and you saw how much he was exhausting his gold, how quickly he's running out, if you add up the cost of all those Fire Lancers across that game, now you know where all that gold went. Maybe that stops him getting additional siege. Maybe that stops him getting even more of the hand cannoneers. Because this is the weird thing, that Magic's trying to pivot towards a full premium army, but he's pushing premium cannon fodder in the Fire Lancers as well. But just great patience from Lucifron. I think one of the big pivots that helped him a lot in the mid game, we saw him stop pushing Knights and go into Horsemen. You asked why he's doing it. That's exactly why. You know, he's like, it's going to be a cold winter. I need to make sure that I've stockpiled for it.
Yeah, and it worked for him well. I mean, he spent most of his gold on Siege, Arballetria, and as a result, he was able to put all the rest of the resources into Horsemen and use them as that front line. But we move on to game number 2. There's lots of maps here, so I guess when it comes to theory crafting about what the potential maps could be, there are a lot of options, because keep in mind that Magic can actually choose from the maps that Lucifron has got. So if he wants to throw, you know, a curveball here, he could look to Mediterranean or Boulder Bay, but he'd be very bold to do so, wouldn't he?
Well, he's got the HRE. I think you want to try and find a world in which you can force an HRE pick out of Lucifron and then come in with HRE over the top of yourself for a water map. It's just the dominant Civ, there's no doubt about it. They also both have Ottomans. There's a lot of kind of haha, I've got it 2 moments here. One thing that I do see that Magic has that Lucy didn't choose to go to was the English. The English could be really good for a Gorge pick. I actually think that they might be the best pick on that map. Even if your opponent comes over the top of Ottomans or French or whatever have you, the gold's just too exposed, and we've seen time and time again players like Mr. exploit that. By the way, English, the most played Civ so far, they have played 17 times.
That's a lot of times. I guess my thinking is that obviously, yeah, English makes sense on Gorge, but English don't have the best matchup against the French. So all of a sudden it becomes, well, yeah, you can pick Gorge, you can pick the English. French are going to be wonderful again here on that map.
I think it's the exposed resources though, right? Like that's what we've seen work so well for the English. You just drop a rack, you push a few men at arms.
I do like that a lot. How do you deal with that? Honestly, I still don't know. You know,
you don't.
Yeah, like as Recon said, right? Like, I don't know what to do against that. It's what do you do?
But like, I think I talked, when we had Holy Island and we were doing a lot of Holy Island, I talked to a few players and they said maybe the one Civ that can counter it is French, because on Holy Island you both do get Feudal Age, so then you push Knights. But you have to get there first. It's one of those dicey things, because I think I discussed this with Magic and he was asking, you know, Mongols are the kind of priority, but I said, you know, Lucifron likes his French. He will also pick French, if you're wondering. And then on the other side, Lucy just perfectly knew the Delhi, the bans would be the optimal way to go. It's kind of a tough one coming this tournament, because I think Magic, I don't know if he felt like he'd be able to use Abbasids more. I know that he is like historically a really good player on them.
And he was one of the players that ranked them highly. In fact, across the board, everyone more or less ranked them 3rd or 4th as best civ.
Yep.
But I see Abbasids in your pool on both sides, and it's almost like a shrug. The only map I could see them being somewhat viable on is Mediterranean.
I feel like Basin, they could be an okay pick as well. We did see some pretty good success from him in the first round with Abbasid on Basin. He went for a 5 TC play.
That's true, I remember that one. That was absolutely absurd. But you know what? Looks like we are being prepped for this game. It should just be a few minutes till there. While we wait, why don't we go across for an interview and feel out the players for their thoughts?
My name is Pedro, also known as Lucifron in Esports, and I'm from Barcelona, Spain. And I've played mostly with my brother, like Vortex, he's also competing in the tournament, and as well with some of the players in the other group, in the Group A. This tournament is the one I've practiced the most since AOE4 was released. Honestly, I've been having a lot of fun playing the game. Like the new version, I feel like it's a really good upgrade, that they have improved a lot of things. 100% of my games have been against other top players. And I don't know, I think I have a solid chance. Like, obviously everyone here is great, so it will be tough, but I feel like this is my biggest chance ever since AOE4 was released. My brother is one of the 2 players I really want to avoid in the tournament. Not only because he's my brother, but because he's really strong right now. We've played against each other many times, but you don't really get used to it. You still want to avoid him, so yeah. In general, I would say Marinlord and Vortex are like the 2 fastest players, the 2 players with like the best micro control, the best unit control. Those 2 are the 2 that I feel that even if I play my best, it will be really hard to beat them. Anyone that isn't Marinlord or Vortex, I think I have a chance to beat.
Well, it makes a lot of sense he wants to avoid his brother. Having spent so much time practicing with him, I mean, he knows all of the secrets, doesn't he?
Yeah, and it's spooky to think we got that kind of circumstance coming out later today with the Recon Mr. series, where they're more or less scrim buddies constantly. So you're going to see that kind of thing that he was trying to avoid. Of course, he unluckily lucks out in avoiding that problem with his brother being out. Vortex was eliminated yesterday. But interesting one in there is he mentioned Marinlord. Well, this guy on the other side beat Marinlord. So is he more threatening to you?
It's an interesting question, isn't it, right? You know, he's now seed number 1, and we're going to be moving into game number 2 shortly. Civilization picks. One of the things that I've been noticing is that Ottoman seem to be quite popular. Unfortunately, not the Malians. They didn't see a pick here today at all, which is unfortunate because I know that there's going to be a lot of people looking forward to seeing the Malians.
Yeah, they got all those picks on the first 2 days, Drongo. What do you want? Okay, that was admittedly because you have to pick them if you got the last pick.
They were the last pick, unfortunately. But we do have confirmation on the next map. It is going to be Basin. And so with that, does Magic look towards his safe pick of the Abbasid dynasty? We're in a best of 5 here. This is a pivotal moment.
The only issue with the Abbasids is what was he playing against on that game when we watched it? It was a slower civ Marinlord was playing, right? It wasn't an aggressive one.
No, it wasn't Delhi. Good question. Maybe Holy? No, it wasn't.
Was it Chinese?
Yeah, I think it might have been Chinese.
It was something like that. Yeah, I think it was Chinese.
2 TCs on Dynasty against 5 TCs.
Yeah, he went wide. So now this is the issue. This is the problem with that. If you go Abbasid here, which he is, if there's a French pick coming out, yeah, exactly. This was my worry. So the difference here is that in that game you just referenced, the Chinese aren't going to rush you. They're not going to be aggressive. They're not going to be in your face. French are. One of the weaknesses of Basin is that you are very limited in your area at the start. It's easily defendable, but it also means you've got nowhere to really build. And the resources you want are far out. A civ like the French, especially with these stealth forests, can sneak a few knights out and make your life a living hell.
Yeah, really good point. Keep in mind there's a lot of wood lines, though, on this map. So it's going to be easy for him to wall off, be a little bit more defensive. Maybe he looks to get some spearmen out early, and in the event that this does go late, you'd have to give the advantage over to the Abbasid dynasty. But we just saw Lucifron beat the Chinese, one of the best late-game civilizations, with the French. And it was at the 45-minute mark, so you can't count him out, really.
And one thing I will give credit to Magic for in that last game, even though it's a loss, is I like the way he approached walling. He wasn't incredibly gluttonous like we've seen some players do, where they just tried to take a third of the map walled straight away. He negotiated between tree lines. And to all those tree lines you mentioned, this is the type of map where you can do that. We have more traditionally sim players around the 30-minute mark just move out and make a giant stone wall on the left stealth forest and on the right one, and then say this open area is now our battlefield. But that's more typical of a civ like the Chinese.
Yes, that is definitely it. So I guess for me, the question is, what type of strategy do we see here out of Magic? How soon is he going to be looking for that second town center? And when Lucifron goes, when Lucifron's judging this, is he going to be thinking about a second 10 center himself? Because I think it's likely.
So the thing with Lucifron is if he sees something that looks tasty, he'll do it. We actually saw this in the Puppy Paw series where Lucifron, he was playing against Delhi as the French. I think he had like reasonable aggression. Even though he couldn't kill villagers, he was like blocking them off at times. But then he got to a stage where it's like, I want that secondary TC. Oh, look, there's all these deer stacks, 2 deer stacks next to each other. I want it even more. And that maybe sets him back. So I think you have to time your French TC boom very delicately in this matchup.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second game in this series. Keep in mind, this is a best of 5, so we've got plenty more action between these two guys. Magic down on the south side, playing as the Abbasid dynasty. Lucifron in the north as the French. Who do you favor here, KP?
So first thing I'm going to be checking is the resource layout, like how hard it is to reach these outliers. By the looks of it, actually, this is a very nice generation for Magic. On the south side, you've got a bunch of condensed berries, you've got some nice wall points, but there is a weakness just here north of the Sacred Site where it's a lot of open ground.
This is very open. And one of the mistakes we did see him make in the last game was that he left his front door open. You know, he locked the side doors, but the front door remained open. So I hope he's learned from that mistake, looks to close that thing off, and hopefully doesn't see any big raids coming through from Lucifron's French once again.
Yeah, it's like that feeling where there's the axe murderer trying to get you. You lock the back door, you lock the front door, and then he just comes through the glass pane. Like,
didn't see that.
Whoops, I left the window open.
All right.
We'll see how it plays out. For Lucifron, there is a kind of temptation to maybe go for a secondary TC near the deer stack 40 base. I think it's just better to play pocket ecos here. Look for an opportunity to punish Magic being the greedy one. For Magic's opening, he probably is going to be delayed on his TC timing because he'll have to go into racks first because of how early these knights come out.
Yeah, I think that's definitely going to be a wise choice for him. Keep in mind the Abbasid, they love to go for that early racks. Get that spearman mass building because they have got super duper good spearmen, the best in the game because of that phalanx upgrade.
I mean, or how would we rank? Is there any, like, I feel like there's normal spearmen, then there's like maybe a second layer when you've got, who would you have there? Because I feel like Abbasid, there's someone just below them that I'm missing.
I'd have to have a think about it.
Maybe like the Donzos.
Donzos are pretty good.
So you've got Spearman, Super Spearman, and Super Duper Spearman. That's our tier system, my friend.
I think it works, but I mean, that's not the only upgrade that they've got that is unique. They've also got the military school with the extra health from the military wing.
boot camp, right? Yeah, from the military wing. It's a juicy one. And this time around, it's just going to be the typical open the eco wings. I'm expecting this in every land map. The Abbasids, it's too good. Fresh Food Stuffs is just too incredible of a tech to ever turn your nose up at.
Yeah, 25%. Or
50%,
rather 50%, 25 food rather on those villages. It's insane when you think about it.
It is. It's absolutely nutty. It's just the ramifications if you get into a TC boom race. I think this is a big reason why Abbasids were the S tier civ of the previous patch, because the previous patch was the TC meta. Everyone wanted to boom, so naturally you were just able to get more bang for buck, and it led into surplus resources that you could invest into mid-game army. Usually, you remember the Abbasids, the peak time used to be around 20 minutes.
Yep.
I think they're heavily set back now just because of the delay in how long it takes to build TCs, and the fact that other people are looking to aggress instead of being greedy.
Well, speaking of TCs, how many TCs do you think we're going to see today? Because
10. I'm kidding. It could be 3, maybe he'll try to reach, I think, with this layout, possibly 4. But the crazy part is I think that game we watched with Magic, I felt like 3 was good, and then he was like, no, there's enough here for 5.
Yeah, I like that as well. It's interesting, right? Because when you compare like Age of Empires 2 to Age of Empires 4, the games are quite similar, and there's definitely a proclivity for players to move towards higher amounts of TCs throughout the game as it goes on longer. Yet here we see players very comfortable on just 3 TCs, and that's it. So perhaps there's this new playstyle from Magic that's been pioneered here at this event, where you just go for more TCs. And obviously, if there's a civilization to do it, it's the Abbasid with the extra or the cheaper villages. But I like the way that it plays. There's so many advantages to it. You know, you think about a raid in the late game, 5 villages dead. Well, there's 5 villages replaced.
And you know, one of the tough things that maybe doesn't get talked about is the Abbasids were definitely very hard hit by the TC changes for obvious reasons. But also the initial TC timing was hit. Because usually by the time you're moving on to the mining camp, you don't have the level 1 House of Wisdom Golden Age yet. So you haven't got your gathering rate increase. So an extra 50 stone has set you back more than where you would have been before.
All right, well, the knight begins to come in. It looks like he's going to be able to get a tag on a villager, but that is going to be it. So
nice little walls.
Yeah, very cute little walls coming out here.
Magic does this a lot. He actually done it in the Chinese game. If you remember, he done the long wall and then done a smaller wall towards his TC just to try and break up the flow of the French.
Yeah, very smart. I do like this a lot. It definitely controls where the enemy can go and forces them into places where it makes it easier for you to challenge them.
Nice little micro coming out from Magic, just trying to protect those berry lines as long as possible. Of course, this is one of the exploitable weaknesses of the Abbasid sometimes in this matchup. They want to be on berries. They need to be on berries. They have more exposed economy than other civs at this stage.
He's got to be so careful, though. There's 2 knights now in his base, and the villagers making a bit of a run for it. 2 spearmen going to be coming out. Now, if his micro is good, Lucifron can choose to take this.
Go to the stone. Just immediately go into the stone. Punish him there.
And he's back over towards the stone. Yeah, look at this. Villager.
That's a freebie.
Yeah, that one's going down for sure.
Man, it's so frustrating to play against Lucifron. He's really good at this. I mentioned that he has a proclivity towards raiding, and I can't think of a better civ for doing it than the French.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And we look behind this. We're still yet to see any additional town center or any additional stone gathered, but there is going to be an archery range dropped down. Now, keep in mind, he's also picked up a couple of economic upgrades as well. We see double broadaxe as well as wheelbarrow coming through for him. So
yeah, he delayed it to get the knight out very quickly here, which I like because the Abbasids want to be greedy, so you want to strip that away. And I actually like that he's not going for a TC because if you look at the layout of the resources, we said that Magic has all these forward spawns that create natural defenses. That also means your gathering points are at the front of your base.
look at this relentless rating as well. There's a villager about to go down. Yeah, geez, he's just, this is another level, isn't it? This is just crazy watching him play like this.
It gets more annoying in the next 2 minutes because I'd expect him, like after he's got archery range down, maybe up to 5 or 6 archers, to consider dropping a blacksmith's. So then these French knights are going to be able to two-tap the villagers.
Yeah, this is where it really starts to get scary. We also see the dropping down the mining camp on the stone. So it looks like a second town center is going to be the play here from Lucifron. He's done a lot of damage in the early game, not just through idle time, but just through killing villagers.
Right, he shouldn't be able to get around the back there. That tree line should be...
I've seen many sus-looking tree lines
There's no
before.
way, right?
That is a very sus tree line.
Would it? It would do it to us. Surely you get knocked off your horse as you ran past that by the branches.
Yeah. Well, it looks like he's going to be found out here as well. Fortunately, the spearman was tailing him.
Oh, man.
Oh, he loses line of sight. He just returned. Oh,
I've seen this so many times on basin. Sometimes it's a little bit more apparent, but people just don't check the backside because there's a tree line there. You just naturally think, oh, it's safe.
Yeah.
I remember one LCQ game, a very important one, I think it's the final series, where a guy went out of his way to chop through a tree line to get past it, and he could just walked left and went around.
All right, well, it looks like the knight has made its way through. Looking to try and take out a villager or two. He's going to get the first one. Second one makes it back to safety.
He has an exit. Thank you.
Oh, my Lord.
I was waiting for that. Yeah, because I saw the chopper a while ago, but I thought he was going to go in that way and not come out.
He picks off another spearman as well over on that left side. Jeez, he's played this absolutely immaculately. You can't fault him, can you?
Yeah, it's so annoying. Like I said, Lucifron, I think he's one of the most lethal French players. I think I put him top 3 in the way that he plays French out of all the players here. You know, people definitely put Marine Lord #1, and he'd probably slap me around the face if I didn't say he was #1 at playing French because he thinks it's still his signature civ.
Yeah.
But Lucifron is a close second or maybe third.
Honestly, just watching this, and I know there's probably going to be a lot of people at home watching this and maybe thinking the same thing that I'm thinking. I'm thinking, why don't I just become a French main? This looks so easy.
Yeah.
But it's not. It's not that easy. There's so much control that's going in here. Right now, he's probably sitting at about 400 to 500 effective APM because he's got villagers to produce. He's got units to produce. He's got to move villagers around. And speaking of villagers moving around right now, Magic just not looking good. Perhaps not his day here. He's going for a bit of a surround. Oh, he's managed to do it as well. So that's going to be... Oh, no, never mind.
Oh, no, he slipped by.
Jeez,
he botted him up. You just can't grab these knights. They're going to make their way out still once again. And I wouldn't be surprised if we just start seeing chivalry start to kick in this rate. Also now villagers moving out for that wide secondary TC. This is a popular play for Lucifron. If there's any sort of deer spawn or anything of the sorts on the edge, he loves doing this. He's one of those players that wants to drop a town center on the edge of the map because there's less flank points. It's much harder to punish him there with raids.
Now, one thing to note is that despite being only on 1 TC apiece, there's a 7 villager advantage already. Keep in mind, French make their villagers faster than other civilizations, and the Abbasid has lost 4 villagers already.
Yeah, I was about to say, and keep in mind, a lot more Abbasid villagers are going to die.
Yeah, that's very true. But I'm curious what direction Magic is going to go. It looks like he's dropping his second TC down, but we do get the read there. It's going to be more than 2 TCs. He's going for a third one.
He has to now. Yep. It's one of those situations where, you know, somebody like, is this too greedy? Does he need to now match the French aggression? How do you catch up to the French aggression? You have to negotiate for chunks of the map with TC drops. And that's dangerous now because of the changes. It takes an extra 30 seconds to build these TCs. With 1 villager, of course, it scales down. But, oh, Piggy, that was a mistake by Lucifron. Luckily, he gets in the way just in time, so won't lose villagers for it.
Yes, yeah, an unintended consequence of attacking the boar right there. But yeah, fortunately, he's got it nice and close. So what a beautiful spot he's got out here. The boar as well as those 7 deer. He's looking at 4,500 food. That's going to be gathered faster. We'll take a look and check on his mill and see whether he's picked up survival techniques just yet. We'll have a look. Here we go. He has indeed. So he's got maximum gather rate on these
Yeah, and it's ball plus deer, right? So like that TC extension is going to get so much value. And this is a rough part. Like if you compare the two, Magic didn't get as much value. He's got gold and berries. The berries are great, but right now you don't need gold. You need a lot more wood and a lot more food.
Yeah, really good point. It looks like he's also stopped gathering stone, so it's not going to be that 4 or 5 town center play that we did see coming out earlier from him. It's just going to be the 3 TCs. So the numbers continue moving up for Lucifron. Do you think he's going to look to try and play it out a bit longer in Feudal here? Because in the last game, we did see him go up quite quickly. As soon as his enemy aged, he aged.
I think he just keeps playing Feudal. It's a beneficial matchup at this stage. You don't want to give an opportunity for the Abbasids to full TC boom. You don't want to see them reach Castle Age. I think the Abbasids really need Castle Age now in this matchup from where he's playing in the game. So if Lucifron just continues a full-out aggressive stance, he can probably just keep extracting value. Because as Magic has to drop more TCs, he's actually offering up more weak points for Lucifron to punch.
Yeah, okay. That's a good point. All right, well, the Knights are now coming through, looking towards the front side. Just trying to find a way through.
Has he got Siege Engineering?
That's a good question. You know, that's probably a pretty important tech that should be up on that UI now that I think about it.
Especially with this Stealth Forest. Like, it's so easy because remember, TCs can't see into Stealth Forest. You could just sneak a ram in here and then surprise him.
Yeah.
Speaking of surprises. Hello!
There he is. But fortunately, Magic paying attention. Have a look at the difference in score as well. We see a 500 score lead already coming out for Lucifron. I often tell people don't really pay attention to it, but it feels like at this point in the game, that's already a pretty decent size advantage.
Don't pay attention to it, but pay attention to it. Every little detail could help here. Of course, you can see Lucifron was like, let's do this again. Seems like he's overchopped, but no, Magic has moved fully back. This was the weakness we talked about. His resources were forward of his base. At least the nice thing he gets on that extension TC, although it's only small wood clusters, it is behind his lines, less likely to get extracted like this.
All right, well, we do see Siege Engineering coming through now for Lucifron. So you asked that question earlier.
Stay in the forest. Stay in the forest and do it, though.
Yeah, you reckon?
Yeah, because it's a slow build-up, right? And if you let Magic know what you're doing, he might just double down on Horseman.
Yep. That's a smart move. Now, I guess the next question I've got is, do you think we start to see Camel Archers coming out soon? Magic just sticking with a bit of a traditional comp here, full melee. Does he dare go into a Camel or two?
Do you really have the food for it?
Oh,
let alone the time.
Yeah, that's true. And now you will spot the battering ram coming out now.
That's a great play.
What type of response do we see from Magic here? Now, I would be thinking the first response would probably be something like textiles. Want to get a little bit more health on the villagers, but at the same time, maybe an extra stable or two drop down just to build up that horseman number.
I don't think you can afford to like delay the TC's production of villagers or the little expenditure along the way into textiles. The gold is the worrying detail for me. If he shifts more people to gold, the idle time walking over hurts you. He just needs to get as much food and wood as possible and just mass horsemen and spears. And then it's a matter of how well you micro the battles. If Lucifron is off point slightly with his archer usage, he could get swarmed.
Well, the numbers here aren't terrible for Magic. He's up to 11 horsemen at the moment. Only one more in queue at the moment. And a whole bunch of vills coming back.
He needs like 24 at least. But the problem is the number's going to keep changing because Lucifron's up to 14 knights. That's going to probably be around 20 by the time you're at 24.
Yep.
This is a very, very difficult place for Magic to now defend.
Yeah, I still do like it as long as he's got villagers nearby that he can pull because he's going to need a lot of villagers here. So you pay very close attention. He needs villagers for his town center to be occupied inside. He needs villagers repairing the town center, and he also needs villagers to be sieging down the rams.
Exactly. Bait them in to a fight on the side, and then the rams get annihilated. Nice wraparound coming in here. It looks like Lucifron got a bit gluttonous, didn't split the archers off from the knights. The Mi's have to retreat away, exposing his squishy underbelly, and now villagers will come out to address that ram. It's just a question mark on whether they'll be able to kill them off quick enough.
The archers have done a pretty decent job in thinning down that mass of spearmen, but the knight numbers are still looking very solid here for Lucifron.
The villagers?
It's not looking pretty right now. 15 knights for Lucifron. His win condition is going to be having more knights than his enemy can hold on to, and Lucifron looking very solid in this second game. KP.
There's nowhere to go. There's no way to recover. Magic, this was his one lifeline. Look behind. He hasn't moved north at all. The deer are too far out. Unless Lucifron just goes back and says, I like the idea of Castle Age and TC booms, Magic is probably on the ropes about to be KO'd in this second game.
Yeah, he's looking very solid here. A little bit of a surround trying to come through, but once again, those knights doing a great job of screening, and you can see the archers just...
He's so on point.
Yeah, his micro is amazing and good game. Going to get called a quick 2-0 right there for Lucifron.
You know, this is someone I was worried about. I was talking to players. I don't like to reveal too much. I don't like to tell them what to do or whatever. I mean, I'm not a pro player, right? But sometimes they ask your input. I don't want to give an unfair advantage. But listening to what was being said before the series, you know, there was a feeling that French are weak by a lot of players. There was a feeling that the Mongol bans were more worthwhile because that was threatening to the way that Magic wanted to play. But it seems like the tempo, aggressive nature of the French is still there. And coming to this event, that was something I was trying to highlight is the TC boom meta is kind of dead in my eyes. I think just going going all in for these aggressive timings like they did at release is the most impactful way to use the Civ, as Lucifron has now presented once, and I'd say even the first game early on, he showed the importance of doing that.
Yeah, yeah. Beautiful stuff there from Lucifron. Honestly, he's looking incredible. He's in fine form at the moment. You know, coming into this event, as I mentioned earlier, the bit of a question mark. We know he's a great player, but he's not quite that top 2. He's definitely not an underdog. And the question was how he's going to perform, and obviously he's performing amazingly today.
Most people had him top 7, a few people had him top 4. So this is what I was expecting. And just to kind of recap my point around the French TCs, I'm not saying don't build TCs ever. I'm saying don't start going and building it straight away, right? Read the game, feel what you can do here. And what we saw in the second game is the weakness of basing that I was talking about. Like when you lose map control, you naturally have to come up with new resources. The old TC boom builds and how quick they were allowed you to do that. The new ones are very punishable. But let's look forward here, right? That's 2 losses, Magic on the ropes here. You know, you got to mentally reset. You can't feel the pressure at all. This is a guy that looks calm as a cucumber, but I know he can feel the nerves. But he's got to look at the positives. French are gone.
That's a positive, because, you know, as we mentioned earlier, he's got that English pick in his pocket.
Yes.
He's got Gorge as a home map. If he wants to pick it, he can also go for one of the water maps for Lucifron. But typically they're going to trend towards their own home maps. That's where they're comfortable. And English do very well there. French have a great matchup into English, but with no French left, it makes great sense for now the English to shine.
One of the tough parts I do see for Magic is he might just have to pull Ottomans on Gorge, because if you look at what he's got left over, it's HRE, English, and Rus. And if you go into 2 water maps, which you now need to win all the rainy maps, you need to win 2 water maps. We've seen Ottomans, the build, like maybe there's something there. We saw 2 players attempt it. It flopped both times on the Boulder Bay. I think you have to use English and HRE. HRE for obvious reasons, and English, I think, perform better than the Rus on Boulder Bay.
Yeah, for me, I would be thinking about the English on Mediterranean. That extra range really starts to make a difference on Mediterranean. You're not as close to your enemy, a little bit more range, a little bit more length of that battlefield.
The cooler thing about Boulder Bay for English is that you have the flexibility to do a men-at-arms play early on to deny their docks, whereas Mediterranean, it's too long of a walk to do that efficiently.
Yeah, that's a really interesting point. I hope we get to see that, and you can see them at the moment, just looking at the draft screen. There we got a little bit of a peek at what Magic is.
What do all these flags mean? Tell me.
I don't know. They're all alien to me. I'm only familiar with the kangaroo.
It used to be easy for me. I'm like, oh yeah, the green is Delhi. Now there's Ottomans as well.
I know, right?
So
yeah.
Ruined everything.
Fortunately, the Malians are a little bit different, so it's easier for your brain to recognize. But we can confirm the map is Gorge.
I thought so.
So we're going to be diving into another land map. So Magic just keeping it safe, keeping it familiar.
I think it's going to be Ottomans. I think with the boys got left in the draft, Ottomans makes the most sense. Maybe you want to put your English foot forward because it's the most dominant civ, but I think you weaken yourself elsewhere. And yeah, it is going to be Ottomans. And this kind of screams like a possible throwaway by Lucifron. Like he's 2 points up, and the Ottomans is like one of the biggest threatening factors. Because if the Ottomans are like still flexed elsewhere, maybe there is some of that Boulder Bay build we just don't understand. Abbasids, I don't think we've seen a single Gorge Abbasids here.
Yeah, I'm trying to think, have we even seen this matchup before? Ottomans against the Abbasids?
Oh, that's a fair point, actually. I don't think we have either. Usually it's like Ottomans versus English is the most common one I think we've seen.
And so for me, what I'm thinking about is that game yesterday that we got to witness, game 1 from Marine Lord against Demuslim. It was an absolutely beautiful timing attack by Demuslim, and he never let up. It's the same window.
Oh my God. You know what we always forget about with the Abbasids is like their ability to just build rams instantaneously.
Yeah.
Ottomans have a slow trigger point. They don't come online as quickly. What if this is like just a 1 TC Abbasid kind of all-in type play with early rams to delete all of those military schools? I mean, it's wacky, right?
It's wacky.
But like,
is a $500,000 tournament wacky?
But like, he's 2 games up. It's experimental. It could be a very good way to like blitz this. Because my other thought process is, what do you do otherwise? The berries are not saturating the area. The expansion resources are far out.
Yep.
Like, you need to be the aggressor here. If you're an Abbasid player coming in and sitting in your base, you have limited wood, you have limited resources, and you have limited points to defend, right? We've seen how open this is. Gorge is probably the most undefendable map for players next to Prairie, but let's not talk about Prairie. It's time for some Gorge.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 3 in this series. We're in the quarterfinals now. It is a best of 5, and right now, there is a potential chance for Lucifron to head on through to the semis, or for Magic to go home. He's got to be very careful. We're on match point.
This should be a fun one. So Magic playing the Ottomans, Lucifron on the Abbasids. I want to check what's happening in these spawns because sometimes you get forward spawning woods. This time it's retracted. Issue with that is like usually the forward one can kind of feel nice because if you're against like an outposty rush civ, you can just pivot to the other side of your base. It's nice. It comes down to how static they are. I think it's maybe more beneficial for Lucifron that he got this spawn on the back.
Yeah.
Whereas if he had the forward spawn, I feel like the reinforcing archers that Ottomans are going to build will just cut you off anyway.
Yeah, but one thing to note is we do have a military school coming out, so expect to see, it's normally about the 2-minute 30, 2-minute 40 mark that the spearmen are going to be in the enemy base, but do note there is a forward gold mine, and that's what he's going to be looking for, that forward gold mine.
Exactly, and we can see it is forward spawning. I think the interesting thing is, bar a few outliers, typically if one person has a back spawning wood, the other person gets a back spawning wood.
Yeah.
I think for balancing perspectives, we usually lean towards C's that do that.
Yeah.
So the cool thing for Magic on this map is he can see that both of his woods are behind him, so he knows it's going to be on the other side, which means the golds have a very high probability of spawning closer to you.
Yeah, it's an interesting point, isn't it, as well? And I think another thing that you can kind of predict is if you've got a front gold, typically your enemy will have a front gold. Yep. So perhaps he's just logged in or come into the game and seen the front gold and said, I know where your gold is, and just brings out the aggression. So interesting to note is that he's not going to be able to stop the age up here, but what he will be able to do is just be very annoying. But the one difference is he's not opening up with a barracks as well. Sometimes we do see players go for a barracks and going for the military school in the Dark Age. So the villagers should just be able to repel the single spearmen by themselves.
I think the goal here is to kind of maybe bait out some spear on spear, possibly from Lucifron, to insta-react in Dark Age, because your spears are better and you feel confident. And once that happens, the beautiful thing about military schools is like, oh, you made a unit? I can instantly just make another unit for free out of this building. Obviously not instantly, it takes a bit of time to come out. The transition idea is good. And I think what we're going to probably see out of Magic is reach feudal fairly quickly here and then go into like a double archery range opening. Because another issue for Lucy is if he doesn't get a lot of sheep, and you look at the additional berry spots afterwards, there's not that much food he can access, so massing horsemen becomes difficult.
Yeah. In addition to that, something that we do see Abbasid players love to do is go for those heavy camel archers, but the problem is if they're going for camel archers, well, the mass of Ottoman archers is going to be very easily able to deal with them.
I feel like this is one of the worst civs to mass camel archers against, even as the game goes on, right? Because they just build Sipahi, and they activate Fortitude.
Oh, big mistake here already early from Magic. He's almost lost that spearman down to 4 health. This is the consequence of being a little bit greedier with the scout. So if we do jump into his POV,
he was getting sheep.
Yeah, he hasn't actually spotted out where the town center is. He did actually run past the gold mine as well. But look at this, a single shiv, and that's going to be it. So
damn,
unfortunate right there, because that's a lot of annoying damage that you can do early on. Look, it's not huge amounts of damage, but it is annoying, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty frustrating to lose your first one like that. It's going to be the Madrissah opening. This is just the way to go. For a start, there's no trade post on this map, so why would you? And as you've talked about before, it's like one of the go landmarks. I think considering the nerfs to things around Golden Gate now, it might just be the best tier 2 landmark in the game.
Yeah, I am of the opinion this landmark is way too good. I wouldn't be surprised that it gets nerfed. So if you're watching this on Twitch right now, or if it's been uploaded to YouTube and you're thinking about landmarks to go for, make sure you building this one while it's this damn good, because it is an amazing landmark. It gives you 4 berries that spawn in every 120 seconds after you've depleted them. So what we see players do typically is just put all their villagers over on that landmark, gather up all the berries, and then after 2 minutes they're going to respawn, and then you go grab them again.
Yeah, well, why do we always give these tips away? Like, why don't we just tell them falsities so that we can go get easy wins on the ladders? Like, yeah, build the trade every game. Every single situation is the best way to go. Don't do any. Build Kremlin as well on the roost. There's no other alternative.
Traders are especially good on maps with no trade post, by the way.
Yeah, definitely do. See, that's the thing. Whenever I'm wrong about an analysis, I totally meant to because I was trying to bait you off, right? Right?
Exactly. It's all about those ladder points. But the new age now begins. Both players up to that second age. And a good little timing here for Magic as well. Up before 5 minutes despite having that military school.
And there's the let's do the dance. I was expecting this. Ottomans will switch their military schools instantly into Sipahi production. And he's just going to spam as many as possible. Because once you see the spearman, Lucifron's instant reaction, he's thinking, okay, there's 2 possibilities. Like, I either push spears or archers. Because he's either going to keep pushing spears or he's pushing archers. You can't instantly like pivot horsemen. You have to react to this first. This is just a great forcing the motion by Magic, and this shows you what value you get out of these military schools that other civs don't have.
Yeah, and I definitely think, judging how this is going so far, Magic's looking pretty solid with this opening build order. Interestingly, he's also keeping villagers on gold. One of the things that we do see Ottoman players do is have almost like a hard transfer away from gold, because once you've aged up, you don't really need it. But I suspect we're going to see upgrades coming through shortly for him, perhaps a wheelbarrow, something like that. But oh, there's a blacksmith. So do we dare even see a +1 ranged armor potentially?
Quite possibly, considering Lucy's relying quite heavily on archers for his defense naturally here. I mentioned like the reason why you just don't want to do horsemen quickly on this map, especially if you think you're going to be the defender. I don't think Lucifron is giving up on the mid-map, but he understands that this isn't one of those matchups where you can just all in on the premium unit type like Men-at-Arms and say, I can end the game quickly. If anything, I think Lucifron benefits more if this becomes a slow clash and the game maybe resolves around 25 minutes just before the Ottomans fully come online.
Yeah, yeah. I wonder if we're going to be seeing a repeat of what we saw yesterday with that timing push that came out in the Castle Age. I suspect it might be something similar, but it looks like players are just going to be doing a little bit of dancing in the Feudal Age for the moment. We do see Lucifron also moving over onto Stone, so 7 villages over there now, so a second town center going to be online shortly, but you will hear that Vizier point coming through in your headset.
Was that the sheep? It's usually the sheep.
Yeah, we'll double check and see if there's any sheep underneath the town center for Magic. I suspect that's probably not yet at this point.
And he didn't get the meta, so it's the remaining one.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. It might be that he's just not done it yet. We'll pull it up. We'll let you guys know very shortly because we've just opened up the game on...
Yeah, I don't think he's done anything because there's no imams, there's no sheep, and there's no metas.
Yeah, nothing yet. He's holding his cards close to his chest here.
I mean, it could be that there's enough sheep. Let's think about it too much. Let's think about what's happening here. He's intercepted the production now. I like this. He just parks on top of the archery range and tries to pep them as they come out because you can't fight 1 versus 4. You'll just lose every time.
Yeah, you got to be really careful here. But we do see the second rangers come up now, and this is exactly what the Ottomans love to do. He's got the military schools on Sparky. It's that extra food that's being generated for free, and then he's spending very small amounts of food on his own archers, and he's going to start really getting that archer ball rolling.
I think what we're going to see from Magic is a delayed usage into the meta point from his Imperial Council because he's still holding it for the moment. Unless he runs out of food. Like, basically, this is the thing, folks. When you get Imperial Council points, don't just instantly use them. Wait for a reason to, because in these type of situations, the difference between, oh, I've ran out of food, I desperately need the sheep, but I've used the point already to get the meta, is game-breaking.
Yeah, we want to take a look and see, has he got villagers up on the berries there for the Twin Minaret Madrasa? It looks like he may have...
Yeah, he's got one.
A single one, yeah. So for anyone playing along at home, you want to try and exhaust these as quickly as possible because of the way that the landmark works. They don't start respawning until there's no berries left. So if you leave it with one left, it's not going to bother respawning. It's not until it's 0 that it happens.
And he went into wheelbarrow, so he could easily shift villagers across from the sheep and not feel hampered. I think it's just he didn't have enough food. You can see how strained he is right now. Between the production. So maybe that's the reason he's a little bit delayed. I did see new villages being produced to go straight there afterwards, though, so he is getting on board with it.
All right. Well, a push out starting to come through from him. We can see he's got a pretty decent mass here of... did you see all the production back there? That was 3 archery ranges. And by the way, you were correct when it came to the Imperial Council. He did indeed go for meta drums.
Yeah, it's time. It's so efficient because you baited Lucifron into building archers. So now you just build mass archers with attack speed aura. You can't beat that as Lucifron. So Lucifron now has to make a hard pivot into Horseman. But right now, you can see he's already behind the passive production of the Sipahi.
Yeah, and it's so interesting as well because for the Ottomans, it's just, there's so much synergy in the way that they play when they go for the wheelbarrow. Typically, we see double broadaxe out of them as well. And a very heavy reliance on archer compositions. And now, once you've got more archers than your enemy, I mean, sure, you can look into a horseman transition or something like that, but it's so easy for the Ottomans to deal with because of that meta, the extra additional speed that they've got out there as well.
Yeah, and the one thing you have to optimize with, right, if you pull out of formation, you're not going to get that movement speed buff, so always be aware of that. That's why he peeled off the Sipahi, because that would hamper things. If you just got spears and archers, they're the same movement speed, so you're not losing out.
Yeah, you can see how fast these units are moved. They're glowing. And, yeah, they're like little race cars, aren't they? Look at them go, and he's hunting for that second town center. He knows it's going to be out there somewhere.
So far out there, though. Credit to Lucifron, he hit this well because most players probably would have went for the deer stack really close to base because this is such a gamba, but there's only so long this doesn't get sniffed out. Magic is already suspicious.
Yeah, and look at him moving out. You hear that second point coming through.
Wait.
Oh, he doesn't see it.
Oh my God. Do you want to know what makes this so great? It's all the berries, right? It's an Abbasid player.
Oh, the villager! Oh, he sees the 2 villagers. Does it expose him? Oh, he might not have been paying attention.
There's no way it doesn't get seen, right?
Oh, it could have been. He could have been so fortunate right there. But the horseman numbers
distracted,
starting to get really, really good. Yeah, what's Magic doing right now? A little bit away from the keyboard, perhaps? No, he's still there.
The meta at least gets out there. Interesting enough, Lucifron doesn't snipe it out straight away when he had the opportunity. That would have been a great boon. Instead, he just goes to the main fight. And this clash looks like it more or less is going to be an instant bloodbath on both sides. Horseman should allow him to come out ahead, though. And I've got a big question mark of, like, where are those Sipahi still? Did they ever bother? No, instead, he sent them on the backside to try and extract some eco value instead.
It doesn't feel the best, but he's still maintained a pretty decent mass here of archers, though. So
it's the meta.
He's going to be able to maintain a pretty decent presence here. Keep in mind that the meta not only going to be buffing up the movement speed of these units, but also the attack speed. At the moment, we've actually got the ranged armor bonus that he's opted for. Yeah, I think in these fights, it makes a lot of sense, right? You're going up against just basic level units. He's still yet to pick up +1 ranged attack over on the other side. So he's mitigating 20% of the damage his enemy's doing. That's huge.
And the logic is that your opponent, like, you can't trade archer to archer. The horsemen have to go as quickly as possible. So as you start to step back, naturally the archer count's never going to disintegrate. I think that was actually the right play by Magic. You know, I've seen plenty of times where you stay in attack speed and you feel like you want to because it seems busted. But I think he would have lost a lot more archers. Good recovery though. I love the fact he went in with a Sapai instead. We wondered where they were. They were idling a lot of eco. And whenever you pull this wood line away from working, it means that Lucifron cannot escalate his archer count.
All right, well, for anybody wondering, we did see a third military school, which is going to be Military Campus, the Vizier point that came through for our Ottoman player. And he's just putting it to great use. We can see 3 Spahi in queue. So he knows exactly what to do with this civilization. It's beautiful watching these top-level players just mastering these civs already.
Magic's going in again on the berries. The berries on the extension TC. So these archers are distracting. At the same time, he goes in with the Sapahi, and look how many villagers are out here. Lucifron with the quick reactions, but still dead villies and idle time alongside it.
Yeah, he pops off that fortitude bonus as well. Keep in mind that fortitude bonus is going to be increasing the attack speed of those Spahis significantly. So if Lucifron wasn't paying attention in that situation, that damage is going to be done.
The best way to think about fortitude, and this is the thing, fortitude sounds like it's balanced because you attack faster, but you die faster. It's really not, because what it is it allows you to win more. When you're winning an engagement, most of the time people are trying to peel back troops or peel back villages, whatever it is. You know, I've talked about this multiple times where, let's say you get behind archers and they have to retreat away from you, or horsemen have to retreat away from you. You activate fortitude. They're not trading with you. They're not doing more return damage. They're just running, which means you're doing 50% more damage on their exit.
Yeah, good point. All right, well, the Spahi yet to be seen at the moment. There they are. Got to be pulling them up to the front line. Fortunately, they make their way in, and beautiful little screen here at the moment. The archer numbers are looking pretty decent, though, for Magic. He's sitting on double the amount of archers compared to Lucifron. Spahi hit the backside as well. They popped their fortitude bonus as well, so they're really dishing out some damage. Meta almost going to go down. In fact, he loses his life. But at the same time, look at all these archers just going down. It's a bloodbath everywhere, KP.
It is, but the meta going down really cripples you. Magic was winning these fights off the back of that. It's one of the things I was waiting for Lucifron to do in the last fight. He ignored it for practically the whole fight. In fact, Magic even tried to front line with it to distract him. This time around, he doesn't miss the opportunity. Gets rid of those auras. Movement speed plus the ranged armor or attack speed now means that Lucifron can start to take favorable trades.
Yeah, and the trades are starting to look better for him. And keep in mind, he's got that second town center working. Sure, he's lost a handful of villagers at the moment, but that second town center is just giving him that scaling ability.
And I would love to see Magic go into another meta, because now you feel like you're kind of crippled. It's much more difficult for you to kind of trickle your troops in small bunches and find value.
Well, it looks like Anatolian Hills has been picked up by our Ottoman player. That's going to be the 3rd point spent, so not going into the very typical faster training bonus. No. Instead, just getting himself a little bit more food, and I like that adaptation. Makes a lot of sense.
I think that there's some value, because obviously you're going to run out of sheep with these type of comps. You need it, and then on top of that, you need the gathering rates on mining, because if you ever want to tech up, it's one of the most important points you can get in the Imperial Council. But great strike again. It's just, now Magic says, I can't take a direct fight until the meta's back out. So instead, I'm going to drag you left and right with the Sapai, so you can't come out and punish me for losing the aura. Yeah,
he's looking solid in this game, honestly. It looks like he's channeled his inner French player. You know, earlier in the series, we just saw the French dominating with those early aggression. But now it's Lucifron who's got the shoe on, or rather, Magic who's got the shoe on his foot.
Here's the crazy part. Magic only practiced Ottomans like 5 games. Actually, I think it's 3.
Really?
Before this event.
He's looking this solid on a civ he's played 3 times.
You know what? He took a recipe for success. He stole the strategy from the most winged player so far, Puppy Paw.
Oh, yeah.
Who hasn't lost a single game at this event.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. You just go check his match history and boom, easy. But yeah, that makes a lot of sense to be doing. Just snipe out the strategy. And I think the Ottomans, they're a civilization, obviously, for anybody who's unfamiliar with the Ottomans. It is a new civilization recently added to Age of Empires 4, but it's very similar to the old civilizations. Compare that to, say, something like the Malians, which is vastly different. It's going to take you a long time to learn. Ottomans, quick to pick up, quick to learn, quick to master.
I think the aura can make them quite different. The way you have to think about Ottomans that makes them incredibly different to other civs is the way their economy functions, or their macro in general functions, because they just produce free units.
and they prioritize around that. They escalate into it. I refer to them as a delayed deli, right? They're looking to be efficient in trades. For Delhi, it's I can heal up after a fight. For the Ottomans, it's I didn't pay for this.
All right, well, the mass keeps building. He's up to 54 archers, by the way. What do you do against 54 archers? Like, genuinely, at this point, when you even 14 horsemen, you're just going to be laughing at them. And take a look at the upgrades as well. We see +1 ranged armor, +1 melee armor. Over on the other side, though, I mean, upgrades are coming through for Lucifron, but that's not going to make it mean anything.
Maybe just, like, throw all this wood on a giant pile and set it on fire. Hopefully the archers run into it, because Lucifron's floating an absurd amount of wood.
I don't think his meta's got a buffer active at the moment. Oh, okay, he just switched it on right then. All right, let's see how he goes right now. Numbers looking good. Beautiful attack move right there. Continuing to move back. Spahi on the backside. He's just attack moving the whole time. 65 archers on this field right now for Magic. It is a huge amount of units.
The body block's coming out. Archers just continue to backstep because they can afford to. There's just so many of them, and the Sipahi will wait patiently because even if you lose all the archers, the Sipahi are then free to go and raid after this fight. A fight that is clearly now going the way of Magic. And keep in mind that Lucifron hasn't walled himself up. He tried to do the north side, but this is still open territory, and that's why he's got this wood. I think he knows he's going to have to make a farm transition, but the question mark is, where do you do it?
Yeah, there's really not a lot of space. I guess you got to go south side. But until then, look at these Spahi just diving in on the back line. A single Spearman there. Watch out. That Spearman probably going to two-shot these Spahi with the Fortitude activated. But look at those archer numbers.
It's a rout.
Keep in mind, he's also got siege engineering, so it's going to be a ram coming up shortly. It's going to be the only way that he goes. But beautifully done there by Magic, demonstrating the prowess with the Ottomans and showing that this civilization, it means business.
It is so dominant. This build is so vile as well. He even went up to 3 archer ranges in the end. One of the more typical builds when you do Spearman opening is you go 2 archer ranges afterwards.
Yep.
But this build is just all archers. Spam them up the wazoo, and then of course get your Sipahi for free via the passive production. It's just such an efficient way to play this, and it's amazing that he's doing this on a map that has very limited wood. The reason is because he's a tempo aggressor. Check in the back of Magic's base. He's playing all these small clusters of wood because he can afford to, because Lucifron's never actually came across to that side of the map in the last 10 minutes.
Yeah. I think one of the things that Magic's got to be careful for right now is that we've got full cavalry switch coming in from Lucifron. He's got a single Spearman in queue. That's not a big deal. The main thing is that 5 horsemen in queue right now. So he's focusing completely on that. Give him another 60, 70, 80 seconds. That's going to be a lot of horsemen out there and the potential for him to really strike and take that out. So I would just advocate at this point, maybe Magic could look at diversifying into some Spearmen, maybe a few more Spahi himself.
I genuinely think you just keep massing archers. Like, you're at a stage where the horseman count, I don't think you can get high enough quick enough to not just get one shot constantly by these archers. And if you choose to dedicate attention on the rams, you're not killing the unit that's killing you, right? So the whole idea of Magic is he's like choosing to sacrifice an arm or a leg, but either way he's come out ahead of the fight because every fight it feels like Lucifron is one step closer to having his head in the guillotine.
Yeah, it really feels like that, and he continues pushing forward. Look at the military difference between these two guys.
Lord.
70 against 35. He's got to be careful with that meta though. People are going to work out soon that you've got to focus that bad boy down, providing so much effective extra damage here.
I think he's trying to cut off the golden age. Like, he's just ramming every small building on the way past. He's like, no gathering raids for you. That's very difficult to do at this stage, though.
It's a smart move, though. I like the way that it plays.
Well, it's cool because, like, there's a fixed animation on the rams, right? So when you move past, you stop off for one and then, like, move on.
All right, well, he continues posturing down towards his south side. You know, you talked about that farm transition. I said it's got to be south side that he goes for. And look at this. We spot the farms, but it's going to be a problem because Magic means serious business right now. Look at all. He actually spots out some of the stables down here. Does Lucifron go right now?
He has to. I think if you wait too long, you'll lose half these stables. Also, keep in mind, Magic has more troops come behind this. You see the second wave. I love that from Lucifron. He was trying to intercept. That won't work. Instead, it has to be a frontal clash. Small group of Sipahi to try and block him off. Archers are being picked apart, and he can just stand his ground. Meta, I think he did get sniped. That's the important detail. So maybe Lucifron's able to hold here. This Archer will no longer have the aura, but quick clutch. Magic sends in the second drummer boy, and all of a sudden is surged back into this fight.
Yeah, fortunately, he had to be careful there just to make sure it wasn't on the front line. He did pick it up eventually, but now we continue watching that micro moving backwards slowly but steadily. And the numbers here are just looking way too good for Magic. He just keeps pushing the issue. I think the battering ram still works against Magic down here to the south. The first one does go down. Second one,
you can't get the second.
There's no possible way.
If you try to kill it, you're going to die. Like, even the horsemen, just look how much damage these archers now do. This is getting frustrating for Lucy. He's going to lose more infrastructure. Also, villagers now in trouble. Lucifron needs all the food he can get to keep the production rates up, which means that these people can't even walk away.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you're trading food for villagers, so it's definitely not the right move for him. but unfortunately, once again, the horsemen just aren't enough in number. Typically, you'd want to see double, even triple the horsemen that he's got right here, but remember that extra attack speed means that the micro is going to be even sharper coming out from Magic.
It's a tough one. The meta, it looks like, okay, that's the slip up that happened again, but Magic, he's like, no, that was just a bait. Because look, bro, I've got a constant stream coming out. I think one of his military schools is always producing metas.
Yeah, that's exactly how you do it. Yeah, perfect from him. So even if you do throw one away, you're going to have plenty more where that came from. So beautiful stuff. And now forcing these villagers to go idle. We can see a lot of villagers having to evacuate. And now the villager count starts to dwindle down. He's killed already 24 villagers this game, and it's only going to get worse.
He's leading them to the wood line. He's leading them to his wood, the only wood he's really getting. He has got that secondary TC base where he set up farms, so Lucy's eco doesn't fully die like this, but it is going to cripple his economy while Magic continues to escalate this military lead. Yeah, it's looking really solid for him. He's got to be careful, though. The horseman number is starting to build up slowly, and he's only got a handful. I say a handful. He's got about 4 handfuls of archers back here. Horseman's still building up, though. I love this from Magic. He actually peeled off the meta to go with the raiding group so he can move faster and kill villagers, and then he left half of the force here to just juke it out in the base, so Lucifron can't pinch him. Yeah, but he didn't get that many vills. It looked like he only grabbed about 2 or 3 more There was
vills.
a wall play.
Yeah.
A really good wall play coming out.
Oh, beautiful stuff right there, but it looks like the numbers still looking good. Magic really putting the pedal to the metal here. Pressure is just non-stop in this game. I'd hate to be Lucifron. This is so difficult to play against. And now we've got the age up coming through as well for Magic.
Oh, good lord.
It's going to be the MIA, and I suspect as soon as that thing comes through,
wave the flag, baby.
That's got to be it, right? There's no way that you hold this position against that inevitable Mangonel, and especially when you're in the second age.
Play French twice in a row. Don't have to stereotypically wave a white flag. Don't play French, and you might find yourself doing it. All of a sudden, Magic getting a resurgence in this series when it mattered most. Remember, these are best of 5, so if he had lost here, he would have been out of the tournament. But it's very difficult to now see a way back in for Lucifron unless Magic does something overly greedy and stops pushing.
Yeah, well, he's got a little bit of a ram dance going on for the moment. Age up about to come through. I'd hope that he looks for the veterancy upgrade as well as the +2 ranged attack upgrade before he goes in for another push, but I know how aggressive these guys get.
Yeah, and you see that farm expansion on the west side is starting to extend.
Yeah.
The problem is whether you can get enough villages out to fill all the farms, because you're not getting farms at home anymore.
All right, well, the veterancy is coming through now for those archers.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, that's quite a nice little raiding force he's got there. He might be looking to pick up reinforcements on the way back through.
I hope so. I think if he dives into his opponent's base, you're going to see the same thing from Magic. And I can tell you, when it comes to both sides idling eco, the Ottomans function and the Abbasids don't.
Yeah, it's so smart from Ottoman players to just take those types of base trades simply because they're always producing units. You can't idle them.
It's like, oh, you need resources for your things? Bro, I just get sent stuff by the companies.
You give me time, I give you units.
Yeah.
Well, at this point in time, the Archer mass is really looking solid for Magic. I don't think there's any way this gets defeated.
Look at the villages, the amount that just pulled off there. That's got to be about a third of his food income right now. It's just gone.
Yeah, it's a huge amount of villages. And it's just what you were saying, you know, about where do you put the farms on this map. There's just nowhere to go. Your enemy's got free roam around your base. It makes it so difficult. Now, getting in behind the enemy base, he's looking for more villages. He's looking for units. He'll take anything at this point.
He's like, come on, let's just shuffle you around. Right now, I'm the sheepdog and you are the sheep, my friend. Let's see where we lead. Berries are even starting to exhaust, and this is the power of being the aggressor. I've always been a believer that this map is undefendable. Like, you have to be the aggressor. You can't be turtling. What, the meta? Okay. Okay, it doesn't even matter. He just flaunts it. He just slaps them under the TC, says, just call the GG, bro. He does surrender over. So Lucifron will not be able to achieve a clean sweep. Magic pulls one back. The series continues.
All right, well, a beautiful game right there. And, you know, I remember reading a lot of things about the Ottomans, people saying they weren't the strongest civilization, but we are seeing them perform at this event. It's great to see them coming out in the third game, going up against a civilization like the Abbasid dynasty that many people consider to be a top-tier civ. Now, to be honest, the Abbasid haven't had the highest win rate throughout this event, and it continues to get worse for them.
Yeah, these guys are just trying to get Abbasids buffed again, because I don't know about that. I don't know if we need to return to that. I think it's like people still just kind of having teething issues, trying to figure out how to make the Civ work. But you know what? Because we thought there's a possibility that this series was going to end, because we were maybe wanting to have another interview afterwards, we did line something up instead. We're going to talk with Magic. We're going to get his thoughts before this series. Let's go to an interview with Magic.
My name is Naeem Panchbaya. I am Magic, and I'm from Toronto, Canada. I qualified in the final qualifier, the last chance qualifier, so it was a long journey for me because I had to do all of them. At first, I would start with playing the ladder a lot, watching replays, watching VODs. Then I realized I think the better method was custom gaming with top-level players. So towards the end of the qualifier, I started changing my practice routines and tried to do more customs. Well, I think I have the hardest group because I am the lowest seed, so I have to face Marine Lord, which is seed number 1. But I practiced as much as I could, so I'm just gonna have fun now. Unlike the other players, I have to work a full-time job as well, so my practice is limited to after I finish work and sometimes on the weekends when I have time. It is the best event I think that I've ever attended, especially being in a castle. It's just amazing. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for me to be here right now, so it's great. Probably Beastie Cutie. I guess he's after Marine Lord or with Marine Lord. They're the two best players, so he would be the most difficult opponent I would face. But I would rather play him than play somebody like the Mista, because the Mista is a closer friend and I wouldn't want to face him. The one thing I noticed when I was actually preparing for this tournament is everyone is on a very similar level at the moment. I think there's a couple players that edge out the others, but everyone is very close in skill, so I don't think there's any easy opponents.
Always great to hear from Magic. Inspiring considering he's able to bounce one back and make sure the series goes on. And it's time for everyone to put on their swimming trunks because all we've got left now is puddle fun, rather.
It's going to be 2 water maps that close us out for today. Of course, we only actually need 1, depending on how Lucifron does. But the first map is going to be Mediterranean. So not quite Boulder Bay. You know, often people will look at these maps and say, well, they're kind of similar maps. Well, yeah, they are similar, but they play very differently. Mediterranean, you're far away from your opponent. Boulder Bay, while you're still kind of far away, it's very easy to hit them on land as well.
And I think this is going to be an HRE mirror. I'm
calling it now?
Yeah, it's 100% an HRE mirror. And by the way, just because Magic pulled one back, I'm not going to say like it's easy cruising from here on out. I said that Lucifron threw away Civ in the last game. He definitely did. But he's got great remaining Civs for 2 water maps. He's got both the HRE and the Chinese. On the other side, all Magic's got left, HRE into English. English definitely look formidable. Look to see him bring that out in Boulder Bay, because if your opponent just rushes onto the water, you can build 2 or 3 men at arms and punish him for that.
Yeah, so I guess that's the interesting question. You know, what Civ do you go and where for? So you think Holy Roman Empire mirror coming into this, into Mediterranean, which will be, I think, the first mirror of the event.
Yeah, because, well, you couldn't before, right? Yeah. So those don't know, like, it's possible for it to happen now because you only get 2 bans each and there's like 20 picks total remaining at that point. So as you can see, you know, Lucifron stopped the French mirror. You're welcome, by picking it twice himself. Ottomans could have also appeared as well on both sides.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think it makes sense, right? You take the Holy Roman Empire here. They're probably going to be the most solid Civ, and you kind of want to put your best foot forward. You don't want to save Holy Roman Empire for Boulder Bay and then use a lesser Civ on Mediterranean right now when, you know, that's the best you've got. So, Rusa obviously quite a strong water Civ as well. He could potentially look at going for that. And I guess the other thing is that he could be thinking about is you might actually want to save the Holy Roman Empire matchup for Boulder Bay where China comes out, because that's quite a good matchup there itself. But I guess you probably just want to put your best foot forward, though, don't you?
I genuinely think if you don't pick HR here as Magic, like you're
kind of throwing,
gambling it a bit, right? Like it's not that the English can't do something; it's just they do something much better on the alternative map. Even like the Rus like feel better, I'd say, on Boulder Bay than Mediterranean. So just put your best foot forward. You know, you are up against the ropes. It's Lucifron's on match point. I expect him to just bring HRE because I think, like Chinese as well, if I can choose either map, I still feel like you pick it for Boulder Bay. It's just as good on either. Yeah. But the difference is that the HRE will be out of the way and you should have an easier time on the final map.
Yeah, I've got to agree with you on that one. All right, well, we'll wait slowly for the player picks. It's been an absolutely awesome series so far. I tell you what, after that last game, you know, I mentioned to you, Ottomans are looking impressive, aren't they? Like, they are looking really, really solid. I'm looking forward to getting back home and just playing with them on the ladder for 15 hours a day.
Yeah, the crazy part is I think they're about a 42% win rate so far in this event, at least before the start of the day. Yeah, 42.9. They had 6 wins, 8 losses. Well, I think that really got diluted. Yesterday, we saw 2 Ottoman Boulder Bay games. One was from Hut. I believe the other one was it from Lucifron?
Yeah, it might have been, actually, yeah.
It was either Luciferon or Vortex, I remember playing it. I think it was Luciferon. And it didn't work out either way. I think there is someone there to be explored, but I still think it's just got so much more value on other maps.
Yes.
You could pick it on Dry Arabia. We saw it on Gorge.
Yeah.
You could even pick it on maps like Basin and it can function well.
Yeah, so typically a civilization like the Ottomans is going to function very well on land maps only, but we do see it's a Holy Roman Empire versus China game.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So Luciferon chose to go for like strongest foot forward for the final map in HRE. There is a danger, though, and that danger is there's still English men-at-arms that can be spammed at you. So just looking forward to the future when we get into Boulder Bay, expect Luciferon to wall his own docks in to prevent that play. Otherwise, he could easily just lose the 5th game if we go there.
Yeah, okay. Well, this is going to be interesting. So this is a fun matchup. So typically one of China's, not the best matchup for China. At the moment, they've got a lot of good matchups. And this one definitely seems to feel the worst, or at least it used to. Maybe things have changed since the patch, but it is a water map, though. And China does incredibly on water.
If you can survive long enough, the HRE's potency is diminished heavily. I think HRE players, whenever they play these water maps, they're looking to end the game by about 25 minutes in, because after that, you start to see Holy Inspiration lose some value, right? It's not as potent as it was because you get other civs buffs start to kick in full force. And of course, things like the Chinese build speed can fully be enabled because you have the economy to support all that additional production.
All right, so my question to you, do you think we see a scrappy game today?
I think so.
Yeah, you think it's going to be all over the place? It's not going to be, hey, you make galley, or you make archer ships, I'll make archer ships, and we'll meet in the middle.
I think Magic's really good on the archer ship spam, but Luciferon's really good on the micro. It's something I was worried about for Magic. It's like now that there's 2 water maps, I think Luciferon has been the most impressive micro and water to me so far.
Yeah.
There is a possibility that we don't even see water, though. Chinese, we saw it yesterday. They could just land rush you, like we saw in the Lenok Kapoch series.
All right, we'll have to see how it plays out, but it's going to be a straggler opening coming out. Luciferon on the Chinese to the south, Magic up towards the north on the Holy Roman Empire. An interesting matchup here for game number 4 in this quarterfinal.
Yeah, we get 1 HRE, but not 2. And it's interesting to think that another possibility and why we don't get the mirror matchup here is that most players don't like it.
Yep.
It's been talked about for months. Like, it's kind of annoying because sometimes RNG just decides the game.
You can't blame your opponent's civ. I think that's the biggest thing, right? You lose the game and it's like, well, he's just got a better civ than me. You can't do it in a mirror.
Exactly.
You had all the tools available to you that
that's
day.
it. I have an excuse. Yeah, yes. I don't suck. It's just this civ sucks.
Yes. At least that's the way I think about it. But
that's why I keep playing Marlians.
Well, we see an interesting stat popping up on the stream. So HRE winning against the Chinese 6 out of 9 games. So pretty decent win rate right there, 66.66%, right?
0.66 recurring.
Yeah, I forgot those extra 6s.
So it's interesting to me that not that the win percentage is in favor of HRE, but there's been a matchup that many times. I feel like it's unless it's water off of water maps. On land maps, I can kind of see maybe the Chinese having some value. In fact, yes, we actually. So one of the wins going to the Chinese was on a land map. It was Hut versus Viper. And like I think on land maps, I see Chinese just being like really good. But on water maps, it's very difficult to gamble against the HRE.
See, I feel the other way. See, I feel like if you go for China on a land map against the Holy Roman Empire, like you're crazy to think that you're going to be able to pull that off. Whereas on a water map, I feel like your transitions are a lot easier as China because you can take all that extra food, you can get those extra villages out. So for me, it makes a lot more sense to have it. But we do have a double dock opening from Magic. This is an early double dock. And look at the macro coming out from Magic. He had 4 food, 1 wood, and 0 gold and stone. 5 resources in the bank. That's how tight this guy's macro is.
He's very optimal with this. And one thing I'm intrigued to see is how much dock spam we get. Right? If someone starts losing the waterfront, to stay on the water, what they might start doing is they'll just drop docks and play some placements. On a map like Mediterranean especially, this allows you to just keep getting deep water fish. It's not as effective on Boulder Bay, it's still helpful, but like if you think about the natural concave nature of your starting point, you're going to create a concentrated fire zone. So it's very difficult for people to dive deep into at least the initial deep waters.
Yeah, perhaps we even see the meta start to trend that way because, you know, with archer ships, they don't have the longest range, so it means that they've got to get in there quite deep to try and take out enemy boats. But there's plenty of shorefish here to be had as well, so don't be surprised if players just look to not even make any boats at all.
There's been a clash of ideas on what's the most strong.
Yeah.
I heard from multiple players they thought the Springald ships were broken.
Yep.
I came into the event with the opinion that archer ships are broken. Some players shared that opinion with me. But we've seen players actually struggle to close out an archer ship spam. And I think one of the weaknesses of it is they can't kill the buildings.
Yep.
And those emplacements count them out. So the way you want to kind of play that is I do think the way is still to mass archer ships, but after you have the clear lead on the water, build between 4 and 8 springolds and slowly just kill off those docks.
I'm just waiting for people to start realizing that battering rams can do it. Just get a battering ram along the shoreline and all of a sudden that's it.
Why can't I just build a battering ram ship?
I like the sound of that. Some sort of turtle ship, perhaps.
Yeah, just like it's a raft that arrives and it just starts ramming.
All right, well, Age Up's
That's not a battering ram. Don't highlight that to me, Mapu. I see what you're doing. Demo ships are not battering rams. They just die.
Yes, they're sacrificial. But now we've got double dock coming up for you. It's going to be 2 docks for each of these players by 4 minutes. So both of them going pretty greedy. And look at the amount of villagers that are down here. He's got to make sure he moves on that Imperial official. One of the mistakes you can make as China is that you build that next lumber camp, but you will forget to supervise. But fortunately, he's paying attention. Oh, he supervised the wrong one, though.
Yo, I just thought about where your battering ram idea is really good. Build a transport ship and send them across.
That could work.
Yeah.
You know, I remember seeing this bug. I think the bug's since been fixed. But what you would do is you'd put 16 battering rams into a transport ship, and while they were being routed towards the transport ship, you would put units inside the battering rams, and they would all fit inside.
Oh, the clown car strat.
It was the clown car, and it actually worked. It was hilarious watching it happen.
And it's hilarious for you until someone brings one demo ship in, on the old patch at least, and it's gone.
Yes, yes. Now they'd need 17 demos, unfortunately. But the Age Ups are now coming through. Arkan Chapel here for Magic on the north side of the map. How do you rate this Arkan Chapel? He doesn't pick up his gold, but I mean, his gold's pretty far away, isn't it? Look at that. So, yeah, it's unfortunate when it comes to the placement of it.
I rate it out of 10.
That's an appropriate, yeah.
I give, like, but
he's already eaten through that entire woodline as well. Have a look at that. I reckon he's taken about 40% out of that woodline.
Yeah, he's munching fast.
Yeah, look, have a look at this.
That's always the dicey thing about the HRE, right? Like, Arkan is definitely still the best tier 2 landmark for them.
Yep.
But like the value on these slot locations is diminished by how quickly you move out from them.
Right. All right, well, have a look on the south side because Magic, or rather Lucifron, is going to be going for the Imperial Academy. And what do you think of this one? So he picks up his wood line with the Imperial Academy, also picks up a secondary wood line, which on water maps is pretty important. This is a nicer one, realistically. He's got probably a bit of a better spawn here.
We actually had a game yesterday with the Chinese versus Abbasid, the Linux series, where like I wanted them to do this sort of thing. Like actually it was a very similar spawn. It almost looks the same.
Don't say that. We've had that before. We have to restart.
Right now, admin's behind the scenes. Oh my god. No, don't worry, guys. The south side looks similar. The north side definitely doesn't. But like putting the Imperial Academy there allows you to like come and munch from the woodlines on the inside, which is safe anyway, and get that tax for longer.
All right. Well, the battles begin in the middle of the pond. A single war junk comes out to help its junk little friend. It's double archer ship. So, and he's also pulling the fishing boats to do a little bit of repairing here. That's a lot of idle time, though.
But it is the advantage of not acting first. Is like now you're just trimming away at these, and as you snowball the archer ships, when you now come across, there's going to be injured ships that you could just snipe. And the difference between mass archer ships and these springolds is when you try to pull the fishing boats to heal, I'm going to target them instead.
Yeah, good point. All right, well, now one of the things that we've seen trending typically on water has been just going for mass, quite literally mass archer ships.
Good micro.
Yeah, it's beautiful stuff, isn't it?
Sorry, I had to highlight it because it's just, he's dicing left to right because one of the weaknesses of archer ships is that they can whiff, right? Yeah. They aren't perfect accuracy. They don't have homing archers anymore.
Yeah, well, the trend that we typically see at the moment for water is a very heavy focus on going for archer ships. But we do see quite a lot of springald ships out here for Lucifron. He's doing a decent job trying to get in here and dish out some damage, but not having a whole lot of luck actually converting on any kills. Look at that galley as well, down to 25 health.
They are so low. He's trying to optimize for it. The count is slowly increasing, but heavy injuries alongside it. Just great micro from both players so far, but Lucifron is definitely getting the better side of this.
Yeah, it definitely feels like it at the moment. Still the numbers here looking solid for him on the Chinese, and he's pumping out more and more war junks. We do see a ship going to be going down here. Looks like he's really starting to focus down a lot of low health on those archer ships on the backside, and we see another one going down. And Lucifron looking very solid on water once again here.
Yeah, you need a boom ship to reset this. Magic's queuing one now. It needs to be coming out the shortest route dock. It should be this one right here. No, it's further away to the north side. So he's hoping that Lucifron just doesn't notice instantaneously and move away. But this is a dicey fight. The good thing is the HRE has a good enough economy to kind of recover. But right now, this is looking up for Lucy.
All right, the demo comes in. It's a swing and a miss. Beautiful micro here from Lucifron. Look at the way he's just keeping the galleys on the backside here. Just keeping it nice and safe. And he's just tearing Magic apart right now. This could be it.
Like, honestly, you need a magic trick to get back in this one right now. It's looking rough. He's going to lose all water at this rate because Springwalls afterwards can start deleting the docks. That's it. He knows it's over. GG gets called. Magic's journey ends here. Lucifron takes it 3-1.
Incredible game right there from Lucifron, and once again demonstrating his prowess on the water. We've seen it time and time again.
Yeah.
And once again, this is it, right? Like, you got to watch out for this guy. We're going to see players starting to ban. You're not going to see mountain clearing bans against Lucifron. You're going to see Boulder Bay bans, Mediterranean bans. That is insane.
And this is something I warned. Remember at the start of the series, I said the fact there's 2 water maps doesn't bode well for Magic, especially with the Delhi being banned, so you can't dominate land maps as easily. It's just a great read from Lucifron. Like, we talked about this idea of clashing on waters, and I still think Archer ships come out ahead of just Springwall Mass, but the difference is the micro. I said he was going to be a micro king on the water. He shows up again and proves that once more that he is definitely the best performer when it comes to the way he uses his Springwalls on the waters.
Yeah, I think it comes down to the choices that he made about strategy. So he opened up with war junks, which are the Springald ships, instead of opting for archer ships. And what we saw earlier in the event was Puppy Paw demonstrating how strong archer ships were. But the key difference was he had a critical mass then. He had upwards of 10 archer ships all able to fire at the same time, do huge amounts of damage and hit everybody. Whereas here we've seen 4, 5, 6, it's just not enough.
And that's always been my point, is that once you get to a high count, the archer ships take over, but you notice that he's basically got baited onto one Springald and he whiffed multiple arrow shots. That's where you start to lose momentum. That's where Lucifron took control of this game, took control of the series, closed it out to 3-1. And I want to hear from the lad himself. We've got Riley standing by on the main stage to talk to Lucifron. Oh, sorry, Ellie.
Thank you so much. So I'm here with Lucifron, and that was such an amazing set. Game number 1 was a little wild. Can you tell us your thoughts? What were you thinking, the process?
Yeah, so first of all, I didn't really expect like the China pick there because it's such an open map, and usually like nobody plays China there, especially when there's like 2 water maps in the map pool and Abbasid. So when I saw China at first, I was kind of confident. Like I thought this should be good for French. It's a super open map, but then I felt like he had prepared like exactly like what to do against French. Like I think he was expecting the matchup, and I felt that his feudal build was really good. And then once you like manage to wall them up, and it goes to like the late game, it can be really good for China. Although I think French late game is underrated because you have like the best horsemen, the best star volunteer. They are so cheap, so you can just like put a lot of pressure. Eventually, like once you get to the Chinese economy, I think it's good for the French. So it was really back and forth. Like at some points, I thought I was losing. There was one point where I almost tapped out and just GG'd. But I thought, okay, let's just play every single game till like the very end. And eventually, I managed to come back. Yeah.
It was amazing, and you almost had a sacred victory there. How sure were you that you were going to have it or you weren't going to have it?
No, I never really thought about the sacred victory thing. Like I just got the sacred side, so like they would give me gold. I mean, if it had gotten closer, maybe I could have tried to pay for that because I feel like he has like ran 20 villagers across the map and built a keep in like next to a sacred site. So maybe I could have gone for that, but it wasn't really my mind. Like my mind was more like just spam horseman or volunteer like as much as I can, get like a good eco going, like all the food upgrades, so I can just like spam a ton of units. In hindsight, maybe I made the wrong landmark in Castle Age. Maybe I would say that the Guildhall would have been better for this situation. But overall, I think I played like the Imperial game well. It would have been trickier if he went for stone walls, but yeah, overall, I think we both played that one really well.
And for game number 2, you were French again. Was your strategy on Basin to be super aggressive in feudal? And did you want to ever take it to castle, or were you quite happy to stay in feudal?
So for me, it depends a lot on how like the early aggression goes. Like I think I sniped maybe 4 to 5 villagers and also forced like a lot of wood in walls. So I felt that it shouldn't be possible for him to hold feudal timing, especially once like he went like 3TC. I mean, he's kind of forced to go into that, but I just think that if the French micros properly after such a pleasant early game, like when you, I don't know, I guess he didn't expect the knights that fast, and his spears were like slightly late, but that's normal with Abbasid. I feel once you lose like 4 or 5 villagers, it's almost impossible to come back.
Well, congratulations. We're going to throw it back to the caster booth and in just a moment, but we will first have one more question. It was actually the Civ draft. It was the first time we were doing this format for the drafting. What did you think of the format? And it was interesting that both players, you and Magic, went for the double ban.
Yeah, so I think this format is really cool. In general, I feel like it's very innovative, but it gives a lot of space for preparation, but it's still a fair format, so I'm quite enjoying it. I've been practicing like a few best of fives, like both drafts and even games with like my brother, like the last couple of weeks. So I was feeling, I mean, I wouldn't say like necessarily confident, but like it didn't cut me off guard. I had like a plan, like more or less it went how I expected. So yeah. And about the double bans, I just saw that he likes Delhi and he's very good at Delhi. So I just said, okay, let's get rid of this Civ for like, usually I don't really dislike playing against it, but I just thought he's very good with Delhi, let's just get rid of it. And he banned Mongol twice, which I think I've only played once in the tournament. Like I like the Civ, but I thought maybe he would ban like other Civs, but I don't know.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much for your insights, and we will take it over to the analysis. Take it away.
Thanks very much. Yes, joined here by Nili as we head into some of the analysis of what we've just seen there. My friend, obviously you kept a close eye on that. Now we're in, obviously, best of 5. The dynamic is slightly different. Keen to hear your thoughts on what we've just seen. We can probably open things up with game number 1, obviously French versus Chinese on Prairie. A map that I think the French, does it necessarily just favour them due to their cavalry and the sort of mobility that brings about immediately?
Obviously very small wood lines, right? That means it's tougher to wall. Typically you're not really, well, liking to move out, and that's why we see Magic already going for quite some big walls. That's even the direction where he had the Barbican. And as we all know, if we have the massive clashing armies, it feels like Chinese army should win against French, and that's why Lucifron really pushed the issue.
So what are the keys to victory on a map like this? When you're, I mean, obviously we know the Chinese are one of, if not the best Civ in the game at the moment, but given the French have a sort of natural advantage on an open map like Prairie, what are the priorities as Lucifron, as Magic?
Well, going massive army is the idea, but beautiful move here by Magic. Gets his horsemen in from the top, and Spearman production only just now started, right? We have 8 on the field, not enough at the front, just had the barracks here going to the next stage, and we feel like Lucifron, he knew, okay, if this goes to late game and you're fully walled, it won't be easy, and he takes another attack deep in the base of Magic. You have to question this, but Lucifron simply felt, okay, your army is small, I might have a good timing here.
We know that a key aspect of beating the Chinese is making sure they don't get to their sort of full steam in the late game in post-Imperial. And what went wrong in terms of preventing that from being the case for Lucifron here?
Well, it is just tricky, right? Chinese are so good in defending as well. And we saw Magic defending quite a bit. And you saw Lucifron, like, he was really trying to force the issue, but it's so tricky, right? You see Nest of Peace in the back, archers are dying here as well. And it is just tricky, right? Lucifron, he gets the map control behind it, got some checkered side, got 4 against 1 relic as well, some really nice moves, tried to set himself up for the long game, and he knew, okay, maybe limiting my opponent from either gold or wood resources on the map.
So rather than directly pushing and pressuring the opponent's base, given the Chinese defenses, it was actually constricting access to resources to slowly kind of almost like starve him out, right?
And we see the minimap, right? It feels like maybe a third is really walled, while we have half of the map for Lucifron. The rest was pretty open, and obviously open without walls, that's easy to raid. And for example, BC Cutie, he would have like 3 layers of stone walls there, just knowing, okay, I want to play the late game.
Well, here we saw an excellent effort from Lucifron, obviously getting up against a Civ that we once again considered to be amongst the best, if not the best here. So really well played by him. What, from your perspective, should Magic have done differently as we move into this late stage post-Imperial to make the most of the Chinese's advantages?
It just feels like maybe some more keep, maybe some more stonewalls defensively, right? Because this fight, those 2 moments where he was pushing with his army and where he was resigning were 3 minutes apart. Both players popped 200. But simply like losing steam there, the raids were really good, dropping from 130 villagers to 50.
Yeah, okay. And just trying to do what you can, obviously, in those later stages of the game with a Civ that is supposed to be pretty good there. We saw the French come back, this time against the Abbasids, and it was on Basin. So a slightly different texture to this matchup. Talk us through it.
The first raids obviously were absolutely beautiful, right? Slipping in left-hand side, now slipping out at the right-hand side, and he gets 4 villager kills that are completely unanswered. And as we can see, those knights, they were so slippery, blocked in there, and he gets out, and that early game kind of felt already won the game.
Yeah, being able to sneak around the wood line there and those the knights so powerful, able to take down villages quickly. Even, I mean, the reaction time was still pretty good, but still those picks were pretty key in the opening stages.
Yeah, and we see it was a relatively quick game, right? The knights, the aggression there with the archers behind, and it was simply horsemen and spearmen couldn't really do the job. Felt like maybe some more stables could have helped.
And you look at a situation like that and you think, well, you know, maybe newer players or people who are just getting into this game, they think, well, it's just a couple of villages, right? But a couple of villages at that early stage of the game, that puts you a long way behind in terms of continuing to develop your economy.
Yeah.
Move on now to game number 3. This we saw the Ottomans versus the Abbasids, and this is the one that Magic managed to win, sort of running the Ottomans back in the second game in a row. Talk us through it.
Without a great opening, right?
Yeah.
We saw like that spearman is actually supposed to like scout, block the gold, go for some harassment, and that's why we saw Lucifron actually got some aggression here. Archer range at the top denied as well, and Magic was pressured back quite a bit. But then Lucifron felt, okay, I might get overwhelmed, and actually disengaged and takes a really good fight here. As we can see, the raid at the bottom there for Magic meant he didn't have enough army in the center, and I felt Lucifron could actually have a good advantage here.
So, from Magic's perspective here with the Ottomans, was this a very different matchup, do you think, to the second game where it was overrun? Did he sort of check his strategy, or is this a situation where the civs and the map mean that you've got to take a new approach completely?
It's simply like Ottomans, right? We still don't 100% understand how they're being played, right? We saw this approach with heavy play around the military schools, producing units basically for free for you after you had the initial investment of the building, and we just see how he's constantly overwhelming. He already here 22 against 32 military, while he has the eco deficit, right? But Lucifron obviously had to invest into the town center, is producing more villagers, and it takes some time for those to pay off.
Yes, indeed. So here we did see ultimately the Ottomans get up.
I really want to showcase the great micro here that we have, right? How the archers are constantly sniping down the spearmen at the front, while the Sipahi going back and trying to find better angles there. Look at how carefully he micros those, and now all the spearmen died at the front by Lucifron, and Magic is taking this one. I love this micro moment. That's why I wanted to show it.
This was the POV shot here. This is actually seeing it from that player's perspective. Yeah.
I just loved it so much that I really wanted to showcase it that much, and you really see the skill of the players here.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they've done well to get all the way to the quarterfinals, but there could only be one that would advance, of course, and it ultimately was Lucifron. As we move now to, we're still in the third game here. Any other comments or final closing statements you want to make about this third game that obviously didn't go the way of Lucifron?
It's just so much to figure out, right? We feel like Ottomans, we didn't really see their full power, and I'm even more excited for Sunday because we have a full day of preparation. Saturday, obviously AOE2 and AOE1 finals, and I really want to see what players come up for Sunday then. Yeah,
the semi-finalists are going to have a chance to step back, take a day to sort of, I was going to say relax, but probably not. Just prepare, do the best that they can, try to refresh themselves, I guess, even if it's not a relaxing situation. So, closing things out, we've got the HRE versus the Chinese, two of the best civs in the game, and this one obviously broke the way of Lucifron. We saw the Chinese lose earlier when he was playing against them. This time he was able to secure the W.
Yeah, and this might have just been a win due to preparation, right? We have seen multiple approaches to this game, and we see only one archer ship open, right? For both players. But Magic, he stays on archer ships exclusively. And if you face like a mixed army, it feels like archer ships are always winning. But from here on, Lucifron went to springled ships exclusively. As you can see, like 3 archers, 6 springles, very heavily favored for Lucifron against the pure galley composition. And it just felt like Lucifron came prepared.
I'm still figuring out exactly what the new naval rework is, what its ultimate result is, because it does feel like massed archer ships can kind of go up, they kind of break that scissors, paper, rock triangle here. But then we've seen here the power of the springled ships in actually sort of undoing that as well. So I think we've still got a lot to unpack from the way that the naval rework has changed the game. But these two, they put in a hell of a show across the 4 games that we saw there, and well done to Magic to making it as far as the quarterfinals. But Lucifron, he's in great nick. He seems very confident as well, just the interviews and the way that he's carrying himself. Looking forward to seeing what he brings out in the semis.
Yeah, so excited. And he said it before, right? He loves the game so much right now. Like when the game came out, he was still grinding it, tried to be one of the best, but he feels like the game made such a big step. The maps are better, the civilizations are better, the meta is more entertaining. He loves the grind, he loves to compete.
It's much smoother now, yes indeed. And of course, a lot of that nearly is due to the updates and the changes that have happened. And of course, the addition of 2 brand new civs. The Ottomans and the Malians have made their debut on the grand stage here at Red Bull Wololo Legacy. And while they aren't certainly as new as they were, we are getting a deeper understanding of these civs, their mechanics and how they're played. It's still worth going back and having a look at what these two civs are all about.
Welcome back, folks. It's about time to get underway with the second series. We're going to have BC versus a beast from the East, Lenok, the one and only. And we thought it was appropriate to get someone who done a little bit of practice with him on the cast. I'm joined by Hut. How are you feeling?
Thank you, man. Good to be here. Yeah, feeling good. Got a big series coming up. Excited to see it.
Yeah, and let's talk a little bit about these players, because BC and Lenok, they have a long history. They come from the StarCraft universe. A clash of ideas and styles, an interesting ramification last time we saw them on LAN, BC versus Lenok, of course, at N4C. How do you feel about these two going into this event?
I mean, BC's probably the second favorite along with Marine Lord. Lenok maybe hasn't had as much practice as he would have liked recently. Still a very solid player, so I think top 8 is not unexpected for him, but yeah, it's going to be a big challenge for him to get past BC in this series.
Yeah, it's intriguing as well, because BC, he wasn't being quite as smug as Marine Lord, but he was like, I know Lenok's weakness.
I don't think that's possible to be more smug than Marine Lord, personally.
Maybe if there's cloning tech, right? If we can get,
of course, yes.
Or he has a secret twin. But, I mean, you can see the vicious favorability here. 73.8% in favor of BC when they clash. 61 games.
I mean, we love an underdog story, don't we? So, I mean, look at that speed, though.
That's true. And also, like, if you want your underdog, you want to have that cute, huggable smile, right? There's just something when Lenok just looks at you like that, you kind of root for the underdog even more.
Of course, he's a very beautiful man. So let's see if he's got what it takes to take down BC, though.
I think he's been looking quite impressive here as well from what we've seen so far, right?
Yeah, I think the meta actually really suits Lenok at the moment. Very aggressive player, very solid with his follow-ups and transitions. So, yeah, he's been playing really well.
And how do you feel like BC's transitioned into this? Because BC historically is known as that guy who likes to grind you down an hour into a game. Do you feel like he's also taken to the water like a duck, right, in this new aggressive meta as well?
I mean, he has, as we can see from two of his picks here. He's picked Mediterranean and Boulder Bay. So, I mean, that basically answers the question, right? Does he feel confident in water? Yes, he does.
And, well, the interesting thing to think about here is we just had a series where this happened, where someone just went all land, someone went all water. In fact, apart from switching the order around a little bit, this is the exact same map draft as the first series.
Yeah. I mean, solid maps, probably the most comfortable maps for a lot of the players, so, I mean, makes sense. Interesting Civ draft, though. So we've seen Lenok ban Chinese twice, which makes sense. Definitely the most probably OP Civ right now on water and on land in some maps. But interestingly, Mongols and Abbasid banned from Beastie, so going 1 and 1, not double banning something.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is that coming in this Beastie, and even when I talked to him the other day, he's like, I think actually, to your question, my signature Civ, my best Civ is HRE. Everyone else thinks it's Chinese.
Yeah, I mean, like, I would say BC is definitely like the HRE man, like, he's been liking the Civ for a lot. He's got a lot of experience on it, definitely the best player on it. But I would also say Lenok traditionally has been the best Chinese player, so...
Yeah. It's an interesting one, actually, considering, like, he bans them out, but, like, historically, when Lenok first started, he was a Chinese main. It's all he kind of done. He lived and breathed it. But looking at what we're doing with the first map, I believe we were going to Gorge, right?
Yep.
wow, this is intriguing because we just saw Abbasids. It looked a little bit rough, especially when it's up against an aggressive Civ, and doesn't get more aggressive than this. BC opens up with the Mongols.
And you've only really got that one safe wood line right at the very back of your base. And it's only a small wood line as well. So, I mean, if it's a tower rush, it'd be interesting to see how Lenok deals with it, but let's see.
And do you see a way in which the Abbasids can play like one TC and be the aggressor, or do you think it always has to come back to that TC boom it has been historically? I
mean, it never feels good, you know, playing Abbasid on one TC. You really want to make the most of your ability to make villages for cheaper, so you really want at least one extra TC. Yeah, I think it's tough. It'll be interesting to see how Beastie plays Mongols at the current meta. We've been seeing a lot of people go more for a economic approach with Mongols, going 2 TC themselves, and then just going straight to Castle Age, but yeah, I don't know. This map, it's very open. I think it's down to spawns as well. Like sometimes you have a really good spot for a second TC as Abbasid. Sometimes it is really sad. So if that's the case, Abbasid can be a bit rough here, but I definitely favor Mongols on this map and in this matchup at the moment.
And I think usually when you want to go for that secondary TC play as the Mongols, as the French right now, the pattern we're seeing is it pays off if you're aggressive first. So
of course, and we all know the Mongol Tower Rush. It's been a staple of the game basically since day one of the game coming out. So what better way to, you know, get an economic follow-up to your pressure. So
especially on a map like Gorgie mentioned, there's only one tree line, so it's predictable, but that also tends to push these gold spawns to the front side of the base. You eliminate that, even for a civ like Abbasids that can usually be heavy food wood, they still need gold initially for their tech up, and then things like the fresh foodstuffs.
Like I said, it's going to be tough.
Yeah.
Let's see. Be an interesting game.
Was there any other interesting elements you saw to that draft process? Maybe some surprises on picks coming from either side?
Not really. I think a lot of the picks are like sort of worked out in terms of like the hierarchy of civs. You want to have like a lot of flexibility in the best of fives. One thing I would mention is Lenok said to me yesterday he actually hasn't even done a practice draft in the best of five.
Oh, really?
Maps or civs. So, I mean, BC seemed pretty confident. He said he did a fair bit of prep work yesterday. So maybe a little bit of the experience of the draft going his way.
That's interesting actually, because I talked to a few players and they rippled that thought as like, you know, we haven't really practiced best of fives either, because you know, you got so much time to scrim. I'm sure you can organize for a session, but the amount of time you'd have to sit down to do that. Some of them did say they got a lot of mirror, even though they were just doing best of 3 practice with people, so people are prepped for that. Do you feel like we're going to see many mirrors, or do you think like a lot of players are going to go out of their way to dodge that?
I mean, it's hard to say, right? Like, it's interesting because we haven't had any mirrors the entire tournament, and now you can run into one, so let's see.
Can flip the script entirely, but let's flip the script and move into the game. It's time to kick off the second series. Best of 5 between BC and Lenok. BC, of course, repping the Mongols, the civ he was known for when the game first came out. Lenok, it's not quite as Chinese, but there's another greedy civ that loves to boom up. It's going to be the Abbasid dynasty.
And interestingly, we see Lenok going straight onto the berries, a little bit unorthodox against Mongols, typically because they do like to tower rush. And, I mean, with the gold being there, looks like a pretty good spot for a tower, I would say.
Yeah, it looks quite tasty. And it used to be, if you got too greedy with your outpost placement, the villagers just get pulled. They just hold torches, you die. But there were some tricky changes to the Mongols early game with the Dark Spearman changes, right?
I mean, they got the extra damage now, so I don't know. It's just been such a solid staple of Mongol play for so long. It's just the perfect mix of like being aggressive, but not being too aggressive that you put yourself all in, you know? So I don't know, man. Maybe it's a bait though. Maybe he wants him to tower here instead of the wood line.
That's true. I think like the Abbasids definitely feel themselves on wood. There's a few civs right now we're seeing food and gold as a priority, but I think Abbasids, they look at the gold, they go, this is not what I need.
Yeah, you don't really need it. You typically don't benefit from going like fast castle, for example, with Abbasid, so that's fine.
I love how this trick came in instantly the moment they gave them the gur, right? It's like, just go herd some sheep.
A little taxi driver. He's got his little sheep friend.
Now keep in mind you have to deploy it first, otherwise the sheep will ignore you like you're not Papa.
Should bring the boar too, man. That'd be so sick.
Please don't give them ideas. Like coming to this event, a lot of people are like, yeah, Mongols are like trash. They're not going to be good. Then they saw the pop maps. They're like, oh, maybe Mongols will have a use, but they're still not that good. Been looking pretty hot so far. I think they run a 60% win rate.
Doesn't surprise me.
Yeah. And there's that villager as expected. And where is Lenok's scout at, right? Yeah, he sniffs out straight away. He's coming in behind the villager. Wait, no, I'm lying. I'm wrong. He's not at all. So he's as far away as possible from this. He's not going to see it at all.
I mean, you expect it, though. It's such a typical play from the Mongol player, so it won't be a surprise, of course. Like I said, I'd be a bit sad with his positioning. But, I mean, what can you do? You just have to deal with it.
I want to see if BC is going to shoot the mining camp and the mill, just so that you can't insta-delete them, right? So then you get paid.
I mean, I think most players now just sort of accept it. Like, I actually think the mill is in range of the TC, so it's not really at risk of being burned down. But and of course, you get the extra burn resistance from the House of Wisdom. But yeah, quick pull.
And they just keep repeating this, right? Just the outpost, come back, try to burn me again. And even if you're not getting your outpost up, you are idling several villages in the process.
Yeah, never feels bad, so. Good to see a big transition onto wood already for Leonok, 10 on wood. Obviously wants to rush a archery range out as quickly as possible, just get one archer out, ideally, just to make sure there's no possibility of extra towers coming up. You only really want them to get one up. You can't really stop the one that is coming up now, but yeah, I mean, Leonok will have access to stone, which is probably the most important thing here. You're not too sad about your gold being denied.
Yeah, the stone is on the front as well, though. So if we see BC follow up and go into archers as well, you get this clash. It actually might be quite difficult for him to get his hands on the resources for a second TC.
Possible. It really depends if BC is going to go into Horseman himself as well. I mean, this tower just lives, and you sort of just ignore it would be the correct play. Yeah, let's see. Obviously, the Abbasid's having a set age up time is a little bit annoying with this case because they will generally always get the tower up unless they're super greedy. So tower comes up, the mining camp's going to get burned down, so nice little bit of extra income for Beastie here. And yeah, like the next decision is basically, do you want to go for Horseman and then try and do extra pressure? Because obviously we see the archery range come down instantly.
It's interesting to see BC went up to 6 spears. I feel like most players so far when they do this opening, they just stop at 4, especially if they know archers are coming. Is there any reasoning behind that?
Well, it might be because of this. He wants to keep 2 in the tower originally and keep adding towers. So, I mean, this is why you want to rush the archery range out, get the 1 archer out, so you can basically stop any more towers coming up. If you let them get more than 1, like something has obviously gone wrong in your game plan. So this should be denied.
And you can see Leonok has just been holding the wood. Like, he's almost got 300 in the bank. Should be enough to get the counter out. And we're going to see what BC wants to do. He's going to go for the deer stones. Afterwards, he said he could go into the stables play. Do you think there's a world in which he just tries to be greedy and rush castle like the Mongols historically do?
I mean, we've seen nerfs to Relic can come, which is like typically a mainstay of Mongols going fast castle. They want to grab up 4, if not 5 relics as quickly as possible. But good pressure here, actually. So, I mean, the extra set of spearmen is actually paying off here. Just even if he loses 1 or 2, that's how actually he's going to go up. So we will force a ram out of Leonok eventually here.
Yeah, and of course, that's quite the burden on this map. We mentioned there's not much wood to be accessed. It feels like you're counting the trees. It's like, that ram cost me 2 trees. That's like a 20th of what I actually have available to me.
And yeah, they're just buying the extra set of spearmen allows them to get the extra tower up. That being said, you're not as sad now if you have to make the ram, but we do see the Vil pool.
Yeah, Peasant Rebellion time.
Yeah,
and only 1 spearman in here, so not too many flurries of arrows coming out. Maybe you lose 1 villi, but it looks like the scout does actually pay the attention. In fact, that's a lot of villagers to get rid of this quick.
Yeah, I mean, like, it needs to die. But interestingly, like, this is not really the tower you want to get rid of, right?
Yeah.
You don't really want to go back onto gold super quickly here. You really want to get rid of this one and try and access some stone, because, I mean, his other stone is also further to the right-hand side here, so the entire left side of the map, he's got to go a long way if he wants to try and get an expansion up.
And there wasn't really an imminent panic to get back on the berries either, right? He's still got a decent amount of sheep in reserve. Yeah. He could have bought a little bit of time. And to that idea of playing east side, then that means he's playing towards the deer and the berries in the south anyway.
Yeah, we see, like, there's a lot of resources for Leonok that he really wants to access early on in this game on the right-hand side of the map. Probably more left side will be his late game focus, of course, but I mean, double deer pack being on the right side, yeah, it's tough being delayed on your natural expansion like this so much.
Yeah, and it looks like BC is now going to be shifting into the horsemen, so the 1-2 punch. We do sometimes see people go into the archers, but this maybe gives you a little bit more flexibility to raid, right?
I mean, you only really need 2 horsemen here. You don't need to overinvest in them because you basically force them to make spearmen here. But interestingly, we do see Leonok going quite heavy back onto gold. So,
wow.
8 on gold. It's a very unorthodox play for Abbasid for sure.
Unless he's planning to trade for it, it looks like otherwise this is a castle age plan from him.
Could be. I mean, he has options in terms of getting wheelbarrow or the broad axe upgrade, so getting a little bit extra wood. But and we do see the wheelbarrow coming in straight away here. So yeah, it looks like a bit more of a 1-base play. And of course, we do see the barracks coming down now as well. And another tower that is so annoying. Let me tell you, that is the worst feeling.
And he sneaks it perfectly. Like he distracted north side, so you're not even looking here. Oh man.
Yeah, that's so brutal actually. yeah, I feel sad for Leonok just watching this. We've all been in this situation where you've dealt with the tower rush. You think like, okay, like I took maybe some damage, but like it's over. I can focus on my game plan. And then there's just a random tower behind your wood line that you didn't expect. So
even more so because he didn't go for the ram instead. Because we went for a ram, it's like, oh, I can just clean up an additional one, no problem, thumbs up.
Exactly.
It's great reactionary play coming out of BC. And right now, leveraging the fact he's got more horsemen than spears at defending, so he just overwhelms them, pushes off the gold again. But at the end of the day, all he needs to do now is wrap around here. Arrow slits are already prepped, so his wood line is about to go bye-bye.
I'm feeling a GG quite soon, to be honest. This is like such a brutal game. Like, really amazing pressure and domination of the map by BC here. Like, knowing that the backwood line is so exposed like this, yeah, it's tough.
It was great reactionary play as well, right? It wasn't like this was all scripted. He saw the move north, as you mentioned, and then he pivoted south side fully.
Yep, definitely.
Wow. And yeah, Leonok, is this just going to be the all-in maneuver? Just try to go do some damage the other way, maybe?
So he's got to go get... he's actually going so far north for wood.
Not like this.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, the problem with this is that the sheep aren't going to last very long, and if you have to bring your whole army to defend here, who's defending at home?
I mean, what is there to defend? Like, it just feels, it just doesn't feel so good for Leonok here. We see Beastie already well on the way to Castle Age, gets a defensive tower up because he sees the movement north. So anywhere he's at risk of taking damage, he's now securing. He's on the boar.
Oh, getting a little bit of Pumba in his life.
Yes.
I love this as well. Like, we've seen plenty of Mongol players where they actually they go pastures instead. They're like, it's safe. It's like, but if you have full map control, why play safe when you can play greedy?
I mean, it's been actually a big complaint of mine about Mongol players for a long time. Like, you have so much aggression early on that other civs have to react to. You can always take deer. I think adding pastures, it definitely slows you down a little bit. It's free food. Get on the deers.
Exactly. Especially on these type of maps where the wood is limited to begin with.
Exactly.
Do you really want to be building these pastures when you can get a better gathering rate and not waste wood? Don't
Exactly.
think so. Also, just trying to be a nuisance for the moment, but Leonok...
Even more idle time for Leonok. It's definitely adding up.
I think he's contemplating Castle, but it looks of a hut.
The problem is, like, what do you do in Castle?
Yeah.
Like, what do you do? Like, BC's, like, still getting stone. He can easily, like, get the monks out to get the relics quickly. He can pressure with, like, Man-at-Arm Lancer. And now we've got so much exposed resources on the map for Leonok being up the north with the wood. Yeah, I think... Quite soon after we see the age up, I'm very interested to see Leonok's face, because I don't think he's going to be very happy.
I mean, we're 10 minutes into an Abbasid game, and he hasn't gathered a single pebble. No stone at all.
Yep. Very rare you see that. Very rare indeed.
Yeah, unless there's water on the map, which of course that's a different story, but I mean, this is as dry as it can get. Oh, and the Ram will at least move in, so find some value. He does go on the egress, but the timing, I'm not sure if it's going to be good enough here. Step readout probably complete in the next 10 to 15 seconds, and an insta-pump of Lancers and Men-at-Arms after that.
I mean, good little push on the gold, though. Gets the villagers off there, but, I mean, BC can make Man-at-Arms against this and be quite happy. Usually, if you have this much gold when you age up as Mongols, you're sort of a little bit sad because, you know, you'd like to get double Lancer, double Man-at-Arms going instantly, but, I mean... Just like 4 Man-at-Arms will basically deal with this one army. You're not too sad if the Ovu dies here. Obviously, the resource trickle is good, but again, like Leonok's going Castle himself, but, you know, still got 90 seconds to go before he gets there. And again, what does he do once he actually gets to Castle Age?
Yeah, it's like, if your opponent was a range comp, you go, oh, Mag and Els would be my saving grace of the Abbasids, but we know Mongols are just going to spam melee units that you do nothing against.
Also a bit of pressure here, though, all being said, so...
Yeah, condenses him fully, so he retracts away from the resources. Although BC does still have those hidden resources, the boar, the deer, and now the gold vein to the right side that he's moved the step readout over to.
I mean, that ram's going to take a long time if he wants to run over there, so, you know, they're not quick.
It's also the worst civ to have to build rams against. Like, I've got him. The building's going to... He's packed it up and he's running. Oh, well, he will shift his way around. I don't think he even knows about the step reader, actually. Like, if we check his vision, there's no way he would have sniffed this out, right? Oh, my... He's so close. Yet so far.
I mean, the risk here is BC gets too excited to fight into this before he's got just enough Man-at-Arms to basically deal with it. We see the army going very deep because Leonok feels so pressured to actually get something done at the moment. But, I mean, he can't dive the main TC. He doesn't have, like, anything to tank arrow fire. We see actually 3 barracks here, which is definitely what BC needs at the moment. Just, again, it's just all about the man-at-arms count. As soon as he gets to about 8 units, I think he'll be more than happy to fight.
Yeah, and at that point, Lennox in full retreat, and once he's in full retreat, you know, it looks good that he's teched up, but he's still playing those pocket ecos, he's still playing away from his base, and he'll be forfeiting map control the moment the min-arms hits, like you said, 8, maybe even 10.
Yeah, and we, like I mentioned, Lennox sort of trapped this army at the back of BC's base, so he's forced to fight. He's going to lose this entire army force here.
Yeah, he's going to have to discard it behind it. He's prepping his own men-at-arms and crossbows, and you can do reasonably well off that as the Abbasid. You know, it kind of becomes a neutral stance unless there's Yam in the equation.
Yeah, I mean, let's see what he can get done. I still think it's really tough for Lennox here.
Yeah. It's just weird and kind of foreign to see the Abbasids playing like this.
Yeah, it is a very weird game. I mean, I've watched a lot of Lennox games myself playing Abbasid, and this is probably one of the most rough ones I've ever seen, so it's a bit surprising, to be honest.
Yeah, and it's not too much greed out of Beastie. He waits until this deep in to go for the prayer tent. He knows he's about to get map control, so you're not even going to have a risk of your shamans dying when they're grabbing the relics.
Yep. The one priority for Beastie should be getting another Ovu up, though. Obviously, he's a little bit light on wood, because your focus as Mongols obviously isn't on wood when you're trying to go fast castle, but as long as he remembers that, I think he's in a really good spot.
I think that's another thing that is helping the Mongols on these new maps. It's not just the idea that it's new maps, people haven't figured things out, and the Mongols, if you're the aggressor, is good on new maps that people aren't familiar with. It's also that a lot of these maps don't have much wood, and Mongols is probably one of the best civs at functioning on just food and gold.
Of course, and I mean, as we've already seen, as Marpi pointed out, just the little rat villager going around making towers everywhere. It's the worst feeling when you're trying to just like, you're being pressured and you're just like, oh, I'll just get it here and I'll try and get like some wood or something, and there's a tower there, and it's just like, oh, cool.
There's a nice ripple effect to this. It's not just for the military influences, for those shaman going out, it's going to make you more efficient on making the return on the investment. Not to mention Springwall Towers can start to come in the equation if he wants to with that passive stone generation.
Yep. He did remake the Oval, of course, so that's good for Beastie. We did see Lennox going into a couple of crossbows now. Obviously, that's going to be like the core unit that he wants to bank his mid game on, but again, still 0 stone for Lennox.
Yeah.
0 stone. So the longer this game stalls out, the better it is for Beastie.
Do you think there's a world in which Beastie gets greedy and goes second TC, or do you think that's kind of throwing the game?
I don't even think it's throwing. I think Beastie can easily go second TC. He doesn't need to go for the kill right now, but he probably just feels he's in such a good position that he can. So
yeah, the way I've talked to Beastie, the way he feels about himself is everyone expects him to always want that super greedy late game.
Yeah.
If he gets a chance to end the game, he will take it. If he sees you're being too greedy, he will punish you. And the punishments are coming in. This men-at-arms count now up to 17. In small quantities, these crossbows don't even feel like they're countering the unit yet.
Yeah, I mean, the scary part here for Beastie is if he keeps making man-at-arms, then Lennox can actually stabilize on a decent crossbow count.
Yeah.
It might be forced to transition into the later game, but again, I think the position for Beastie is just very, very strong. Very hard for Lennox to come back here.
What kind of percentage would you put on it?
I'll do the old 99-1.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, you watch a bit of Dota, you're just trying to give that like clutch comeback feel.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, my, okay, but yeah, now we are at the 99-1. I don't think Lennox even noticed that still. Just one Lancer is going to be a complete nuisance in the back line.
That's brutal.
Oh, what? Yeah, let's just zoom in so we can hear the devs. We can hear them from far away anyway.
Yeah, it's the worst feeling when you see like the notification, you look over and you just see all the corpses. It's just like, oh man.
And it's so easy to see them as well. They're just wearing very blatant yellow robes that somewhat stand out against the terrain.
Yeah.
Stinger, though, imagine that. Single TC from the Mongols. He's up against an Abbasid player. And the Mongol player is up 20 villages now.
Not something you see every day. Usually it's the inverse of that. So, yeah. Just really well played by BC, you know, like just a good early pressure, good game plan, getting the the third set of spears, which generally you skip, allowed him to get the second tower up, and then yeah, sort of just snowballed off that advantage. So
yeah, and it's a full peel back towards just the spears for the moment for the Mongols. And I'm wondering, like, do you just now full halt on men at arms, just go lancers and then mass spears and maybe your own crossbows as the Mongols?
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of ways you can go about it. I think he'd be comfortable just adding a second TC here. I mean, maybe that's the one way he loses, right? That's the 1% play. So I don't think he needs to do anything particularly fancy. I think he's just more than fine just trading units constantly here. Yeah. But crossbow is definitely the unit he needs to get into at some point here.
Yeah,
and we do see the first one coming through now, actually.
I was about to say, this is one of those matchups as well. Like, usually if you start building mass range against your Abbasids, like, you want to be pummeled by rocks. But the beautiful thing I always loved about this matchup is the creeping siege on both sides that allows you to snowball each victory if you need to add in mangoes or other things.
And we do see, speaking of a Mangonel coming down for Leenock here, and this just feels like very much a Hail Mary play. Needs to get a lot done with this, I would say, but I mean, what does he even push?
Like himself to map 2?
Pretty much. I mean, like, we see these front berries, maybe a little bit exposed, but he has, like, back berries as well, so I don't think it's particularly scary, but, I mean, the one chance here, I would say, is that BC might have forgotten to get the improved siege engineering. Maybe that's a possibility. So if he can't make springholds, maybe this can work.
Yeah, but there is still concern. You haven't got many spears to defend this Mangonel, and there are some lances in the field for Beastie, which are right now busy murdering more poor Abbasid people. I feel like we hover on this on purpose so we can hear the death cries, the over-dramatic death cries.
I mean, I think that's sort of Leenock's reaction to when he looks at his economy of this game. I would probably have the same reaction, so...
Yeah, in his head, you can just hear the screaming.
Yep.
But very calm on the stage, at least. And these lances, I think now that the Mangonel's been seen, this is where BC's going to prep the whole army to party in the base. Even use the Shaman to heal off any damage done to his front lines right now.
Yeah, it's really smart. I mean, again, like, what do you push with the Mangonel? Like...
That's exposed.
Yep.
That's fully exposed. Just going to wrap onto it. Lance already gets down to half HP. One shot comes out, but that should be all she wrote as the Mangonel will go down. Crossbows are going to be pinched on the backside by the Lances. And it looked like it was going to be a decent exchange for Leenock if he was able to pivot quick enough, but BC just routs the Leenock army.
Yeah, I mean, again, like, Leenock was so far behind. This was really his one chance of getting a victory here, and just slight miscalculation of the positioning of the army for Leenock, and Mangonel dies. That's it.
And that's the weakness on such open maps as well. It's one of the things that makes the Mongols so good here on this type of map. We've seen the English as well. You can't be the defender, and it feels like it's impossible for the Abbasid to not be the defender in these matchups.
Yeah, I mean, and like, he was defending the whole game, and he didn't even get to expand. So, I mean, that's never a good feeling.
And BC, as a result, will take a 1 point up. I mean, like I said, he said he knows Leenock's weakness. I don't think that this says too much about Leenock per se. I just think it says a lot about the Civ and the map choice. But
I mean, like I said, though, like, when was the last time you saw Leenock struggle that much on Abbasid? Probably definitely his best Civ for many months now, and I mean, he just got dominated.
Yeah, it wasn't even close. I remember watching him transition to it in the early days of the year in the 3v3 tournaments. He was I called him the bottom of the formation, right? He just spammed spears as Abbasids and let everyone else boom. He'd catch up. And then after that, he stopped playing Chinese as much. You saw that clear steer. And well, it eventually paid off, at least in the last batch when the Abbasids were everywhere with the TC booming. But it looks like next we are going to be moving over to Prairie. Another very exposed map. Another one where the aggressor is usually favored.
Yeah, I'm really not sure what BC is going to feel comfortable picking here. Maybe Hatchery. I imagine he'd probably want Hatchery for the hybrid maps though, but I definitely see French for Leenock on Prairie.
Yeah.
Maybe Ottoman for Beastie. I don't know. Let's see.
That's what I was thinking. I've heard a kind of clash of ideas. Some people definitely don't like the Ottomans on Prairie. Other ones think it works. I was kind of on the I don't think it works bandwagon until I saw what Dumuslim done against Kapoch with the 2 TC condensed into the passive production. So maybe the Ottomans could be the player here.
I mean, it could also be Delhi. It was Leenock versus, I think, Kapoch as well.
Yeah.
In the group stages was French for Leenock on that map with Kapoch playing Delhi. So maybe Beastie, of course, a very talented Delhi player himself.
Yeah, and historically, I feel like the Delhi have been favored over the French. It started to happen on Dry Arabia a few months back, where France was still dominating, and all of a sudden, Delhi became kings.
Yeah.
So, thinking forward on this, you know, is there a worry that the momentum switches if we go to water maps? Like, have you seen a weakness in BC's play there at all?
I don't think so. I think BC would be much more comfortable on water maps compared to Leenock, I think. So,
wow.
Yeah, Leenock's really up against the wall, I would say, this series, unfortunately.
It feels like a repeat of the last one that way.
Yeah.
I feel like that was a rough match for Magic. Like, if he couldn't get momentum early on, we got the warm maps, Lucifron just on point with the micro. Maybe Leenock tries to go a little bit spicy with something like Mediterranean. We saw what Kapoch was able to do with the Chinese going on land, but looks like it is going to be the HRE you mentioned, and as expected on the other side, Leenock will be whipping out the French.
Yeah, keen to see this one, to be honest. This is... I mean, I was one of the most vocal whingers about this matchup, you know? Like, as a HRE player, you could never beat French previously, but, I mean, it's sort of changed now. I think HRE can be very comfortable playing this matchup at the moment, so it is very open, but I think what we'll probably see from BC, just try and take a lot of wood early on, add farms with the second TC, and then just try and weather the storm until we can get to Castle Age.
Yeah, I think the thing that maybe makes HRE an unexpected great pick here is, although it's not your tempo aggressor that we've seen dominate on Prairie regularly so far in the tournament, it's the sheep, right? There's just so many sheep, so you can play safe under your base. And what we saw in the Road to Wololo constantly with Frizzy Marshes, if an HRE player can do that, they're very comfortable to get through to their power spike.
Yeah, I mean, the extra sheep definitely always help for HRE. The good thing about, as you mentioned, the abundance of sheep, you only really need to go one scout. Typically, versus French, you would always feel pressured to go two, but just having a little bit of extra economy from not skipping the Ville now is quite nice. But yeah, let's see. I'm interested to see how Beastie plays it out because, as we mentioned, very open map. French is going to have a lot of tempo in mid-game, but let's see if Beastie can weather it.
Do you think it's the type of game where Burgrave is the go-to play?
No.
No?
Never.
Not a Burger fan?
I tried it many times, and yeah, the Knights are just too good against it, I think.
Yeah, that's fair. You can't brace, you can't stop them. But it looks like it's time. Game number 2, another land map, hopping into Prairie. Beastie leading against Leenock. All they do, he'll whip out his signature Civ, the HRE, to try to make it 2-0. Leenock, though, comes out with the aggressive Civ. He's playing the French. Looking at the opening, is there anything about the initial spawn that looks a bit spooky? Like, Leenock has very little wood, right?
Welcome to Prairie.
Yeah, I've seen some weird spawns where someone gets like 3 clusters around them. I'm like, you're being spoiled right now.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, that's actually an amazing Archon position for Beastie coming up. He'll have pretty much everything under it. So, I mean, he'll be happy in that respect. But yeah, I mean, if he has to add farming eco there at some point, he'll be probably a little bit sad. But I mean, the thing about this map is like, where do you start walling? You know, like, how do you actually negate the advantages of the French Knight? It's so hard to cover all of your bases. We did see Leenock yesterday going for basically the tri-comp very early on. So he goes the Knights, then he adds an archery range really quickly. And then because obviously you want to make Horseman versus that, he adds the barracks quite quickly and goes Spearman himself. And typically he's been tower rushing on this map as well.
Yeah.
Basically making the most of the lack of wood for the opponent. So be interesting to see what he does there. We did see Beastie open with a second scout. So definitely wants to make sure he scouts all of the relics and gets as many sheep as possible.
I love your point around the walling, how difficult it is. I think we saw a good way to kind of approach it from Magic in the previous series, right, where you have to take chunks. But I think in that game, there were better wood spawns for it, right? Like there was just a natural kind of splattering around. Whereas here, it almost feels like you're on top of a hill and the wood's all at the bottom far away.
I mean, you do have to fight for wood, which is like not normally it's very atypical of the maps you generally play, especially on ladder and stuff. It's usually, okay, cool, I'm going to get out mid-map, I'm going to secure this area so I get gold, or I get stone here, or whatever, or I get food. Here it's all about the wood, so.
And one thing I noticed Leenock should benefit from here is if he takes mid-map aggression early, and he wants to play pocket ecos, that boar is so far away that it's unlikely Beastie is going to be able to punish him early on in this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's a beautiful spawn for it. What can you do about that? I mean, typically you wouldn't want to be on map anyway. I think the way Beastie generally likes to play is that he's quite defensive and just is very happy just doing his own thing and avoids taking damage whenever possible. But yeah, that's a really nice ball.
Oh, interesting.
Well, this basically answers what he's going to do.
Yeah.
Definitely a second TC coming up very quickly.
And you can see a valuable location, I think, on the board, right? The board, you've got like 3 small tree lines we mentioned is kind of budgeted. Or do you think he has to be a little bit more defensive and maybe go for like the back corner with just more wood?
I mean, it's tough because on this map you only get 3 deer per spawn, of course. Yeah. So it's not as viable on other maps. I think
you can pull them both towards the TC though, right? The boar and deer.
I mean, it's a good spot, but the problem is then you're so exposed, right?
Yeah.
So the early aggression can come in. You can see towers denying the res on the outside. I don't know. It'd be interesting.
Maybe you just play. Do you think it's possible to just play condensed 2 TCs and just make the farm transition?
Yeah, I think you have to. I think French has too much tempo in this matchup, and especially on this map. So, as we mentioned, you got a ton of sheep, so you're unlikely to run out too quickly. Like perhaps even a fast castle. Maybe he puts the TC next to the gold, just so he secures that position and just looks to play the mid game a bit slower.
Yeah, and the nice thing about doing that way is like if your Archon isn't going to extend across much, then you can at least build more prelates now.
Yeah.
Because you've got 2 TCs. Yeah, instantly hard onto the stone. And one interesting thing to think about is I think this Civ is the Civ that's crippled most by going out further for their TC placements because other Civs, sure, everyone gets idle time, but these guys have a 40% buffer they're missing out on each villager when they have to walk distances.
I mean, we're seeing a variety of playstyles in terms of like what you do with the expansion. So for example, I like getting wheelbarrow and a second prelate.
Yeah.
So that's one way of doing it. You can get just wheelbarrow, or you can get just one extra prelate. So there's definitely a lot of ways of doing it. BC just going straight for the second TC as quickly as possible, though.
And that leans towards that idea you just said about a condensed second TC, because if you wanted to go anywhere, you'd want wheelbarrow on the way.
Yeah, I think the benefit of doing this version, especially against French, is that you should have the TC finished by the time the first knight gets there, so you can actually get it in a perfect position without worrying too much about getting denied.
And Lenok, he went for the wheelbarrow before the school cavalry completed, so it looks like he's not trying to prioritize the perfect timing on the initial knight getting out here.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty typical of Lenok, though. Like, the instant archery range with the first knight going to come out and pressure very quickly. But the question is, again, can he get there before the TC is finished? And we've already seen 350 stone mined by Beastie, so he can basically put all the guys back onto, guys and girls, back onto wood.
Oh.
And, yeah, the TC should be well on the way by the time the knight gets there.
And I think it's telling that this is probably going to be on the gold now because of that fluid motion. Start on the stone, make your way over, minimize the downtime of your villagers moving towards their next objective.
Yep.
Yeah, great play. Scout vision should be at least good for Lenok, so maybe we'll see a way of weaving in. He does know about this TC, but we can check where the first knight is. I mean, he's about halfway across the field, but with this many villagers, I don't think he's going to be quick enough.
Yeah, I mean, it's very smart play by Beastie here to realize, like, the timings of the knight being there and the risk he's at. I mean, I can see a villager getting charged, but I think he shouldn't lose one. Gonna tank it with the scout. Ooh.
Ooh. It's a nice play. I think like it kind of optimizes you a bit. There is an archer coming as well. We did see Lenok pulled villagers.
Yep.
And he's building an outpost right here, right? That's his.
Yep, that's a beautiful play. We're going to see one villager going down. Not too sad about that. Obviously, like, you have to prioritize getting the TC finished because you need to secure this location. But Lenok says, cool, you can have the gold. My tower's also in range of it, so what are you going to do about it?
Yeah, this feels like the perfect way to react to this play, right? Like, he waited long enough to let the TC be placed by Beastie.
Yeah, losing one villager, not too bad. Gonna be a second. Oh.
Yeah, it's gonna be a second. It might be all of them if he's not careful. Oh god, is he too close still? He is. He has to back away. Already half HP, so Lenok won't get the tower up. Great reaction by Beastie, and now 3 dead villagers for Lenok.
I mean, what do you do? That's
bring
so rough.
More villagers.
But yeah, well, you have to. You have to.
Oh, there it is as well. It is. You got to double down. And now, the crippling detail is Beastie still has a scout alive, so if he sees this early, and he's even going to pop up his own outpost ahead of time. Oh, good lord. I mean, if this doesn't work for Lee, do you think it's that type of game where you can still play it?
I mean, like, these guys obviously don't want to give up. You got to stay in it to win it, but, I mean, this start is so rough for Lenok here. Like,
he's even going to torch it down.
Yeah, I mean...
like, wait, we're trying to repair that. Let us get in time. By the time you start tapping your hammers, it might be too late.
I mean, it might go up. It might go up indeed, but I mean, the investment here for this one tower, like, before it was fine, right? Like, if you lose 1 or 2 villages but the tower goes up, okay, cool, like, it's worth it. But, I mean, losing 3 villages originally, and then you had to pull 4 more to get it up. Yeah, it doesn't feel good.
And this is deceptive, like, oh yeah, but they're even on eco. It's like, yeah, but the French should be producing a few more if you're 1-on-1, but BC is now 2 TCs versus the French one.
And with that 40% buff, of course, so yeah, the eco is heavily in favor of HRE here. I would say the interesting thing is, like, how do you sort of get rid of that tower now, though?
Yeah.
Typically, you're not too upset as HRE here to add a barracks and a stable and just sort of go spearman horseman just to clear this tower. But as you can already see, the tower from Lenok is in range of the wood line, and you don't have all that much wood around you, as we mentioned before. It's sort of like his only wood line here. He's got a couple of straggler trees, but that's so inefficient. It never feels good to be chopping away at them.
Does it feel good to, like, drop a racks and build, like, 2 to 3 men at arms and try to, like, torch this down with villagers as well?
Well,
okay, just
pull the boys.
I mean, greedy boy scraps it, and instantly the fortification is like, okay, this is a bad idea.
Yeah, that feels bad. It feels very bad.
And I think, yeah, Lenok is, if you check on the left side of the base, he's scouring around the remaining gold veins because he's like, well, Beastie needs gold now, so where's he going to get it?
Yeah. I mean, it's also for woodline he's looking for, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is such a tough spot for BC. I mean, like we were saying, like, the tower feels really bad, but, I mean, he's got the fortification on it. The tower's going to survive. It's going to take a long time before this is cleared up. Like, you can't, just because he's making Horseman Spear, it doesn't mean the tower's going to die instantly, right? So, behind this aggression, he's obviously expanding too, so...
And, you know, some people are like, oh, why didn't Beastie just pull the villagers straight away? Why didn't he just torch it down? It's like, at that stage, his economy was so small that it would have crippled him way too much to do that.
Yeah. No, I mean, we do see a ton of production coming down for Beastie, though. Probably not what he really wanted to be making at this point, though. Like, I think the game plan, like we mentioned before, more than happy getting the TC up. You might lose a Vill or two, whatever. You're going to have 2 TCs done. You're going to be getting gold. You're going to be heading towards Castle Age. Now he's sort of forced into playing Feudal Age a bit longer, and we know who that favours in this matchup.
Exactly, especially when you get butchered like this. Prelate goes down a villager as well, not to mention the idle time. BC's whole economy stopped working there. And this time adds up, especially now that we see Lenok has that second TC, something that BC is not aware of. He doesn't have a scout, so he hasn't spotted this out at all.
Yeah, I mean, like, this is like the perfect transition for Lenok, right? He does the aggression, gets the economy behind it, doesn't put himself all in, being too aggressive when he doesn't need to. I mean, he's securing, well, he's pressuring, rather, the points of the map he needs to be. Just this one tower is getting, like, insane value now, obviously. And it's all about the bottom right-hand side for Lenok. Can he get down there and start pressuring before BC can start securing this area?
I think there's a knight on the way. He's about to come on the screen. So that might be a little bit problematic here. Spears are at least in location, though, so BC already read it perfectly.
Probably didn't see the villagers down there, but obviously the army being down there tells him that there's something in that area, so...
He knows where the golds are, right? So you're just checking them regularly because there's only one logical play for the HRE here. It's not a feudal all-in.
Yeah, and we do see Lenok going quite heavy on wood here, so this indicates a lot of feudal aggression coming forward. BC obviously going 13 on gold when he's got only about 300 food, which never feels too good because he's obviously going to mine the 600 he wants very quickly here. Maybe he can get some eco upgrades, I guess, to offset that. But yeah, the economy has just been completely messed up by Lenok being so aggressive.
And the problem is the wood is drying up. It's not just the gold demand now. That food is going to disappear. You're going to need that wood to start doing this, the farm. 75 wood each is not cheap, especially when you consider, like, what? This branch of trees is maybe 20, and each tree is 2 farms.
And, I mean, the other benefit for Lenok in being so aggressive here, he forces so many vills away from the Archon, right? So BC is no longer getting the benefit of the 40% extra bonus gather rate, so...
Yeah, he didn't even build additional prelates because, of course, lacking the gold.
Yeah.
Frustrating situation. So, Lenok, I don't think he goes into a full all-in with siege engineering, right? Like, this is the worst civ to try and ram out of the game fast.
I mean, I think it's actually fine in this situation, right? Because he obviously doesn't want to hit the main base or anywhere near the secondary TC, but down on the bottom right-hand side where he's got exposed villages, that's definitely where you want to be aggressive towards. But
like, not you know, sometimes we'll see a French player prep the siege engineering, get the ram ready. You're not going to try to go in the main base. You're going to keep death by piles of kindness, right?
Yep. You just need to pressure and just keep getting what damage you can. Obviously, we see Lenok trying to, BC trying to pressure Lenok here, but...
It's a horseman.
Yeah, horseman is much worse than a knight at killing individual villagers, so...
Yeah, I mean, you see how rubbish they are. He was running away from a wolf.
Yeah, why
terrible
not?
Unit. Definitely not S tier of the feudal age.
The wolf is hungry, man.
Yeah, we've been waiting for you guys to come on this map all day. Let me munch on you. Nom, 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 nom. What makes this even more rough is I just noticed BC still, as soon as I say it, he still doesn't have wheelbarrow, and he's had to run around this much, which has crippled him even further.
I mean, it's weird, right? It seems like such an obvious thing, like, you know, oh, BC, you noob, why don't you get wheelbarrow? But it's like, if it's not in your build when you're originally going for something, it's actually really easy to forget it. So, I mean, he obviously has remembered to go back and get it, which is important, but, yeah, man, like... It feels really... See, this is like the saddest wood line I think I've ever seen.
If you think the wood line's sad, wait until you see what Landmark is doing. Oh, wait, okay, he switched it. He actually started building the Burgrave, and I looked across at you, looked back, it's like, he is a misclick. Thank God he didn't follow through with that.
I mean, if you're going to lose, dude, like, you might as well go for the actual good Landmark, right, in this situation, so... I mean, we do see the aggression from Lenok coming out. BC's forced out of the bottom right position, and I mean, where do you go for gold as Beastie? He's got gold on the left-hand side, but
he's gone west. He's going all because he needs the food, right?
Yeah, it's a great migration of vills here, but yeah.
It's unlikely that gets scoured because I think right now Lenok has been just patrolling gold. It's out of the zone of patrol.
Yeah.
But it's still an incredibly dangerous move coming out from Beastie here.
And I mean, basically 0 food for Beastie as well. So, like, cool, dude, you got Castle Age. What are you going to do? We see the production now being rammed down as well. I mean, Knight's obviously, like, the unit you really want in this position. But, I mean, Lenok's already got spears in the mix. He's not too heavy on archers, so man-at-arms don't even feel good here because of the French Knights, of course. But, I mean, this is such a tough position. I mean, can he even get relics? Like, that's the one chance he sort of has, I guess. If you can get like 2-3 relics snuck in, get a market, maybe you can make something happen. But yeah, there's just so much pressure on the front.
I'll give BC credit. Like, playing all these pocket ecos is the only thing he can do. It's very dangerous because he doesn't have map control, but beneficial because even if you don't have map control right now, Leenock isn't controlling the rest of the map. He's controlling your own base. So the Great Migration comes out. The Eve repairs will at least delay this a little bit, but now up to 4 Rams coming out from Leenock. This is going to outdo this cheeky little healing element that the HRE have for their buildings.
And I mean, emergency repair can only do 1 building at a time, right? So, I mean, cool, you can keep this stable, but everything else is going to die, so.
A lot of villagers shifting out as Leenock are running out of wood, but this is not risk for him. There's no risk at all. In fact, if you look at the military pop gap, 5-36, that's it. There's no way. GG gets called by BC. Leenock evens us up to 1-1 apiece.
I mean, I was saying I was interested to see how BC would play such an open map with HRE, and I mean, we saw why it's typically a little bit of a weaker pick against the aggressive Knight Civs, such as Roos and French, of course. So
It's surprising as well because he picks it here and we've still got water maps.
yeah, I mean, I think it was sort of like, I don't think he'd be too happy with that spawn. Yeah, I mean, that's how she rolls.
No, I mean, you know what? He's got to be feeling confident after that one. We're going to have to see how confident he was feeling before he even got into this series. We've got an interview that we got from Leenock before this game began.
My name is Rino. I'm from South Korea. I want to many practice, but this time really hard for practice because only few people can play pop, and I took BC before, so only I practice with some Koinu and Pasba because only Koinu same time zone. I'm Korean and Koinu Japanese. Maybe I can go to round 8. Just I feel. I'm really exciting because playing castle, so feel strange and it's good. I think good. Have not fear. Everyone I can win.
Humble but confident man. Always great to hear from Big Lee himself, and always great to see more games. That's what I want. You know, this is the thing, right? You as a player, Hart, you just want the 3-0, right? You just want it done over with quick. I just want to move on. Don't want to panic. But when you're a caster, you're always winning. You want more games.
Of course. Always good to see what these guys have got prepared. So, I mean, it's been a good series so far.
And looks like we are going to be heading into a paddling pool this time. It's over to Mediterranean for our 3rd map. Anything speaking to you, whispering into your ear, saying, pick me?
I think Leenock will definitely go for HRE here. I mean, what does BC go? Roos, obviously really strong on water. I think Roos probably more of a Boulder Bay pick he would save. Maybe English? Could be an English mirror.
That's interesting. I've seen kind of a split in this. Some people prefer the Roos for Boulder Bay and some people prefer the English. Do you not rate the men-at-arms spam that highly?
I mean, I think if you, like, once you've seen it and you know to just pre-wall, I think it's fine. I don't think it's too much of an issue, but... Okay.
Well, looks like he wants to whip out the Roos here. Maybe he's hoping that Leenock hasn't seen it before, doesn't need to pre-wall. But this should still lean in HRE favor, right?
I don't know.
Really?
Yeah, I think it does depend on the what sort of spawn you get with HRE. I think if you don't have your golden wood under the Archon, it can be a little bit sad, but I don't know. I mean, the extra wood from Roos, and I mean, the fish boats are still expensive, 150 wood still. I mean, it's tough. I haven't not really seen Roos too much on like the open water maps, so yeah.
Yeah, I think we've had like 1 or 2 picks here and there, but usually I feel like the games we do see it with, it's almost just been the ones where it's like a 10-minute GG. Like I think there was the Viper one that we saw where, I mean, there was other things going on there, but he just waved the white flag after, 6 ships in.
Yeah, I mean, I think it feels a little bit better on Boulder Bay just because you can, if you get pressured heavily enough, you can just go to Golden Gate, buy stone, just get arrow slits if you really need. But, I mean, let's see.
Let's see what you can do here. Time for map number 3. Heading into Mediterranean. BC, of course, will be whipping out the Roos. But he'll be going up against the true naval power. Not usually in history, but definitely in Age of Empires 4. Leenock is pulling out the Holy Roman Empire.
I mean, we do see wood next to gold, obviously on not the close wood line, which would have been preferred. But, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he builds it up to the north here. But nice little spawn overall.
Yeah, it does look quite nice for him. And you know what I love actually about the current meta? HRE feel like the kings of the water, and HRE was like historically led by the Austrians.
Yep.
Austria historically had like one dock, they had like a fleet of like one ship maybe.
Yeah, can see that.
It's kind of a funny way.
The things we do for balance, right?
Exactly. Right, like, you know, we saw the Roos with Jack of all trades, so what did? We took a baseball bat to the knee, took them out of the equation. Now they're like bottom 3 civs in a lot of people's eyes.
Yeah. I mean, I think they're okay. Definitely viable on hybrid, a lot more than they were on land, of course, but...
Yeah, because I think at the end of day number 2, like their stats were pretty abysmal. I think they were, I want to say, second worst, if I'm not mistaken.
I mean, I think they're probably just a little bit hard to figure out at the moment. Like, yeah.
1 win, 6 losses.
Well, what are you going to do?
I mean, the funny part is like the Ottomans are down in that sort of area too. So it's like, if there's a lot of picks, it can just be argued people are losing it as well.
You got people like me who are bad at the game, you know, dragging those stats down, so...
You're keeping it spicy. That's the way to figure out a heart, all right? Maybe you're just ahead of your time. We're going to get the grand finals. Someone's going to whip out Ottomans on Boulder Bay, and you know, you're going to be... I help them with that.
Let's see. Why not? It's like Marine Lord. I keep telling him French sucks, and he's just like, no, you suck. So maybe these guys obviously know more than I do.
That doesn't sound like Marine Lord. I don't think he'd say you suck. It'd probably be someone do your mum sucking.
Yeah, no, he's a very humble person in real life. I'm sure.
Yeah, totally.
He's not smug or anything.
He doesn't keep going. I will beat them. It will be easy. I feel they can do nothing. Oh, love that guy. If you love Marine Lord yourself and you want to catch him, make sure you tune through to the end of the stream because him and Poppy Paul, I believe, will be the last series.
Yes, last series.
Yeah.
Big game.
Very cool way to round out the stream. But of course, you're up against the Roost. Got to remember to snipe out some of that bounty. Lenok, of course, will only go 1 scout. The beautiful thing about being on a water map, the Roost guy is not going to build more scouts either.
Well, I mean, it's been a bit of a meta shift, actually. Previous patch, you would be seeing the hunting cabin coming out quite quickly just for the second scout. And you wouldn't make 3 or 4 like you typically would on land, but the second scout was generally used just to secure maybe like, you know, 2.5 deer packs and whatever wolves you can find. But interestingly, Beastie's saying, no, I'm just happy with 1.
I mean, even just get like the 2.5 deer packs, like each deer pack's worth 70 gold. Food-wise, you're paying 70 food for a scout. It's a good exchange.
Yeah.
And then afterwards, you've just got these units that can keep an eye on your opponent's base. Maybe he tries to make a land rush happen and you know ahead of time. But no, interesting one. Also, the hunting cabin's just nice to open up with just to get the initial like gold trickle going.
Yep.
Do you think it's just because the crippling element of naval is if you go that build, you're maybe like 1 ship behind and that could really be the difference?
Not sure why it's sort of, I guess because it's the bounty with sheep is no longer there, right?
That's true.
If you would go for the hunting cabin, typically you would also want to get wheelbarrow quite quick because you would have an excess of gold. We do see 300 gold for Beastie. But I mean, you can't risk being short because any delay on your age up timing can be quite dangerous, obviously, on water. So
that's fair. It's like you feel like you have games where after you've got your bounty and you see it's a good number, like, oh, I got 250 or I got 300. It's like, I wish I knew it was going to be that ahead of time because if I could go back, I would have that hunting cabin. I'd have that wheelbarrow.
Yeah. And we're already seeing one of the interesting meta shifts compared to previous patches. Typically on water maps previously, you would just go, I don't know, you're happy just keeping 4 guys on food, rest on wood, a little bit on gold, get your age up. And then you sort of play water with a second dock when you're going up. But it's sort of transitioned a little bit now. You see a second dock in Dark Age quite quickly.
Yeah.
And guys are making much more fish boats than before. Obviously, Roos, they have the more expensive fish boats, so they can't really go for that. But yeah, it's just a little interesting little meta shift.
It also, I feel like all these changes together, it's another small thing that hurt the Roos is that, you know, you used to have a lot more extra gold, so you could afford to not have people there. You push more people onto wood, so then you can quickly get the wooden fortress to unlock that eco benefit for your civ. But now, if you get a crappy start, if you don't get good bounty, you're going to have to put some people in the mining camp, which is also another 50 wood investment initially.
Yeah, I mean, we do see the benefit of Rus here. He's got 0 guys on gold. You don't really need... Like, again, the other weird thing is you don't really need too much gold in the current meta because obviously the ships are much more wood and food intensive.
Yeah.
But we do see the quick transformation. This is taking me back to the Boulder Bay times.
Oh, good Lord. We just don't see it often these days, right?
Yeah, I mean, going to be a lot of idle time here for Lenok, and he's only got 100 food, 150 food now, so he's only got the single Hulk coming out with a attack boat, but I mean, this is going to be a lot of damage.
He might lose another one if he's not careful. And the attempt to micro is going to be a fail. Lenok, what a fake back by BC. Insta turns around. Lenok's trying to optimize, get them back out. instantly regrets it. So 2 fishing boats going down. BC already prepping the demo ships.
Yeah, I mean, this can be quite risky, obviously, because you're spending like 80 gold on something. Typically, you would want to get like wheelbarrow or broadaxe at this point, just so you can have like a stronger mid-game eco. But, I mean, BC feels that he can pressure really quickly here with Roos. And we do see a demo boat coming out for Lenok because he's sort of expecting a Springald ship to be coming out. But no, the demo from BC is quite smart. I think he wants Lenok to sort of move out and chase him, and then it's just like, surprise, I got the demo, so...
So I've seen some players like panic in the last moment and try to use fishing boats to hide their demo ships. They do kind of look alike. Has that ever tricked you?
Yeah, I mean, that looks like a fish boat to me. It's just
why is that fishing boat on fire? What's going on
they're having
there?
a party, man. They got the barbecue on there.
Yeah, so they're just roasting the fish straight away.
Yeah, why
very
not?
efficient. There we go. So he'll just going to pull back for the moment. We are going to see the Springals now added in by Beastie. So it looks like both are going to kind of mirror each other's movements. No mass archer ships coming out here.
Yeah, I mean, we saw in the previous series with Magic, he tried to go for the mass archer ship initially, but you sort of get pressured too quickly by the Springald ships. So I think you sort of need to build into that a little bit slower. You can't sort of go for it straight away. This is a very quiet game, oddly enough.
Very tranquil, right?
Yeah, they're just doing their own thing. You know, got some fish.
I just like the music as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it kind of adds a tranquil feeling. But, you know, every moment of peace has to be disrupted by explosions like a Michael Bay movie.
Of course. We don't, interestingly, no guys are going for gold here. For stone. So we don't see any quick transition to another TC or indeed the defensive arrow slit on the dock, which would secure sort of your side of the water. Yeah, they're sort of just like happy to be equal numbers in military and sort of just keep fishing. So
now the HRE usually they kind of feel like on a clock to have their full eco value, right? Because the Archon's great at first, but you eventually move out of range, not inspiring anymore. We have to remember Lenok only secured 1 woodline with his Archon. He didn't get the gold as well, so it could be a limiting factor long term. But it looks like BC's willing to take the trade now, moves in. Boom ship is going to be neglected. It's like the kids who's coughing that no one wants to play with.
Obviously, really nice micro by Lenok there. I think when we were playing practice games, he said online he's micro noob, but on LAN, Gosu. And I'd believe it, so...
I think it's the thing about AoE4 is like it's feasible to play long distance, right, on those pings, but there's still something. You still do feel
Yeah, of course.
Second demo ship coming out. It's going to chase. So get back here where you going. We'll be able to take out one of the Hulk. Second demo coming in. And one of the issues is whenever you retreat like this, these archer ships are just tickling you down.
Yeah. I mean, good pressure by both players, honestly. You don't want to like put everything into one fight so quickly in the game. You sort of want to just keep feeling each other out and making sure they're not being too greedy and skipping boats when they should be making stuff. So let's see. We do see wheelbarrow coming in for BC as Mapu highlights with the broadaxe as well, and no wheelbarrow for Lenok.
It's interesting. You think that Lenok would want it quicker because he's moving out further, faster with the gathering rate, while Lenok's, BC's just fabricating extra wood, right?
Yeah.
So, trade's coming out. Demo ship. He's going to get maximum impact here, and he's going to be forced to stand his ground with the archers, and also adding in 1 or 2 Springals now on the side of Beastie. Demo ship is going to try to sneak in while they're not looking, but Beastie quick on the reaction.
I mean, it looks good for Lenok, though, honestly. Yeah, just like really nice pressure. I got nothing for you.
Boats, lots of boats.
Lots of boats, yeah.
And now fishing is exposed, so that's the knock-on effect, right? You're going to be pushed back fully. You mentioned the fact that they're still not in stone. One nice thing about the roost, they can quickly switch in. If you had the bloody gold to do so, it's going to be a little bit awkward if BC has to rely on static defenses here.
I mean, look how much wood BC's got. He's got 30 people on wood.
Good God.
So, I mean, that is a very ugly hunting cabin, though.
And then look on the other side at Lenok. This is 15 food, 15 wood. Feels pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, 43 gold from the hunting cabin. Can't complain. Little nice rest spot for the Vils, but obviously blocking a little bit of pathing, but not the biggest deal.
There's going to be a little bit of push coming in. Lenok, I think he was trying to go for land transition. You see this now, the horseman, so he's going to try to raid on land. It's actually a good time to do it because BC's reaching the outer limits of that wood line.
Yeah, and like we've seen basically because of so much pressure from Lenok this game as well as last, right? Like last game he was getting denied on the wood and gold. This game is the fish. So the fish boats from BC have not been gathering for like the longest time here. They just keep running around trying not to take damage. So,
is there a world in which Lenok just creeps Castle Age here?
I think eventually. I think that's like your obvious goal. like as you mentioned, he's making a couple of horsemen now. You don't want to make too many. You're obviously not going to end the game with 2 to 4 horsemen here. You get some damage done, and then you sort of just like continue playing the game out. But yeah, a little bit of poking here. Make sure that BC can't come out and wall the relics in is obviously a good play. And I mean that wooden fortress is a long way away from where the vills are, so.
Yeah, and immediately the shivs come out. He's like, well, it's just one horse, but it's not worth the time. Instead, he's going to build the racks up, so BC forced to react here. Another annoying thing about playing Roost on these type of maps, you can't now just say, okay, I'll wall myself. 4 or 5 palisade walls, they take over double the time to build they used to.
Yeah, I mean, like, this is like such a good play by Leonok, like choosing to go for the horseman while he's transitioning into castle, so.
Well,
honestly, actually, he does stop by to get wheelbarrow, which is a little bit interesting to me. I would have thought you're more than happy just skipping that for now and getting it a little bit later, but...
I feel like if you really wanted it, you would have got it maybe like 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, exactly.
Because like if you look at his wood line at home, like Leonok is getting to the stage where I know it is at the extreme where, yeah, I really need this now, but it was already getting kind of absurd.
And we do see quite similar numbers of ships in terms of the Navy count. So the Springald ships obviously making up the bulk of these, but the demo is coming in, getting some huge hits, but...
Yeah, but now the counter-attack of demo ships, it says, okay, time for a taste of your own medicine, but Leonok just so quick and clean to pull back, and this is the advantage of being the aggressor, right? Like, BC has such little room to work with up against the coast. Leonok, it's not that case.
Oh, he's stopping him in the ships, though.
Whoopsie.
Clips him. Not really the maximum impact you were looking for here, though. Most of the fleet stays alive.
I think he got away with that, honestly. I think that could have been so much worse for Leonok there. He was sort of whittled down with the arrow boats. He had them on the top side shooting the fishing boats, I think, and then the Springald ships sort of focused them down. Obviously, the arrow boats having a massive damage bonus against the demo ships, so if you ever run out of them mid-map, you can be in real big trouble. But yeah, I'm still surprised Leonok chose to go for wheelbarrow instead of just going for a quicker castle here. I mean, I think he was quite comfortable with the amount of navy he had. Could have just secured his position at home. He wasn't really at risk of taking like so much damage, but. Looks like it's going to be even longer feudal, which I think, I think that suits Beastie here.
Absolutely. If Leonok does get up into that age, he can look to maybe just funnel out a few knights. Then all of a sudden, it's not the horseman story we're talking about. It's someone that is actually really going to hurt you. But looks like instead, Leonok is going to be adding in some racks as well. Interesting choice here. Men at arms?
I guess so. I mean, I think this is risky, though.
Yeah.
Like... Can you actually afford to be making man-at-arms while holding on water, Like, we see Beastie, he's got 11 arrow ships now, so as we mentioned before, he's finally switching into the mass arrow strat. If Leonok comes out on water and tries to contest and he's not ready, he can get overrun very quickly here, so...
And the weird thing about archer ships, so the whole point you have to like snowball them, is partly to do with the AoE. Another thing is like later in the game, you've naturally got your hands on the blacksmith upgrades as well.
Yep.
Adds a hell of a lot of damage into these pew-pew ships.
Yeah, it's really strong. If you get caught out, you can just lose your navy like very quickly, of course. But yeah, I mean, I think BC's like fought himself into a comfortable position in this game now. He was getting pressured very heavily. He was sort of down, 200, 300 wood per minute when he was a fishing eco was being harassed. But yeah, he sort of resecured that, got a nice spread on his navy here, and Leonok's trying to push out into it.
There we go. Archer ship clusters getting ready, demo ships funneling around, actually coming in from the north side. That's going to be a beaut, hitting on the side, takes out Hulk and the equation, and now the mass archer spam. This is where it can reign supreme, stands his ground, whittles him down, and now Leonok, he's clustered together. Multiple ships are getting hit by this. This fight is going to be a win for Beastie.
It's still close. It's still very close, but we do see some extra demos going in. 3 Hulks going down there, so that's huge.
It's the Springalds as well, right?
Yeah.
Like, BC kept a few in there, so now it's like equal exchange there. And the count is looking grim. And part of this, we've got to bring it back to the fact that Leonok did start to invest in these men-at-arms. That's going to cripple his ability to reboot water.
Yeah, I mean, the longer this game goes on, the better it looks for Beastie, right? Like, he has the flexibility with the Golden Gate to sort of fix any eco holes he has. He's got like a big increase in the wood count here, so up 400 extra wood over Leonok, and we see Spearman coming in, so...
He's like, oh, I thought you were sending more cavalry.
Yeah.
Well, what do I do with these now? What if we just go kill villagers? Leonok's like, thank God I got wheelbarrow. That was the real value, huh? Oh, good lord, the archers though. Boom ships coming around the side, trying to get in deep for maximum impact. Of course, they don't get that bonus damage, but it's a big hit nonetheless, taking out 3 or 4.
We see 3 more coming in as well. I think this is Leonok done on water.
Yep.
I think he's going to lose everything here.
It's like, farewell, Princess. You can't stay around too much longer. Also, he's losing land eco. BC, we didn't highlight it before, but he's always remained economically ahead, 10 to 15 lead at any given time, and going to extend further because of these annoying spears.
Yeah, I mean, Man-at-Arms not exactly so good against the massive spearman here, and we see the rest of Leonok's Navy getting cleaned up.
He's just given up on it.
Yeah.
Like, he's nowhere near Castle. I mean, this is... It doesn't get much worse than this. I mean, we talked about, and exactly, he agrees. That's going to be it. He waves the white flag. Beastie remains calm in the face of the HRE dominance and takes what some people would call an unexpected win against what has been the domineering force on the sea.
Yeah, I mean, like, BC played it to perfection, really. I mean, he was getting pressured quite heavily early on, didn't panic, didn't say, like, oh, I need to get arrow slit to not die. Just, okay, I can deal with this, just absorb the pressure and then just come out with the mid-game pressure. And, yeah, I mean, really well done.
It's true. When he's got that kind of focused face, you can just imagine him going, this is fine.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely got the new portrait on his account, I think, so why not?
And that means Leonok now finds himself with his back up against the wall. Best of fives, of course, so BC now match point. And, well, Leonok, he's got to think, did the water map go better? Did the land map go better? Well, I got a win on land, so I guess we're going to have to look at some dry Arabia when we come to Game 4.
Yeah. I mean, I think the biggest thing is, like, Leonok over-invested in land. I mean, we were saying, like, yeah, the horsemen were good, but then he goes back for Man-at-Arms, and it's like, I think you need to get to Castle in that position and sort of be a bit more aggressive with your options on water.
He split his attention too soon,
yeah.
But because, we're past the split point in the series, we're going to have to split the balance in interviews. You already heard from Leonok. I think it's only fair that we hear from Beastie as well.
My name is Beastie Cutie, and I come from Serbia. I just tried to play with as many people as I could, if they were not on my side of the bracket or the group, because I wanted to avoid that. Try to get the variety and to make sure I'm prepared for everything. I came as one of the higher seeded players, and my first match is someone I'm very comfortable playing against, and overall group I feel pretty good. Both groups are really, really difficult, but I think going into potentially playoffs, I like my group and my chances. Best of threes are always scary in the group stage, but as long as I make it into the playoffs, best of fives or maybe even best of seven series, I think suit me way more. And my main goal is just getting basically out of the best of three stages and going into longer series. So far, the event's been great. Seeing everyone and meeting the new players has been really fun. I have been competing for quite a while, so I do have LAN experience, and I'm just looking forward to, playing once again and competing. As long as I play my game and I do what I practiced, I should be able to do really well. Most confident, probably the AoE2 guys, because they haven't had as much practice. Specifically, I want to play against the Viper. He beat me at the chess game earlier, and I'm pissed, and I need my revenge.
Beat him in a chess game. He's angry. He wants revenge. Chess is a game mostly mirrored. One person starts first. First pick is a big advantage, but we thought, what can we do to get that kind of experience in AoE4? How about a mirror matchup for the first time in the tournament?
I know. Like we mentioned before, we haven't had any mirrors in the group stages, obviously with the different draft rule set. But yeah, the first time we're going to see a mirror, and it's going to be a Delhi mirror.
Yeah, this is a matchup that, sometimes you talk about mirror matchups like, oh God, this is going to be like an hour long, right? Like it's going to be both people pick Chinese, no one's doing anything. That's not this matchup. Delhi is all about the aggression, even in the mirrors.
Yeah, it's a crazy matchup. It's been a long time, I think, since we've seen a very high-level Delhi mirror, so I'm excited to see this one, actually.
I think we always talk historically about the French mirror for being amazing. It's like, oh, how you chip away at people. But I feel like this is maybe the more micro-intensive one, because when you get in that big clash, like 50 units on 50, like who's pulling back spearmen, horsemen, who's healing the right units, all those small details add up fast.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. There's so many different ways like Delhi likes to play in general versus the other civs, but the mirror is very weird, obviously.
Yeah, you see some wacky things like, I think I've seen a brilliant thing is when you used to get the elephants, tower elephants coming out a lot. And what was the best, like people were like, what would you do to counter these? On the old version where they were really broken, I was like, you pick Delhi in a mirror, you get forced march, and you just run on top of them with spears and say, see ya, sucker. But you know what? We're going to say hello to a map. It's time to hop into our fourth game here. Beastie leading on match point. Lenok was looking to cinch one back, pulled away from the water maps onto land, but he ended up finding himself in a Delhi mirror here. Let's see what's going to happen.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a little bit of a slow burn to begin with, obviously. I would expect both guys to sort of do mirror builds, obviously, for the mirror. Makes sense. I would say BC traditionally, probably the more comfortable on Delhi than Lenok. I mean, for a long time, Lenok, as we mentioned before, pretty much only played Abbasid and then sort of brought out Delhi. I think at N4C as well, brought out Delhi in one of the big games there. So, I mean...
Yeah. Delhi was kind of a very meaningful Civ for the first half a year of the game release. It felt like people were doing some cheesy things. At first, like elephants, they worked. No. Then it was the tower rushes with the stone walls. Right?
I don't want to talk about that stuff.
No? You don't want to go back there? Do you remember good old King of the Hill?
Yeah, I'm too traumatized by Salami playing versus me, so...
I mean, it's the Wololos from him that really do it. The facepalm, you're like, how did he get me? Where did this... He should be taking that back home to bank the relic. Why is it in my economy?
Yeah, it's not a good feeling, I'll tell you that much, but...
Marcus Ladd, shout out to Mr. Sausage Man and what he does to the Delhi. But of course, in the Delhi, where it got really interesting is in the height of French aggression dominating Dry Arabia. These guys took the top spot. They took it away from them.
I mean, yeah, it was interesting. I remember when the game first came out, you know, like everyone was saying Delhi sucks, not playable. And then I remember Vortex comes out with, I think it was like the double mosque build, you know, back when Horsemen were really tanky as well. And, I mean, it completely changed the way the game played out for the first couple of months. Like, everyone thought they sucked, and, hey, they're really good, so...
Yeah, and then in the Road to Wololo, we even saw some people dangling Tower of Victory in our faces saying, maybe that's the way. I don't think it's the way in a mirror, right? That's definitely not the place.
No, I mean, you still have a lot of value from the Scholar healing, as well as, obviously, you want to take and contest the Sacred Sites. So just having them in your army and just healing is, like, a lot of value in itself.
Yeah, that's a fair point. And like the other way it goes is like these archers that have the extra attack speed. Let's say you start spamming archers. But if the scholars are there very early on, then you've only got 8, 9 archers.
Yeah.
It's not enough to kill off these scholars.
Yeah, unless you're one-shotting, go home, son.
Mm-hmm.
And it takes a lot to one-shot a scholar, I'll tell you
It really
much.
does.
Yeah.
It's like 140 health. You do, what, 5 damage with
That's
normal
not a good
archers? And then you're like, well, it's okay. I'll build blacksmiths. I'll decrease the count. Yeah, but it's going to take a little bit of time. Of course, that's the beauty of this Civ. Time is their expense. They don't have to pay for anything they get. And I think there was a slight edge, like Lenok starting his techs in the mosque over Beastie. Nothing too big, maybe like 5 or 10 seconds.
Yeah, just a slight little variation in the build orders here, but obviously what both guys are comfortable with, so not a big difference. The interesting thing with the map generation is Lenok's got 2 berries in the far right of his base, which you can very easily wall off and defend. Beastie's going to have to go a little bit further out to get his resources. So we've got the back berries here, sort of happy with that, but I mean, this is going to be a key spot for him if he wants to secure this. Got the berries and the deer, always nice, and then the other deer pack is further up to the north as well.
I think that although you've got retracted berries to Lenok, there's kind of a difference in the surrounding resources in terms of defenses. Like this wood line for Beastie means one angle approach is hard, but Lenok, unless he walls past near these wood lines, those berries are out in no man's land, right? They're pretty open.
Yeah,
so important, I'd say, like Lenok to maybe be the aggressor here.
Yeah, I think BC's probably a little bit more comfortable with his map, to be honest, overall. I think it's going to all depend on who gets the very center sacred site, honestly. I think if you control that, you can control, obviously, BC would be able to defend the northern deer pack, and then he probably has an easier time accessing the very far north sacred site as well. But
yeah, they're really well spread out, actually. You know, some maps, when you get in, I think the classic one was always Lipany. There's 2 sacred sites next to each other. They're like, you know, they're twins. They can never be separated, and then one on its own. Dry Arabia's always been very fine-tuned to balance it like this. And even though they're not perfectly distanced, it feels like no player has an advantage in terms of reaching them.
Yeah, of course. And obviously a very even relic spread as well. I think it's fine, yeah.
No, I mean, big shout out to Patia, the work he does. You know, we know he works behind the scenes.
Of course.
I'm shouting him out for the good things, but don't worry if he does something bad.
Yeah, we don't mention those.
I mean, like, you know, I love that he's here helping Krazzini, but I did warn him. I was like, I feel like if anything goes wrong, like Rosini's going to pull out the execution outfit, and it's going to be your head on the platter, mate.
Poor Potato, the little duck man.
Poor Potato, about to be sliced like a potato. But looking at these openings, I think, did we get a mirror? He cancelled the racks. Interesting choice here. Switcheroo after he sees, did he see the racks and then do it? No, he saw the archery range.
Yep. But obviously an instant barracks from Leenock in response to that.
Yeah.
Obviously not going to have the benefit of early Blacksmith. As we see, BC, obviously he's more comfortable playing the Horseman here, going to have a little bit of map control. Yep. Decides, okay, you're going the counter unit, but I just won't fight you. So more than comfortable getting the Blacksmith. Probably see him go into, what do you think? Maybe +1 arrows? Maybe defense? Yeah, range defense.
Yeah. I think you've got to prep for it. Like you said, you just want to skirt the fight, stay away. Like for him, it's not how much damage can I do, it's how little damage can I take on the Horseman, because you can always just peel them back and heal.
Yep.
So like that priority. And that's one thing I think is very elegant about the Delhi Mirror at this stage is like, you know, you see some matchups where this person goes spears, and you're like, oh, now I have to go spears as well, right? Oh, he goes archer, I have to go archers. You can kind of dip in different ways, and you can pivot your builds, whether it's blacksmiths or the archery range into the blacksmith play, or the archery range into the stables. There's just so many variances there.
And actually, I think with the Northern Sacred side, he probably won't be able to wall that either player because of the location of the gold mine, to be honest. But I mean, probably not the biggest issue. But we do see a little bit of harassment here from BC, trying to get in and poke the gold miners here. A classic beastie move, you know, one horseman on either side, and you've got one spearman. It's just being a little bit annoying, but won't take any damage for Leenock.
Lad's getting his workout. He's like, oh. Gotta keep going around. So instead, BC says, okay, I'm going to keep going around towards the berries. Get the hell off of them, son. I don't want you getting those gathering rates, so we'll have to go club some sheep instead. Of course, a much less desirable gathering rate than the berries that the Delhi always want to be on.
Yeah, I mean, the berry patch is almost done, but I mean, it's still a lot of idle time. You would like to, you know, slowly trickle guys off of the berries and get them back on the food under the TC, but I mean, it's just nice little pressure, right? Like, he's forcing Leenock to be more defensive than he would like to be. He'd like to be getting on map with the... Technically, he's got the counter unit, right?
What in Lord is happening here? There's a peasant rebellion going on. He decided Shivs had to come out here. He really wants those berries.
Yeah.
Okay. The walls are going up afterwards, so it's like not too bad of a play, even though, like you said, that idle time is another element of idle time for Leenock.
Yeah. I mean, I think BC seeing this is going to be really happy.
Yeah.
You know, like...
Losing one horseman a bit annoying, right? But as long as the rest get out.
I mean, the fact that he sees walls here instantly is just like, okay, cool. Like, I have all the map pressure. Like, we see archers coming out from BC, obviously a lot later than Leenock invested in his archery range. And, I mean, Leenock didn't even make archers, right? He knew the horsemen were going to be coming, so he's sort of just playing defensive with the spearman, but he did follow BC into the stable, but guess what? You're behind in unit count now, so...
I think this is the advantage of always opening cavalry, especially in mirrors like this. Like you alluded to it, like this whole idea, you know, he gets to harass you, he gets to keep you boxed in. So while Leenock is trying to put out fires in his base, you know, should we look at BC's base? Is very tranquil there.
Yeah.
No one's being harassed, no one's being attacked at all. It's as peaceful as it can be. And this exchange out here, the Scholar really is making a difference. Just trading horseman for horseman. Looks like something that Leenock should come out ahead in, though. BC overconfident in the power of the healing.
I mean, he's already secured 2 sacred sites, though, right? So,
True.
like, he's getting like a massive benefit of the trickle gold already. So, yeah. Again, I'm surprised at how defensive Leenock was being initially. I think like if he was able to sneak like one spearman out and just have it on map, just doing something, because I mean, BC's just pressured beautifully this game. He's taken map control for himself. He's got his resources spread out already. He's on the back berries. Yeah, it's looking really comfortable.
Yeah, I'm going to say it again, but I feel like at this point a coach who only has one pep talk thing to say. Proactivity over reactivity.
That's right.
Every day of the week, my friend. And right now you can feel that Leenock is just reacting everywhere. I don't feel like we've seen one move that's been his choice so far.
I mean, he's a bit more comfortable to move out now that he's got the wall done on the right-hand side. Obviously, that is a big investment early on. You don't really feel good having to make that sort of wall, but I mean, he's obviously denied the ability for BC to wrap around to the north side of the base and does secure these barrier packs, of course. But it looks a lot more comfortable for BC so far.
Yeah, I think where this could get interesting for Leenock is now he's got all these horsemen. Just give BC a taste of his own medicine, right?
Yeah.
Go in the back. Like if you look at the west corner, BC has shifted out into the berries. You find this, it's time to spank BC instead.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very typical feeling, you know, like you're pressuring, you're doing good stuff, you think you've got like a good good control of the map, and then just like 5 horsemen rock up at your berries, and it's like, oh, I was too greedy, or I forgot to do this. So
yeah, like
looks
war is preemptive walling. Who does that?
Yeah,
right?
of course, of course. But we do see the horsemen actually splitting off to the south side now, and might end up finding their way to the berries. But it looks like he's going towards the sacred site instead. But Lenok securing the middle sacred site now.
Which is important considering like he went hard in the spears. He wants the shortest route to have that flexibility to go back and forth, or even think about assaulting BC's base.
Yeah, and as I mentioned before, the gold mine getting in the way of the walls there, so a little bit more expensive to wall that northern side. But I mean, it's such a classic Delhi play, right? Like they get the walls up around the sacred site, and the amount of time investment you need to break through and actually start denying it, it gives them so much time to react.
Yeah, and the tough part is like, let's say Lenok goes north and tries to torch into this one. BC just comes to the center one, torches through, and vice versa. That's the advantage of having the 2 sacred sites layered first. Wonder if, do you just think about quickly sneaking Castle Age? Because Lenok is saving for it.
Yeah, I mean, like, BC's making archers, which Lenok has sort of neglected. He's only got 5. BC obviously going a little bit heavier into feudal, and yeah, I mean, Lenok will be quite happy, I think, in this situation, to be honest. If BC's still investing into archers in a minute's time, he's going to have more opportunity to take back the sacred sites for himself, but Lenok's going to have the tech advantage getting to castle a lot quicker.
Do you think the advantage of getting all 3 sacred sites at that point is good enough for BC to then catch up, or do you think it'll just put Lenok clearly ahead?
I mean, if Lenok grabs 4 or 5 relics, I think that's the main thing, the main advantage in the mirror of getting the Castle Age tech, right?
And the crafty bugger's making his way in. We talked about that back berry spawn. He's moving there, but he ran past the base. So Beastie, I wouldn't be surprised if those villagers are already shifting away. Nope, they're just on a coffee break. They'll finally head for the stealth forests. I'd hope.
But only 1 tower though, but a little bit of misattention. Okay, Lenok does pay attention again.
It's because he's going in the base on the front side. He's also idling the wood line. This is a great pivot by Lenok, and behind this, he still has the possibility to go for Castle Age depending on how this fight goes.
Yeah, I mean, he's making a few units, but he's not really investing further into feudal here. Obviously, the berries have run out, but a lot of pressure on BC's side here.
10 idle villager for Lenok, he just fixed that. And also BC, because he peeled away the horsemen chasing these villagers, he's at least getting something in the western corner again, but still, we'll lose a few villagers. Textiles will mitigate some of those losses at least. I love the way that they're both just deciding to not bow down. It's not a kind of like, oh, I need to defend now. It's like, no, we will aggress it on both sides.
Yeah, I mean, it's the Lean Octopus man. Like, he's renowned for his multitasking, and we're seeing it in full effect here. Interestingly, he has gone back into making a couple more units, so perhaps deciding that he needs to continue pressuring here, but I can't help but feel I think Castle was the correct play here, right? Like he's pressuring so hard on BC's side of the map. He's harassing with his army on 2 different spots, forcing BC to run after him. He has so much opportunity to go Castle.
Yeah. It just feels like in this situation, you saw BC, you mentioned it, he's investing in a lot of archers, he's doubling down on feudal. Worst thing you can do is go, I'm going to fight you. Let's make this feudal last a little bit longer.
Yeah, I mean, I think Lenok now following him into making like a bigger feudal army just benefits BC now. I think like if BC saw Lenok aged up and he's sitting on like 20 archers, like he's really sad, but I mean, there's still beautiful pressure from Lenok coming out here, but needs to be really careful.
Nice save on the Scholar. It's that cyclone effect, like you get sucked into the whirlpool. It's something you're always trying to avoid, but it feels like it swings and roundabouts, right? Opening for Beastie, where he sucked Lenok into those responses. And then that swings Lenok. Now we're going back the other way, but in fairness, Beastie is getting crippled here. It's now almost a 10-villager lead for Lenok.
Yeah, it's big, but we do see a big army on the left-hand side getting caught out, but Lenok's coming in with some reinforcing horsemen.
But the Spearmen are also mirroring the movement, so it's going to be tough for Lenok to extract value here. And he is running out of space to retreat towards. He's going to turn around in the stealth forest to try and snipe out the scout. That's what's giving the vision for the archers to attack. And it looks like there is an engagement coming. Horsemen surging forward. But Scholars can easily become the front line. It's just impossible for him to fight this now. He retreats past it and just has to bite his lips and accept the losses here, because this is easily going to be a fight win for Beastie.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the beautiful army movement from Lenok coming over to the left-hand side, killing a bunch of villagers, but, I mean, he gets his army trapped and killed, and now Beastie is the one who's going Castle Age.
Where did this come from, Hart? Wait, what? I feel like we were talking about Lenok for so long, he's going to get Castle Age, and then Beastie's like, not only have I still got feudal aggression,
I mean, like we're mentioning, it's all about the archers, right? They're very food cheap, so BC can afford to make comparatively more archers than the sort of units Lenok's making. He's making horsemen spearmen with, you know, a little bit of archery, but I mean, yeah, just BC sort of realized I don't need to invest so much more into feudal. I can be comfortable with what I've got. And yeah, he's heading up, and I think Leenock is going to be a little bit miffed about this.
I don't even think he saw it when he ran through the base of the Horseman, because you would have attacked them on the compound of the defender, right, to try and delay it. I think it was like very much on the edge, so even now he's like, oh, crap.
Yeah?
Yeah, okay, I didn't even get a small heads up. Instead, now you really need to do something. Best thing you can do is camp a few relics. Be happy that BC was defending in the back of his base, but now you're going to be the one that defends.
I mean, this is the tough part about playing versus Delhi, right? BC was getting pressured so much, but Leenock didn't have the opportunity to break down the walls and get onto the sacred site. So BC's still reaping the benefit of having the trickle gold from them.
And it's going to be a mirrored idea to go into the compound of the defender. I feel like, actually, so far, we've only seen compound of the defender here at this tournament.
I can't even remember what the other landmark is. House of Wisdom. House of Learning.
Yeah, I was about to go, ironically go, let me teach you something. It's a House of Learning.
Yep, there we go.
Yeah, it's weird because we see a lot of men-at-arm spam as well, but is it just too slow to get the home blades?
Yeah, I mean, like, crossbowmen obviously dominant in this matchup, and indeed in all matchups. So, I mean, combat defender makes the most sense, especially for Delhi. You get the cheaper TCs, castles, everything you want. So, yeah, it just makes perfect sense.
And Leenock says, okay, I still have mid-map control on my side. I'm teching up. What if we just start grabbing the stone as quickly as possible?
Be interesting to see where he puts it. Does he go for the kill straight away, or does he try and secure the middle sacred site and then push from there?
I think you go 1-2, right? You don't overextend with
Yeah,
it.
you don't need to be overly aggressive here. I mean, BC obviously has the advantage of being up to castle a little bit quicker.
Yeah.
But again, like perhaps BC went to castle too quickly. He sacrificed a bit of map control to get the tech advantage, but yeah, he just needs to leverage what he has and try and get out of the map and grab some relics.
He's swinging back around on that relics though. You can see 2 just got banked, the 3rd one's coming in. So he's getting the lion's share of the gold, not to mention the fact he still has 2 sacred sites. So even though it's still a 10 eco lead for Leenock, that's shriveled up by this value the other way. Wololo's going to come out. That's going to force a clash. No heals in time. You saw what BC was trying to do there. He's just have to pick up the relic and accept that it's going to be gold and not a conversion of an army.
Yeah, I mean, this seems like a really good fight for Beastie, right? Like, he's got just enough archers to make sure the spearmen aren't too much of a threat to the knights, but I mean, we still don't see
he's retreating.
Yeah, I mean, we don't see the veterancy upgrade for archers yet coming through, so...
He's going for the wall again. He baits him in.
Oh, no.
Can he heal it, though? He can't get the heals off. They were patting each other's head. Beastie is too busy trying to get a flash. He played it in this one. It's another Wololo attempt. He's not going to stop, and this time, he'll at least get it off. Leenock is too slow to respond. He gets a massive chunk of the army, and the villagers are also out here fighting on top of it.
I mean, that's that's such a good Wololo, right? I think Salami would be proud of that one, but we see the villagers coming out. He obviously wants to try and drop a keep somewhere here, but, I mean, can he even win this fight?
Yeah, I think he comes out slightly ahead at the end of it, just because Leenock's pushing more right now. But what the villagers do afterwards, we've got another Wololo coming in. Wait, where is it? What?
That's the classic Salami. That's the bait one, you know? It's just like, hey, bro, there's something going on over here. Don't look at the fight.
Leenock just runs away, like, what's going on right now? But Leenock, he remains calm. He will just stay focused on the fight, even gets the shivs out from villagers. So although the Wololo came through, although BC made it a little bit more even, Leenock still keeps momentum, and now he'll be looking for a very aggressive keep drop after this win.
Yeah, I mean, Leenock, he kept the archer count high. You know, he sort of whittled away what Beastie had, but there's still a lot of spearmen for Beastie here. Not exactly the greatest unit against spears, of course, but, I mean, these are Vils tanking the front line.
It is, and even with textiles, they're not going to last forever, and they're not exactly cheap. It's not like they're the Abbasids. Just look at the eco situation. They're about to be neck and neck, and soon it's going to be Leenock neck on the chopping block.
Yeah, I mean, BC was behind in Vils for a lot of this game because of the harassment of Leenock, but, I mean, Leenock feels pressured to go for the kill now.
I mean, the kill on what? The rocks?
Yeah, why not?
He's just trying to gather stone on the front line here. He's like, oh man, these guys have been idle for a long time. I need them to work. Because that's the thing, even though it's even on the economy, the amount of villagers out here, BC has a dominant lead, enough to close out the series. Leenock knows when he's beat and he's done with being pummeled. Beastie will take the win, 3-1 to boot Leenock out of Wololo Legacy.
Like, honestly, that's a really hard situation to play from in the Delhi Mirror. He wasn't so keen to invest in army so much. He just had the perfect amount of stuff right. We were saying, okay, Leenock's got the archer advantage. Okay, well, BC didn't ignore archers just because he doesn't have enough to be ahead in count. He just has enough to, you know, dissuade spearmen, so then the knights can come in and do damage. Yeah, he just played the map really well. Didn't get too flustered with the Vils going down. He was obviously behind in Nico, but yeah, I mean, BC definitely one of the best Delhi players we have, so very impressive performance here.
Most definitely. I think some people, maybe off that second map, the one that Lenok took, they'd be a little bit tilted with the way things went down, because we talked a little afterwards. That was not a great spawn, especially for a civ like the HRE. The thing about Beastie, maybe it's just a brag and it's not true, but he says, I don't get tilted very easily. If there's a 1% chance for me to win a game, I'll stick in it. Admittedly, he tilts sometimes, but usually it's when there's a bug involved in the process. So I think that what I'm trying to get at is, like, some players maybe would have thrown off. You come on the third map, maybe Lenok gets some momentum, but Beastie, calm as can be, going through all this series. And what way to close it out with our first mirror, a very enjoyable one.
Yeah, I mean, like we're mentioning, I think Lenok felt pressure to go for the win versus probably the stronger opponent. Yeah, I mean, beautiful play by Beastie. What can we say?
Yeah, and that means he keeps the stream live. Of course, that means Lenok will go out. I believe Beastie will match up against either Marine Lord or Puppy Paw. I was talking to the two. Beastie was a little bit annoyed at Marine Lord for ruining the bracket structure.
I would be too.
But you know what? Let's see if he's annoyed about anything now. I'm sure he's very happy with the win. Let's head across the stage with an interview. Ellie has got Beastie. Let's get his thoughts on the series.
Congratulations, really well played. I'd love to hear your thoughts on that final game, the Delhi mirror. Were you expecting that at all?
So I haven't, thank you first of all, and I haven't done too much practice in mirrors because they're only viable in, or possible in best of fives or best of sevens. So it was a very messy one, but Lenok is a very fast player, 5 out of 7 and all, but he's a very fast player, so it was all about controlling the sacred sites. And in Delhi mirror, even back in the game release, whoever gets 2 sacred sites and the one guy has 1, you're at a pretty good lead. So you'll be able to kind of get that advantage, maybe use Marketplace to get some food and kind of take up to Castle faster.
And there's another question I wanted to ask you. Your pick for game number 3 on Mediterranean, the Rus pick, was that planned? Because I did notice you made the switch from fishing ships into galleys, and I don't think we've ever seen that with Rus before.
Yeah, I think Rus is decent on water maps. It's one of the strategies I've prepared for the tournament. I haven't seen many players use it, so I think a lot of them will not have experience playing against it. But I think there's a lot of viable civs in water maps. I think at the end of the day, it's what you prefer. Some civs are strong because they can make units early. Some civs are strong because they have faster gathering rates. So I think it's up to the players what they prefer, and I think Rus is a solid pick.
In the second game, where Lenok did manage the win, do you think it came down to that really pivotal tower?
I've practiced HRE on that map, and my spawn was a bit unfortunate because everything was in the front. So if it was maybe in the back, I could have pulled off the TC, but the tower is something I didn't expect. And I tried to make my own tower to manage to deny his, but he brought like 5 more villagers, and when that went up, I probably knew I lost the game already.
Well, thank you so much for your overview. One more question before we take it over to the analysis. How are you going to spend the rest of your day today and tomorrow?
Today I'm probably just going to watch the rest of the games. Tomorrow I'm going to prepare for the semifinals. Probably even tonight, to be honest. I can't really go to bed without, at least giving a little bit of thought what I'll do in the semifinals. So I'll especially watch Puppy Paw versus Marine Lord, since one of those two is my next opponent.
Well, very well played. We will love to see Beastie go into the semis, maybe even the finals. We'll definitely have to find out on Sunday, and we'll take it over to the analysis.
Thanks so much, Ellie. Back here in the analysis chamber, joined by Keaton, Aussie Drongo. Good to have you back, mate. And very excited to get your thoughts on what we've just seen here. Beastie Cutie, obviously fantastic player. We expected big things from him. So far, he's delivered.
Yeah, he's looking very solid at the moment, and definitely not going up against any slouch there either. Lenok, notoriously good at lands. Earlier this year, we saw him at another land take out Marine Lord in the semi-finals. So fortunately for Beastie today, he was able to get through, but he's looking incredibly good.
Yeah, we'll chuck up some vision here and have a chat about these games, starting with game number 1, Mongols versus Abbasid. This one was on Gorge, and the Mongols, the prototypical aggressive civ, right? No walls. They're a civ that can really get stuck in very early. Talk us through what we saw in the opening game number 1.
Yeah, so it's a really interesting play by Lenok. And when I say interesting, well, let's just put it this way. He was on one town center as the Abbasid dynasty, and there's a reason why we don't see a lot of this. The reason why is because it doesn't work. And so... So Beastie did a great job in stopping Leenock from ever expanding out to that second town center. But at the end of the day, it just came down to Leenock trying to play 1TC on the Abbasid dynasty and not really leaning into their strengths.
You got to warn me, man. You got to warn me when you got gear like that on the go. Holy moly, it just doesn't work. Well, look, you know, I don't think we've seen the Mongols actually win all that much. They've been okay, I think, sort of in the middle of the pack. But yeah, what was different for Beastie in this matchup?
I think just his aggression was on point. So typically, it can be hit or miss when it comes to Mongols. Yesterday, we saw a game with the Muslim where he was aggressive with the Mongols, but it didn't make it stick. Whereas here in this game, Beastie made it stick, and that's really where the difference was. And he was able to get up to the castle age, he was able to do the damage, and Leenock wasn't able to keep up with him.
Yeah, so from this standpoint, I guess, as we look at some of the fights that were taking place in this game, what should Leenock have done besides not just sticking with 1TC?
Yeah, so I think it just comes to the defense. It was difficult for him to defend in the early stages of the game, and I think he needed to be a bit more fluid. He was really looking to commit, stay in that base, and I think perhaps even just sneaking 4 or 5 villages off to the side of the map, go find a stone mine somewhere, and then just secretly gather that stone, because playing the Abbasid dynasty without additional town centers, it's incredibly difficult to do.
As you've highlighted for us so very succinctly. Yes, indeed. All right, well, so that was game number 1. Game number 2, as we move on now to HRE versus the French on Prairie. Now, this obviously went the way of Leenock. Leenock equalised the series at 1-1, got himself back in with a Civ that, particularly today, has looked really impressive.
Yeah, French have looked increasingly strong. I think coming into this event, people probably thought the French, not the best civilization. They're not picked out number 1, number 2. They're not banned out by anybody, but they've looked really solid today, and their win rate continues to climb. I think what was concerning for me is that we saw Beastie going for a civilization that's not considered the best civilization on this map, but he had a game plan coming into this game. So large gold veins spawn in your base on Prairie. So Beastie said, I'm going to come into the game and I'm going to just put a town center by the gold vein, but there's one weakness to this, and that is the tower. And that's exactly what Leenock identified, bringing villagers across the map with that tower, having not a whole lot of luck with the first villagers, but the second lot that came through was successful. And it doesn't matter that Beastie's got a town center there, it doesn't matter that Beastie's got his own defensive structures, because he can't gather from that gold.
Yes.
And that's what he's there to do. So because of that, his whole game plan just gets thrown out the window.
It's not like you're taking down the TC or anything with this, it's the fact that you are effectively idling or even just completely disabling this gold here. And when your opponent builds a strategy around that, it doesn't matter if you're taking losses in subverting that. If they've based their entire game plan around that, you're going to make massive gains.
And that's exactly it. He definitely did come in with that plan. He said, I'm going to play this certain style, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do that. And Leenock just had the perfect counter. You know, from that position that Leenock was in, you can argue maybe he should have gone for archers, but the fact he went for outpost just really put the nail in the coffin. There was no way that Beastie was going to be able to claw back from that second game at all.
Just unable to enact the game plan that he sort of had prepared. Speaking of game plans that we've, in terms of preparation here, HRE on Mediterranean, a lethal combination. We've seen the Holy Roman Empire really get it done on this map for a long time. But the Rus, well, there might be something here. Beastie picked this Civ. It's been low in people's pick orders all weekend, and all week, I should say. But we might be able to learn a thing or two from the Serbian here, because he's got something up his sleeve with the Rus here.
Yeah, there was some beautiful micro that we saw in this game, and I think that it really just came down to micro. Some wonderful techniques that he was able to utilize that are unique to the Rus, which we'll see a little bit later. But early on, the Rus are quite strong when it comes to the water, just because you've got that extra 20% gathering speed from the wooden fortress, and it's always guaranteed. So we saw Beastie pick up an early wheelbarrow, an early double broadaxe, and he was focusing heavily on his wood. Even right now, we can see Beastie with 30 villagers on wood, 16 only for Leenock. So almost double the villager count on wood. And he's able to translate that into a huge advantage on the water when it comes to numbers.
We've talked about how civilizations look to break the symmetry on water. And the HRE are excellent at this, usually because their prelates mean that you're picking up 20% extra wood. And you can effectively take, as you said yesterday, 50-50 fights, even fights, and you head up and you come up ahead. Sorry, it's 40%, isn't it?
Yeah, 40%. Yes,
excuse me. The Rus with their 20% bonus with the with gathering though, almost undoes some of the stuff, because they can do it on a larger scale.
Exactly.
It undoes the HRE's natural bonus on water.
Yeah, I think that's exactly it. Where the difference came in, though, was Beastie and his very, I would almost go to the extent of saying cute, but it was so impactful for what he did. So the Rus have the advantage when it comes to games like this, where they can use demo ships, but it's a secret demo ship. You don't know it's a demo ship because these Rus ships are transforming. You'll see them move across the ocean a little bit slower, and that's how you know it's transforming. And what Beastie actually did in that game is he had a galley that was moving towards the enemy very slowly. You had to pay attention to it, and at the last second, it transformed into a demo ship, taking out 2 Springald ships. It was a beautiful play, and it definitely turned the tide on the water.
Stealth demos, dude.
Stealth demos, watch out for them.
No one saw that one coming. All right, let's go to our final matchup here. And our first mirror from across the entire event. Obviously, we wouldn't have been able to have mirrors before today, but we saw Delhi versus Delhi, bit of a Delhi civil war here. So, you know, as the cast has pointed out, once you get into this situation, you can't blame the loss on your Civ. You can't blame on anything. Beastie just kind of outplayed Leenock here.
Yeah, that was it. I mean, it all just comes down to Wololo. That was it. It was a beautiful Wololo as well. I mean, there were a couple of them in there. I think in total we probably got about 5 Wololos, but there was one really impactful one that changed the way that the game went. And this is an interesting matchup as well, because when it comes to the Delhi mirror, there's no real key unit here. Everybody's got the same things available in the feudal age. It's all very basic stuff. I guess the key difference here is scholars, healing. And so who can keep your units alive the longest? That's going to be the question here. We did see a bit of a mistake from Leenock where he did get caught out of position. And as a result, right here, we can see it unfolding. He just gets cleaned up, and Beastie gets a great little advantage. But Beastie still manages to, or rather Leenock still manages to hold on. But at the end of the game, it really just came down to
Moments like this. Check it out. Yeah, I mean, a huge conversion here. Sorry, no, not there. Well, okay, never mind. It was very similar to a moment that we saw a huge conversion. This massive units was just was overtaken with the conversion. Something we don't see all that often in Age of Empires 4. A huge moment when it does take place.
Yes. It was beautiful. I mean, Wololos, as you mentioned, they're very difficult to pull off. But if you can pull it off, has the potential to change the face of the game completely. And Leenock, I think within 30 seconds of that Wololo, threw in the towel. He knew it was up.
Recognised it was over. Well, congratulations, Beastie, there. Make it through to the semi-finals. He's done very, very well for himself so far, and looking forward to seeing how he plays his game in front of a live studio audience. Of course, Keaton, thanks for your words and insight here, my friends. But right now, it's time for everyone's favourite part of the show. Let's go. Age of Empires? Boring. Forget about that, my friends. The only reason this entire show has been set up is it so we can get some sneaky history lessons in there. And I want to tell you about one of the defining conflicts in Western Europe that has gone on to have huge consequences in European and indeed world history. It's one of the most iconic conflicts of the Middle Ages. It is, of course, the 100 Years' War. The 100 Years' War is one of the most famous and iconic wars from the Middle Ages, fought between the French and the English. They do love to go to war, historically speaking. And it lasted for, as you might be able to guess, 116 years. No idea why they rounded it down, but that's the way it goes. The 100 Years' War was fought over claims to the French throne. The English King Edward III had inherited a claim from his mother, and the French weren't so keen on having an English bloke sitting on their throne, and ultimately one thing led to another, and in 1337, the war began. The first phase of the war was known as the Edwardian War, after King Edward III of England, who pressed his claim on the French throne, launching an invasion, burning and razing and pillaging French towns, and ultimately forcing the French into what was a devastating defeat for them at the Battle of Crécy. The English longbow obliterated the French heavy knights, and as a result, the English made huge territorial gains and forced the French essentially into a surrender. But that wasn't quite the end of the 100 Years' War, which is a bit of a misnomer because it was actually 3 different wars fought across the 116-year period by 5 generations of kings. And the next stage of the war, which came along a little later after a brief period of truce, is known as the Carolingian War. The French king, Charles V, got on the offensive in the late stages of the 14th century and made huge territorial gains, booting the English out of much of the land that they had captured during the Edwardian War. However, the French weren't able to turn this into a total and complete capitulation and surrender on the part of the English because they kind of just ran out of money to fund the war. But the good news for them was, so did England. The Carolingian War just kind of petered out with both nations having literal children on their thrones as king and not a lot of money to continue to fund this ongoing conflict against their rivals. So while the French definitely had the better of it from a territorial standpoint in that they had reversed the gains made by the English earlier, the Carolingian War wasn't the decisive end to this conflict that the French may have hoped for. Which brings us to the third and final stage of the war, the Lancastrian War. Henry V of England renewed the English claim to the French throne and once again invaded, just as Edward III had done all those years ago. And history, as it does, repeated itself, with the Battle of Agincourt once again seeing English longbows devastating the French heavy cavalry and scoring an enormous victory for the English. They allied themselves with the Duchy of Burgundy, and it really looked very, very bad for the French as they capitulated all over the place and seemed to be on track to lose their throne to the English. However, then, out of nowhere, came a new hope for the French in one of the most unlikely people you could think of. An illiterate, peasant, teenage farm girl emerged from nowhere to almost single-handedly turn the tide of the 100 Years' War. Joan of Arc rallied the French, inspired them to once again take up arms and fight the English for all they were worth. She put a French king back on the French throne, and with the success of campaigns like the Loire Valley campaign, she saw the English driven out of the lands that they had captured and won a series of battles that would gain France the momentum that they needed to ultimately triumph. Sadly for her, however, she was ultimately captured by the English, put on trial and burnt at the stake as a heretic. But even with the loss of the Maid of Orleans, the French continued their campaign against the English very successfully into the closing stages of the war. And as we move into the mid-15th century, more than anything else, it was the rise of gunpowder weaponry that finally ended the 100 Years' War in favour of the French. Gunpowder had emerged in China and spread throughout the Middle East and into Europe, where it was quickly and very enthusiastically adopted by the skilled artisans and engineers, particularly in the Duchy of Burgundy, Burgundy being allied with the French in the late stages of the 100 Years' War. With the power of gunpowder behind them, the French were finally, once and for all, able to drive the English out of places like Gascony, as English castles, fortifications and strongholds fell under the might of this new military technology. In 1453, the decisive Battle of Castillon effectively ended the 100 Years' War as the French wheeled out massive cannons and blew the English to smithereens, driving them out of a part of France that they had held for 3 centuries. And that essentially was the end of the 100 Years' War. 116 years of dynastic conflict fighting over the French throne. And despite English victories at famous battles like Crécy and Agincourt, we sometimes forget that the French actually won the war decisively, even though the English held on to their claim to the French throne until 1801 and the time of Napoleon. And today, with France being a republic, even if the British look to press this ancient claim on the French throne, they would find there is not much of a throne left to lay claim to.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for another cracker of a series. I'm looking forward to it, Nilly. We got Recon up against the Mister. Two, well, I'd say one Titan and one kid, but hey, Recon's looked pretty damn good, hasn't he?
Not that much of a kid, right? He's in the top 8 in the world, right? And now has a real shot to go wild. We just checked it. $7,000 lifetime earnings in his esport career.
Yeah.
If he wins 3 more sets, it's 100,000 on top.
That's not too bad, going from 7K up to 107K. I wouldn't mind that. It's a decent investment, isn't it? Good return on investment. But there he is. Look at that smile on his face, the Mister. And now we've got Recon walking in as well. Those two Titans right there. I mean, I think what excites me so much about this matchup, it's a best of 5, but these are 2 practice partners going head to head right now. And have a look at that. I mean, well, for the fans of Recon, don't have a look at that. Turn away from the monitor right now. But if you're a fan of the Mister, I mean...
Or if you like underdog stories, right? The Mister obviously very accomplished in so many games. Experience for Recon, we couldn't give him more, right? It is his first ever LAN tournament.
Yep.
Not a lot of great esports games that he had. Speed-wise, we checked the stats online. He is the slowest player when it comes to efficient APM.
Yeah, another thing to note as well is Mister is on 10 strategy, the only player with 10 strategy. Obviously, there's some notable players and their strategies. Viper, obviously, 7 out of 10, but Mister, 10 out of 10. So let's take a look at the draft and see exactly what we've got in front of us. And there's some interesting maps in there, some that we don't see all the time. Going to be starting off on Golden Heights.
Oh, well, we even have Malians picked here.
No.
We have lines picked for Recon.
Nah, that's got to be a mistake. Don't worry about that one.
Okay, so wants to keep his options open. That's kind of interesting, right?
Yeah. Well, I don't even know what you have open. I guess it's Four Lakes and Boulder Bay, right? So...
Interesting. So water approach certainly from Recon's end, and we see the Mister going with the land map. Golden Heights, our opener, and I'm really excited to see this one. Chinese double ban also by the Mister. He said he picked Chinese in his opening match just to take it away from his opponent.
Yeah, that's interesting to hear. He really thinks his civilization is quite strong, but obviously with double ban here, he said, I'm not risking it. I'm just going to ban it out completely. You're not going to get a chance of taking it. So yeah, definitely seems like an interesting play from him. Now, what kind of civilization matchup do you think we're going to have here on the first map? If I remember correctly, it was Golden Heights that we're going to be seeing. So with that, I mean, typically you'd expect to see English coming out strong on that map.
English obviously considered to be really strong simply because they can send the 2 villagers to the point at the side, and that makes it impossible for the opponent to get their dock up. We've seen them multiple times. And I think Mister and Recon, I rewatched games from the B stream yesterday. See Fitzbro in the chat. Great job yesterday, my friend.
We love Fitzbro. We do love Fitzbro, don't we?
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
And I've seen that both players had incredible success when it came to the man-at-arm play. With HRE, with English. So I really want to see if this one is going to be a repeated story.
Well, it's going to be tough for Recon from the very beginning of his series. He's got a matchup that you wouldn't wish upon your worst enemies. The Mongols for the Mister versus the Holy Roman Empire for Recon. Now, I have to double check exactly what map we're on. I thought we were on Golden Heights, and that seems a little bit strange to be seeing those 2 civs coming out there. So I'll just, we'll see clarification exactly on that one. But, you can see right there. I wonder who that is. Actually, I wonder who that is because he's got the fan, but he's also, is that a raccoon? What is that?
I think that's the Lonely Wolf.
It could be. Could be, but it is the Mister. Look at him. He looks focused already. You know, one of the things about the Mister, for anybody playing along at home and maybe tuning in for the first time to see the Mister, he is very fidgety when it comes to his setup. He needs to have everything perfect.
Yeah, so annoying as a tournament organizer because like he's moving stuff and the monitor is like a quarter of an inch too high, and then he puts some coins under it. It's an absolute nightmare, but he's just he wants to be so close to perfection.
Yes, and it's very sweet to see. And he brings those little fans. I'm not sure if you guys saw the fans, but he's got that fan and he's got another 3 for backup, just in case that one breaks, and then the next one breaks, and then the next one breaks. He's got another one just in case. But take a look at what we've got here.
And on Sunday, he will have multiple hundred of fans.
Yes, many fans, yes. Yes, there's going to be a lot of fans. All right, well, we've got ourselves an early barracks coming out, and this is in the Dark Age, which is kind of weird to see because it's the Holy Roman Empire with the Dark Age racks here.
So maybe some spearmen trying to contest the potential. Oh, didn't finish.
Oh, I like it.
Interesting. So what's happening here is he wants to scout if there is aggression from the Mister. If he sees the barracks, then he finishes the barracks and has a counter. Exactly what happened. If he didn't see the barracks, he would have cancelled and could have potentially built a dock.
Yeah, this is really smart from him. I love this. This is such a big brain play, doing stuff like this where you just kind of leave it. We saw other players look to do this as well with outposts. Just in case the knights come in, you can go and run somewhere and just immediately tap away. But it's going to be Mister opening up with the racks as well. Now, when it comes to the advantages in the early game, the Mongols obviously got a pretty big advantage because they've got that double production. So Recon going to have to be working extra hard when it comes to the early game.
Obviously has a chance to pull those spearmen back home again, hopefully not dying to the Khan, and you can heal those spearmen with your prelate at home, but needs a lot of micro. Prelate right now chills under the town center.
Yeah, having a good time underneath there, but I suspect he's probably going to be looking to move up to the top side of the town center. We can see where those villagers are gathering up wood. You want to try and minimize the walking distance the prelate has to do, and increasingly, there are more villagers heading out towards that wood line.
Well, makes lots of sense. We can easily go for some docks at the side, try to increase the economy. And honestly, how those units are moving, the spearmen here, it feels like mind games are already on. Because it feels like Recon is trying to play a counter strategy against Mister.
Yeah, it definitely does feel that way, doesn't it? You know, an early barracks out of the Holy Roman Empire is almost unseen. You know, never seen before. But now Mister, of course, he's the kind of guy who's always one step ahead. So how do you beat a player who's one step ahead? Well, you take 14 steps backwards and now he's out of sync.
I never thought of it that way.
Yeah, there you go. But you do end up making Spearman in the Dark Ages, the Holy Roman Empire. So that's the unfortunate part of it. But already beginning to siege down that lumber camp. Unfortunately, it's going to be early aggression for Mr.
Villagers coming now. I would like to see the Prelate move over to the woodline, go for some healing, and then some Spearman micro. Obviously gets really ugly if the Mister's getting a tower up there.
Yeah, but the Prelate, where's that Prelate? I think he's right on the villagers. I can't actually see. Oh, he's over on the gold mine at the moment. He needs to get over here. What are you waiting for, buddy? Come on, let's go. It's time for work. But,
okay, Spearman count 7 against now 5. More Spearman production for the Mister. I think this is tough for Recon to take an engagement, and obviously this is the main woodline that he wants to take. Still has another woodline at the bottom though.
Now that I'm thinking about it, this has become more and more smart for Recon, because from his perspective, the Mongols is going to get the water. So what does he do? He opens up with Arax and says, well, you want to take the water? Go for it. I'm gonna cancel your water. And that's exactly what he does. Still no expansion out towards the water. This is basically a land game at this point.
But still, Spearman versus Spearman. Now the counter tower here for Recon going to be tricky. Number advantage on Mister's side.
He needs to pull this Prelate. I don't know where this Prelate is right now, but he needs to be out here. He needs to be healing up underneath the town center at the moment, and once again engaging over towards that outpost. It's a little bit of an outpost off here on the north side of Recon's base. He's doing a decent job of holding on, but at the same time, look at those beautiful little rotation there with the torches, and once again continuing to siege it down. There's a real threat here, and I think Mister's probably going to have to cancel his outpost and head back to the pavilion on that one.
The tower positioning so good. Mister wanted to engage there, but it was exactly in the perfect range the town center could help out, and Mister didn't find the damage that he wanted.
Yeah, the villager's still working away on that outpost. It looks like it is in range. Beautifully done. He gets the villager, so you can see the way that the patience there. He intentionally didn't target the villager straight away because Mister's thinking, okay, I don't know whether he can hit the villager. I don't know. Maybe he can, maybe he can't. And he's like, oh, he can't hit it. That's why he's hitting my spears. And then all of a sudden, ha! I can hit your villager, and it's dead.
Yeah, buys himself even more time, cancellation a bit later, and now Mister, he's like stuck between all worlds, right? Not on water, not really on gold, and like, yeah, he got enough gold now, but it's just such a weird transition because Mass Spearman against HRE doesn't excite me too much.
But this is exactly what he wants, though, right? Because Mister, coming into a matchup like this, if at any hybrid map, the kings of that map are the Mongols. Now, there's an exception on this map where English is a very good civilization. Maybe these guys know something that we don't know. But at this point in time, Mongols are a really good civ on this map as well. And they get pretty much 100% water priority against any civ except for the English. So Recon has basically said, well, yeah, you've got water priority, but you don't get water.
Absolutely beautiful play there out of Recon. And yeah, those are the mind games that we talked about, right? Oh, even Recon trying to contest the water now, or at least go for it. Sneaky villager there with a shift click. I think this could be successful. Oh, Mister goes for it at the same time.
Oh, isn't this so cheeky? These guys, I mean, the mind games are there, but they're in each other's minds at the same time, aren't they? Like, it's great minds think alike. Both of them heading out within split seconds of each other.
Oh, you have to question this mill. I can see why he went for the mill over there, but it feels so far out. That lumber camp maybe could have even considered to be deleted. Mister, still nice army here. And the Spearman maybe should not have left.
Now, he does have emergency repairs, but it is on cooldown, so it's going to be a while before that bad boy comes back up. Another 38 seconds. I don't know, Nelly. I'm not that good at count. Oh, never mind.
No, it's already burning. We don't need to do math here, Drongo. It is going to go down, and that's a juicy 25 food, 25 gold for our Mongol player. Villagers in danger here, low HP. Not finding too many kills yet.
Yeah, not too many yet, but the age ups come through now, so he can start to shoot and scoot. But keep in mind those docks are up over on the other side. And emergency repairs still going to be on cooldown at this point. And you might think, oh, well, it's okay. He gets to the mining camp in time. Well, we already got the bounty over to the Mongol player, didn't we? So Mister going to be very happy with that.
So I wouldn't mind if he actually finished that mining camp off. Another 50 wood down the drain. You saw that the opponent was already moving quite a bit. I think it could have been a nice commitment, but obviously Mister likes to play safe here as well.
Yeah, I think it's a smart move from him just to back out, just to play safe. But we already see, oh my lord, look how early these farms are. I don't think I've ever seen 7 minute and 30 farms from any civilization other than the English.
Yeah. Obviously, you rather want to go for the free resources, right? That's another 75 wood that's basically taken away. It could have been something more in the stable, archery range direction. Not the prettiest thing. And water fight even starts, as we can see.
Yeah,
in the queue there.
Yeah, it looks like we've got a single fishing boat for the Mr. out at the moment, but there is a couple of archer ships in queue. Emergency repairs does come through. I suspect it would have been in time. Recon not the kind of guy to forget about emergency repairs, but going to be able to repel these units for the moment, force them back. Even just a couple of archers is going to be more than enough to swing the fight in his favor. A little bit of a mistake right there, not bringing the galley right up to the fishing boats. Typically, you want to make it right next to a pocket, just right next to it.
Yeah, hitting more and gives your opponent less time to react.
Yep.
Could have maybe found a kill there, but it felt like Mr.'s reaction was so quick. Could have maybe saved that one as well. And that was a galley, then a fire ship, fishing ship queued up, and then cancelled the fishing ship again. So I would assume Recon is trying to build something on land now, tries to transition there, goes for archer, spearman, 1 man-at-arm, maybe even a stable behind this?
Yeah, a stable could definitely be a good option for him. I guess my question is, how soon does Recon look to get up to the castle age? Obviously, the Holy Roman Empire, that's where they hit their power spike. But at the same time, if you go too early, there's the risk of death from the Mongols.
Game stabilizes quite a bit here. We see a tower at the front. Oh, nice spot by Recon. Finds another villager kill.
This is a really good pickup from him. If that outpost goes up, it's going to cause so much annoyance and havoc for him. But speaking of aging up to the next stage, have a look at this. We've already got the step out going down 9 minutes and 20 seconds. This is damn early, Millie.
That's a crazy placement there. Behind the town center, really does not want to have it scouted or maybe even stop for some time. And we see Recon, he's not even thinking about that. He's still walling the side, queues up some more archers. This could take him by surprise.
Yeah, this definitely could. This is an early age up. I didn't expect this. Normally you don't see age ups come this early, but keep in mind he's got the dock back there as well. Well, it was once working on some fishing boats, but it's all but been closed down at this point. But I think it's important to remember, even though Recon's got control of the water, that in this game, water doesn't really mean a whole lot, as long as it's after the first 7 or 8 minutes. Before then, it's pivotal, because it's 150 wood that you're paying for an extra town center, effectively. Whereas now, you've got access to the next town center, you've got access to other ways that you can buff up your economy, like the steppered out.
Just relatively speaking, right? If you're at 12 villagers, adding 3 more fishing ships is just so much better than if we are now at like 34 and just add 2 more.
Yeah, exactly. The scales of the economy are much greater. But now, Mr. does reach the castle age. And the question is, where does he go from here? Is it going to be the man-at-arm play? Is it going to be the lancer play?
I see 1 man-at-arm in the queue, but that's kind of it. No second building. Step Redoubt still not moved. And goes for prayer tent. So wants to play the long game. Obviously, relic positioning, most of them on the right side of the map or center, one of them in the left-hand side. And he's already scouting there. Not unlikely that Mr. could get up to 4 relics there, I could see.
Yeah, it looks like it. Recon's got 1 that should be pretty safe. Yeah, he's walling it in at the moment. But as Recon, I mean, look how far away he is from aging up. And I guess this is an increasingly difficult spot for him, because he's not on 2 TCs. This is just 1 TC that he's on. And sure, he's gone for the water play, but as we mentioned before, it's not as impactful now as it once could have been, early on in the game. So I guess my question is, where does Recon go from here? No relics? Can you even start thinking about Imperial Age? Probably not.
Oh, well, it will be pretty tricky for him to defend this first attack, right? Men-at-arms are coming in. He himself went for only 2 men-at-arms, so really needs to rely on the walls. Luckily, only the Khan can shoot over the walls, so repair absolutely an option. And it feels like Mr. He's going for a second town center. 21 on wood here and only 1 military building. He wants to play the long game against HRE. Interesting choice.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting choice. You think about an HRE, you think about their late game, their strengths are the culverin, it's their gold generation. And one of the things the Mongols actually do better than the Holy Roman Empire is taking out enemy siege. And that's through their extra range that they get from improved roller shutter triggers. This means that when it comes to culverin versus Springwood, that the Mongols are always going to have the advantage because of 1 entire extra range.
Also, if you think about the super late game Mongols, without having access to keeps or walls, it becomes really ugly. Not as much of a problem on this map, simply because mobility isn't that crazy, because we have this massive cliff in the center of the map.
All right, well, the age up's now coming through for Recon, and he does the right thing here. I think this is 100% on the money, how you should be playing this. He goes for the Burgrave Palace. My only concern, he's done it with 1 town center. So he's going to be a little bit, he's going to be quicker, but he's not going to have the oomph to really back this Burgrave Palace up.
I think Recon goes for like 8 men-at-arms and then tries to go for Imperial Age. He knows, okay, it's only 1 relic. He the late game isn't looking too sharp. Lots of map control for the Mister. He's likely to go for extra town centers. There's no massive aggression coming. He needs some form of comeback mechanic.
Yeah, I think that's probably a good call. Honestly, finding a way back into this game through the Imperial Age, it seems about the best option for him, because at the moment, his win percentage in my mind is looking at about 15%. If he can get to the Imperial Age unscathed, that starts to go up to maybe 35, 40%.
Yeah, absolutely an option there. We saw the Palace of Saravia turning quite some games, obviously not as strong as it used to be a year ago. Because that's when Age of Empires 4 came out, right? It feels so long now.
They were the days, but you think about it, what was it? The equivalent of 4 town centers?
Now it's quote-unquote only 3.
Only 3. Oh, well, if it's only 3 town centers, I don't want it. Give me the Elsbach Palace, thank you very much.
Elsbach actually pretty good, right? Because the map is so close, because kind of short distance between the two players.
Yep. I think it's actually quite good. But we do see the first sacred site picked up now for the Mister. Keep in mind, on this map, there are only 2 sacred sites, which means that if he's able to maintain control of both of these, there's a pretty good chance he pulls out a victory here.
Tricky to protect that one though. Left-hand side, he would need to have like massive amount of towers. Reinforcing in that direction is not that easy either. And indeed, like Riken, he had some defense, and that's kind of it. I wouldn't be surprised if Riken still tries to go relatively fast in Imperial Age.
Yeah, I think this is probably the right choice. But we do see now that second sacred site was being captured, but it looks like he's moving out for a relic. No, is he going to? I think he's going to steal Recon's relic right now.
Really?
Oh, no,
that's a ballsy play.
No, he's pulled it back. Okay, he was walking over the sacred site, and he did open up the wall, so there is the potential for it. But Recon, I mean, he's got a prelate. He's got 6 prelates, in fact. So, oh, actually, never mind. That's the Mister I'm looking at. He's got 1 prelate.
Why is there a villager at the edge of the map?
This is a secret villager.
Is she a flat earther?
It could be.
Tries to look over there.
I heard if you just go too far, you fall off.
That's what I heard as well.
Watch out, lady.
I would really love to see like a reality TV show
of flat
earthers trying to go to find the edge
of the Earth. Wouldn't they just be sailing around Antarctica? Like it just doesn't stop. It just doesn't stop.
Well, in another direction, it's
It could work. It could work. But unfortunately, what's not going to work is this nice little attempt at a sneaky outpost. Once again, we see Mister often going for these little outposts. He's the king of the Mongols, and he loves to play it. But he finally gets this one up in the middle. He's been working on this for quite some time, but Springleton placement going to be coming in shortly. He's got a great position here. Honestly, I'm loving the way that he's playing this. My main concern, as you mentioned, how do you hold these sacred sites? Because you've got, well, look at this. There's no pathway that's easily taken to get to these 2 sacred sites. On the map, it looks like they're very close together, but in reality, they're very far apart.
Yeah, I don't think Mister realistically thinks that sacred site victory is an option. It was more like, okay, I went for 7 shamans anyway, and, well, let's just use them. And, well, why not get sacred sites, right? You already got all the relics that you had access to.
Yeah, so he's picked up 4 relics now with the 1 sacred site. He's got a pretty nice trickle of gold there. Keep in mind, Recon did go for the Burgrave Palace, so typically the Holy Roman Empire wants to get those relics for the extra juicy gold, but not today, not with the Burgrave Palace.
Still didn't pick up a single relic here, Recon. The one at the right-hand side might be an option. And now you can see how heavily Mister commits to crossbows. 20 on the map already, and Recon not looking like he has a good counter to that. 7 fuel age archers.
Yeah, it's definitely not the best. Mister's timing here is quite wild, and keep in mind he's up a huge amount of military population, so while he's behind on the economy, and can we take a look over at the water just to get a bit of insight as to how good that water is going for him? Have a look at that. It's come in too late. You know, this was adopted around the 9th minute. It hasn't had time to pay off just yet.
Oh, this will be tricky. Tower obviously helping out. Springleton placement, shooting there, but it just feels like there's so much blue.
Yeah, there's a lot of blue right here. And keep in mind, he's also got the Shaman here looking to heal up. Now, I don't know whether we've actually got a herbal medicine here, but I suspect we probably have, because that is one of the strongest upgrades for the Shaman.
That repair is pretty crazy, though.
Emergency repairs is kind of good, hey. And have a look at this. By the time the emergency repairs is finished, he's about to fortify the outpost. There we go. So he gets the fortification off just in time. It's going to be a lot harder for him to actually take this one out.
Oh boy, I'm not sure if Mister really realized how tough it is to kill this one. And that buys quite some time for Recon, who's about to hit Imperial Age.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, Palace of Swabia is coming up, and one of the things we mentioned is there is a window here that he can go for the Imperial Age, but if he does, he may die. So that is something to look out for. Don't die, Recon. This is not the time. Well,
he doesn't want to.
It is the time, actually.
Sometimes it's...
Sacred Side victory now approaching as well, Nilly. You mentioned it before. We'll see how viable it is as an option, but at the moment it looks like Mister's not even going to need any kind of religious aspect.
Kanda is not that important, obviously, here, because it's not really adding that much. You don't really need it for fighting anyways. Riken, he's trying to buy himself some time. Lots of emplacements coming in, tries to increase the HP for his towers as well. Now even bombard emplacements, wow.
This is interesting because he should actually be able to defend this quite well with bombard emplacements. That's going to be the key factor. Yeah, this is actually quite good. And to be honest, watching Mister play this, I feel like he may have made a mistake. He probably should have just dove the town center. He had the heals, he had plenty. He didn't know about the Imperial Age, but once he sees it, surely he knows he can just dive. But look at all of these outposts with their emplacements as well.
Town center have so much HP though, and those two towers still had emplacements on them. I think he would have lost way too much trying to dive deep. Plus then, Riken could have actually used his army as well.
Yeah, good call. All right, well, let's watch and see exactly what Mister looks to do. But we do have Traction Trebuchets now joining the battle. They're somewhere. Just not sure where. There they are, unpacking towards the north of the screen.
Herbal medicine, not research, still lots and lots of healing. And this is a tricky scenario now for Riken. What can he really do? He's going for textiles, trying to have his villagers resist those raids a bit more, and Men-at-Arms going to the top, and that triggers Mister to attack.
Yeah, so I think elite horseman is what he needs to go for here, but we don't see him moving in that direction at all. Not a single cavalry unit out for him, and the crossbow is getting off some great shots there, just one-shotting the Men-at-Arms. I don't even know if we've even got elite Men-at-Arms, but it doesn't really matter, honestly. There's that many crossbows. He might need to even start thinking about a mangonel potentially to deal with those crossbows, but the...
Trap exposed at the left side, tries to push this one back. No villagers for the repair. I think the trap should die.
Yeah, the trap looks like it might be going down. Keep in mind, he's also about to pick up that extra movement speed, and the trebuchet, unfortunately, deciding at the wrong time to unpack itself.
Nice control here in the center. Will kill a villager, but still tower around. And that's just so much healing by Mister all game long.
Yeah, but unfortunately right now for Recon, it looks like his military is nowhere to be seen as his economy gets completely stalled out by the units of his enemy here. Now keep in mind, he's got bombard emplacements on here, one of the only units in the game. In fact, there's only 2 units in the game that have got that much damage. The Great Bombard is the first, and the cannon emplacement is the second. You can see it just wrecking him at the moment. Look at that. Huge damage.
It's crazy, right? Look at Recon's villager count.
Yeah, he's got the Swabia going.
If he holds another like 3-4 minutes without really taking damage, he's in a really solid spot here. What a crazy hold by Riken.
Yeah, but there's no villagers producing at the moment. Oh, there we go. Swabia is now working. I think you got to queue up a villager every 6 seconds with this bad boy. It just creates them so damn fast.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy for sure. And that's the Burgrave. What is that overview? Would they have the Burgrave selected?
Yes, with four men-at-arms inside.
Okay.
But look at the men-at-arms numbers now. They're starting to look a little bit more fearsome. And keep in mind, even though Mister was standing on the farms and idling the farmers, there's still plenty of fishing boats out there just working their magic.
Yeah, and that's the backbone of his economy, right? Look at the food income. He's sitting at 1,500, while Mister's only at 1K.
And it's finally paying off. You know, we talk about water and we think, oh, it's not that important. Yeah, it's not that important, but at the same time, if you let your enemy just sit out there and enjoy it for, what's it been now, about 10 minutes? It's starting to get a bit scary.
How good are crossbows against elite men-at-arms? Because those numbers are crazy. Marching drills is in. They will fly into the face of those crossbows.
Yeah, if he can pick up elite army tactics as well, it's really going to help him out. But look at this double siege workshop by the Mister. Instead of going into improved siege engineering, he goes for the double siege workshop, and that might cost him here. Men-at-Arms going to have to fall back away from that position. A little bit of a counter push on the other side, but we do finally see a siege workshop coming out from Recon. Nearly. I think we might have an upset in this first game.
Still, long game to go, I feel, because Riken doesn't really have any pushing potential, right? And he's still extremely cornered. Still 4 relics against 0, sacred side control for the Mister, so he has to be enjoying some parts of his map or the game as well.
Yeah, that's true. I feel like the scaling, though, is with Recon. He's up 31 villagers at the moment. He's got a huge water advantage, but I guess the difference is going to be in those relics. It's going to be in those sacred sites. A lot of passive gold coming over to the side of the Mister.
I'm not too excited about Recon's military upgrades. Look at that. 1 for his archers, 1 against archers. You're an Imperial Age already. some more squeezed in could have been nice.
Yeah, those are rookie numbers. But Mangonel reveals itself and fires off towards all the Shaman. Not going to find a whole lot of luck there, but there was a potential for a nice little shot there.
Yeah, but still healing is going to happen, right?
It's true, yes, yeah. Can we double check and see whether we've got herbal medicine in once again? Yeah, it has been picked up. Good. All right, so that's going to really push those numbers up quite high. We're talking about 16 Shaman as well. That's a lot of Shaman, and 54 crossbows right now for the Mister. I feel like at this point, it doesn't matter how many men-at-arms you've got, you can't really make enough to deal with 54 crossbows.
Palace of Swabia in some danger here, and we are only, quote-unquote, at 102 villagers. Would have loved to see that one produce another 20 before it goes down.
Yeah, well, it looks like the men-at-arms are going to begin moving into position. The Mangonel got to be careful. Watch out, Mangonel. You're our only hope. You need to stay alive. Unfortunately, he's able to hold on a little bit longer. Palace of Swabia is still under attack out here, Nelly. The crossbowman just on that backside doing so well. And I guess you can't ever discount the Shaman either. Jeez, this force from Mister's looking incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, what do we need against this? Is it maybe archers that we need to mix in? Because villager production is basically stopped now. If you have Palace of Swabia, it just feels so ugly to produce out of your main TC after that.
Yeah, so I think Mangonels as well as Culverin are what are going to be that swing the fight here. So Recon needs to pull out a Mangonel here to deal with the crossbows, but he also needs to make sure he's got a Culverin to take out any potential Springles from his enemy. We don't actually see... we do see a Springald out on the field for the Mister. He's got one more in queue as well.
Culverin in the queue, and now the Horseman switch here for Recon. Still, he still didn't pick up the relic, something I really would have loved to see. Nice hill advantage here for Mister. I think I would like to see some more towers to fortify this position.
Yeah, I think so as well. I guess for Mister, more towers make sense here. For Recon, it makes it much harder because these trebuchets, well, as you can see, they are teeing off towards these landmarks, and it's only a matter of time until they all fall down.
2 landmarks down, look at that. It's only the main town center and the Aachen Chapel here. And with 5 traps firing away, Recon is forced into a fight pretty damn soon.
Yeah, but he needs more than one Mangonel. He's got a single Mangonel out. Don't be deceived by the UI. It says 2, but it's not true. It is a single Mangonel. And now Mister begins pushing up towards this entrance of the hill. A whole bunch of horsemen going to be coming out here. They don't look like they've picked up their elite upgrades just yet. Culverin firing off towards the back line. He manages to find out the first trebuchet. Continuing, the Mangonel fires off towards the crossbows. It's a good shot. He hits probably close to 12 crossbows there. Second shot coming off on the Mangonel. Unfortunately, that Culverin's going to need villagers, more villagers prepared right now, Nilly.
Only 1 man-at-arm fighting this one off. Culverin dies, but took 2 traps down. Mangon on the back still firing. This is a reasonable fight for Recon.
He's still got the villagers lead as well. Keep in mind, he's up 41 villagers at this point, but look at the crossbow numbers. They're just so huge. He's got 70 crossbows still. I think this might be a good game.
Reasonable fight, I said, but he was just so far down in numbers. He's getting overwhelmed. Mister found a beautiful timing in Castle Age.
Yeah, it was absolutely perfect. If he'd waited any longer, another minute, and look at that right there. He is a happy camper after that victory.
Damn, those elite men-at-arms were just so low on HP. I think we needed to see some more prelates, because those men-at-arms, they went in with half HP.
Yeah, I definitely think so. I would have loved to have seen just another 1 or 2 Mangonels. I think that could have switched the fight, because the issue that you've got is 1 Mangonel shot comes in and all of those Shamans start healing straight away. 2 Mangonel shots come in and everyone's dead. So that's the difference.
Yeah. So we needed to see the second Mangonel. Obviously, Siege Workshop positioning can maybe be questioned, right? Because it was blocked earlier, so you could never build up that high number. And we also felt that Mister is likely to make a big attack happen pretty soon. So maybe another Culverin preemptive against those traps and 2 more Mangonels. Defense could have been so much easier.
Yeah. But honestly, Recon did a great job. I think from a strategic point of view, I'm going to have to start putting a few more points into Recon. That was impressive insight that he had there. Picking the Holy Roman Empire in that matchup on that map forces his enemy to make the decision, I'm not going to take water because of the early barracks. Just that single early barracks. If Mister tries to take water, he loses it.
But it snowballed into so many more steps, right? The heavy spearman investment for Recon meant Mister, kind of uncontestedly, could go Castle Age. And then Castle Age, we could add a town center, we could now, look at Mister pointing that out there. And he could then get all the relics, could get a lot of map control, and then the tower defense just allowed Mister to basically dictate the game.
All right, well, We move on to the second game in the series. It's going to be 4 Lakes, the home map here for Recon. What civilization does he look to? Typically in the past, we saw the Rus, a civilization that was very strong here. Both players have access to that civ here. Do we see it here, Nili?
I think English might be an option for Mr. Roos. Absolutely an option here for Recon. Wouldn't surprise me too much, especially with Mongols. We want to have that probably on Gorge.
I could
Mongols
also
already taken
see Malians.
Malians on Gorge or Malians on 4 Lakes?
On 4 Lakes.
Ooh, why is that?
Why else would you pick them?
I think it's more to put some threat into the opponent's head. I think Malians, the thing is like, you want to have those docks, and you want to have the mass amount of fishing ships.
Look at that face. Look at that smile right there. That's not the smile of a happy man. That's the smile of a madman. Watch out right now, mister.
Is it Malians or what?
It's going to be Malians. It's got to be Malians.
It can't be Malians.
I can smell it, dude.
It can't be Malians.
There's a reason he's smiling like that. It's going to be the Abbasid for the mister. Oh, it's the Rus.
Ooh,
okay. I got really worked up there. I'm like, surely that smile can only mean one thing. It means the Rus.
Okay. So it can mean multiple things.
It can, yes.
Apparently.
All right. Well, an interesting matchup that we've got. The Abbasid versus the Rus. So Abbasid, not a civilization we've seen a whole heap on this map, 4 Lakes. And I'll be honest, this is the first game I'm casting for 4 Lakes in the main event.
Yeah, same goes for me. 4 Lakes, obviously a map where macro is crazy. You need to contest like up to 4 pawns, sometimes try to be sneaky, and it's not that easy to realize where you need to wall, right? Because sometimes small walls means the opponent can harass your docks so much more.
Yeah.
So you kind of want to go for the big walls. But big walls are only an option if you actually have the military advantage. But how do you really scout that? Because your scout also needs to go for the docks. So it's such a complex map.
I wonder if we're going to see Mister just dock every single pond. He's got such cheap docks. He pays 75 wood for each of them. Is there the potential that he just puts a dock everywhere? You get a dock, you get a dock, you get a dock, everybody gets a dock?
Well, at least for his 2 docks close to his town center, it is the absolute standard, right? And then going to the other side, obviously Rus, once they see, oh, you docked to my pond, it's really easy for them to defend, right? Especially if they already have the fishing ships. So if we dock in the other pond, it has to be relatively early.
Oh, you know what I see coming out right now? I can see it in my head. Mister's got an absolutely insane strategy prepared. Abbasid docks everywhere on the shoreline. And at the same time, he's going to be getting in the emplacements. It neutralizes the entire water area here. This is going to be crazy.
Ooh.
What do you reckon?
Actually, then you want to build it in the center, right?
Yeah.
So we will see, if he sneaks the dock, it has to be really close to the dock of his opponent.
Yeah, I agree. And you can see right here, the dock that he's got, it's quite far forward. Obviously, it's his own pond. And, well, I should welcome you guys. Not only are we here on 4 Lakes, but we've also got one of the brand new biomes coming in. This is the desert biome, and it is absolutely beautiful. It gets a little bit bright at some points, but I assure you the devs have told me they've toned it down a little bit. It used to be even brighter than this, nearly brighter than your future. It was that damn bright. But
And then someone turned on the light.
Yes, but it is going to be a dock opening here for both players. I guess that's probably what we expect here, right?
Makes a lot of sense to go for water, to go for a lake. If there are 4 lakes on this map, try to increase your economy. And therefore, the early game is somewhat passive because Abbasid and Rus don't really have too much incentive to go for a dock here, to go for a barracks and try to go for some militia here, try to harass. It just, they want to go into stable economy first.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. I guess for me, the question is how does the water combat evolve? Do we see players, as I mentioned, my suspicion is we're going to see the Mister, as you know, he's got strategy 10. He's the kind of guy who sits on the tractor and he thinks all day about this and he's like, okay, well, what if I get the cheaper docks and they're kind of like outposts? So basically I've got cheaper outposts and then I get the emplacement in them and now he can't take advantage of the water. Then that just gives him, he doesn't get the water, but he just neutralizes his enemy from taking the water.
And if he then secures that his water is not taken away just by going either walls or obviously what is one of the main fights that we will see, just block the spots for dock placements of your opponent.
Yeah, so typically we just see these little walls along the edge here, and that's probably what it's going to be. So Recon better be quick to put down his walls. But I guess another thing to note as well is that Recon and Mr. have been practice partners before this. And the only reason they're playing against each other right now is because, well, things got a little bit mixed up when Marine Lord lost in the first round. Seeds got changed and everything went out the window. And so because of that, these two guys now meet at this stage. And, well, it's quite interesting that, that we've got that, because you kind of got the master against the apprentice. Mr. obviously the master, but Recon, he's on the rise.
The Mr. told us that they played roughly 50 practice games against each other, and Recon won 4. That's what the Mr. said.
Oh.
The Muslim said, like,
it's the Mr. though.
This is never true.
Yeah.
No way. No way.
It's that classic misinformation. He wants to. It's part of confidence building. All right. He's got to tell himself that so he can get to sleep at night. I only lost 4 games against him. It wasn't that bad.
Mr. Information.
Mr. Information indeed. But we do start to see the second pond now being taken on the south side, or rather west side of the map. Plenty of fishing boats out here, 5 already. So no age up coming through just yet, and still already seeing that second pond. When do we see the second pond for Recon?
Well, it's obviously a bit later, right? You need to saturate your first one. Obviously, your fishing ship's a bit more expensive here for Roos, so don't get too confused with the numbers at the top, and you don't really see that many symbols. I think even with 12 on wood here for Mr., he might be thinking about the third pond at the right side.
Yeah, I think he might. Let's have a look and see if we've got any villagers moving out there. We might jump into the POV of Mr. and just get a bit of an insight as to what he sees. There you go. So villagers down on the south side. There we go. I think we've got a villager. Oh, no, he's moving the wrong way. Never mind.
Just blocking. Oh, tough to find out. Feels like 2 D spots against 2 D spots, so not the biggest things. Ooh, doubles down on his own dog? That's not a thing, right? It has to be walls.
Yeah, he's got to be going for walls here. You can tell by the way he's holding his axe, it's going to be walls.
Okay.
I guess he could just be going... He's not rally pointed. If he was rally pointed, we'd be able to see it. So he's just moving out here for the moment. But definitely the wise thing to do, start the walls. So when it comes to placing walls on 4 lakes, the trick is that you, if you've got the spare wood to do it, you actually attempt to put a dock down, and you see where it's available to put a dock, and then you just wall that spot. Because sometimes you can get these awkward little spots where there's no dock that can be built.
Yeah, and then you don't need to wall at all and can just try to rest the opponent a bit more. And this seems to be a long area where docks could have been available.
Yeah, definitely the case. But still only a single dock coming out for Recon. Keep in mind, he's already aged up the Golden Gate with 5 villagers on it. He's about to age up at just after 5 minutes. So pretty good timing, but look at that stone being taken. So is Recon even thinking about potentially taking this to the late game? An early town center? Or is that going to be for emplacements?
This is really surprising, yeah. Obviously, you can easily buy 100 stone there. Gold, only 90 for Recon, and we don't really have an early hunting cabin if we play the dock opening, so needs to go for those resources without really generating them.
Yeah, look at him go now. So that's a lot of villagers on stone, and also a lot of villagers, well, it's 2 villagers, but moving over to gold, and that's something that we didn't typically see from the old Rus. You know, the old Rus, you love to talk about it because they never had to make mining camps, and there it is, coming down now, Mr. dropping down the dock. Now, keep in mind, we do already have Spearmen coming out from Recon, so he's going to start the siege early, but it's not going to be enough to take down this dock.
Where are those, though? Pretty far away, I could assume. Oh, 3 over here at the left-hand side, and Mr. still pretty far away from getting to fuel age, till he can get some ships out to defend. Mr. now goes for the barracks on his own. And we actually are going for cultural wing.
Wow. That is not something that I have ever seen before. It is happening. And this is, keep in mind, this is not only just a main event game. This is a semi-final. Or sorry, quarterfinal. This is incredible. Wow, a culture wing. So let's talk about the difference here. You've got the culture wing, which has got the preservation of knowledge, which reduces the cost of your technologies by 30%. Every single tech, your water techs, your land techs, your techs for your economy, your techs for military. That's huge.
And the whole game. Typically, we see Abbasid going for a technology that is called fresh foodstuffs, reducing the cost of all villagers by 50%. But on this map, we aren't really going for multiple town centers because our economy already is so strong on water. And that's why Mr. adjusts. I love it.
Yeah, this is really smart. So what does he look to do here? How does he take advantage of this? I guess I wouldn't be surprised. Culture wing into military wing, maybe a boot camp play in the castle age with a potential crossbow meta-arm push. I think that could be a way that he looks at it. Maybe he doesn't even go for arrow slits on these docks, but rather just looks to expand non-stop.
Well, I wouldn't mind that, right? He can still contest the right-hand side pond. This is going to be a pretty damn interesting upgrade. So Spearman goes for archer range and barracks. Now the big question, what are we doing with all our stone here for Recon? Second TC coming without any arrow slits.
Yeah, look at him go. All right, well, second TC coming in now. I guess this is where it gets interesting, right? So what's the response from Recon? I guess he goes for second town center, second town center into fast castle, and then maybe into crossbows on the defensive. But this is interesting because it's a water map, but we're not seeing any water fights coming out from these guys.
Well, this is the only point where both of them could have access, right? Oh, those spearmen need to run now, and I personally prefer the approach of Mr. Just heavier on water, has 2 pawns secured, 1 contested. On the other side, Recon, 1 pawn secured, 1 contested, has another town center, but I just feel like it's so much easier to mass up fishing ships at this stage of the game.
Yeah, I agree. And I think the big part of that is just the cheaper docks, right? You don't care. We just saw him lose a dock on the West Lake, and he just rebuilds it. It's super easy for him to just be mobile throughout the map. And he's doing a great job, but we do see Recon now. He's decided to come over here and look at Mr. just parking the Dow in the corner, just waiting for later.
He wants to go for a second Dow. Good resources here for Recon. And this has to be Abbey of Trinity, right? There's so many potential relics he can take, especially with the tech advantage.
Yeah, I think it's got to be it. Over on the side of the Mr. though, it looks like he is about to get an age up through as well. We do see a forward outpost though, so I'm curious to see what kind of
military wing
got.
would excite me so much.
Yeah, I think it's going to be military wing. Yeah, it is.
Oh boy.
So it's going to be, I suspect, boot camp here, and there's a part of me that thinks men-at-arms crossbows, but he might just do spearman crossbows. It's quite a potent composition as well. But I guess the Rus love to make just normal archers, so that's one thing to note. They've got that extra bonus to wood, so archers, they've got that proclivity to move towards them, so maybe not spearman crossbow. Maybe he just goes for men-at-arms crossbow.
Do we maybe have to go for archers? Because Recon, it's not unlikely that he goes for horse archers himself.
Yeah, that's possible. Yeah, he could do that. I guess the thing that I'm thinking is you need a unit to finish the game, right? You need a unit to get in underneath the town center, idle the villagers, stand on top of the production. Is the archer going to do that? I mean, yeah, probably, now that I think about it.
Yeah, but obviously I think horse archers are not really an option against Abbasid, right? Camel archers, just too good of a counter. And then it's kind of men-at-arm crossbow out of both?
Yeah, probably.
Huh.
Probably until the late game and when there's Streltsy available. Maybe that's where it starts to change up. But yeah. Oh, we do see Phalanx coming in. That gives us a bit of insight. Maybe his plan is indeed to go for heavy spearmen.
Spearman, camel archer. So yeah, they are really wild with their compositions here for sure. Now right side on water. Yeah, 1 Dow can't really win that one.
Yeah, it's so. I guess the thing for me is I love talking about these potential combinations because you just know that Mr. is, 15 different lines ahead of us, right? Like he's sitting out on that tractor all day theorizing about different matchups and different ways that he can play it with his units. But it's a high trade house. Look at that. Recon knows that Mr.'s going to be up to the next stage shortly. Might look to contest those relics. And
what's your prediction? What's your number? What's the gold income for this one?
This one might actually not be that bad. I'm going to go 140.
Oh, I think it's higher. Although we are probably only tier 1, right?
Yeah, I would suspect we're probably tier 1.
I say 170.
Okay, all right. Let's see what it's going to be. High trade house. You know what? Every time I've guessed a high trade house, I'm always really underwhelmed by it. Like I'm like, it's going to be 7,000, and then it's like 12.
7,000. Okay.
Yeah. All right. Comes out. Oh, 120. There you go. Underwhelmed.
Underwhelmed.
Yeah. Underwhelmed. They're just not that pretty. I don't know. Maybe they're going to revisit them. Yeah, exactly. Maybe they're going to revisit that. I don't know. I'm curious what the balance is for them, but it definitely doesn't seem overwhelming. That's for sure.
But then I still want to see like the monastery now, because look at Recon's gold. He can afford so many warrior monks quite easily.
Yeah, that's a good point. Have a look at the upgrades though, Nili. We've got veteran spearmen coming in. We've also got boot camp coming in. So beautiful synergy from the Mr. here. Keep in mind, all of these upgrades are coming in at a reduced cost because of the preservation of knowledge. So he's really leaning into this great synergy coming out, and also going to be going into lumber preservation. So that's not double broadaxe you're seeing. That is lumber preservation, an extra wood gathering upgrade.
And High Trade House is now really exposed, right? Mangonel could maybe even go for some ground attack there. Villagers pretty exposed next to it. Dropping off the 77 food. Ground attack was actually pretty nice. Nice pull by Recon.
Yeah, he knew exactly what was going on now. I'm curious whether Mr. actually knows what's behind this wood line, because he could just start blindly hitting into that wood line. Oh, is he going to do it? Oh, he's going to do it. He's thinking about it.
Bit indecisive there.
Do it, Mr.
Kind of has to assume, like, where would your units be at this point?
Here he goes. He nails it. He nails it. Hits the nail on the head, and now that single shot forces these villagers to go idle. Yeah, he could just sit here all day.
Yeah. And he actually doesn't know if he hit or not.
Yeah.
Right? He just hears the castle screaming.
He's going for different spots. He's like, it's somewhere around here.
Pretty nice job for sure.
Now, for anybody wondering, okay, you know, I'm sure there's 25,000 people thinking, map hacks. No, well, you can work out where your enemy's going to be roughly. You know, if you scouted them last at 8 minutes and they were here, well, 13 minutes now, they're going to be a little bit further in. So it's pretty safe.
And he scouted the whole map, right? And he knows, okay, well, you still have to take this woodline, right?
Yeah.
This one is way easier to scout, so he just has to do some estimation. Okay, that far into the game, villagers should be here around.
Yeah, exactly. All right, I'd love to have a look at the income for these players at the moment, because Mister's got a huge amount of fishing boats, so it's only 1,100 food coming in for him a minute. That seems a little bit less than what I thought it would be. I was thinking he's going to be on 1,500, 1,600, something like that, but relatively close to Recon.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised as well. Oh, but those villagers are exposed.
He's got to be so careful here. Oh, the Mangonel. Look at the Mangonel. He's so cheeky. He's so cheeky. He's still shooting over that wood line. He's trying to find a way through, but we got some decent numbers here for Recon. He's got crossbows. He's got archers. The men-at-arms doing a decent job on the front line, and the Springald's going to be helping out on the backside. But I guess the question for me is he going to be able to hold against these men-at-arms? Look at how much damage they're able to do.
It's tricky, right? It's mainly archers now. Crossbows falling, and now we have more shots against this one.
Yeah, this. Look at the Springald as well. Springald moving up towards the north. He knows where that Mangonel is. He wants it. Give it to me, baby. You can see him moving up. Go on, get it. He's got the first shot off. First shot off. He needs to pull it back. Oh, look at the reaction time there. Not even, you know, he's not even thinking about Springalds. It comes out of the dark and he pulls it back so damn quickly.
Crazy, right?
Yeah.
He saw the Springald a bit lower, and obviously the Springald wasn't shooting anymore, so he can kind of see, okay, that's likely going to be an attack point, but just saving it, the reactions are so important. And what's the next step for Recon? He somehow needs to get a safe woodline, but he only has access to those two.
Well, keep in mind he's got the second town center. So the town center is going to enable him to scale into the late game, but you're on the money. Where does he go from here? There's a little bit of a wood line out here to the east side, but realistically, it starts to get difficult for him now.
Tower already building a crazy line at the frontier. Does Recon maybe need to go into some traps himself? Oh, yeah.
It's definitely definitely a good idea to do for him. He's going to need a way for...
Oh, we get vision there. Villagers chopped through.
Oh, no, he's going to...
Oh, this is so ugly for him. Villagers are falling.
Yeah, this is terrible. I think it might have been one tree too many. Yeah, look at the villagers that have gone down now. 8 vills picked up by the Mister. He's done a great job throughout this game, just taking out villagers.
Springald's trying to defend. Army comes around here, probably goes for the raid at the bottom. And that should be one exposed gold spot there, if I remember correctly. Is it the stone?
No.
Ah, they're just going back.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Now moving over to the next stone. I like that he's adding the tower there.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the right thing to do. But a couple of outposts now getting cleaned up. We see 2 more outposts. But he's done a pretty decent job in cleaning this up. He kept calm, and he just dealt with it.
Look at how low those villagers are. 1 raid in.
Yeah, a 1 Mangonel shot over the wood line.
Whew.
Yeah, that would be all it takes. Golden HT, a 2 reach now for the Mister. A little bit of extra gather speed. He's also picked up, I think, is that technology research speed, maybe? I'd have to double check, but I'm pretty confident it is.
Yeah, I think tier 2 adds that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now another tower. Quite an ambitious one, because Trap obviously still around. Can kill that tower first here. No emplacements on there even. And what's the next step here for Mister? Floats quite some wood and stone. A forward wild keep?
Yeah, that is an option. Keep in mind he doesn't have access to the economic wing at this stage in the game. So any prospect, I see those resources and I'm like, go on, Mister, throw down 3 TCs, show us what you're really made of. But even if he does, he's still going to be having to pay full price for the villagers. So it's probably not worth it. But I think you might be right. A forward keep, if he pushes forward, finds a good little position, he can drop that bad boy down.
Okay, Springald still holding here. Wouldn't mind some Mangonel movements. That is one Springald that is not finished, right? Feels like 99% at the left side.
All right.
One hidden there. Oh, look at how close.
He's just teetering on the edge, isn't he, at the moment? But I think the defense from Recon's actually quite decent here. I just don't know whether it's going to stand the test of time. You know, going up against the Abbasid, it's so difficult if you get into the late game with these guys. They're just going to be able to take you out. But still that crossbow men-at-arm composition holding strong. As we predicted, we said, you know, we thought about it for about 15 minutes and then we got to it.
I'm scared. I'm scared.
Don't be scared, Neely. Hold my hand.
Mangonel.
Goes wide. But he gets the heads up though, doesn't he? Surely because you hear it, right? Look, he's moving the low health vills out. Can you see that?
No. They're just dropping some resources. Oh god. Oh god.
One shot right there. Oh, he's brought the Mangonel back.
He just felt like Jaws.
Yeah.
Dim.
But instead it's with giant boulders.
How do you imagine this game is looking in like 10 minutes? Where's Recon trying to push to get another woodline? It kind of has to be further to the left even, right? This one will even finish in like 3-4 minutes.
Yeah, it's got to be over to the left. He's got to head west. So we'll probably expect to see a keep over there, but looks like a pretty decent push coming out from both of these guys. And as we predicted, it's going to be men-at-arm crossbow coming out for them. Beautiful micro from the Mister there, able to take out enemy Springalds and get that Springald advantage. Mangonel's nowhere to be seen though. Where are those Mangonels? It looks all just...
Sniped a bit earlier. That Mangonel is idle. Could shoot over there. Maybe now some vision. Big connections.
Massive damage right there. If he gets a couple more, he's going to be able to take out those villages. And you can see that Recon is holding on. He's doing a pretty decent job there. He's got the crossbow numbers. He's sitting on 21, but compare that over to the Mister, who's on 31. And it starts to make a big difference, and Village has got to be so careful. Look at them, Neely. Just barely. Where does he even gather his wood from right now? It's so dangerous. He can't be here. Oh, my Lord. He's playing with fire. And now, finally, those men-at-arms going to make it through. A little bit of an overchop on that south side. And that's going to be all she wrote for that wood line.
Villagers trying to rotate at the top, but so low on HP still. Springald is getting sniped down by the men-at-arm here. Mister's pushing in beautifully. Military value more than double for him.
Yeah, he's in a really good spot here. Keep in mind the villager count still relatively even, so he's going to be able to pump out more units, but that keep's going to be a huge issue.
Oh no.
Mister's just slowly strangling him here. And it's all just comes down to that tempo, that timing. He was up to the third age, just a little bit faster, pushes out with the mangoes, pushes out with the men-at-arms, and that's all you needed.
What a beautiful aggression here by Mister, and just so controlled in so many ways. Villagers really struggling, and Mister, I think his aggression was also designed simply because he saw Recon. Wow, your map with those wood lines, I will punish you for those.
Yeah, it was very difficult because they both spawned at the front side of the base. It meant that he was able to really bring the Mangonels in, do some damage. Got a couple of blind shots in there. It looked incredibly amazing. I mean, yeah, just hitting the nail on the head there.
But also, it felt like already going into the mid-feudal age with an economy advantage, right?
Yep.
Way more fishing ships.
Yep.
And he had 2 full pawns against only 1. Yeah, and later we saw the Ruse reclaiming the second pawn, but the investment was later and Mister was already collecting resources so much longer.
Yeah, he's looking really solid at the moment, but we are going to be heading through to the third game shortly. The question is, which map does Recon go to? Keep in mind, he's got Boulder Bay as his home map, but he can also pinch away one of the maps from the Mister. We've got Gorge, we've got Wetlands.
Boulder Bay. HRE already picked away. China, not an option at all.
Could move into the Ottomans. We've seen players test out the Ottomans on Boulder Bay. Essentially, the theory is that, well, the Ottomans get cheaper military production buildings, and that also includes docks. So similar to the Abbasid, who pay 75 wood for their docks, the Ottomans pay 100 wood. So it's not a huge difference, and it's pretty decent when you think about it, but another thing to remember is that the strength of the Ottomans is their power through the military school. And the more villages you've got in the form of whether fishing boats or normal villages, then the less impact those military schools have.
Yeah, but water is so contested, right? Boulder Bay, short distance, as we saw with the Viper yesterday.
Yeah.
I feel like HRE could be a good option there. And do you really want to play Ottomans against HRE? It feels like an okay-ish matchup, but you just need to win 3 maps in a row. Is okay-ish enough for you?
Yeah, it's not. Do we dare see it? Does he dare pull it out? It could be a Mongol pick that he goes for here.
Boulder Bay, but Boulder Bay also, you could run into English, and then your tower rush potential is absolutely non-existent.
Yeah, so maybe Mister probably doing a little bit of loops in his head, because it's one of those things, right, where if Mister goes for Holy Roman Empire, Recon would love to play the Mongols. So he's tempted to do that, and Mister knows that. So Mister's thinking, maybe I should play the English. But then Recon's thinking, well, maybe he plays the English. I don't want to go Mongols, so I'm going to play Ottomans, but it's all going to go out the window because we've got Wetlands coming up.
Wetlands, so picks the home map of his opponent here. Rican, confident, or just wanted to avoid those wild mind games, wanted to gain some more information. Obviously, if we take Gorge and Wetlands away, then it's way easier to predict civilizations for Boulder Bay. Wetlands, going to be interesting. We saw it earlier today. No, we saw it also. Yeah, the Muslim against Marine Lord, right? Mongols against French, if I remember correctly.
Yes, that's correct, yeah. So I wonder exactly what matchup we're going to see here and whether we see another Mongols coming out. But you can see once again, Recon with a big smile on his face. Watch out. He's coming for you, mister. But yeah, my suspicion is we're probably going to see the Mongols out here. It seems like a really solid civilization at the moment.
Yeah. Also, you want to move from pond to pond.
Yeah.
So French obviously benefiting because you need to build so many new mills. So saving 25 wood actually matters here. And with Mongols, you can move your Gur and save the full 25 even.
Yeah, it's a good call. All right, well, we're going to be diving in and checking out exactly what civilizations are coming up. My bet is on the Mongols. Your bet is probably also on the Mongols, and we're about to see right now the AR come through. It's going to be the English on the defensive for the Mister, and Recon with them. Oh, my Lord. It's just a whole nother level, isn't it? He just knows. And that's why we saw the smile, because Recon just realizes, what do I do here?
Oh, God. And see, it's so ugly. It's one of the worst feelings if you like constantly say, like, to your opponent, I take rock, I take rock, I take rock, I take rock. And you think like, yeah, they think that I will never take rock. And then you stay with rock and they just paper you.
Yeah, it's the oldest trick in the book, the the rock trick.
The good old rock. But yeah, this case, the rock, paper, scissor mind game, absolutely won for the Mr. English against Mongols matchup that he has to be absolutely happy with.
You know, there was actually a study that was done on rock, paper, scissors.
Oh.
And paper has like a 63% win rate. It's busted as hell. Yeah, I'm not kidding. Yeah.
Because people are overpicking rock?
Yeah. And so paper's really good.
Okay.
It's the best civ.
At 63, are you sure?
Yeah, apparently. It was something ludicrous like that. Don't quote me.
It's Australian study. It was upside down.
Probably,
so
yeah.
More like 37.
Yes.
37 is something I can give you.
Scissors are actually busted, but just don't tell anybody.
Okay.
All right. Well, we're going to be diving into the third game shortly. English for the Mister. Probably, I mean, I would say his signature civilization. I'm not sure if he would say it, but I think of the English, I think of Mister. And Recon on the Mongols, another great civilization for him. Probably a signature civ as well. A lot of Recon games are on with the Mongols. So both players at the best, on their best civilizations. Which way does it go?
Hopefully for Rican, because I want to see him more in this tournament. As we know, now 3 map points here for the Mister to get a spot into the semifinals, to get the spot to play still for $100,000 and in front of the crowd. Wetlands, a match that we have not seen a lot. Look at that Mister. He even keeps his paper in front of him there.
Yeah, he's got to refer to this in game. He might be aging up and thinking, how many villages should I put on wood?
My build order.
I used to write my build orders down as well.
So did I.
Yeah?
Then I had my 11th birthday or something.
That's very painful. I was still doing it at 14.
Oof.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 3. We're here on Wetlands, where there is potentially a final game going to be happening. This is match point right now. Recon needs to dig deep. So if you're a Recon fan, I want to see it in Twitch chat. We don't have a crowd here, but if we did, Dilly, I'd be asking them to cheer loud if you're a Recon fan.
Oh, Recon! Oh, go Recon! I want to try it from you. Yeah, Recon!
Good job, crowd. All right, and on the other side, we've got Mister in the blue playing as the English on his signature civilization and opening up with men-at-arms. And I mean, we just talk about counter-civilizations. This is beautiful stuff. So the reason why English do so well against the Mongols is this unit. 3 armor, melee and ranged, 8 damage. It trades incredibly well with spearmen. And you can bring as many spearmen as you like to the party. The men-at-arms are still going to be doing absolute work. It just takes absolutely no damage against those enemy spears.
I honestly believe that men-at-arms will be nerfed within the next 2 patches. Especially like feudal age men-at-arms just feel so crazy. Not a lot of counters to them. Especially like together with longbowmen.
Oh my lord.
So you can't even properly micro with archers against them.
I actually have nightmares about that now. I really do. Sometimes I'll be waking up in the Dark Age and it'll just, there's men-at-arms.
You have nightmares? I have crossbow mares.
All right, well, I get the joke, Nilly. That's a good one. You should Don't give up your day job, though. All right, well, he's looking to go for more than one men-at-arms. I think this is pretty interesting because sometimes you just see one men-at-arms come out just to deter any potential aggression. And this really plays into the strength of the English because they want to try and take it as late as possible. That's where their strength lies. The alternative that we've seen a lot throughout this event so far is just aggressive English. That feudal age stuff.
That's just what they love, right? Behind this, obviously English farms not really needed on this map. Tower should go up. Khan there for the defense, but he's just taking the men-at-arm, as you said.
Yeah, see, this is the thing, right? Mongols at 2 minutes and 38 seconds shouldn't be making towers in their base. They should be making it in the enemy's base.
Yeah.
So when you have to make a Mongol tower in your own base, that's not a victory for you.
Also, the tower, is it really protecting the second pawn well enough? I think I would have liked to see it like 3 tiles further to the right. A bit higher, next to the berries there, right?
I would have liked that as well, yeah. Just next to the
Just think about like where we are getting fish in 10 minutes, and then the tower didn't help us that much.
Yeah, it definitely didn't. So Mr. is already putting Recon onto the back foot, ruining the game plan. Because, you know, the Mongols, they want to get out on the map, they want to dish out that damage, they want to get on your gold mine, get on your stone mine, want to start sieging things down, but early aggression. I mean, and as you mentioned, like, how do you respond to this? And in fact, Recon, after having an earlier victory, was asked that question, how do you deal with the English men-at-arms? And he just simply said, I don't know. No way. No way. No way.
You get greedy.
Okay.
You get greedy is the answer.
All right, match point comes out and Recon says it's time. And I think this is pretty smart, right? When you think about it, how do you shut down trade from an enemy? Well, normally it's cavalry, right? Because cavalry is going to be very effective at getting into the trade line. It's able to move around the map. But English, they don't want to make cavalry. They've got infantry to make. So a very smart move here. And that means that Recon might even be able to think about moving into Magadai himself.
Continuation of the story that we had earlier. Mr. telling the story. I played 50 games against Recon, only lost 4 of them. And in all 4 of them, Recon traded.
Oh, Lord. He coming. Man-at-Arms moving towards that base on the south side. Town center, though. Watch out. He'll get you. So how do you deal with the Silver Tree from here? What's the response from Mr.? You know, I wouldn't be surprised. Mr.'s the kind of guy who walls in the trade post.
Yeah, and it's not that tricky, right? Look at the woodlines that we already have kind of like 2 tiles away from this one. If we go, look at this, pretty easy to wall, a bit further down, and we have massive woodlines. I think it's less than 50 wood investment to already have them take a massive detour.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways that he can play it, but he might just look to disrupt it and at the same time maybe go castle into knights. I think that could be a pretty reasonable approach for him. Another Uvu going to come down, unfortunately. Didn't get the option for this Uvu earlier on. Those men-at-arms being so damn cheeky, so damn annoying, and now the Silver Tree has been built and Trader's yet to be put in queue. He's waiting for the Uvu, but he's not even building the Uvu at this point. He's just...
Arrow slit goes for the archery range.
I guess he's going straight into Magadai. I think that's probably the most...
Magadai counter 3 men-at-arms. But look at that, now mass crossbow in production. Then Magadai not looking that hot anymore. Yeah,
Longbow's going to do very well against them because they've got that really short range. So he might have to start thinking about horsemen as well. And horsemen do quite well against this composition. I think it's definitely underused. The problem is all of a sudden when the English player starts also mixing in spearmen, and now you're just throwing chairs at the wall. It gets really hard. And
ooh, horsemen out of Mr.
Wow.
Hello.
Yeah, 6 minutes into this game and Mr.'s already going for the 1-1-1, making GUA proud with that one. So he's going to be bringing in the tri-composition. I mean, technically it's almost the quad composition, isn't it? Because of the men-at-arms.
Yeah, spearman didn't start yet, but technically it's looking like he's going for everything that the game has to offer for him. Now the question, are we sending a villager forward, trying to get a tower up? At some spots where we want to fight?
Yeah, I think that's probably a decent thing. You know, the sooner that you can force your enemy onto the back foot, then they're not going to be looking to take you down. So I think that's a pretty smart move.
Look at the beautiful minimap. Look at the blue dots. Trying to scout. Look at this. No trade here. No trade over here. So he knows it has to be on the right-hand side. And look at the blue dot moving over there as well.
Yeah.
Beautiful map awareness by Mr.
Is this a bait? Is he really not going for trade?
And this is confirmed by Mr. now, right? He scouts everywhere.
Yep.
So no trade confirmed by Recon. So Mr., he knows, okay, you are going for massive army here. And that's basically indirectly what he's confirming, right? Archer range already down, and now adding the stable.
Yeah, this is pretty smart by him to do this. But we still don't see any traders at the moment in queue, so
we won't.
You reckon that's it? It's just it was a bait. It was a great bait, mate.
Yeah, but it was perfectly indirectly scouted by Mr.
Yeah. All right. Well, he's done a great job over here, just shutting it down preemptively. And it looks like we're going to continue moving towards that feudal age aggression. What do you think the likelihood that we see here of additional town centers is, Nelly?
I think it's too aggressive, and you have to move out too much for yourself to be allowed to build a town center. I think this is a long feudal age, and first town centers are going to be added in castle age.
Okay, all right. Let's see. Mister's now starting to add in some upgrades. We do see it's going to be an economic focus. So starting off with horticulture coming through. On the other side, Recon now researching wheelbarrow, and do have arrow slits coming through on one of his outposts. So
the second tower already. This one already has arrow slits. Now going for this one, and the blacksmith behind this. Rika will play a long feudal age as well.
Yeah, I think there's definitely potential for him here. I think Mister might be scratching his head as to exactly what Recon is up to. And I think with the blacksmith, he didn't have to put this on the Uvu. So there's the potential this is an improved siege engineering, which means he could always lead into the third age as well.
But lots of aggression coming from Mister, so keeping Recon away from the third age. And remember, no Yam.
Yeah, that's going to be a big aspect of this as well, because Yam, it really allows you to control when you have fights and when you don't. And already we can see a villager might be going down because of no Yam.
Archer getting tickled down as well. More villagers at the shore. Fish then can fit into the tower. Another unit dies. And where's Recon's army?
Yeah, it's nowhere to be seen at the moment. It's over to the left, though. And this is the consequence of not having Yam, right? Because that Yam network provides that extra movement speed to all of your infantry. And just by not going for that landmark, you're just left out in the dust.
But still lots of arrows in the air, right? 2 full towers were still shooting. And we saw quite some units going to die there. And Recon tries to get some more control. Maybe now the sneaky silver tree after he realized, okay, you don't have any units at the left-hand side of the map.
Yeah, that actually might be a pretty smart choice by him to do that. He's managed to secure this pretty well. We can see him pushing out now with the archers. So I think he might be on the money for that. Let's have a look. Silver tree on the move. Watch out, ladies and gentlemen. It's happening.
Moves a bit further down and then trading at the left side. Probably want to have some outpost then, but also no Yam there. I actually think he could research Yam.
Yeah, but remember, Yam's not available until the castle age, though. So he's going to have to wait for it if he wants, but...
So towers also nice, because you can actually save traders in towers.
Yep. It's very awkward to do, though. This is something that I've brought up before.
Why is the silver tree moving? It's going really, like...
Oh, boy. Oh, wait, why, though?
The thing is, I think you build 2 traders, then move away.
But you can't. You don't have an Uvu. Yeah? He needed an Uvu to build 2 traders.
But I think you should have wanted to start at like mid-range and then move away while they're on the way to the market.
Yep.
I think we are learning something here. Or Recon.
It's one of the two, but yes. I guess, so he is building a market on the south side of the map. I can confirm that.
Okay, then it makes sense.
So that all makes sense, but I guess he just realized he wasn't going to get this up, and the reality is he's still not going to get it up over here. That wood line, oh my lord, did you see that wood line? Is there a way through on that bottom side?
It's a long one here.
Yeah.
And what he wants to do is basically produce traders. They are directly next to the market. They drop off and then go to the other market, basically saving 1 trip.
Yes, correct. But the issue is that he's never going to be able to get that silver tree out because Mister has found it and he's going to stand on top of it for the rest of the game. And he's going to slowly siege it down, so he'll need to bring out some units to clear this. And it looks like a whole bunch of archers have decided to be the men to do it.
But still, like, do you want to stay here with your archers? You're pretty much far out of position, but you were raiding at the same time. So feels okay-ish, and Recon trading now, but Mister should know about it. Goes for King's Palace, exactly that. He's adding stables, and then Knights should just completely neglect any potential to really go for trade.
This is really, really hard right now for Recon, because keep in mind, he doesn't have access to walls. Trade hasn't started yet, and that's where he's focusing on. So for him, he's looking for that castle age. He's added in a second town center. It's come through a little bit early here. But definitely a bit of a head scratcher. I guess he can always use this as a distraction for his enemy, but
180 gold.
That's a lot of gold, isn't it?
In one trip.
That is a lot of gold. I mean, that's maximum gold. He's got that right up against the edge of the map. And, you know, Recon's the kind of guy who knows how to utilize that trade effectively.
Now the question is, how many traders do you want to go for? With this little protection, I think you can't really go for more than 5 traders without taking a massive risk.
It's true, but as long as they actually get to their destination, you're making profit.
Yeah, massive profit. Like,
so
you instantly double.
I feel like you just let it go and you put the emphasis on your enemy. You just say, hey, I'm trading. And you're going, actually, how much does a trader cost from the
60-30.
Yeah, 60-30. So never mind, you're making double the profit. It's not even 50%.
Plus 18 food on top.
Oh, that is a
Mongols
great
are
ROI.
Crazy. Mongols are crazy.
Damn.
But we need mass army now for Recon.
I want to invest in Mongols. That is crazy good. All right, well, Stepper out also coming up now as well for Recon. So watch out for that one. But on the defensive side, I guess the question is the advantage with the defender or is it with the attacker when you're trading? And typically you would say it's with the attacker until there are walls. Once the walls are up, then it's with the defender. But I'll tell you something about the Mongols, Nilly. They can't build walls.
What? How can they defend?
Outposts, YAM network, cavalry, extra speed from the Khan. That's the way that they do it. So he's going to have to play a heavy cavalry focus here, whether he looks for knights together with Mangadai. That's always a decent option, but he's adding in a barracks. So maybe he's just not looking to commit to these traders.
Goes for some knights here for sure, or lances for sure. Maybe some spearmen could have been an option, because he feels like, wow, if I get to like 20 traders, this will be really tough for me to lose, because this is just a crazy income with this max distance.
Yeah, exactly. And the silver tree up here, we can see it's not actually working at the moment, but being attacked from multiple angles here, he's got to be careful not to give away a couple of units though. And look at this men-at-arms back here being so annoying. That's an early men-at-arms, by the way, yet to be upgraded through to its castle counterpart.
Now Recon can basically send all villagers and wood and food, and you see like gold income gets really damn high now. Also got some emplacements, and now we go for the stab redoubt, but raid is coming in and Recon is not realizing.
He's not paying attention. A couple of knights over here. Watch out, Recon. Watch out, Recon. There we go. There.
No. That's just a drop-off. Oh, that's certainly like 6-7 villagers just died here.
Yeah, that's a lot of villagers. He's lost double digits this game so far. Mister's done a great job up against him, but yeah, he's got the town center right next to the gold as well, which means a lot of those villagers are just dropping off at the town center instead of off at the step redoubt.
Second tower next to one another. This is not why?
So that way he can use them, the sprinkled emplacements on them to defend that, because that's a main target point. So there's 2 primary target points here. The first one is the market on the south side. The second one is the trade post. But oh my
and
lord!
Don't you think that this is also a target point?
This is also a target point. Yes, and that's not pretty. But I mean, at the moment, Recon just heavily focused on trade. He's trying to trade away his villagers here for traders. I don't think it's going to work though.
Trade away his villagers for traders. Okay, textiles finally coming out for Recon. Could have maybe saved some villager lives earlier. And those knights still out on the map. Trade not really rolling in, simply because he didn't have enough map control. Now the third tower here, he really wants to protect this area.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense to be keeping these down here, but at the same time, he probably wants to extend that trade network out along the entire trade line to really boost up the speed here. But look at Mister's base. Look at this. This is just, he's got massive amounts of expansion going on here.
So many farms already, and this is another raid here at the gold. Absolutely beautiful how actively Mister is playing this. And he simply realized, wow, this map, so many angles to attack. I need a mobile unit. That's why I love that he went for knights.
All right, well, I'm confident that going forward, you know, Recon's trade is going to be solid here. But oh, what do we got here right now? Recon, he's got a bunch of idle traders on the backside. Watch out, watch Recon right now. As soon as he spots that, it's going to be an esports head shake out of him. That's for sure.
Oh, and villager raided here as well. Can he save those? Another hit doesn't kill without the attack upgrade, and saves those. But still, Knight's so annoying and might find other villager kills here. And they're not going into the tower.
The thing that drives me crazy is what do these villagers think they're doing? Like, obviously they're hungry, but they're out here, they're looking for fish, they're looking for berries, they're looking for bratwurst. They can't find anything except for enemy knights.
Oh, and that's not what they were fishing for. Look at that, those crossbowmen dying as well. Longbowmen coming here at the perfect timing. Tower's not even finished. And those villagers, the more you have to micro them, the less they will also drop off their step rate out properly.
Yeah, really good point. I'm curious, how many traders have we actually got out here? Are we able to check that market on the south side?
We click the market, we can see the numbers.
There we go. Oh, it doesn't say. Oh, let's jump over to the perspective of Recon. So if we switch player perspective, it will tell. Oh, there we go. Yeah, 4.
Underwhelming.
Yeah, if that was 14, maybe. If that was 43, I'd be like, oh yeah, I'm a Recon fan. I'm not a Recon fan, not right now. At least not in this game. It's not looking pretty. Mister's just all over him. 20 villagers up. Sure, he's maintaining a bit of a military advantage, but there's so many knights here. And remember, the emphasis, the burden is on the Mongol player. He needs to try and defend this trade. He's not having any luck whatsoever.
It's crazy. Destroyed value, way better for Recon because he kills all the military. But look at that, 23 workers died in this game. That's why the economy advantage is just so heavily on Mister's favor.
Yeah.
It is 2 against 2 town centers, right?
Yeah. It's absolutely massive. And I think it all just goes back to the fact that Mister identified, okay, that's fine. If you want to do that, I'm going to go castle. I'm just going to go knights, and I will disrupt your economy through that way. He was fortunate in that he saw the landmark coming up and realized, oh, he's going to be trading. Well, let's do our best to stop that, because there was the potential that he just played this game out, not realizing that trade was happening behind it.
Did Recon maybe go for trade a bit too early? I felt like maybe stabilizing with Lancers and Crossbows could have been a better option and only then go for the late trade, which obviously is incredibly good, but you need the maps more secured.
Yeah, I think you might be right. I'm curious to see, is Recon continuing to train traders? Because that's the big thing. If he's still making traders, especially making traders out of both the Silver Tree and the Market, so nothing from the Silver Tree and the Market as well, nothing as well.
No wood at all for Recon. Only 200 income as well. Tricky for him, and so many idols as well.
Sleeping
Just
on the
had
job.
9, still has 3, sends more villagers to the gold.
Did you know if your villagers go idle for too long, they start coughing? And they're like...
Really?
Yeah, really. I know, because sometimes I'll load into a game and I'll just sit there, like alt-tab, then I'll hear them coughing. I'm like they'll be like... They make that sound. It's very interesting details, but yeah, I can assure you they're in there.
Nice. Oh, look at those 3 deer. They have a nice party.
It's a secret deer party.
Oh, it's actually more than that.
Oh
3.
my lord, how do you fit that many?
Ooh.
How do you fit all of that in them forests?
And the poor boar outside. He's also coughing like, can I get in? And the deer pretend to not hear him.
That's an interesting generation as well. Oh, we've got the trade restarted. Looks like it's still 4 traders for the moment, but that will quickly rise. And I feel like it's starting to stabilize for Recon here, really.
Yeah, and I'm really surprised by this, right? Still Mister, 20 villager advantage, don't get us wrong. He's setting himself up nicely for the late game. And we also feel, look at the food count. He just needs another 1,000 gold, and then he could maybe go imp and goes for enclosures, and then it becomes really tricky. And then trade, relatively speaking, isn't that crazy anymore.
That's true. And he's done a great job to hamper it throughout the game. One of the big things with trade is if it starts early, it can really start taking off. And then by the time you get to the late game, it's already, your enemy's already so far ahead of you. But once again, look at this. He spots out the enemy. He knows exactly what his win condition is. He says if the trade comes through, that's what I'm going to be scared of. And so he parks that knight on the trade line.
Seems like no emplacements there. Sends one knight out for scouting. Probably wants to go for those 2 towers and then goes back. Will lose a knight though. And this is ambitious that he's moving in, but probably can get out at the left side. No, might be caught off guard.
This could be bad right now for Mister. He is absolutely clueless. The knight's coming around. Fortunately, he makes his way through the pass of trees and the edge of the map, but underneath the springwood emplacement outposts, a lot of damage coming through. The Khan going to be here to back them up, and the traders do jump inside to safety. Still, the trades continue happening, and it's looking good for Recon. At the same time, towards the front of his base, we've got a little bit more action over there. What have we got? We got longbows on villagers once again for the 14th time this game. Recon not paying attention, up to 33 villager kills.
Not jumping into the tower either there, and builds another outpost at the spot. Just feels like he never feels secure enough.
Yeah, it really feels that way, doesn't it? And it's a beautiful little arrow or alleyway here that Mister's got into this, but now a couple knights in the middle of the map. All the rest of the units have just given up, and all of a sudden, Mister takes a great little fight here. Looks like 3 cavalry units losing their lives there for Recon.
Crazy how Mister barely has any military upgrades. Knights, completely virgin when it comes to that, and just he continues taking the fights, right? So Recon technically should be trading better, but the positioning of Mr. just always feels better.
Yeah, it really does. He seems to be able to take better fights, but the Silk Road continues to increase. He's up to 7 traders now. And just remember, these are good numbers, but once we start talking 30 traders, 40 traders, that's when it's really going to get serious. He's still got plenty of room to move with this. Look at that. That is impressive amounts of resources, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And now they're making some trips. And Recon, he might start to like his chances here, pushing this army away as well. Those Longbowmen, not really the craziest damage output, still need to get the second the second attack. Knights are going in, but that's not the craziest fight for them. Crossbow number looks good.
Don't tell me Recon is doing this. This is starting to look a little bit scary now for the Mister. He's up 2-0 in this series. We're on match point, and I mean, Recon needed to pull right now, and it definitely seems like he's lifting quite hard. The crossbow numbers are impressive for him, and he continues adding in more and more crossbows, up to 25 now. And behind this, continuing to trade. Take a look at that. That is a huge amount of traders that are in queue. He's got 11 now, so this is some decent stuff coming out from Recon. He's looking good. 2 TCs plus trade. He should be able to catch up to Mister at this rate.
Ooh, Relic denied for now. How many stables do we have for the Mister? It feels like his production isn't... Oh,
okay.
I didn't say anything.
I thought he was going to be on maybe 2 or 3 because his production is waning. It definitely seems that way. But, you know, there was a point where we were thinking about the potential for Imperial for the Mister. It looks like he said, you know what, it's time for Knights, baby. And he's going heavy on the Knights. But look at that, still no upgrades, as you mentioned. Not a single upgrade for him. Compare that over to Recon right now. He's running +2 ranged armor, +2 ranged attack, +1 melee and +1 melee attack and +1 melee armor. So it's looking pretty decent for Recon at the moment. And he's picking up +2. He's insulated helm coming through now.
And he's completely fine trading off with those armies constantly in Castle Age here. 29 crossbows as well. And if Knights are clashing against each other, there's no chance Mister wins a fight.
Yep, that's exactly it. And speaking of a fight right now, Mister realizes that ain't his fight. No, sorry, Bob. That is a lot of units. Now, keep in mind, he's also got longbows behind it, but you just got to favor the crossbows. They do so much damage towards those frontal knights.
Uh-oh, needs to disengage here. Mister, I think he needs another unit somehow, but what can he add? Maybe go crossbow himself, but not really what an English player wants to do.
Yeah, definitely want to avoid going it. There's just not a lot that really helps you out. But now, once again, nice little trade here, picking up some men-at-arms, a couple of villagers on that south side, but more knights up towards the north. He's got to be careful, Recon. Fall back towards your military, sir. You need to consolidate all of your accounts. And now those crossbows looking incredible, but he's got to make sure he's focusing them down, microing. There we go. Now that micro's coming in. Lancers on the backside as well. He's got the reinforcements, but there's still no micro coming out from those crossbows. I don't know exactly what's going on with Recon, but he needs to pull these units back. Mister all of a sudden finding a little bit of a weak spot. The Khan also goes down, so I know what Twitch chat's going to be saying. And Nilly, all of a sudden, it looks like it's going in favor of Mister.
How is this possible? Mister had less army, less upgrades, but he debated the Lancers to the right-hand side and now took a beautiful one.
He's down 50% of the military population of his enemy. Recon's in a very difficult position. He's producing 7 Lancers. He's got a Mangonel in queue as well, which is a hopeful way back in, but I don't like that. That's a lot of knights moving towards your trade line.
I can't believe what we just witnessed. I thought this had to be Recon's fight. He just lost the front line. Then his crossbows were so exposed. I need to rewatch this fight later.
Yeah, I need to see it as well. It just felt like he got pulled away. There were some villagers down there, a couple of men-at-arms. It looked like, oh, whoops. But in reality, it was, no, that's not a whoops. It's a whoops on you, my friend.
I saw game 4 in front of me, and now it's a really uphill battle. You double the military for Mister, and he's in the trade, and killing those traders is so valuable for him now.
But he's got a nice little spot back here. It could be a bit of a swing the other way. Plenty of sprinkled outposts here, and keep in mind for Recon, he just keeps on making more traders. He's not too fast, so we've seen about 6 or 7 knights go down. Let's add another one to the list. But at the same time, a bit of a counter-attack here towards the center of the map. Needs to find a way back into this. What way can Recon possibly bring himself back into this game? A Mangonel shot will do, though, Nelly, that's for sure.
Mangonel shot's certainly nice, but I don't see how Knights can be blocked off from killing those Mangonels afterwards. Villagers being sent. Probably wanted to build a keep eventually. Look at the stone for Mister.
Yeah, that is a lot of stone in the bag. But now those Knights got to be careful doing a little bit of a run by. Oh, that Knight in particular. I'm not sure if you saw that Knight.
It backed out a bit, right?
Yeah, I think his GPS got a little bit, yeah. Not sure what happened there, but he'll be fine. He'll be fine.
Double Mangonel, Khan rises as well. Trade on the minimap looks pretty strong.
21 traders. I mean, never count out this trade. That's the thing to remember, right? Because not only are his traders producing faster, but he's also producing them for cheaper.
And look at that, dropping off now. The goal per minute should be skyrocketing now.
Yeah. The keep coming up. Oh, this could be bad right now because Recon knows about this. Now, he's got two options. Number one, move away. Number two, look to challenge it. You can see the Mangonels were trying to get through there, but he's just pulled back for now.
Mangonel in the queue. Makes lots of sense here for Recon. Tries to free himself from this stranglehold. Lots of center map control. What surprises me is that Mr., after building one Monk, didn't think about more. I think he could have gotten like 3-4 relics behind this.
Yeah, it's interesting to see. Only one of the relics has been taken so far in this game. Here, a Wolf getting in on the action as well. Hey, little fella, how you doing? Long time no see. It's 27 minutes and that guy still manages to survive here.
Knights, beautiful anticipation and scouting there. Knights coming in, the charge is looking good.
Oh my lord, this is really bad. This is really, really bad right now for Recon. This could be a good game. And I think he realizes he's got to take this fight. This is a terrible fight for him. Just not paying attention. He must have been looking at another place on the map, doing a wonderful job with the distractions. Just two Knights down here attacking a stable is all it took. And with that, Recon's going to be in a very difficult position here. The Lancers trying to make their way away, but Nilly, it's tough, isn't it?
We mentioned it earlier, the APM of Recon might be a limiting thing here. Obviously, the more units are out in the field, the more raids are happening. You want to be fast on your keyboard. You want to fly over it and control all ends. It feels like Mr. is doing a better job in that regard.
He definitely does. I've seen him flying over his keyboard quite a lot today. And it looks like he's continuing to fly at this point in time. The Silk Road does go strong. But is it going to be strong enough? The villager count is slowly evening up, but all longbows in the trade line.
But unprotected longbows, right? So those Lancers should easily clear this one up. But still, at the top, more traders are going down. Mister's just everywhere right now.
He really is. But, you know, I'm learning something from this game. And I think this is something that needs to be said. Often players, casters as well, everybody looks at traders like this thing where it's like, it's be all and end all. If you don't make trade work in the beginning of the game, then you're going to lose the game. But here we've seen Recon not only stabilize this game, but look like he was in a favorable position and still trades. He only had 4 traders at the 18, 19-minute mark and still manages to find a way back in. That's how strong trade is at the moment. So if you're watching this on Twitch, on YouTube, wherever it is that you're watching, take home this lesson. Trade is dangerous, no matter when it is.
Especially with Mongols there. Feels like he's getting so much out of it. Traps already cleared up. The keep now goes for the walls. More Knights are coming in though. And Mr., he's not taking the foot off the gas. Look at his income. If he idled for 1 minute, he could go up to him, but he doesn't want to.
Yeah. He could definitely do it. It's but I guess the question is, does Recon push the advantage that he's got in that 1 minute that he's not making units? And now looking to just siege down these outposts. Look how many outposts we've got coming up on the south side here. Nilly, you asked earlier, why is he bothering with all these outposts? Now you know.
I know now, because that's the constant attack spot here for the Mr. and Recon. Simply looking into the future.
Yeah, doing a really good job. The best way to think about it is because those traders have to come in and then they also have to come out. So the chances of you finding them are much higher at those edges of the map. But another good defense, and all of a sudden, Recon up 30 military population at the moment. He's at 187 population compared to 156 for the Mr.
Oh, but trader count not looking too nice anymore. Down to 11 now. How many traders did he lose in this game? Feels like 30 plus.
Yeah, I'm going to have to say 30 plus. They just continue going down. There's another one. He's lost 72 workers so far, so that's your villagers and your traders. Traders will show up there.
Army value right now, ridiculous.
Yeah.
17k against 3k? What? How's that a thing?
Yeah, and you know the wild part is Mister's not even going Imperial. Did Mister just get idled? Did
he throw too much army?
Did he delete all of his villagers?
Did he delete all of his army?
Nearly, I think...
Recon is doing it!
I think Recon's doing this.
11 military for the Mr. He invested everything into killing the trade. But Recon's economy behind this is strong enough. Still, 2k gold per minute for Recon.
This is ludicrous. The fact that trade is trade really this strong, Nilly?
It seems like it. Or is Recon the Mr. stepping out?
Look at him. He just typed. I saw the fingers move. That's good game. The Esports headshake comes in and good game gets called.
Crazy game. And Recon has to be happy with this one. And look at this. There's my good old friend, the trade.
Yes, traders always doing me well. Okay, well, I'm expecting a big post on Reddit summarizing why trade is overpowered and why it needs to be nerfed, Nilly. You'll be the one posting that, I'm
No,
sure.
I will be posting if it is overpowered. Why don't we see it every single game?
Well,
and then they come up with
welcome
wild
to the future.
arguments.
Every game in this tournament is just going to be trade. Even the maps that don't have trade posts, you'll see it.
This is good. And now, is Recon maybe in Mister's head?
Oh yeah, for sure. Because coming into that game, you love that matchup as the English. You play it perfectly. You go for the early men-at-arms. You force your enemy not to be able to tower rush you. And then they get the trade. The trade happens.
So many advantages there. But Mister, just so long on those knights. And we often say early feudal age, beautiful for English.
Yep.
Late imperial age, beautiful for English. So late feudal age and basically the whole time in castle age, not really the best thing for English, but that's where we spend 80% of our time in the game.
Yeah, and that's exactly it. It's their weak spot, isn't it? You know, ahead of the enclosures. I don't actually think we saw armor cladding coming out that game, but we do see both players at the moment looking like they might be taking a bit of a timeout. So I think maybe Recon, he's going to be pretty happy with himself. Might go give himself a pat on the back. Mister, on the other hand, I suspect might be heading back to the drawing room and thinking, what am I going to pull out here? He's got 2 maps available, Boulder Bay. He's got Gorge available as well, and he's used up the English.
Also losing your own home map now.
Oh, yeah. That feels bad. That really feels bad. All right, well, where do we go from here? He's got, as I mentioned, 2 options: Gorge, Boulder Bay, and we're gonna have to play both if Mister wants to win, or rather, if Recon wants to win. So it doesn't really matter which map Mister picks or what order it goes in. It more comes down to the mind games for him and civilization picks. He's got some good civs left: the Holy Roman Empire, the Ottomans. I think you take the Ottomans on the Gorge, but at the same time, it's likely that your enemy's going to take the Ottomans on Gorge. So do you really want to do that?
We are picking from the outside towards the inside, right?
Right.
Is HRE really that late of a pick? While we had Boulder Bay there?
Yeah.
That's pretty crazy, right?
Yeah, you're not
Obviously
wrong.
Mediterranean.
Yeah. I mean, and I think this is the thing, right?
That kind of feels like we might even go for Rus instead of HRE.
Yeah.
If we go to Boulder Bay.
Yeah, you could be right. Yeah, it could be Rus. And I think this is something that I've been talking about quite a bit, is that I get into these drafts and I look at both players' drafts and I'm so impressed. I'm like, oh my God, look at player A, their draft is amazing. And then you look at player B and it's like, oh my God, he's got an amazing draft as well. And it's just, no, they're not great drafts. It's that just every single civ is really good right now. The balance is perfect.
And so fun to play.
Oh yeah, yeah.
As well, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes you don't like to face some strategies, but playing strategies,
oh yeah,
you're really enjoying it, yeah.
Yeah.
So are we assuming Gorge, Holy Roman Empire, and Rus on Boulder Bay? Kind of, right? But on the other side, it's more tricky for Recon.
Yeah, yeah. And I think at the moment, you know, for Recon, he's the underdog, right? So as long as he's getting in the head of the Mister, then he's doing his job, because that's what he wants to be doing. He wants to make sure he's unpredictable. And by that token, it means that Mister's going to have to try and predict that, because he doesn't want to have to play off that angle. But it sounds like we're going to be jumping into an interview with the Mister to find out his thoughts about this event.
I am Themistoklis Bonidis. I'm known as Themista in gaming, and I am from Greece. I stopped playing in March, and the first qualifier was in June, so I didn't have any practice. My farming season started. Those days that the qualifier took place, it was raining in my area, so I didn't have to work, and I'm like, let's give it a go, let's try, see where we are right now. And it just happened for me to qualify. So I expected to qualify, but not so early. I think every single player is playing really, really well, so I don't know which group I would prefer. I think both groups are equally strong. We have been playing at the competitive level for so long, and I think it all comes down to the day. Like, we all prepared at a certain degree, but I think what matters is like how you wake up, when you're gonna sit on your computer, and how the game will go. Preparation is good, but you also need luck. I'm excited just by being here, right? Every other single player is sharing the same thought as me. Like, we're just happy being here, and obviously it's stressful, but I think the excitement overcomes the stress. Beastie Cutie, because I hate the way he plays. He's playing too defensively, and it just drags the games longer and longer, and I don't like long games. I don't think I have someone that I would feel comfortable playing. It's about the day. Like, even in a good day, I wouldn't want to play against Pisti.
I spent some time with Mr. the other day, and he shared a bit about his farming life. Apparently, he's in control over 500,000 square meters of farm, and apparently, like, that is too big for his tractors even to go the whole way. So he has 3 different tractors, and he harvests, I think, cotton and corn, and had 160 tons of cotton this season.
That's a
ridiculous,
lot,
ridiculous numbers. And next fun fact, if he gets top 2 in this tournament, so $50,000 plus, he already knows what he wants to buy with it. It's a new tractor.
It's a new tractor. It's got to be a new tractor, right? And, you know, it's interesting because you say 500,000 square meters. To me, it's a number so big that it's like, you know, living in metropolitan Melbourne, I'm like, 600 square meters. That looks expensive. And you're talking about 500,000 square meters? I don't even know what that looks like on a map. It just sounds enormous, though.
Yeah, I tried to do the math and tried to calculate it in football fields, but I don't want to repeat it on stream.
Yeah, that's a lot of football.
A lot of football.
Yeah, a lot of football.
More than 2.
That is more than I have. Let's put it that way. I do not have 2 football fields. Not yet. But we will be buying stadiums soon, right, Nilly?
Stadiums?
Yeah, so we can host the next Red Bull Wololo.
Is CTV buying a stadium after 25,000 subs or something?
The one in Las Vegas, yeah.
Oh, yeah. We're trying to still push for that.
Yes, one day we'll get it. One day we'll get it. All right, well, the next map has been confirmed. If I remember correctly, it was Gorge. So I hope I'm not making a mistake there, but we can see Recon right now deep in thought, thinking about the draft. Which way do I go? Do I really pick the Malians? Is this it? A little bit of butterflies in his stomach right now. He's thinking Malians.
70 football fields.
Wow.
Okay.
Thank you, production. Jeez. 70 football fields.
I think it's more, because he said something like that. It's multiple kilometers. Oh, no, if he goes through the rows there, right?
It depends what type of football field we're talking about. If it's children's football
soccer.
Field. Oh, okay. Children's soccer? Adult soccer.
Adult soccer.
Yeah, okay. Still.
And even that is not, like, it even ranges there.
Yeah. How do you fathom that? That just seems ludicrous. All right, we've got the civilizations. Holy Roman Empire for the Mister, and the Ottomans coming out for Recon. Interesting matchup. And
on Gorge. So Ruse still kept for...
Yeah, for water.
Boulder Bay.
Yeah. You know what? I kind of like Recon here. So I feel like Mr. has to play this 2TC. He has to play a bit heavier and feudal, but where are his windows? Because we think back to that game from yesterday, the Muslim versus Marine Lord, the first game in the series. The Muslim on the Ottomans, Marine Lord on the English. He never let up. Once he got to the Castle Age on the Ottomans, the pressure never stopped. If Recon can emulate that same success that the Muslim was able to pull off against Marine Lord, this is going to be a 2-2 series.
My prediction, we will see double barracks marching drills out of this guy, the Mister.
Okay, I like it.
I think it's men-at-arm, full men-at-arm all in.
You reckon? Just entirely men-at-arms?
Yeah.
How do you even deal with that? That's like a beta strategy. I say
beta
beta strategy. I'm not talking like beta, versus alpha. I'm talking like the Age of Empires 4 beta. That was a beta strategy. I remember losing to crazy amounts of people using the Holy Roman Empire doing that.
Well, you kind of need to get to Castle Age and get, like, the moment you get some crossbow out, your defense works. But how do you get there?
Yeah, well, exactly, right? I guess you can utilize the town center. Maybe you just go heavy on the archers. I think that might even be the play, because typically as the
Marching drills, my friend.
Yeah, but you've got the Spar here. You can always look to increase your own movement speed, run away. But marching drills did get buffed up. Not the technology itself, but the units it affects got buffed up. But we're about to jump into game number 4, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this 4th game in the series right now. The Mister is on 2 points, Recon on 1. And Recon is fighting for his tournament life here in this quarterfinal. It's a best of 5. We're on match point. Recon needs to lift right now, Nilly.
Let's take a look. He goes for gold. No stone collected early on. We have seen that as an option to go for the early military school. Something Recon is not opting for. I think a fast fuel age is absolutely needed. Otherwise, the man-at-arm aggression could be wild. And those 2 players, right? I said it in my intro. They know the strength of man-at-arms.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They 100% know. And as we mentioned in the last game, our suspicion is that Men-at-Arms probably a bit strong at the moment, might get toned down a little bit. But until then, I guess Mr. might look to exploit them. I think the big question for me is, so if Mr. looks to play, like I like to think of the Holy Roman Empire as this very straightforward civilization, predictable civilization. Back in the good old days, they used to go professional scouts. They stopped doing that. They just go for a normal castle age, get a few knights out, look to get up to Imperial age. If he goes for that type of strategy, my fear is that Recon's got a beautiful timing window to attack him and to take him out. If that happens, well, we're going to be heading to game number 5. So I feel like the ball is in the court right now for Recon to find, or rather, the ball is in the court for the Mr. to find a strategy that's not going to die to the Ottoman timing push.
And I think enough Men-at-Arms could indeed deny that. By the way, second scout here for the Mr. So really wants to go for those sheep, wants to have lots of food under his base, and, well, goes for more gold and food, obviously. Not a great spot here, I could see, for the Aachen Chapel.
Yeah, it seems like it's a bit of a weird one. You could go right here.
The small woodline, yeah, I think that's reasonable, right?
But there is actually a really nice spot at the back. Now, you're kind of hesitant to do it because you could push deer towards it. You could hit both of your wood lines on it as well. The issue is that you can't really go too high up because you want to try and put farms around it as much as possible.
Well, you will chop through anyways.
Yeah, you will. All right, well, the age-ups have started coming through. For Recon, no surprises there. It's going to be the Twin Minaret Madrasa. Keep in mind the other landmark, the Sultanani Trade Network is, well, technically you can build it on this map. There's no trading post, so it doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
Well, Aachen Chapel, I think it's a really good spot here next to the woodline. It does not include the deer, but sheep are fine. Gold is fine as well. And not a single villager on wood yet, so late with his military buildings.
Yeah, there we go now. Finally dropping down that lumber camp. 6 villagers on the Aachen Chapel as well, so looking for that pretty early age up. Might be getting a sub 4-minute one here. But I'm curious what direction we see Recon go. We see 3 villagers moving over to stone. He's also got a finger just resting on his face. He's having a little bit of a think about it as well, Nilly. What way does he want to play?
Mr. keeps 1 on gold, 3 on stone here. So, pretty clear sign that he wants to go into double military school. And likely that we will see an archer range with that, I would assume.
I think so as well. It makes sense for the Ottomans, typically. You want to try and keep your military school on the Spahi, because those guys cost a lot of food, and food's not something that you've got available to you in droves. Though, to be honest, we take a look at Recon Spawn. He's got a pretty decent one for him right here. We've got double berries on the left, on the right side of his base.
Triple even, right?
And
with
then,
the one to the bottom.
And then he's got the safe one down there. And then on top of that, go a little bit further, you got yourself a hunt. This is beautiful stuff.
Yeah.
And then let's say you exhaust all this stuff at 24 minutes. Well, you can move over to the west side of the map where you've got a boar, which you can't take because you're the Ottomans, but you've got deer and a berry patch as well.
Certainly spots that we need to take a close look at. Something that Mr. wants to attack most likely. Scout finds those. And we are down to we're at 200 stone here. Is this a mistiming? Or are we going 2TC?
Surely
we are going 2TC here, my friend.
If we were going 2TCs, surely
we are not going for military schools.
Yeah, okay, yeah. To me, it just seems like there's not enough villagers here for 2TC. But
sense the 4th one, sense the 5th one.
Okay, all right. It seems like Recon maybe needs a bit of work when it comes to his macro for the Ottomans, but he's making it work for the moment, up to 260 stone. Over on the other side of the map, though, the Missa had a lot of villagers on wood. And we take a look underneath the town center. Well, Nilly.
I feel smart.
Yeah, wow. How do you fit a brain that big in a head that small?
Can't be explained by science.
It cannot be. But a stable going to be coming up for Recon, so a little bit of an interesting adaptation here, not going for military schools and just going to be sticking it with cavalry. So a lot of food going to be exhausted here.
Where do we build our town center? It kind of has to be at the front here, right? Trying to protect our gold and stone. Still no military schools, although we had the resources for quite some time. Builds the town center in the back. Interesting choice.
Yeah, this is
Doesn't this leave all the spots exposed?
Yeah, but that's okay.
Isn't this the spot that's easiest to defend with some wall?
No, this is actually really good. I rate this. This is a 10 out of 10. Let me explain.
Really? I want to listen.
So you don't need food here as the Ottomans. Why don't you need food? Well, you've got sheep under your town center. You've got your twin minaret madrasa nice and safe at the front of your town center as well. You've also got the option for Anatolian hills, if you so please. So where are you weak in this position? You're weak at the front, you're weak at the back, you're weak at the back, and you don't want those men-at-arms to get in underneath that wood line, because if they start interrupting your wood, that means your archers are affected, it means your horsemen or your Spahi are affected. So it naturally makes sense for him to go for that, because he doesn't need to move out and expand out to these berry bushes or to the deer, because he's got so much sheep anyway.
But can't we just go for small magic walls? Right to the town center there, right where the second town center is now, and build the town center further to the front, because we still need stone and gold.
I feel like he's probably going to need a pocket to play from, because the men-at-arms are going to be very difficult to deal with. And you can see they're coming out 2 by 2 at the moment. He's up to 5 men-at-arms with another 1 in the queue. You need somewhere to play from, and I think that having the 2 town centers, oh yeah, we can see a little bit of indecision right there from Recon, but having the 2 town centers next to each other, I think gives a pretty strong potential for that defense.
Next thought. This is going to be a long feudal age game, right?
Oh yeah.
So we are just going for units that don't cost gold anyways. So Recon basically accepts, okay, I will go for food and wood exclusively. I will give you my gold and stone.
Yep.
Then we'll overwhelm you, and then I can take those, and I don't even need protection.
Correct. There are often games I will play on the Ottomans. I played a lot of Ottomans when they were on the pub. I wouldn't take gold for 13, 14 minutes, because you're very happy to play.
Because
feud.
you're still in Dark Age.
That is also true, yes. It's a complex build order, I assure you. But the Dark Age build order is quite strong. Yeah, we can see production building starting to come down. Not the best base building from Recon. Typically, you want to try and keep everything together, nice and confined, so that you can maximize your efficiency from the blacksmith. We can see he's not observing that here, probably because of just the presence of the men-at-arms. They're so strong, and if you do go too far away from a town center, there is the risk you will expose one of those buildings.
Yeah. Base design, maybe something he can rethink. But obviously he had the fear of those men-at-arms in his head. Some farms now going for those. Deer could be pushed in, would need quite some work though.
Yeah, definitely will.
Can we build towers that can reach those berries? Are they always spawning towards the north?
They always spawn towards the top side, yeah. Which is why I love to build my minaret madrasa on the bottom side of my town center all the time, and then that way the berries spawn underneath the town center.
Oh, so this could actually be stopped.
Yes, correct. So if he parks an outpost right where that mining camp was, it could be really difficult for this twin minaret madrasa. But keep in mind, he does have the option for Anatolian hills to come through, which will give him additional sheep. I'll open up the game to see where he is, but battering ram coming in through for Mr. So he's really looking to commit against this play.
Military-wise, he has double the numbers, so I can understand why he thinks that could be an option. Recon at 38 workers already, now adds some more stables. He knows that a big attack might be around the corner.
All right, well, Spahi also out here. I'm not sure whether this Spahi came from the meta drums. But the Spahi numbers are looking good here. Now, one of the mistakes that Recon could make, he needs to make sure he doesn't do this, is use Fortitude against the men-at-arms. Fortitude increases the attack speed of your Spahi, but it also increases the damage that they take from melee sources.
It's basically full Sibahi. And Mr. identified that. He goes and adds Spearmen in addition to the men-at-arms. I think only double barracks might not be enough. He has 6 units in the queue there, 11 in that ram. Could be a nice surprise.
Yeah, let's see how he looks to play it. I like the fact that he's using the ram for cover. Keep in mind the town centers have been buffed up, and rams kind of weaker and beautiful. Woo! Oh my lord, that was wonderful. And look at the control coming out from Mr. I don't think I've ever seen such beautiful control. Oh, this one's going to go down in history. This is how you control the ram. Look at him continuing to move forward right now and jumping on out of the ram. Beautiful control here from Mr. This is so hard to do.
Him. And now get some damage in there.
Oh, it's not looking pretty right now. There's so many men-at-arms here, and the military school going to be the focus of his early aggression. Keep in mind, military school's very expensive here. 250 resources potentially going to be going down here.
And going down really quickly. Needs to build another military school to the left-hand side potentially, but we are out of stone, so that's not an option.
It is not an option. Our stone is currently camped up for the moment, but that is going to be the military school down, but moves on to the stable. Keep in mind the stable is a little bit cheaper for the Ottomans, only 100 wood. I mean, you identified this, Nilly. You said, what if he just goes double barracks, men-at-arm rush, and Yeah, I think you might be right.
It's tricky to have a counter against that, right?
Yeah.
Especially in Feudal Age.
Yeah.
Extra Town Center was the choice for Rican. He wanted to win via economy, but Mister, he's going for so much aggression. Goes for the main Town Center.
There's no way. And look at this, a counterattack coming through, but there's just so many units here for Mister. He is just pumping non-stop. He's also got plenty of wood in the bank. If he wants to think about adding in additional rams, he's going to be able to do it. This is insane, the amount of units he's got out right now.
Goes for the landmark. I think raiding the woodline could be an option. I don't think he will find too much right here. Found quite some villager kills here. 6 already, but still 10 villagers behind.
Yeah, this is quite... this is difficult for Recon. I like that the Mister spotted, you know, this is exactly what he's going to do. If he plays conventional, it's not going to work. And he realizes that. But now, Spahi on that top side. Oh.
Spearman ready to brace, though. Not only one villager on wood for Recon. Might lose some houses pretty soon. And this raid, yeah, it might tickle the Spearman, but I think you barely have anything left.
Yeah, this is not a fight you want to be taking, and I think he realizes that. And look at the Spearman coming through at the same time, just camping underneath the town center right now. Recon with 23 idle villagers. Things not looking pretty in the Ottoman base at the moment, and I think Recon...
Look at the face of Recon.
You hate to see that right there. The bottom lip getting turned the other way out. He knows it's not pretty. I mean, he managed to take a game off Mister, but it seems like Mister's just... He's just on another level, isn't he? He's just... It's impressive watching him play.
Loses the ram here. Not the biggest loss, though, because he knows how much damage he did. And I wouldn't be surprised if Mister maybe even takes the foot off the gas a bit here. Adds some more farms now. Knows, okay, the raid was stopped. Is out here and will find more villages.
Oh, this is going to be terrible. And we don't have marching drills coming through just yet, but it's not going to matter. He gets a beautiful surround. 2 villagers go down. 3 villagers go down. I'll take that trade.
Oh, so beautiful. And we didn't even have marching drills.
Yeah, marching drills still coming in right now.
This is not even Mister's final form yet.
Yeah. You're looking at Mister 0.3 at the moment. You wait till he reaches the Imperial Age. That's when it really comes out. Well, a nice little counter-attack up here. Recon trying to pull the forces of Mister back. So this is what he's trying to do. He knows that the longer this game goes on, the better it's going to be for him. So what he's designed, or what this attack is designed to do, is to make sure that the enemy forces are distracted and that the attack on his front line isn't going to be happening. But we can see him going for triple stable right now.
Is that really doing so much, though? We're going full Spearman defense now, 15 on the map, some more men-at-arms in the queue. Going for the stables. I don't think this is the best target.
Yeah.
It's only 100 wood, right?
It is only 100 wood, yeah. But I still think it's probably necessary. Beautiful little opening right there. I'm starting to think maybe the best choice here for Recon is to just pull villagers. Maybe pull 15 villagers or something. Try and get some torches in. But, yeah, this is...
I've never seen someone micro units out of a ram that well.
Oh, yeah. You can tell he's prepared this. This is 100% on his book of plays for not just this matchup, but for anything Holy Roman Empire. It's prepared to a T.
And now back into it. And therefore, there's no real damage output from the town center. But now Sipahi are close and jumping out again.
There's a lot of Spahi actually coming in at the moment. Town center is continuing to rain down upon these units below. Spahi's around actually looking pretty decent. I suspect he's been focusing down the spearmen. And keep in mind, the meta has been providing that extra melee armor this whole time. But at the same time, they're just getting cleaned up.
Absolutely. 40 military now in single digits is Recon's not looking pretty for him.
This could be it. I suspect this might be. At the moment, he's got 7 military population. Things are not looking pretty. The battering ram just continuing to work its magic. And hold on a minute. There's an attack on the second side of Mister's, or rather Recon's base right now. Mister is just all over the place.
Woodline exposed. Eco doesn't really matter. Recon has 22 idols. The 2 rams are doing work. Now even more kills at the front and attacking the woodline at the same time.
Villagers are going down everywhere. He's down to 55 villagers, 23 idols at the moment. But still he holds on. He knows how important this game is. If he taps out here, he is going home. The power is in his hands.
The macro of the Mister, how he's constantly like jumping in and out, gets more attacks in. And Recon, he's trying to survive. But how can you stop this madness?
Yeah, this is kind of crazy. You know, we talked about this at the start. Does he go for... No way.
How can he afford Castle Age?
He's got a market. He's got a market.
Oh.
All right, I like it. So where does he go from here? It's got to be the crossbows. That's the only way for him to possibly survive this.
With what archery range, though? He has 1?
Yeah. That's better than no archery range, though.
Agreed.
Yeah. So for the moment, I mean, Mister... you know what? Maybe the game's not over yet. maybe the game's not over. Mister's up by about a K score, so it seems over. Village is doing a decent job. They're getting off a nice little volley. Might take him a ring around the rosy. I think if there's one weakness to this strategy, it could be Villagers. But now the Archers are coming out, and this is where it might get a little bit more dicey for Mister. With Recon hitting the H up, I think he's finally going to see it, but it's going to be a little bit too late. Villagers, he's going to lose them, but keep in mind he's got the 2 town centers, so he's not too fussed about some of them going down. And Mister going to be victorious here. Good game getting called, ladies and gentlemen. He is through to the semifinals, and with that, Recon is heading home.
The most entertaining player we have in the world. Mister, so happy to see him again on Sunday.
Yeah, that was beautiful stuff. We saw the reaction there. As soon as the GG got typed in, Mister just bumps his fist. He is so excited.
Did you see? I played double barracks, man at arm, and you couldn't do anything.
Yeah, and now I'm going to tell them that you couldn't do anything. It's a busted strategy.
Just wait for the interview when I'm telling them.
Yeah. But really, I mean, Recon talked about that strategy before. He said, I don't know what to do against that. And yeah. I mean, watching how he played.
And it's an option with English and HRE, right? But you only have 2 bans in the best of 5. You can't ban all 4 of the men-at-arms civs.
All right, well, I know what I'm playing when I get back home. It's going to be one of those 2 civilizations. That looks so much fun, though. You kind of run the Holy Roman Empire men-at-arms through the enemy base, and there's nothing... I mean, you don't have to worry about them, right? Like, you just... Be gone, my little friend.
I think, like, the small walls is kind of the thing. I don't really have a good answer to this. And obviously, Lucifron should face the Mister, right? I think on Sunday, and Lucifron, he needs to... wreck his head around this.
Yeah, all right. I think it might be maybe 1 TC could be the play against that if you know it's coming, but otherwise, yeah, it's tough. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to dive into a winner interview here with the Mister. Take it away.
Congratulations, Mister. That was an amazing round, and really congratulations to making it into the semifinals. We'll really look forward to watching your games on Sunday. Crazy micro with the ram and the spears. Did you have that prepared? Can you lead us through your thought process there?
Well, I didn't have that prepared. He picked Ottomans. I didn't expect him to pick Ottomans. I thought it would be an H-area against Delhi. And I just improvised. I saw the second town center, so I just needed my units inside of his base without taking damage and slowly chopping away his wood, because I think Ottomans need so much wood in order to get it going.
And you opened with a really strong strat with the double racks and the man-at-arms. Do you agree that they are overpowered, or what's your take on the balance there?
I think man-at-arms are really, really good. Both Dark Age with English and in Feudal with both English and HRE.
And speaking of balance changes, there was recently the rework on the water. Can you tell me your thoughts? Do you think it's fair? Is there still work to be done?
I think it's a very, very, very cool idea, but the problem is that the civilizations have different bonuses. So there are some civilizations that have really strong eco bonuses, and therefore they have an advantage because they have the same ships as their opponents, but they have better eco, so they will have more ships.
And we've already heard many times that Recon was one of your scrimming partners. You pretty much basically trained exclusively with him. So tell us how the emotions are, how you're feeling that you had to knock out your partner.
I think I was more excited in the previous round.
Well, there is some good news. I heard you mention earlier today that if you do win this match, you will be paying for Recon's ticket to your wedding in the summer.
Yes. And that will happen.
Yeah, so tell us how you're feeling going into your day off tomorrow. Will you be training? Will you be watching replays?
I will be resting my hand and I will be training my brain.
Amazing. And what do you think you're going to be doing with the prize money? Have you already had some plans, some thoughts?
I will invest in my farm.
Sounds amazing. Well, congratulations again. You played so well, and it was always a pleasure. We're going to go take it to the analysis and hear some more insights.
There we go, building farms both on and off the game, KP. It's great to see the Mister succeed like this. And I want to take a moment to congratulate Recon, of course, because this was a bloke who I think didn't anticipate getting as far as he did, played his guts out through the entire event, and I think deserves a fair bit of credit for getting all the way to the top 8 and playing as well as he did.
He does. I mean, Recon on day one, like there was some nerves to it, and I remember just like taking him across and talking to him separately, like,
remember, you're here, you belong here, play your game, do well. You know, I'm a little bit of a Recon fan because I love my underdog stories, and he's one of the people I talk with and break down some things regularly. So I was kind of like, yes, like non-biased cast of like, yes, it's great to see him turning up. And he did turn up time and time again. I think this may have been like his second hardest possible matchup. The only one worse for him would have been Beastie, who almost always beats him in competitive and practice. But we have to look at the fact that these guys scrim together consistently. You know, Mr. said that Recon only won about 4 times out of 50 games. I don't know how fully true that is, but what I think this series came down to was a kind of series of adjustment, right? If you're scrimming with this person all the time, you kind of have to adjust on the fly. You have to throw out curveballs. Mister's a master of this. He's done it in tournaments. He's even thrown out strategy he didn't even practice ahead of time. That's the type of guy he is. And this opening game is a perfect example of this. HRE versus Mongols, especially the maps that are available, is not something we see often. I did love the way that Recon was able to buffer back this early outpost rush, but I think what was key in this series is Mister understood the map control being forfeited. He played for relics, he played for that late game, and something I'd love to see here is becoming more frequent for Mongol players is the shaman spam. You get up between 14 and 20 of these, and they become this pseudo front line because while they're being slapped around the face, they're just patting each other on the head here.
That's what they're handing around the band-aids for each other here. But I want to come back to the comment you made earlier about the fact that, you know, against a player you've got a lot of experience with, against a player you've been scrimming with, or players, you know, we saw this a little bit in Age of Empires too with Jordan and Tato playing against each other. When you sort of know what to expect from the other person, you can try to gain an advantage by being one step ahead, right? Trying to out-level them or whatever you want to call it. And sometimes that can backfire, but sometimes, I think as we saw from the Mister, it can really pay off.
Yeah, I think it's that case of like, you know what you're going to do, you know what your opponent's going to do. Yeah. So you have to every once in a while throw a curveball for a pivot. I think we saw that, especially in the first game, the way he played in the Shamans. I'm not sure how much he's played that out in scrims. I know both of these guys believe in the Mongols, they believe in the cause. There's even some Silver Tree ideas in there that are pretty effective. There was a world in which that first map can go either way because the HR, if they get enough men at arms, they have a short path to the Mongol base, and Mongol players can't defend. But we've got to talk a little bit about this game. This is a really big deal in the community because Four Lakes for the longest time has been seen as a Rus dominant map.
Well, this is what I want to ask you about. There have been some very significant changes that mean that the Rus aren't what they used to be on Four Lakes.
Exactly, Riley. You've already been reading your patch notes. Of course, they increased the palisade walling time from 3 seconds to 7 seconds. So if you get aggressively docked, it's very hard to initially protect yourself. You take a lot of idle time in your villages and it sets you back. And I think the Abbasids got a big buff here. Their docks always cost less, but they lacked the naval power. The cool thing about this game is it didn't come down to that. And I think that's once again the fact they know each other, they know what they want to do. So what does Mister do? He goes for the full land aggression, something that he was actually the first player to do with the Abbasids when Four Lakes was released.
So the fact that obviously we're seeing the game change, not just with the introduction of new civs, but also these patch notes and the way that there are some balance changes, it's good to see that players are coming with new strategies, or, I mean, in the case of the Mister here, as you mentioned, innovations that are almost being thought up on the fly.
I mean, he's famous for this. I remember I interviewed him after one of the weeklies, and I talked to him about games like, that looked a bit weird. I put it in a polite way, but he knew what I mean. He's like, instantly like, yeah, so I thought of this idea before the game, but I didn't have any time to practice it.
Classic.
So I just kind of done it.
Classic. Yeah. Throw the spaghetti at the wall and I hope that some of it's going to stick. That was game number 2. We move on now to game number 3. Good to see Recon get on the board. It wasn't a 3-0. He picked up a win here on Wetlands. Now, not a popular map. In sort of every sense of the word, right? It hasn't been picked. It's not particularly well liked. What do you think of the Mongols on this this map? I mean, they're an aggressive civilization. We've seen that the English can play in the early feudal, and we've seen that they can go late. So, what were the keys here for the Mongol player?
I think the aggressor wins is kind of a typical thing you see. It's why you actually saw Mister invest heavily in the early game. I think Recon got a great start here. You can see his whole base is condensed. He's got access to food, gold, wood. This is the dream as the Mongols, especially when a civ like the longbows from the English can come over the top and block your early game aggression. I also think Recon was a little bit predictable to Silver Tree play. I've talked with him and I've talked with Mister. They have similar ideas about this idea of like baiting your opponent in to thinking you're trading and then stepping off of it and going fast castle. But Recon was heavily delayed getting into that trade. And when it comes around, his only choice is to fully invest in it and try to reboom.
And this looked like something that really wasn't going to work out for him. The Mister was raiding this trade line. We saw it come across the bottom here really effectively, sending in what, like 8 to 12 knights, getting some picks, getting them out of there. And you know, I'm sure we'll get to the end in a second and see where it sort of all fell apart for the Mister. But the fact that Recon was able to pull this dramatic victory out of thin air when he seemed to be on the ropes was the fact that the Mister, with 40-something Knights, overcommitted to disrupting that market economy, and the towers just shredded the Knights ultimately.
He threw the horses into the meat grinder and hoped that they jammed the machine. It didn't work out that way though, and I think we get towards these fights, like he keeps coming in. It's not necessarily an overcommitment towards trade. You have to shut this down. But
This was such a nice maneuver, by the way.
It was. After that, he wraps around and cuts off the Knights, and it's brilliant to see this back and forth, because what we're going to see coming up is a clutch fight a little bit later, just a few minutes from now, where Mr. drags Recon's attention elsewhere and cuts him off. But the interesting thing here is Mr.'s comp is a bit weird. Like longbows plus Knights against crossbows Knights is not really a popular one. Usually Mongols eventually come out ahead. But what was remarkable to see is how well Mr. managed to contain that aggression, managed to keep control. And I think the credence here is like playing Knights in an open map. What did I say a little bit earlier in the analysis, Riley? Mongols cannot defend. They have to be the aggressor. So if you keep them on the back foot, the game gets very uncomfortable.
And the fact that they can't defend this, you know, they can't control not just the trade line, but the territory around it with walls means that you see a reduction in the effectiveness of spearmen against cavalry. And we move on to this fight here, and this looked to be devastating.
And the key detail is at the base, there's a few alerts going off, and a second one when he attacks Knights into the stables. That's enough distraction that Recon probably doesn't instant notice that he's been wrapped on. And the beautiful thing about cavalry is they give you an ability to body block your opponents, which makes retreat even more difficult.
Now, we're talking about this like Recon went on to lose, but what was really dramatic, and we can come back to the point that I was making earlier, you can see the trade still going along. We've got the YAM, the speed boost that's helping this along. And what had been really good about Mister's play up until this point is that he hadn't overcommitted to disrupting this trade. You get down there, you get some picks, you get out. And what we're going to see as this game wraps up is the Mister heavily investing in disrupting the trade and these slower units, the crossbows, coming in.
Yeah, I think we accidentally missed that one, but like there was a lot going on, folks. Like this was a lot of steps, but like the key one is there's a fight where he pulls a few Knights to kill traders and leaves his Knights around. They stay in the main clash and you lose all of them, and that's a high premium. 240 resources per unit is difficult to replace when the Mongols still have trade online. But I want to talk about this one. I mean, this one, we need a name for this strategy, and it's the clown car strategy. Right?
That's very good. That's very good, man.
It was effective. I love it. I've been waiting for a long time, and it's not easy to do because the way that garrisoning works in Age of Empires 4 with Rams is you have to click the ground where you're going to ungarrison.
Right.
You can't just press a button and they come out instantly, so it's a little bit more micro heavy, but it's very effective. Ottomans typically go hard into an archer build. That's the predictable play. Men-at-arms would get picked apart, but Rams get mildly tickled. So you just keep them inside, you push a win condition. Anytime someone comes close, you're like a dog on a leash. You bark at them and everyone backs up.
And you're hoping here that you can, I mean, if we see the clown card take off, I mean, you can pack, how many clowns can you pack into this bad boy? I mean, it worked so well.
So you can have up to 16. He had 2 Rams doing that. He had 2 clown cars going around. By the way, if you guys want to throw a game quickly, go play a water map, build 16 Rams, fill them with units, put them in a transport ship, giggle to yourself, and then realize that someone can shoot it and destroy your whole army, right? I'm kidding on that. Don't do that, folks. But on land, there is a use for Rams that hasn't been explored because it's so difficult to do. But I love that Mister found a way here.
Yeah, and that's maybe something we'll see expand in the future. Thanks so much, KP, for that analysis. Good to get dive a little deeper into some of the stuff that we've seen on the screen so far. While we're setting up for our next match, I know you have to head off to cast it, so I'll let you go, mate, to get across that. He's going to exit here, stage left, pursued by a bear. And me, I'm going to throw it over to Ellie, who's standing by with Magic. Magic, I think we're, once again, like Recon, went so far in this tournament, defied expectations as one of the lower seeded players, and really did such a good job of making his mark in this tournament. He's standing by with Ellie to have a catch-up about his Wololo experience.
Thank you, Riley. And thank you, Magic, for joining us. It was a great pleasure to watch your road to Wololo and watch your games. And I just found out that you're from Toronto yourself. Which part of Toronto?
From the North York region.
Oh, okay. I had lots of fun times there. You mentioned earlier that you had difficulty finding scrimming partners because of the time zones.
Yeah, actually, most of the good players are European, unfortunately. So my options are limited, but I was able to find 2 good partners, which is Symptom and Puppy Paw.
And we all heard that you do work, have a day job. Have you scheduled your work hours around Age of Empires?
Unfortunately, no. I wish I could, but no. So I usually work, I leave for work around 8, get home around 6 to 7, and then I'll eat, and then I'll go play with Puppy after I get home until like 10:30, 11. Yeah.
Well, that is a lot of dedication, a lot of commitments. I know there are lots of players that are living or trying really hard to make esports their full-time job. Have you considered that as an option?
I'm sure you know that living in Toronto, it's really, really expensive. So I don't think esports, unless you're a Beastie Cutie or a Marine Lord, would be viable in the city that we live in.
Have you considered moving for the dream?
I've considered it, yeah, but I have a wife who doesn't want to, so I'm going to stay put.
And is your wife in Heidelberg, or is she rooting for you from Canada?
She's in Canada right now. I told her to come. I told her to come yesterday, but she doesn't want to, so.
Oh. Well, I'm sure you have lots of support from the Canadians and from the North Americans overseas, myself included. It was a really big pleasure to watch you play. You are a big fan of the Abbasid civilization, right? It's your signature civ. Can you tell us some things you really like about them?
It was my signature civ, but they've let me down a couple games, so I don't know if they really are anymore. I think I'm going to go with the Ottomans, but the things I did like about them was primarily the fact that the villagers cost a lot less, so then I can make a lot more military, and I really like fighting in feudal rather than waiting until a castle. So that's what I liked about them, but I think there are better options right now.
All right, so we heard it here first. Move over, Abbasid, Ottoman's new best friend. Tell us, I think you have also heard the announcement for the Age of Empires franchise a couple days ago for the 25th anniversary. Age of Mythology.
Oh, yeah.
Finally getting that definitive edition out. What are your thoughts? Are you going to go back into there as well?
Oh, definitely, yeah. I played that game since I was like 12, 13 years old. Obviously not straight until now, but I've played it since I was a child, and I'm looking forward to that a lot.
What are some similarities and differences between Age 4 and Age of Mythology for maybe those who aren't familiar with the Mythology series?
I think the pace of the game is very similar. I think the strategical depth is very similar as well. Both games, I mean, the one difference is I think Age of Empires 4 is a lot faster. You need a lot more APM, but I think I would give the edge to strategy. When it comes to strategy, I would give it to Age of Mythology. There's a lot more strategy there.
Speaking of strategy, you're known to be very thoughtful in your draft. Where did that come from, and how do you prepare for a draft, essentially?
I don't think I'm the best at drafting. I did draft pretty well this tournament. I think that's not because of my strength. It's just because everyone's kind of comfort picking everyone's picking what they like right now, and it just kind of lean towards the things that I'm good at. So whenever I draft, I just draft based on comfort as well. And in this situation, it's benefited me.
Do you have any final predictions for what we'll see on Sunday?
I think I think Puppy Paw's playing really, really well, and I hope he wins, and I think he might win. But I think in a best of 5, Marine Lord's much, much stronger. So I want Puppy to win, but I also like Marine Lord a lot too, so I don't know. But I'm going to give it 3-2 to Puppy. And then I think Mista versus Lucifron. When I played Lucifron, he played incredible. I think I've never felt pressure like that from any player, so he played fantastic. So it's going to be a very tough match for Mista, I think, but I think, and I hope Mista goes through.
Well, thank you so much for your time. We are ready with the players and the casters for the final set of the day, and we really look forward to watching it.
Thank you, Ellie, and I'm excited to have the perfect person on the cast to join me with his final one. Puppy Paw versus Marine Lord. There was only one way to do it. The double brick cast with the one and only Muslim. How's it going, Ben?
I'm doing great, actually. I'm really looking forward to this matchup in particular, because these two, in my honest opinion, I think whoever wins this, honestly, is the favorite for the whole thing. Like, I think they're both that strong. Like, I know BC's been incredibly consistent, possibly more consistent than anybody, even though Marine Lord's been extremely strong, but there's something special about Puppy Paw, man. Like, I think of all the people here, he's the one that's probably able to push Marine Lord to the absolute limit.
I think the interesting part about Puppy Paw almost feels like when you watch the games, you're like, there's an order to things. There's a way you should do them. And Puppy Paw just kind of middle fingers that, and he has his own way out. I think most notably, I remember the Lucifron versus Puppy Paw game, French versus Delhi. He took a completely different approach. And I remember afterwards a few players going, I think that might be the new way for the Delhi.
Yeah, I mean, Puppy Paw, I don't want to call him a true revolutionist, because I feel that, you know, the game's a bit early for that yet, and there's new strategies literally every day when we're here. But when it comes to just handling a matchup, being really good at it, and kind of showing the way. Puppy has definitely been good with quite a few civs. His Delhi's very solid. I think the only civ in his arsenal that he's not that comfortable with is English.
Yeah.
But as far as all the others are concerned, you don't really want to go up against Puppy. But I feel that both of these stylistically, they're both big fans of cavalry, Marine Lord especially, just map control. We're probably going to see a lot of skirmishes. And honestly, I'm not sure what either one of them has prepared. Like, Marine Lord, he was my practice partner. He's a cocky son of a bitch, and, you know, like, he is good. Like, he's really damn solid. And the maps that he's picked, he's gone for a lot of the water maps. Puppy was vetoing those throughout the group stage. Marine Lord recognized that. You can only veto so many. So I think in draft-wise, Marine Lord's probably got some tricks up his sleeve.
I like that you're willing to say that he's good here when he's on stage and he probably can't hear you. This is the time to do it. Hope he doesn't go back and watch the VODs because we'll never let you live it down. But, you know, talking about Marine Lord, like this guy, I think he's the person that people see as the best. Every single player I polled, it was either him or BC at the top of the list. And even then, when you look at the breakdown of results, you know, Marine Lord feels like he should have the edge, yet Beastie seems to be one coming up on top. I believe in the road to Wololo, it was Beastie frequently taking the lead and Marine Lord slipping by maybe making 2 or 3 grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, the last 2 weeklies, it was Marine Lord making the finals and winning the whole thing. I know that because he beat me in both of them. But yeah, Marine Lord, like for a while, he won all the sort of big tournaments online. But, you know, when it came to M4C, it was like, okay, this is tournament to win. He went like 15-3 in maps or something in the group stage. And then choked. we made a lot of fun for him, but when it came to that Golden League final between them, and it was like 5-1 for him, he really showcased that he's an absolute beast. But yeah, we do hype up Marine Lord a lot, but I'm very curious to see what Puppy Paw's up to, because I didn't want to practice against Puppy Paw for this, because Wham was in my group, and I thought, I might be playing against Wham, and, you know, they're freaking twins, you know, like, I know they'd share something, because, but yeah, when I played him a little bit on the first day in practice, granted, I wasn't in the greatest shape, I was a little, you know, worse for wear.
Were you enjoying the things you can find in Germany?
I enjoyed the free lobby, courtesy of Red Bull, but yeah, Puppy Paw smashed me, super honest, and he looked very, very good. And I had a pretty close series against Marine Lord, honestly. We're just going to see some real high level, like this is going to be some of the highest level AoE4 that we've seen up until this point.
I'm hyped. I'm looking forward to it. You know, I want to go to 5 games, and I felt like this is the series that could possibly get us there. I think we're just a few moments away from hopping the game, but, you know, just to round out your thoughts on Puppy Paw, even from the early days, his approach to learning the game, I remember he was a filthy Chinese outpost Russia and a Mongol outpost Russia, and he optimized that early game and moved forward. I love his methodical approach to learn the game, and speaking of the Mongols, return to the classics to open up this series.
Yeah, Puppy Paw is not a fan of playing against English. It's one thing that, even though he is a reserve fella, he's so open about hating English, thinking they're imba, but he doesn't play them. So, you know, it's one of those situations. And starting off things on wetlands here, and we just saw Recon take out Mr. on this map, and it was a very, very shaky start. I did speak a little bit with Marine Lord about how to play this kind of matchup, but very curious what he's going to go for. But just by his opening, first 6 villages on the food, then the next 2 go on gold, there's going to be a very quick feudal aggression from him, like we already know.
I love it, right? We just saw that, like you said, in the Mr. series, that was the kind of the script that you had to go by. Mongols can't be allowed to dictate the pace, so that's where they're strongest. And English is definitely one of those weird civs that can come over the top with things like the Lombo in the early game.
Yeah, like, you know, I played Wetlands as Mongol, and I absolutely messed up my start, but this opening situation for Puppy Paw actually looks pretty good. He's got the gold behind. He's got the Uvu sort of out front, but, you know, this gold is very much protected by the TC. If he gets a tower on that Uvu later on, he should be okay. And honestly, if you are opening up a map and you're not against Dark Age men-at-arms, it allows you to get down all your production. Because that was one thing I was really worried for Recon in his match. That 1 men-at-arms, where it ended up being 3, meant he couldn't put down a stable at all. Couldn't go and build it on the Uvu, couldn't make it and then move it over because it would get blocked, whereas this allows him a little bit more freedom.
Yeah, it's like less greedy, but as a result, you get a little bit less. Like, this isn't one of those starts where you get deep water fish right next to your TC or maybe easily accessible. Kind of thinking about like the way you've seen these two open up. We've seen a few different builds. Sometimes we see the Mongols just forgo the outpost rush entirely, especially against civs like the English. Do you think there's a way that you can try to sneak outposts ever against English, or do you just play safe?
Nah, you can't do it. You can't do it. I mean, if you do it, you're probably Casper, somebody crazy, you know, but yeah, the villagers are just too good against that stuff, you know. Like, if you're wise, you can take out the villager. If you're very wise, you can take out the spearman as well very easily. But yeah, Marine Lord did go for that very, very quick council there, just off 2 villages on the gold. He's moved him off as well. Stopped at 26 gold. It's kind of unusual. I thought maybe he might get a little bit more, but if he does go for a barracks, which he most likely will, allows him to get out 1 minute arms with it, which that actually adds so much power to the push, because one thing we've learned is even though Spearman Longbow has been kind of the bread and butter of English for so long, that 1 minute arms can tank so much damage, and my goodness.
Oh, it's happening. The
You
tricky traders.
Yeah, and after seeing the recon game, like, he was kind of getting manhandled for a good 20 minutes, like losing a lot of workers. I think at some point it was 30 workers, and, you know, he just looked on the back foot. He still managed to win. And this does force the English to kind of do things they don't want to.
He doesn't even see it, right? Like, he's just too busy messing with the deer. He's going to get the info now. And one thing I've heard described is, like, sometimes if the info is given out and you feel pressured, you know, you can just use this as a bait, get 1 or 2 trades going, and then go for a quick castle age instead of relying on trade entirely.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that they did with the new patch, traders are cheaper for all civs.
Yeah.
So instead of that being like, you know, the 75-75, obviously it's silver tree, so the gold is way less as well. It turns into 60-30 or something like that for them. So very, very cheap. And even if it is just trickling a little bit, it's good. And look at that natural or neutral marketplace.
Yes, it's glorious. Like, you can actually get more or less a completely protected half trade if you want to, with a small gap near where the boar is.
Yeah. You could go either route, actually. Like, that is, that is very nicely protected. But Marine Lord, he has to do something. Like, right now, he wants to get out a few lombos just to get a sense of the map, just to kind of strangle the Mongol a little bit, because his eco is going to be solid. English has the advantage that they don't need to move out and gather food, given that they can get farms and whatnot. But yeah, I am curious, because depending on what he does about Silver Tree, yeah, Marine Lord could be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, we'll see if he's able to actually get it far enough out. He's going in an interesting direction, because you're kind of going through the center here as opposed to, like, shifting far to the left instantly to keep it hidden. But Marine Lord opening with the spears, so doesn't have any sort of dynamic comp. I guess the logic here is if Puppy Paw goes left, Marine Lord's going to stay the course to the shortest route towards the Mongol base, right? So less likely he sees the trade.
Yeah, absolutely. Marine Lord is going for kind of an old school approach here. There's 0 gold whatsoever. He's got 45 stones. I don't know if that's for a tower later on. In fact, I don't know how he's mined that, but...
There's a lot of questions right now.
A lot of questions, but
he's
the
on the fish, right?
Yeah.
There you go.
The 11 on wood. All right. So we did have a mining camp over there, so he is thinking about it later on. All right, that's good, because one weakness of Mongol, you almost always want to open up second TC against English. But you have to get out, like, your production facilities, be it an archery range or a stable. If you get out the stable, you have to get the archery range anyway, because if they make 1 or 2 spears, you're in trouble. So the amount of wood that you have to pile into that, comparative to the English, yeah, the English should get their second TC up much faster.
Yeah, and it's just a case of whether Marine Lord ever did get a glimpse of the Silver Tree in the end, because I think the scout, did he actually see it? I feel like he walked past it earlier.
I'm not sure. Like, I mean, Marine Lord's very good, so I have to guess that he did go for something, or at least see it a little bit.
I think, like, you can see his scout on the backside now, so maybe he actually has a suspicion, because he's probably checked around the base, and even if he doesn't see the Silver Tree, he doesn't see the Deer Stone either, right?
Yeah, certainly. And even if he does scout this, he doesn't have enough to deal with it. He's gone for 1 spearman, 1 longbow. Like, he's played about as greedy as you can get, despite going for this kind of, I'm going to fast tech to age 2. And Puppy Paw is going to get away with this. And it only takes like 1 trip or so for it to pay off.
Yeah.
But this way, and this is very good scouting by Marine Lord, this kind of forces him over to this left side of the map, which that's away from Puppy Paw's eco. So Puppy Paw's done a good job, and he's not overcommitted to this, right?
Yeah. And here's an interesting one that Puppy Paw is doing.
And he die.
Yeah, so I guess this is the melee can't hurt me if it can't reach me approach. It's all ranged archers and Magadai. Interesting choice, because I feel like historically longbows were seen as a decent solution to Magadai.
They certainly are, but we always have to remember that a map like Wetlands is pretty huge. Like, this is insane. And by the way, this spawn, fish, deer, and a boar. You know, that's every Roost player's wet dream right there. And yeah, he's going to get away with that. But now it's the question of what's better, trade or a second TC. And I'm a little surprised about the Silver Tree positioning, because I like the way that Recon did it. When you put the Silver Tree next to the neutral market and then, you know, you skip a trip kind of thing. But very curious what he's going to do with this.
Well, he's going full distance now, right in the corner. The Sacred Site ruins his perfect length here. But the interesting thing to me is like this Magadai, it's an interesting choice, especially against the English, because it's not easy to get anywhere near these TCs, right, with the double arrow fire.
Yeah, I think one really nice thing for Puppy if he does go into the Magadai, it's a very easy switch to get the Horseman out as well, because then you're absolutely super relying on these longbow to do something. But I dare say Marine Lord probably doesn't feel too concerned at the moment. If you look at his food count and his wood, he's got nothing on gold right now. Like, I think soon he's going to be pumping out a lot of units, and then maybe trying to just get in between, because that Silver Tree, you've got a lot banking on that. It's not in a safe location.
Yeah, it's definitely. And here's an interesting thought. Like, I'm obsessed with the Magadai. You kind of have to be in this one. Maybe it's the map because of the lack of vision. So, like, even against Lombos, you can gap close before they can use that extra range to counter you.
I also, you got to remember that there's going to be so many baked choices here. Like, you go Magadai, and then he's making a lot of Horsemen, right? So the answer to the Magadai is the Longbows. The answer to the Horseman is the Spearman.
Exactly.
And it's a lot about what they're both thinking the other one's going to do. Because, like I said before, these guys, they're both quick players. There's going to be lots of skirmishes between them. And so far, you know, you got a random little ragtag army from both of them.
Yeah, it looks like he's trying to intercept the trade here. He's trying to manipulate the Stealth Forest, but the Khan here is hard to do. Last of the Spearmen are going to go down, so Horsemen will get full access. And Magadai, most of them are going to survive this skirmish. So decent exchange for Puppy Paw.
Yes, sort of. I like the fact that he backed off with the Magadai when he did. He took out the melee, and he's like, you know what, let's do it. And now that trade's going to start kicking in now. And obviously, the more traders you build, the more resources they get. It's a Mongol trade. Once you get 3, or 3 or 5 and 7, there's different tiers of what they start bringing in. So first it's gold, then it'll be a little bit of wood, then wood and food. And heaven forbid they get to the late game where it starts getting to stone as well.
Good lord. And that's the beautiful thing I think about Magadai whenever you go trade is they're primarily gold, right? So this is already starting to pay for itself. He even chooses to reinvest a little bit. We are now going to see the switch up. Probably, do you think you just go Men-at-Arms here if you're Marine Lord? You do have a lot of food.
I think Men-at-Arms is always a great choice against this kind of army. Like, at first, we didn't make them even remotely as much in the feudal. And I think that's because of the knight meta, like taking 3 TCs and stuff, and then your Men-at-Arms just got absolutely slaughtered. But right now, Men-at-Arms are as good a choice as any. It feels like Spearmen, even though they deal with the Horsemen, the Men-at-Arms do almost as good a job, but just tank way more.
Yeah, I think the Magadai at this stage don't have a high base damage, so the Men-at-Arms will offset, what, like half of it? Possibly more.
This is one of the things about Magadai that is both cool and really bad. Like, they get in here.
They're not leaving, though.
They're not leaving. They're not leaving at all. And if he got, even if he got 2 villages there, the cost obviously not the best, but you got to remember, Puppy Paw's method in this game is to keep Marine Lord away. That's why he's on the map. He's going to be constantly poking and scouting. So that wasn't even necessarily just to deal damage. It's to keep Marine Lord back at home.
And you can see the effect of that. If you check Marine Lord's vision, like no one's past the mid-map. Even the scout he tried to chase down to block everything out. So Marine Lord doesn't really know where to go.
And right now, we've just got to keep tabs on what the econ is at, because Puppy Paw's closing on age 3, man. And just from seeing that recon game, when he took a lot of damage, he actually got himself into a really good position.
Yeah.
Right now, I'd say this is looking pretty good for Puppy Paw. And that is weird, because for a long time, we've thought that Mongol isn't the best against English, but maybe this is absolutely the way you should play.
It's so different as well. Like we mentioned earlier, the reduced cost on the traders, but we can't underrate the increased production speed as well, right? It went down from, was it 35 seconds, I believe, to 25 or 20?
On the Silver Tree?
Yeah.
16 seconds for the Silver Tree there.
Yeah, it's absurdly fast. So if you don't actually start crushing it straight away, you're going to find this game snowballing out of control. I think that's why we saw Mr. in the last series. He kept committing a lot of knights to try and slow it down.
All right, so Puppy Paw, he needs to make a switch now. Like, he's hoping to get the stepper down, and most likely, I'd imagine that he wants to think about countering the longbows and spearmen better. So maybe getting out some men-at-arms very quickly. But also, look at this. If his army isn't as strong, which he's soon going to find out it isn't, he's going to try and find a way to keep Marine Lord away from his eco, because his eco is all about that trade right now. And income-wise, if there's possibility for you, Mapu, to show the income per minute, here we are. It's looking pretty okay for Marine Lord. But remember, he hasn't started his age 3 up yet. And that's 13 workers making that step redoubt. So Puppy Paw, for all intents and purposes, very good shape this game thus far.
Yeah, and I want to give him a lot of credit for playing out to that deer, despite the fact Marine Lord's got a lot of feudal army.
This is one of those moments where you build the step redoubt and they go to the wood. He'll recognize quick enough. He will. I know he will. He's good enough player. Come on, Puppy Paw.
Are we just, now if you say you'll recognize quick enough, do we just stare at it? Nah, look away. Let's not do this to him. I'm sure he'll figure it out quickly because there's a lot of interesting dynamics with that cavalry you talked about, especially now Marine Lord is hard committing towards the trade.
Yeah, and Puppypaw is doing exactly what I talked about. He's going to try and get out the men-at-arms very quickly. That fast-moving army that he had on the map, it's done its job. It's kept Marine Lord away for a good 12, 13 minutes, even getting this tower up, which is, you know, that's an annoying tower to deal with. And I mean, he's got the units to deal with it, lots of spearmen in this mix, but he's going to make Marine Lord work for every second, because every second that he buys, he's getting men-at-arms and he's getting +1 ranged armor on them. And once Marine Lord sees those, he's in a world of trouble, because he doesn't have much to take him out.
Maybe Marine Lord, the reason we talked about the idea of men-at-arms instead of just mass spears, maybe he was a bit paranoid that the Castle Age was coming, the Lancers are coming as well, so he wanted this more effective unit against Lancers, but also cheaper than men-at-arms so he can maybe flirt with a tech up eventually himself. Obviously, we're not seeing that right now, because now he has to double down on the feudal fully.
This is really nice. He's intercepted the reinforcements. That army back over on the left side can't get any bigger. And when it doesn't get bigger, when there's no more reinforcements, that's when you're feeling confident. Because this army, even though it is very good against the Cav, it's not going to cut it against everything else. The way that Puppypaw's handling this map and just making it difficult for Marine Lord, it's great. And Marine Lord, he is one of these players that does tend to stick on feudal for a lot longer than a lot of other players, even though a lot of players can feel the rush.
Yeah.
Very often, he will feel like, okay, let's do this like China, where we get a lot of Zugnu, a lot of spearmen, we take map control, we do a lot with having more. But it is a weird playstyle to get used to, because he's one of the only guys that does it.
Yeah, I think that's why he was seen as the master of the French, right? That's the Civ that does this the most. And you can see how this is getting awkward now, just being pulled left and right. It's turned into a game of Benny Hills for Marine Lord. Another detail to think about with the Silver Tree right now, Puppypaw ever wants to keep that trade going, he could just build a marketplace on the right side now.
He absolutely could. He absolutely could. It's always worth thinking about what these players are actually going for and what they're trying to stop happening. Like, Puppypaw, he's actually got what he wanted from that trade now. As long as he doesn't lose these traders, and he's dealing damage in Marine Lord's base, which kind of looks like is happening.
It definitely is.
It's what he wants.
He's caught him in the middle of an extra farm cluster coming out here as well, but a lot of troops are being sacrificed, maybe a little bit distracted by trying to save his trade, and now his villagers on the backside. Marine Lord getting maximum impact with his backstab slow army.
This is one of the things that makes Marine Lord tricky. When you think you've got a plan and you're keeping him at bay, and you go to his base, and you're like, you're going to be teching up, right? He's not teching up. He's still got a lot of units out there. And maybe soon he'll start thinking about that tech up, but the kind of bait and switch, or rather the fakey, if you will, he's got away with it, and he's kind of punished Puppypaw here. Now his income is quite a lot worse than Marine Lord's.
And you see what's happening in Puppypaw. Like, these men-at-arms, if you get enough of them, they'll win this fight for you. But when you trickle them in, this many spears kill them off before you see any impact out of them.
Yeah, I'm so surprised that Puppypaw didn't have more men-at-arms, actually. Like, I'm wondering...
He's got, like, 9, but he had, like, what, 2 or 3 in that fight on the left side?
Yeah, I felt like if he just brought the men-at-arms to deal with this army alone, it would have been totally fine, but I think he overcommitted to dealing pressure. And now Marine Lord, this is great when you've got your army behind your opponent's base. Because, I mean, like, all his gold income now, it's all about that step redoubt.
Yeah, and he's caught him in the middle of a TC build-up. Won't be able to intercept that, but it's just going to slow Puppypaw down. Don't know what that trader was doing. He thought he was a villager that could drop off for a moment. But nice reactions coming out from Puppypaw to at least stem the bleeding. But overall, you got to give so much credit to M-Lord. I mean, just 19 spears, 19 lombos. I feel like he hasn't produced more for like the last, what, minute or so?
No, and look at his timing as well. Like, his H3 comes in now, but that's going to be his 3rd TC on the map.
Oh, yeah.
And his eco, like, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Puppypaw's head shake a little bit here, because he's like, damn, that longbow spearman army just get a lot stronger with that age up.
I think he dropped the King's Pass towards the south side as well, so that might have secured him, what, another gold? Okay, it covers his initial gold, gets him more fish as well, which is beautiful, because now you don't even have to think about the farms as quickly for the rest of your base.
No, this is a brutal game so far, actually. Like, I liked a lot of Puppypaw's game plan, but he overestimated what Marine Lord had back at home, and it's always one of those situations where it's like, you're not going to fully commit to my trade, right? And Marine Lord did, but he also committed to staying in that feudal for a long time. And unless you know Marine Lord really well, or you play against somebody that plays like him, it's a difficult one, because there's not many people that can pull it off.
It's kind of the unwritten law of feudals. Like, if I have mass cavalry, you have static, you kind of have to stay close to the base, you have to react to me. But I love the fact that Marine Lord just did not hesitate to walk slowly across the entire map and trust that his defenses at home would be enough to hold against the small group of horsemen and Magadai.
Yeah, and if I'm Marine Lord with the kind of eco that he has, which is insane food, I'd be thinking or trying to get up just a few barracks and getting lots of armor-chad men-at-arms out. Like, that is one thing that is very difficult to deal with. Forces the crossbows, which, given that he's got longbows already, you can deal with those. And your men-at-arms just have more armor than your opponents.
Yeah, and the tough one when you're the Mongols is like that mass men-at-arms probably puts you on the defensive. If there's one thing we know Mongols players do not like doing is sitting back and being the one taking the beating.
No, absolutely not. So for Puppet where is he? What is he going to do with that silver? Okay, so he is starting trade again, which it's only 3 traders. I mean, it's not a good situation for him. Did you say he got up a second TC as well?
Yeah, he got a TC up when the raid came on the step readout. He's building it, so he's getting some value there. But it's still such a big lead already for Marine Lord. I mean, it's like over 30 villages ahead, 35 in fact.
Yeah, and that armor chad is coming in now, and it's 10 men-at-arms already out for him. Only 1 crossbow on the field.
Oh boy.
He's got 1-1-1 across the board as well on the blacksmith upgrade, so all of his units are very decent, and it's just a big swell of units. Mongol does not want to be bullied. They do not want to be pushed back in the corner, but Puppy Paul won't be able to get out of this one, I don't think.
Nah, he's going to start to lose mid-map control. Of course, he's relying on those pocket economies. Why is that dangerous? Why is that scary? If we check back at Puppy Paul's base, I don't see many pastures. Do you?
I see nothing. I mean, this is a map where, you know, you kind of want to scavenge around for the fish, because that's like one of the biggest things, but
once it's denied, right?
Any time that you move out, like Marine Lord, if he really wanted to play this super smart, just sending 1 or 2 units out to each pond that he scouted. And I mean, 1 men-at-arms, you're not going to clear it up with the villagers at all, but remember, it's not Marine Lord that has to make a move right now. It is actually Puppy Paw, so he's just kind of cementing the situation, just making sure, all right, there's no army around the map, I'm walling off the left side, I'm covering the right side, and he's just going to keep on suffocating Puppy Paw. And as long as he knows there isn't any trade going about, like catching him off guard, he knows he's in good shape. So that's 3 villages every cycle there. And that men-at-arms count now, 21 on the field.
And what I love is he hasn't lost focus of the recovery points. Marine Lord, you said about scouting the ponds. He even sent a few troops over the left side to make sure the trade is not back online. So as soon as the trade has come back, he'll pivot more troops to intercept.
Yeah, and big upgrades coming online for him as well. Like, he's got +2 range, which is really nice. He's getting the wood upgrades as well. I'm looking at the income per minute. Like, that is very sad for football. Like,
yeah.
it's almost double across the board, which that is not what you want at all. And 165 supply. Like, Mongol kind of want to be within 20 supply of their opponent, but look at this. He's just flooding out units. He's getting the relics as well. Everything that Puppy Paw sees on this side of the map, he's like, well, it's not going well here in this first game.
Like, yep, okay, I was meant to be moving towards those relics at this stage. Marine Lord, what have you done to my strategy? And another thing to think about is because that hit to the food, Puppy Paw can't even try to clash with mass men-at-arms. He's starting to pivot hard into siege.
Yeah, like the siege is a way back into it, like for sure. I know that. Is that actually for Mangonel?
No, there's a fun little bug to keep you on your toes as a caster. The Mangonels, folks, just to warn you, trebuchets as well. Most of the siege will show as 2.
Oh, that's lovely. That is lovely.
That's fun, right?
But I mean, that is still a scary count of siege. I mean, if he gets a big surround on it, though, and he's kind of caught off guard here, I think Marine Lord should just go for it.
Yeah, just beeline straight away. Lombo's going to hold their ground and wrap around now, and you just don't have enough to guard this. Mangonel's going to be exposed. The best thing you can do is milk it to try and kill as many longbows as possible. But even the traction trebuchet is sitting there going, I don't know what my purpose is. Why am I here?
Nah, and I mean, that is a rough defeat there on the battlefield for Puppy Paw, and you saw him kind of like wipe his mustache a little bit over there, and he has to walk home with his tail between his legs. The upgrades for his unit's just not as good. Yeah, and GG. Yeah, GG. Very well played by Marine Lord in that game.
Yeah, clutch moment there in the end. Marine Lord just easily able to overwhelm, catch his Puppy Paw, maybe trying to make the one move he can, try to weave in again, do what started him off so well. But I love the way you dissected that early game. You know, it felt like Puppy Paw executed perfectly, but Marine Lord, just a very unorthodox player. It makes you wonder how much they've scrimmed together, and if he hasn't been up against a player like Marine Lord, is he prepped for this style of delayed feudal into castle style play?
I mean, these two definitely have played together. Yes. Like very early on, before everybody knew Puppy Paw was super good, Marine Lord was one of the first players practicing with him.
Okay.
Which I thought was really cool, actually, because it was like, sometimes you can just tell from their play that it's like, he has a good idea. Like, he can push me, he can make me learn as well. But I do know that recently, they practiced, and Marine Lord cut it. And I know that there's a lot of players, like the Mister as well, they tend not to like being beaten. So like whenever they play against players that are pushing them, yeah, it's not good for their confidence. And Puppy Paw's been one of those guys. So getting a first map on the board, that's great.
Yeah, I think Papipo, for a lot of people, they're coming in and it's like, Marine Lord seems like the obvious favorite, but Papipo, in a lot of people's eyes, was maybe the one player that he should fear quite a lot, or maybe one of the 2 or 3 players he should fear the most.
Yeah, for Marine Lord, obviously Beastie is always a good opponent for him.
Definitely.
You know, if Beastie isn't having a sheep accidentally go neutral, then, you know, who knows? It could have been a very different final. But yeah, as far as skill goes and toe-to-toe-ness, like that call from Puppetpaw to go for the main and kind of rallied his men-at-arms over there as well. There's almost like one rule against English that it's like, don't raid them, like don't go to their base. I think he was playing a really good game of kind of threatening the reinforcements, but I think he should have rallied everything over to the left, save his trade, not sacrifice his army as hard as he did, and then he'd been good. Because I think the early game actually wasn't bad for Puppetpaw at all.
Yeah, it's that feeling that you kind of bait yourself, you go, oh, I've got Castle Age units, you've got Feudal Age units. I mean, this is a wipe, right? I can take you out. But it's that kind of Zerg factor, right? When the zombie apocalypse comes, there's only so many you can gun down before they get you.
Yeah, I mean, like, English also, obviously, they get the network of castles back at home, but also, if you only get 1 armor upgrade against English, the longbows deal 1 extra damage. So they're still dealing 2 damage per hit, and then they've got the 20% bonus. So that +1 armor, not as effective against English.
Oh, hello. We're going to Mediterranean. It's going to be an HRE mirror matchup, the second one we've had so far, I believe.
Really?
Yeah, I think the other one was Delhi earlier today, which was a delight in the BC Linux series.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't think any player here has truly practiced mirrors. Like, every player, when they got to the playoffs, it was like, we have to play mirror? It was kind of a big question mark, and I'm curious, because right now, this new arrow ship meta is being solid, but I don't think you can start off with it. Like, we saw Magic against Lucifron. He went straight for the arrow ships, which we know he's been doing. He caught Marine Lord off guard. But Lucifron was just like, I'm going to make like 5 Spring Hulls straight away, 1 demo, or 1 arrow ship with it, and he just countered the hell out of it. So it's one of those things that it's good if your opponent's playing a bit of a mixed C kind of composition, but it's not good if your opponent knows he's going to do it. So we might see some mind games going on in the early games, but Hatchery is an absolute beast on the water. It's no surprise that both of them have gone for it.
Yeah, it's interesting because usually in these matchups, we talk about the fact you've got to make your 25 minutes last because the other side will come back into it. But instead, we get the second mirror matchup here in the playoffs for the final series of the day. Marine Lord open up with an early win. But Puppetpaw, let's see if he can come out ahead, show his skills, flex it a little, because in mirror matchups, that's usually the difference maker in a lot of people's eyes.
Yeah, like, you also have to think about the psyche that both of them have at this point. It's like, you most likely know your opponent's going to pick HRE on Mediterranean, or at least Puppetpaw knows that, because his opponent's 1-0. Like, he has nothing to lose at this point, right? Like, he's 1-0 ahead. And Puppetpaw, he had to make the choice. Is he confident enough to deal with the next 3 civs and saving his HRE, just kind of, you know, I don't want to say almost forfeiting this map, because it's never a forfeit, but HRE is that good. But the fact that he's kind of manned up and just said, hey, no, I'm gonna go with you. I think I'm really good at this civ, and he is really good with HRE, by the way. Yeah, I think that's very good for his confidence, or it shows me that he's quite confident still, despite that first loss, because, yeah, a few different... He didn't play bad by any means, just a few different decisions, and he could have walked away with that game.
That's definitely. I think the interesting part is going to be if someone tries to sneak a little bit of land aggression. I remember in the BC Lennox series, it wasn't HRE mirror, but Lennox tried to lean into a little bit of land aggression with some horsemen, men at arms. Maybe, especially if you see that the water's not going your way, that could be a possibility here.
Certainly could be. We're going to see Marine Lord has a few extra on wood than Puppetpaw. And you can get away with a very early second dock. And Puppetpaw is actually the one that gets the slightly earlier dock, despite how he's gone about things. And then it starts to turn into a situation of, when does either one of them tech up? I think in this matchup in particular, you don't have to tech up super quickly. You're HRE, right?
Yeah.
And you don't have to worry too much about the Archon placement either. Like, Archon, you just want it bang on the trees. Like, as deep in as you can get. And the reason being, you don't have to worry about gold and sheep. You can just move them closer, but you don't really worry about the food either.
Can Marine Lord just be a little bit greedy about it and drop the Archon between these 2 wood lines?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
I think that would actually be an all right position. He might go for it a little bit south. We'll see. But yeah, I don't think either one of them really has to worry too much about the other resources in this matchup.
Yeah, I guess the tough part for Puppetpaw, if that's the case, is he only has 1 wood line he'll be able to access with the Archon influence. He'll have to settle for gold.
So Marine Lord's going to go for an Archon in the north there. You saw him just move his little mill. And I think that's because he's like, aha, yeah, I can put an arc on here. It helps if you can get it on all the resources. He'll shimmy the sheep over to that right side as well. He's been so skimpy on how many he's had on food. And I like that from him because the more fishing boats you can get out earlier, there's a big change with ships in general. They cost a lot of food.
Yes.
Like the only one that doesn't cost food is the demo ship. And right now, you don't really want to be making demo ships because if your opponent has good arrow ship micro, they're just going to get annihilated.
Yeah, it's an interesting change. I think the idea is that, you know, if your opponent takes water, maybe you have some sort of play on land, whereas before, like if he takes water, he has all this extra fish. He's probably able to beat you on land naturally without even have to worry about, you know, investing in extra ships is going to cost me food. Instead, it's just wood and gold, and I can just invest all this food into, say, excess horsemen or men-at-arms.
It looks like, if I'm just looking at the land, how it's laid out, it looks like Marine Lord will have to work his way south, whereas... Yeah. Maybe Puppy Paw's got a bit more choice here. It feels like quite a few relics are closer to him if it ever does go to age 3. You know, he can kind of wall off this section, grab himself 3 relics on that side of the map, whereas Marine Lord, he does have a couple of relics close to him as well. But yeah, I am very curious because these water battles, they are not my cup of tea. I'm all right at them, but you know, when it comes to playing against Hatchery in particular or China, you're always on the back foot. But at least when you're in a mirror, you feel pretty all right about it, I think.
Yeah, I think it's the new system feels a little bit more micro-intensive than the old. Maybe there's a kind of way to outplay. I especially like note the way that Lucifron has been able to optimize dodging these archer ships, for example, whereas the very first iteration was just, you know, click in, watch all the archers shoot their shots and never miss. Then you got to the spin to win Hulk element as well. I think while this isn't a perfect end solution, it's a good stopgap on the way.
Yeah, and look how both of them have placed it as well. They're like, I think Puppy Paw, in his situation, I'm not even sure if it reaches the gold in that situation. But
I don't think it does.
But that's not a big deal at all. Like, you don't need gold. Like, in most case scenarios, when we first started playing Water, we were like, oh, like, I've got way too much gold now. And, you know, you really don't need it as much as you think. Like, we might see a situation where both of them have got, like, 3 or 4 on gold and max. Like Marine Lord right now is not mining any, he's just focusing on getting that Archon up. But yeah, Marine Lord's was a little bit quicker, but Puppy Paw built it with more villages, so they're going to hit it about the same time.
Yeah. Well, one thing I was kind of thinking about is like when we get to the castle age that comes around, I've only seen a few HRE games kind of go that late, but when it does, the relics, even when they get picked up, I feel like only half the players have been putting them in the docks.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, we're all kind of, what's the word? We've all got PTSD from when you put it in the dock and then your opponent got buffed as well, and it was like, hell no about that. But, yeah, what does it do? It buffs your attack speed by
5% extra attack speed per relic.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably a bigger deal now than it was.
Yeah, because it used to be spin to win, so why do I care? But now, the Springle ships, they share the shot on each side, so it could be a difference.
I think it's mainly about the arrow ships.
Yeah, definitely.
You know, once you do hit Castle, you get that +2, you get the armor upgrades, you get the extra set of arrows as well, then the attack speed really can... Oh, this is a nice scout by Marine Lord. I actually had to interrupt myself. Seeing this barracks here means that he can put up his own barracks, or just start walling off like he is doing. And here, even though it is a nice move by Puppy Paw, and it is forcing a move out of Marine Lord as well, you have to make sure that you don't lose water, and you really have to focus on making sure that you don't get caught off guard or overcommit. But Puppy Paw is also scouting really nicely here, seeing both the barracks, seeing how many docks he's dealing with. Nice play by both of them.
Yeah, it means Puppy Paw's maybe a little bit delayed in getting those vital Springle chips out, and Marine Lord sees an opportunity to start pouncing and idling the eco on the water side in the meantime. So he should be able to react to Puppy Paw on land and also get a little bit of an edge here on water because of that idle time.
Yeah. Like, when Marine Lord hit his H2, he had a lot of wood saved up. And just moving out like this, just denying the food a little bit, you have to remember that denial of food means less ships as well, given how the new ship system works. But now we're going to start having the battles, and we're going to see what they're both going for. And I do think Marine Lord's strategy here of getting the 1 arrow ship that deals with the demos and getting the Springolds is a really good way of dealing with the arrow ship. Oh, this is really bad if he loses. That's really bad so far.
Not a good way to go. I mean, he at least has the Springles, but that means you don't want to hang around. I think where the archer ship's especially valuable is when you reach that stage, don't necessarily target the Springles, but if you've got a few of them, go after the fishing boats.
Yeah, so far in this series, I am seeing that Marine Lord seems very clean. Like, he's had a bit of a bumpy start, right, with losing to Magic and stuff, and I feel that if those two played again, maybe we'd see a completely different series. No discredit to Magic, because he played phenomenal and kind of showcased this arrow ship style. But yeah, you can definitely tell that Marine Lord is cleaning up and getting sharper as the tournament's going on.
Yeah, leaning even heavy in the springles. It feels like that he's definitely looking for momentum on that side, whereas Puppy Paw kind of maybe leaning a bit harder into archer ships, even now going into the demos.
Yeah, I mean, he's also making quite a few springald ships, but he's getting that +1 nice and early. I think the way, like if Marine Lord does kind of stop around 5-6 springald ships and then starts thinking about the +1 on the arrows, that's probably the best way of going about it. And the fact that they're both hard committed to having the Archon on the wood, we're not going to see like a big landslide of, you know, one guy having more ships than the other. So they both made the right call on that one.
Now, the question is what Marine Lord can do with his extra men at arms. He went a bit excessive compared to Poppy Paw, right? 2 compared to the 5.
I mean, that's kind of the problem when you do a proxy racks like that. It's like you poke the bear and now it's woke up. But Marine Lord being very, very optimistic here with moving in. He does have an extra springald, but Puppy Paw's, you know, living up to the challenge, if you will, and he's about to hit +1 as well, and that's when things get scary. But in my experience, and granted it's only a few days experience with the arrow ships, I do think the number that you want to hit is close to like 15 or so. These kind of fights here, even though it's decent, having the +1 upgrade, I'm not sure it's enough to really be clutching it out, but they're having a pretty close back and forth here.
And the demo ship might sneak in on the remaining springald ships for Puppy Paw. Oh, clips one of them, so only one remaining in the clash. It means the archer ships have to somewhat carry this, and as you said, in small quantities, the springalds will do what they're meant to, counter out the archers.
Yeah, this was not what Puppy Paw wanted. Even though he microed that really well, there was a few units trying to run away, sniped him down, but you want to wait. Like the arrow ship, the magic number is literally like around 15. One of the weaknesses of the springald style, if the fishing ships come as well and start healing, then he'd have been in trouble.
Exactly, you can easily just clip them. And the other thing as well, when you, let's say you try to match 15 springals to say around 15 archers, those archers, like naturally your springals are gonna group, right? They're gonna get AoE damage on them. In smaller amounts, you see it, they spread out in a line formation. You don't get that extra bang for buck on this AoE that the archer ships have.
Yeah, Puppy Paw's gonna start doing the only arrow ship style almost now at this point, and that is good. And Marine Lord, there's no blacksmith to be seen, at least for those upgrades, so that could be one thing that really catches him off guard. We're now getting to that stage of the game where the Archon almost doesn't come into play anymore, and that's when the Econ slows down a lot. The ships as well, they're so much more valuable now, given that the wood income will slow down a lot, which is a weird thing to say. Okay, this is nice by Puppy Paw. Bring in the fishing boats, yeah. There's not enough AoE damage for Marine Lord to deal with them, but still the arrow ship count's way too low. We've got 8 springald ships on the field.
I think his whole army is just going to 0 at this rate. I mean, it's a good hold. Marine Lord just realizes he's ahead. He doesn't need to retreat away from this. Pretty much everything gone. Boom ship round the back. Could recover it though. Puppy Paw, maximum impact. Half the springalds now at the bottom of the ocean.
That was really clutch by him. Even having a... In fact, whose tower is that?
Oh, wait, okay. Yeah, I was about to say, no. We're not getting some weird outpost Russian and HRE mirror. I don't think my brain can take that at this moment.
No, I mean, if he did get a tower up there and put 4 units in, that would have been freaking sick. But yeah, right now, Marine Lord's in good shape. Like, he didn't even go for the +1. He just did that kind of style where we talk about, where he gets a lot of springald ships, and then you can just peel out a few. But I really... This one demo ship that he had at the north just waiting there, that was really good by Puppy Paw. That kept him in it, but...
And he's doing it again. He had it sitting up there the whole time. He's going to skirt around, come probably very wide from behind, and second one does get spotted out, so we'll have to retreat. And you notice Puppy Paw, he's done that thing. He's admitted a kind of small defeat on the waterfront. He has to go for the emplacements on the docks.
Yeah, and I mean, that's not a bad thing to do, but what you really want is to never be forced into that situation in the first place. And as soon as this harass started dealing damage, and I mean, it's been a lot of action, right? Like, Marine Lord's been doing this while poking on the water. He's been kind of winning the water as well, from what I can tell. Like, he's got 19 people on the food. His food is going up a little bit faster. He's also, like, also what I said about the gold, by the way. Like, he's only had 2 guys on gold this whole time, whereas Puppy Paw, it's been 4, but, you know, he committed to the upgrades a little bit quicker and what have you. But now he's going to deal a little bit of his own eco harass. This could be nice from him.
And 4 demo ships for Puppy Paw. Like, if he plays this right, if Marine Lord overextends, all of a sudden Marine Lord has to double down on water to replace what's lost. And he is coming in this very moment. He's trying to hide the demos, but looks like it's a little bit too revealed. Marine Lord will back up. Good interception here, so minimum to no damage coming out from the demo commitment. Puppy Paw now with only 1 left on the water.
Yeah, this is not what you want. In fact, where are those... Do they have naval slits? I don't think they do, right? Like,
they're still coming through, right? Maybe he done 1? I think he done like 1 of them.
I mean, this is rough, man. This is really rough. Marine Lord's just bullying him on the water right now. 96 supply to 63. Like this arrow ship style, it was good while it lasted. But this is Marine Lord coming and absolutely bullying Puppy Paw on his side of the map, right outside his docks as well. And I mean, Puppy Paw is probably going to tap out after this happens.
Especially with those archer ships just picking apart the fishing fleet. It's like, even if you keep these alive, it's just a death for both of you instead. And it does feel like the beginning and the end. I mean, Marine Lord, he still has that raid from the men-at-arms on land. Now he has full water control. Puppy Paw, it's difficult to see a way now to get back into this game at all.
Yeah, it's super hard. And like I said, the wood has slowed down so much as well that trying to re-establish anything, it's almost like Marine Lord planned his timing around the arc and not benefiting the wood anymore.
Yeah.
And it was such a good timing to hit. You can see Marine Lord Puppy Paw playing with his Tash a little bit, just soaking it in, thinking about how does he get back into this, if at all. And I look at this, I look at the numbers, I'm like, there's not really much chance at all, but he's a warrior. He'll see what he can do.
He'll shake it off, he'll move in. Remember, these are best of 5, so not going to say farewell just yet to Puppy Paw, but unless he pulls some sort of big Hail Mary, we will be saying farewell to the second map and putting a second point on the board for Marine Lord.
And this is one of the worries about picking HRE. Like, you know your opponent's going to do it, and HRE is so strong right now. I might even say it's the second best Civ.
Yeah.
Because I did think it was going to be Abbasid going into this tournament, but HRE's absolutely shown up. It's shown up massively on the water maps as well. This is a rough loss for Puppy Paw, and his mentality, it's going to start feeling a bit broken at this point.
That's the thing. When it's not a mirror matchup, you're like, oh, it was a bad matchup for me, a bad map. But when it's a mirror, you know, it's always been kind of bragged as this, oh, that's the showing of skills. Oh, that's where you really see who's the better player. You can talk about the RNG, the map a little if you want, but Petito's been working his ass off to make sure these are as balanced as possible.
Yeah, and Marine Lord, I think when he hits this age 3, which he's doing it with the Regnets, remember, like, those relics, they're all up for grabs. And he's got so much income right now. If you just look at the numbers that they've got on each resource, he's obviously got nothing on wood because he's building his Regnets with that, but he doesn't need the wood anymore. Like, he just needs gold, he needs food, and then he can think about the wood after.
Do you think the moment the tech up comes out, Puppy Paw just calls it?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. I mean, Puppy Paw, he's not even remotely close. I think he's gone for a second TC or something.
He's set up farms, so it's like you always complete the farm setup, but you're a whole age behind, and even then, and you talked about that wood. I mean, this is so exposed, and the person who's walling should be Puppy Paw, but the person who's actually walling is Marine Lord very aggressively.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Once you get the water, like, you can just move your boats all around the map. You have so much vision. That food income, I don't think he's got anything on food at home, and Castle, Aegis Reach, and yeah, Puppy Paw, I won't be surprised if it happens, man. Like, he's just so dead in the water, but, you know, he is fairly new, like fairly inexperienced. Maybe this is just time to be like, you know what, I'm as dead as can be. Let's just get a bit more comfortable here. Let's see what I can do when I'm really far behind. Let's see what he does as well.
The danger is, you know, you don't want to be on match point for your opponent, right? You don't want to be on the edge of the abyss, but at the same time, you know, if you just stay in this and you weigh yourself down, you demoralize yourself, it could be over. But Puppy Paw, where are we going here?
Palace of Swabia on the way as well from Marine Lord. That's how much food income that he's getting.
This is absurd. I mean, if the Castle Age didn't get him to wave the white flag, this might.
Like that's actually really surprising. I see everything and I'm surprised by how fast that is, but that just shows you if you do win water, you know, you're so freaking dead, because Puppy Paw, he needs 1,200 food, 600 gold for that age 3, never mind the age 4. And that score on the right side, you know, I don't often get to see that, but that does not speak well for his situation. Oh my God.
And just look at the bump and score from that appropriately. So easily queues up all the villagers and instantly calls the GG. Puppy Paw with his hands against his head. He's feeling the pressure now, 2 in a row, and Marine Lord now already on match point.
Marine Lord's tough, man. Like, you know, he's hard to play against. He's hard to go up against on the stage, given that you can see his face over your monitor and what have you. And that is very, very unsettling. But yeah, when you see that he's playing this well, because he's playing very clean. Like, every move that he's making, his micro's on point, his macro's on point. Yeah, he took a demo ship in the ass over there in the middle of the map, but that was his one small error, and he was so far ahead. And, you know, Puppy Paw, like, people on the ladder right now might be thinking, hey, I could compete with these guys. You play against any one of them, you know, you don't stand a freaking chance. So everything that they're doing right now, it is very high level, but you can see Puppy Paw there. He's he's a little stressed out.
It's that type of moment where you wish you could say time out, can we walk away for a moment, and you wish you had some sort of mental coach to kind of get you back in the game, because you mentioned it in the cast, this is a high pressure environment, this is Poppy Paw's first time, you got to feel it. Marine Lord, of course, has been here time and time again, on the ropes at lands. He has that mental fortitude to bounce back easily, even when he's up against the ropes. The question is whether Poppy Paw can.
I'm very curious now, because if I look at the civs that they've got left, they've got Four Lakes, Dry Arabia, and Golden Heights. So Marine Lord still has Mongol in the back, which I'd save that for Golden Heights any day of the week.
Yeah.
He's still got 2 Abbasid. I'd probably use one of those on Dry Arabia.
Yeah, and what, Poppy Paw goes Delhi, right?
Yeah, in fact, maybe he goes Ottoman on Dry Arabia. But I'm really struggling to see what I'm really struggling to see what Puppy Paw does, because Golden Heights, he doesn't have English, he doesn't have Mongol.
Do you maybe save Ottomans for that?
Yeah, he's got. I would personally pick Ottoman on Golden Heights, Delhi for Dry Arabia, because now Hateri's gone. Like the one Hateri pick's gone. That opens up Delhi massively. Like as far as most of the players concerned here, Delhi cannot win against Hateri. So the fact that that's out the mix now, you're like, all right. Maybe he just goes for Dry Arabia, gets a Delhi pick out there, because I think as far as Delhi players go, Puppy Paw's the best.
Definitely, I agree. We saw him surprise everyone rather. I think he was one of the first players to really show that the French could be dominated by the Delhi on Dry Arabia, and then everyone followed suit after that.
Yeah, and Marine Lord having double Abbasid, he's still one of the players that really does believe in it.
Yeah.
And I guess that if it does go to Four Lakes, Abbasid it's a decent pick. We got to see Mr. kind of boss around Recon a little bit, and it's very nice for having multiple docks everywhere. But yeah, Roos is a tough one to compete with on that map. But yeah, I'm definitely struggling to see what he does on Golden Heights if that is to be played, because going up against Mongol's just a beast over there.
Absolutely, and just to round on that Four Lakes fort, I think the Abbasids, we already saw in the Recon Mr. series how they can overwhelm the Roos, and I think like the Roos, they're still decent on that map, but I don't think they're as good as they previously were, and it's maybe something that hasn't set in because I don't know how many people have really been practicing
Which
Four
map?
Lakes.
Oh, Roos?
Four Lakes, yeah, Roos.
I still think Roos are very good on that map.
But do you think they're like the god tier they used to be?
I mean, when we thought they were god tier, then China came along and kind of ousted them a little bit. But right now, with how good their fishing boats are, and the fact that all fishing boats are equal now, trying to get control of the lake, like you can't just do a little snipe dock, right, where you get out a few junk and it's like, oh, you have to make your own battleships, which aren't as good, or Hateri getting a galley. I actually think Roos maybe got a little bit better on Four Lakes.
Interesting.
Which, that's just because the ships became sort of equal. So if you can wall off, because you only need one pond for Roos to be good.
That's true.
Which, if you're the other Civ, you need like 2 ponds to be equal to 1 Roos pond, which if you just consider that like mathematically, it is good for us. But yeah, the only options I see for Puppy Paw right now, Delhi on Dry Arabia, Ottoman on Golden Heights, Four Lakes Roos. And Marine Lord, given that his Civ pool is a little bit more dynamic, he's going to know as well as I do that that's probably what's going to play. So he's most likely going to go for counter picks here.
Yeah, so Dry Arabia, I mean, I'm kind of feeling he's going to go Abbasids. So some people have been thinking about Ottomans, but in my theory crafting, I don't know how much he practiced it. I feel like the Delhi are a bit too fast for the Ottomans.
I think he'll go Ottoman.
Yeah?
If it's Dry Arabia, I don't think he's comfortable with Abbasid there. I don't think he's comfortable with Mongol. I think he's going to try Ottoman with this meta pressure stuff.
Yeah.
There's one like Theorycraft build that we've been thinking about, and it's starting off with the meta speed upgrade. Because the Scholars, the way that they move and attack their healing, whatever happened in the most recent patch, it's not quite as clean.
Okay.
So like when they start healing and like getting attack moved, sometimes they just like run ahead of your army, or they run behind and they don't quite know what to heal. Whereas before it felt a lot easier to do, which is kind of interesting, actually.
I think we saw that a little earlier today in the BC Linux series where he went for the Wololo play and he kept picking up the Wololo and his Scholars just kept ignoring the guy that needed healing. So there might be something to that, especially when you rely on the attack click behavior, which they added in for heals.
Yeah, this is all super theory crafting and purely based on the fact that I think Puppy Paw will play Dry Arabia here because...
Yeah. We can see it in the center screen. We were definitely getting Dry Arabia.
Ah, okay.
Sorry, I should have told you.
Did we see the civs as well or not yet?
No, we haven't seen the civs. They're teasing us. Making us wait. You got to build the suspense, Ben.
Got to build the suspense. I'm too busy thinking about what both of them are going to do because both Wham and Puppy Paw are very good with Delhi. And I mean, They've been sharing a lot of stuff. Even their builds are slightly different to other players. Like, they both, or at least Wham was opting for everything on wood, building the mosque straight away, and then getting the mill afterwards, which is very nice. Okay, Delhi.
Drum roll. It's going to be the Ottomans. So green on green here.
What can I say?
Look at you. You just know.
It's almost like I play this game for money, you know?
It's almost like you're not too bad at it either.
Not too bad, not too bad. I mean, sucks that I lost to bloody Marine Lord losing that first game and they get me in the freaking deciders.
But if he goes on to win, you know, in a way, you're kind of like second best player because you got eliminated by the best.
That's true, that's true. I mean, if he goes undefeated from this point on, I mean, then Magic's actually the best, right?
Yeah,
or second best.
yeah, that's what, like, so you're maybe like top 4?
Maybe top 4, maybe top 4. I mean, the stars did not align for me this one, meeting Marine Lord in the the deciders. But I actually feel for Wham a lot because he played Leenock in the first round. Then it was Marine Lord in the loser bracket straight away.
It breaks my heart because I thought he'd be, you know, around top 8. I thought was fair. Like Puppy Paw, I'd say Puppy Paw, no offense to Wham, he's the more improved of the two bros, but they are fairly close as comparative to when you talk about Vortex and Lucifron.
Yeah, and Wham, if he did beat Marine Lord, he'd have run into me as well. That'd have been a rough road, you know. Some players have made it through. I don't want to say easily because nobody's been easy here. Like
call them out.
Yeah, no, I mean you tried to make me call them out in the when you asked me list the players from like strongest to weakest, and I was like, I think these are my top 4, but everybody's way closer than people would think. Like, you know, you've seen that this tournament now. Like Recon showed up. You've seen players like Magic absolutely show up. Quite an underdog's story.
It'll be quite the turnaround story if Puppy Paw could pull it back here. He needs to. Match point for Marine Lord. If he wins this, Puppy Paw is out and Marine Lord keeps the dream alive. Let's kick to it. Dry Arabia, green on green, but not the same civs as Delhi versus Ottomans.
All right, so Marine Lord is opting for that. Oh, okay, I thought it was going to be a military. Okay, there we go, go. Like, when you make a military school, you kind of want to make it behind your TC in general. Like, there's a few things that we've learned about Ottomans. One of the first ones, you want your production behind because it's all going to be in the same spot with that first blacksmith. Secondly, you kind of want your mill landmark to also be kind of the bottom right of your base. So if he did make it, yeah, I think about right there would be good because then the berries, yeah, Mapu's shown us, he knows what I'm on about. They're close to that TC, so then they can hop right in if they get him focused. And quite a few games early on in my practice where they made it on the other side, my Lombos came along, Bob's your uncle.
Could you maybe just, it could be either south or north maybe, because you get the berries on the other side as well, right?
So ideally, I wouldn't have put my military school, I'd have put my military school slightly more up and right.
Yeah.
And then put it bang there where Mapu's showing.
Yeah, because then you can grab berries on either side and then, oh no, we're dying? Just get in safety.
Absolutely. But I like theory-wise, I do think this is a little bit tricky for Ottoman. Because maybe in a few weeks or months, we might have figured it out better for how to deal with it. But this patch, Delhi is solid. Like, it's very good. The only matchup I don't like it in is against HRE. But everything else, you have to figure out Delhi because you have to play their game, not your own. And for Ottoman, it's very matchup specific. But I wouldn't be surprised if he goes for an early meta. Lots of archers and just goes for gung-ho pressure.
Yeah, that was kind of my take on the Ottomans when I saw them. Like they're very delayed to get online fully, but when they are, they're kind of an unassailable beast. And I think the way I describe them is like they're a delayed Delhi, right? Delhi, they do it through healing, and that's the efficiency play there to get more bang for buck. On the other side, Ottomans, over time, they get all this passive production going, and maybe it takes them an extra 5 minutes to get online compared to the Delhi, but if they reach that timing, it feels impossible to beat them.
Yeah, and it's just that attack speed boost, man. Like,
seriously.
Yeah, because I mean, like certain civs like Delhi, you get the Tower of Victory, and you get a landmark for that bonus, you know. And then you get the speed as well, and you can choose like if you go against lots of melee and get that +2 melee armor and stuff. It's a very versatile unit, but the Spearman has shown. Oh, what are you going to say?
Sorry, I was going to say even in the early game, they're good tanks. They're 180 health. Like you can just use them to bait. I think we've seen some games where people run the meta intentionally past the front lines, like hit me.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say it's intentional just yet, just give me a but I know what you're getting at. Like, trying to take that bad boy down, it's tough. Maybe that's one of the things that they'll tweak a little bit in the future, just make it a little bit weaker.
Yeah, there's a few devs around, maybe whisper in their ear.
I've already talked to all of them. I'm like, mate, you gotta change this, change that. No. I think actually the game's in pretty damn good shape right now. This first gold for Puppy Paw was as nicely located as it could be for the Spearman. Has to walk all the way around. One of the big things for Puppy Paw is he does want to keep that gold flowing, and he doesn't want to take this Scholar out necessarily, because that does slow down a lot of these eco upgrades.
And also these spearmen, they pressure you a little bit quicker now, right? Up from 6 damage to 7 damage. It sounds pretty pitiful, like I'm nitpicking, but it means you have to pull these villagers back a strike sooner.
Yeah, yeah. And I mean, the Scholar can come out and help this out, but yeah, the reason that he wasn't going for that as quick as he was, did want to make sure that he was getting the upgrades along, but this is still a nice move from Marine Lord, because we were speaking about this before he played, and I was like, this is still good, because even if they do heal it, and they will out-heal it, this still slows down that Sacred Site situation significantly. Like, even if you can say a good 30 seconds or so, that's absolutely buying you resources when you think about it.
The comparative is if an HRE player has to do this, but that time it's more apparent. It's like, haha, you're not getting the 40% buff. Whereas this time, as you pointed out, although it's not affecting the resource gain, it's affecting the tech gain, which is just even more important.
Absolutely, absolutely. And now we'll start to see what Marine Lord is going to go for afterwards. He saved up quite a bit of gold here. Most likely we'll use that straight away on something like Wheelbarrow, maybe some wood income as well on a lumber mill. Because right now, also in the new patch, most eco upgrades are significantly cheaper.
Yeah, they went from 250 to 150. I think it was also, it used to take, was it 75 seconds? And now it's down to about, I think, 45.
Yeah, I'm not sure necessarily about the exact numbers on the time.
Sorry, I'm a bit of a nerd sometimes.
It's all good, it's all good. All right, 8 on food, 5 on wood, 3. Okay, so there is more on the stone. That's good. That does indicate that he will be going for, what's it called, more military schools. Because I don't think he can go 2 TC. It just frees up the deli way too much in this matchup.
Yeah, you go 2 TC, like you said, it's going to delay that timing in the military schools, and you probably forfeit at least 2 sacred sites.
I say that you shouldn't go 2 TC, but Marine Lord...
Is he thinking about it?
Yeah, that many on wood, and that little on food, like that's going to be 3 guys on the berries. Okay,
there's the next military school.
Yeah.
He's just keeping you on your toes.
I think, yeah, we'll see what he's doing with the stone. In fact, can we have a little look over there, Mapu, see if he's... So he is still going for it. Like, he's got a choice here. Does he keep on mining stone to get up to 100 for the 3rd military school later on down the line? Just saves you a bit of the trading. Or goes for the 2nd TC. With that amount on wood, maybe he's just going to hope to get up a big amount of production, because production for Ottoman, it is cheaper as well.
And let's talk about the Madrasa a little bit, because I've talked to Drongo about this. We said in the cart, he feels like it might be the best landmark tier 2 in the game right now.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I don't think it competes with the chapel.
Yeah, I was wondering about that one. But it is incredibly good, right? Like, the gathering rates, the safety of the food, gets you through that awkward period into the passive production. I almost feel like I want to say it's even better than the Golden Gate now.
Yeah, I mean, the Golden Gate was nice, especially around the, the 300 stone 2nd TC thing, but it definitely took a massive hit here.
Yeah.
And Marine Lord, he's super confusing me with what he's done, because now he's got nothing on stone, but he is going for that mass production spike, which, yeah, I think he is going to go for this archery situation. He went for the meta, so he's doing exactly what I talked about.
It's so good. So for those wondering where this meta came from, he didn't magically get brought here from God. The Imperial Council point was invested, which means not only does meta appear for free just instantly, but now the aura gives a movement speed buff to anyone that's in the same formation.
Yeah, which means that it won't work on the villagers, but it will work on all your military, which is good. But yeah, he's doing exactly what we talked about, and he's going to really try and take advantage of the fact that your opponent, if you have the movement speed, you've got the attack speed, movement speed, your archers are just going to be better, and those scholars don't really get to do their job. One thing that I think Puppy Paw really needs to think about here is getting those sites locked down with some good walls early on.
You know, the crazy part is at the start we were talking about metas, and you mentioned, the attack speed aura. Other civs like the Delhi have to buy a landmark to get that attack speed aura. Let's think about the fact that you also get that movement speed aura. You're basically the Mongols and the Delhi combined in one because of this one unit at this stage.
Absolutely. It's monstrous. And the thing for Marine Lord is that stone that he has excess, even though it's a bit of a mistake having the extra 67, he's going to be able to get his 2nd tier of Vizier upgrades as a 3rd military school. And that's going to be pumping out a lot of units. Most people like to get out the Sepahi, given that you don't need to get a stable to get an upgrade because they're already kind of maxed out as they are. This is problematic though for Puppy Paw. He has no spears with this. This is actually really bad for him.
Yeah, he's just going to get blitzed through. Skull's going to try to heal through this. The bonus damage might be a little bit too much. And with the archers support as well, I mean, the best thing you can do is just trade out the ranged units, because there's no way you're going to be able to overwhelm the Sipahi.
No, I mean, the Sipahi, they have that nice bonus there where they attack 50% faster, but they don't take any extra damage from the range. It's from the melee that they take extra damage, and they were nowhere to be seen. That back wall, it's actually kind of hurting Puppy Paw here. This is a disastrous start for him.
It's like, I know, walk inside, then it's a trap, then my horsemen are useful, but I don't think that's even going to work out. You're just seeing the power of the attack speed aura. Just one spearman here as well to block everything off, and all of a sudden, Puppy Paw is going to flop in this middle fight.
Ah, this was super bad for him. This was really bad for him. And I mean, kind of unfortunate. The Puppy Paw that we're seeing right now, it's not quite the one that I've played against in practice or seen in practice. I definitely feel the nerves of playing against Marine Lord on stage. I kind of get into him here because right now you'd be hoping to try and get a situation where you've got at least 2 sites going, but he doesn't even have 1.
You know what it kind of feels like? You know, think back to game 1, how impressed we were with the first 10 minutes. It almost feels like Marine Lord kicked him off of his flow, right? His game state. And since then, Puppy Paw, I feel like he's looked a bit off tilt, right? And not on his typical form, as you said, that we'd expect to see.
Yeah, and I mean, that's a lot about new strats coming into play literally the day of, right? Like, this is something that I'm not sure many people at home know about, but this meta style where you get it instead of the sheep initially feels very wrong, but it's so right once it gets going.
I love that you said that, because I remember that when we first got here, talked to a few players about it, they thought that this was the worst one of the 3, right? There's the last one that you got. Maybe even like you didn't get, sorry, not
Scrubs.
Well, maybe you don't go in man, but you kind of ignore it and just go for the tier 2 ones.
Yeah, it was actually Magic that told me about the meta stuff. And initially I was like, okay, yeah, I can see that. And I tried it a few times and I was like, yeah, this is really good, especially with this mass archer style. Because, yeah, that meta adds... I almost think it's too much at this point. Like, I really do. Because, you know, for Delhi, you think about the Tower of Victory. That's a landmark that does that. And then it's... For English, it's just a single tower that adds that. And then you got the speed on top of it. It's an absolute bargain.
It's crazy. Like, we're over here basically pushing for Ottomans to get nerfed this rate. And then on the other parts of the broadcast, I'm just talking about how Malians are trashed here, so...
What are the upgrades right now? I imagine Marine Lord has +1 on archers thus far, which would be very nice for him.
Oh, yeah.
And I mean, that is a lot of horsemen that he has to deal with. He has to respect that number. He is getting his own Sepahi out of all the military schools. He's got a single barracks that helped upgrade the spearmen. He'll be popping out spearmen when he can as well. But by the looks of his eco, he's just going to look to stay on H2 for a long time, and that is the right move. Oh,
Puppy Paw, he doesn't engage straight away. The body blocks alone are going to keep him off this long enough that it just doesn't feel like a good fight for him. He needs to get the horsemen on top of these archers, but even then, that attack speed aura, he's protecting the meta to make sure that it's going to be there for the entire fight.
Yeah, and I mean, look at these archers. They move so nice and nimbly. It's monstrous. And I mean, Puppy Paw is doing everything he can to snipe down even the meta or the archers, but that army just evaporated. And I mean, this is looking real bleak for Puppy Paw.
It's insane. I feel like, you know, just as many horsemen died as archers, and if you just do the maths on that, it's not good because you're paying 1.5 times for these horsemen.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I mean,
well, even more than that, actually, because Ottomans are getting them for free, right, in some cases.
But this is the power. Like, this is the power of drafting and seeing what your opponent has and what they're left with. Like, yes. Puppy Paw had to go for Delhi on this map, and Marine Lord, he knew that. Whereas Puppy Paw maybe thought this was going to come out, but he didn't know exactly what was coming out. But Marine Lord's played this to absolute perfection.
Yeah, and yeah, the beautiful thing is Marine Lord with this type of control, he could think about eventually flirting Castle in the next few minutes, or he could just all-in feudal. I think he just all-in feudal here, right?
Yeah, because that archer count, it gets really scary once it hits about 50, even though it's already ridiculously scary. And right now, like, he's going to start doing that kiting stuff that we talked about, where these scholars, they're not even going to come into play. No. Puppy Paw's actually doing a good move here of bringing the units back to compensate for that, but there's too many archers.
But the scholars, instantly, like you mentioned scholars are getting targeted. This is enough to just eviscerate them, and reproducing them is not easy, remember. He went for the Dome of Faith. He'd have to wait 45 seconds per, unless he wants to pay 150 gold for each scholar, and it's still 30 seconds.
And you have to remember, like, that's 3 military schools producing. Every moment that goes by, this army's getting bigger and bigger. It's a very cheap army to make, and it's just getting worse for Puppy Paw. And does he even have one? He hasn't had one sacred site this whole game. This has been, like, truly suffocating.
And remember, he walled one more or less, right? So it almost looked like it should have been him prepping for a freebie. That never came to fruition due to the assault before it fully went up. And now just fully boxed in, blocked off of his wood as well. Berry Patch is going to be spotted out. He won't be killed off here because it's only one trooper. But if Marine Lord wants, he can just rear around and chase over there.
I think Puppy Paw, he's left with very few choices here. And one choice that he has, it's he either keeps on making feudal units, but it's not the army you want to go up against. Because I mean, 41 archers now. Like this is almost old school Rust style, where you prioed the fact that you got more wood than your opponent, and you had a lot of archers. Unless you're a civ like English or Hatred, where you can get out men at arms to deal with this, you're in a lot of trouble. But it has the speed. That's the thing. Puppy I don't think he's long for this game.
And once again, he just gets body blocked on the front side. And this time, it just feels like there's barely any horsemen here. Once again, he's going to be overwhelmed. Meta still tanking the front line. Finally, the bad boy will go down, but he's already got his value here. A second one's being prepped back at home, but in the meantime, Marine Lord has the numbers to just plow on through.
Yeah, Marine Lord's looking sharp. And I mean, 103 supply.
He got him on the berries. That's it. He knows he's got nothing left. Puppy Paw goes from plenty of food to none at all. Marine Lord will make it a clean 3-0 to get one of the favorites out of this tournament that we saw coming early on. In fact, before this series, Puppy Paw had not dropped a single game.
I mean, Puppy Paw was looking really good. I do think he was maybe a little bit nervous in this series. I really do think he was... I liked his situation in the Mongol game for a while.
Yeah.
It was just one of those things where it's like, you overcommit on the English base, you're in a little bit of trouble then, and then it kind of fell apart. Second game, that was just one of those things where I think Marine Lord knew what Puppy Paw was going to do.
Yeah.
And he countered it by getting a lot of the Spring-Old ships early on. And I mean, that is one of the things where if a new meta does come along, it's not too long until a new one develops. And you see that in these games. But you could tell Marine Lord, every game he came in with an idea, a plan. He kind of knew what... He was never flustered, right? So whatever Puppy Paw had planned in a game, Marine Lord knew exactly what to do to throw it off. Yeah. But also how to, be ahead. And the fact that he came out with this Ottoman build and the meta, I hope he's got a little thank you for me on stage, because, I was telling him that's real good.
I don't, you know how he says thanks to you. I don't think you want to hear
he
the way
loves me,
says thanks.
he loves me. He absolutely does.
But, like, just a quick round for, like, the Ottomans as well. They continue to ramp pressure, it feels like. And then all of a sudden, like, Delhi, usually the pressure makers. It feels like the longer you're not doing something, the worse it gets. But you know what? Why hear from me? I'm just a geek. Let's hear from a pro nerd. We're going to head across to the stage for an interview. Ellie has got a chance to catch up with one only Marine Lord.
Congratulations, Marine Lord. That was a very nice, clean 3-0. I have to ask, we don't see many mirror matchups. What did you think against the Holy Roman Empire mirror matchup? Did you prepare for that?
Specifically for that, a lot of mirrors, maybe a little too much because I almost lost in the groups. So, I'm not sure about this matchup. I just saw the barrack and I felt like he wanted to cheese me. And at this point, I was very confident because, if you try to cheese me and I already made 4 ships, normally I have an advantage on water. And if I'm good enough, I should snowball that pretty easily. So my reaction was not the best, but I just saw it pretty late, so I wasn't too sure what to do. And no matter what, he pulled the villagers, were not on the map. I know he spent food very early, so I made maybe more fishing ship. So I don't know, the position felt pretty good.
I guess you were true to your name and you really were a lord in the marine environment. It was really, really well played. Because for the best of threes, mirror matchups would not have been able to be seen, and it was certainly exciting to see them today. What did you think about, were you expecting perhaps a castle drop from the Delhi player?
I mean, if it reached castle, yes, but the plan was to win in feudal. So I feel like in theory, Ottoman, you can leave 1 sacred site to Delhi. If it doesn't get 2, it should be fine. 1, it should be pretty much even. So when I denied the sacred site at the start, I knew it was pretty much GG. I did a very good job to take map control. I denied monks, bottom and top. And then in the middle, I have won, so I know it was GG already at this time.
And how confident are you feeling into the semifinals on Sunday?
It's still best of 5, so it's the same to me. If Beastie is gonna be better than me on Sunday, he's gonna beat me. But I think I will win.
How have you been preparing against Beastie?
I don't really prepare for people, especially because I'm BC'd right now, so the draft is a little bit more technical. So I'm just gonna try to go for late games, be very aggressive, and play my style. And usually it works very well against Beastie, so we'll see, right?
For the last game, do you think the Ottoman Empire versus quite nicely versus Delhi in the feudal play?
I'm not too sure yet, but I felt like my build was more... last time I played that against Swam, against his brother yesterday, my build wasn't clean because it was the first time I was trying this strategy. But today I was thinking a little bit more about it, so it was way more clean. I forgot at some point to remove some stone, but I got like maybe 70 more stones than expected, and that's not much. Otherwise, the build was very clean, and I'm not too sure about this matchup yet, but it felt like if there is one Civ that can do well against Delhi right now, except Delhi because it's a mirror, it's Ottomans.
Well, you played certainly really, really well, and it was a pleasure to watch you play, and we will definitely look forward to watching what you have in store for us on Sunday.
Thanks.
Do you have any plans for tomorrow?
Practice, most likely. I don't know, like, I've visited the castle a little bit already, and maybe I will do that tomorrow, but I don't think so. I like to play, so I'm gonna play.
Will you be watching the Age of Empires 2 finals? Or the Age of Empires 1 as well?
I mean, I like Age of Empires 2, but I don't really know much about the civs that got added like the last 2 years. So when it's about those civs, it's a little bit boring for me because I just don't know what they do. But when it's a normal matchup, I like to watch. And Hera is my friend, so I'm gonna cheer for him.
Perfect. Well, you can cheer for them with the live studio audience tomorrow. It's going to be amazing, and I'm sure the live studio audience will really look forward to watching you play on Sunday as well.
Thanks.
Well, Ellie, what a conclusion to the day we've seen here, my friend. Let's head up onto the stage and close things out for people. I nearly, very secretly gave away that this isn't an actual. Whoops! Oh my goodness, you can't let the trade secrets out, my friends. What a day we've had. We have whittled the field of 8 quarterfinalists down to just 4 semi-finalists who, as you've mentioned, will play in front of a live studio audience right here in this hall in just a couple of days' time. But before that, Age of Empires 2. Tomorrow, the semi-finals, and Age of Empires 1 on display as well. This crowd that we are going to assemble in this room is going to be electric. I imagine you're looking forward to this.
It's going to be phenomenal, Riley. Phenomenal.
It's going to be phenomenal, baby. Let's go. What are you looking forward to? I know you're a big fan of Age of Empires 2. We've got some of the best players in the world. We've got Valese, we've got Tato, we've got Leary, we've got Hera. Who are you looking forward to seeing?
I'm looking forward to seeing them all in action. I've seen them play. I've been creeping them, watching them play behind the screen for the last 2 years now, and actually seeing them play live before me and before the student audience. It's going to be so amazing. I'm really looking forward to the matchups as well. First up is Valese versus Leary then, and then followed up with Tato and Hera, and I think any one of them can take it home.
Well, before we get in too deep on what's going to happen tomorrow, let's talk about the conclusion of today. We can have a look at the bracket and chat about how things have landed. You can see here now with the Mister going through playing against Lucifron in the semi-finals, and we've got Beastie Cutie versus Marine Lord. That's going to be a huge match. That semi is going to just be, I mean, that's must-watch Age of Empires 4 on the Sunday, and we'll be here, of course, to bring you across it all. We're looking forward to your company then, but let's focus in on tomorrow. You mentioned Age of Empires 2, got Age of Empires 1 as well. Takes me all the way back.
Where it all began.
Yeah, that's it, man. Playing it all. I mean, how many, 20-something years ago now? Nearly 25, right? 25 years ago. And I can't wait to see. It's going to be a real blast from the past, that one.
Yeah, no, it's going to be phenomenal. Phenomenal.
Just fully leaning into it. You love to see that. But of course, let's talk Turkey. Over $200,000 on the line tomorrow. A huge amount of money is going to be given away tomorrow to players across both Age of Empires 1 and Age of Empires 2. But even more exciting for that for me personally is the audience. People have been champing at the bit to get inside this beautiful castle, to come to this wonderful city in Germany and experience the biggest Age of Empires tournament that the world has ever seen.
The hype is real. Tickets were sold out in 45 seconds, which is insane.
It's incredible. Yeah. And we cannot wait to bring you live coverage in front of this live studio audience across the next 2 days. A quick reminder, however, that wherever time, I'm not going to try to figure out where you're watching from and which time zone affects you, but we are starting tomorrow's show 1 hour earlier than what we've been starting all the other days' plays. Do not miss it. Make sure you update your alarms or you set your reminders to the correct time 1 hour earlier. And I believe there are other scheduling things we need to get across. Daylight savings maybe in some parts of the world as well.
In some parts. Check Liquipedia.
Yeah, check, in the immortal words of Nilly, check Liquipedia. My friends, what a pleasure it's been to bring you coverage of the quarterfinals today here from Heidelberg Castle in Germany. The biggest Age of Empires tournament the world has ever seen gets even bigger tomorrow as we invite hundreds of people into Heidelberg Castle to see the very best in the business in Age of Empires 1, 2 and 4 across 2 days contest for their share of $500,000 in prize money. We can't wait to have your company, but until then, my friends, we are going to bid you good night here from Heidelberg on behalf of Ellie and the rest of the broadcast team, and of course the production team behind the scenes, making sure everything runs smoothly. We'd like to thank you for your company, and of course, we'd like to thank Red Bull for supporting us and supporting this community and this game that we all love so very much. Let's get across some of the highlights, some of the big moments from today's action, and we will see you back here tomorrow. Check Liquipedia for the times. Until then, take care of yourselves and good night.
Good night, everyone.
I'll tell you what, you around the world, you can have the experience of a lifetime as well, watching some of the best players in Age of Empires 4.
Think of all the people here.
Where you should do them, and Puppy Paw.
Anybody wondering that's the command that selects all units on the map. Yeah, rest in peace, little guys.
Lucifron is losing practically the whole backbone of his army here.
Yeah, I mean, you see how rubbish they are. He was running away from a wolf.
Yeah, why
terrible
not?
unit. Definitely not S tier of the feudal age.
The wolf is hungry, man.
It's another Wololo attempt. He's not going to stop, and this time he'll at least get it off. Lenok is too slow to respond. He gets a massive chunk of the army.
And he actually doesn't know if he hit or not,
Yeah.
right? He just hears
Look
the
at him,
castle scream.
he's going to different spots. He's like, it's somewhere around here.
Oh, Recon! Oh, go Recon! I want to try it from you! Yeah, Recon!
This long enough that it just doesn't feel like a good value here. A second one's being prepped back at home.
It's looking sharp. And I mean, 103 supply.
He got him on the berries. That's it. He knows he's got nothing left. Puppy Paw goes from plenty of food game.
I mean, Puppy Paw was looking really good. I do think he was maybe a little bit nervous.
Viper, and he's out of... In the middle, Leary's castle goes down. It's his turn to raid Leary's economy. And Viper holds on to that castle. And he's killing the villagers on the gold. They're desperately running for the TC.
Look, the Cavalier, they can do what they're doing here to the trebuchets, and then Leary will have